Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Zhang Ming's heart raced like a drum. Disbelief coursing through him at the sight before his eyes the recent dreamer, perhaps the experiences of a past life had felt so vividly real that upon awakening in his own room, he was engulfed by confusion and astonishment. He recalled that in his previous life, during the global heatwave catastrophe, he had ventured out in search of sustenance, only to meet his demise after being struck in the back by a wooden gun on his way home. Yet now, he found himself transported back to April 15th, 2026, a mere 3 months prior to the onset of the apocalypse. Quickly, he examined his back, finding no trace of injury aside from the fabric of his clothing. As he surveyed his surroundings, the familiar environment and items appeared unchanged. He picked up his phone from the bedside, the time displayed on the screen unmistakably indicating it was 3 months before the impending disaster. April 15th, 2026. A flurry of thoughts raced through Zhang Ming's mind. He remembered that in 3 months, the blue star would succumb to the influence of an unknown cosmic energy, resulting in magnetic field disruption, global communication failure, and a drastic rise in temperature soaring from the initial 30 degrees to nearly 70 within a month. This calamity would lead to widespread plant death, drought-stricken lands, a global food crisis, and societal chaos. However, in this moment, a flicker of hope ignited within him. If he had indeed returned to the past, he possessed the opportunity to alter his future. He realized he had 3 months to take action and prepare for the impending heatwave apocalypse. At this juncture, let me introduce Zhang Ming himself, a 26-year-old from the Dragon Country. Hailing from the province of Fu at the age of 20, he had ventured alone to the Eagle Country, and after 3 years of diligent toil, his parents had pooled their savings to help him establish a modest store in Chinatown. Having learned some culinary skills from his father, his business was flourishing. When the apocalypse struck, the magnetic field of the blue star became chaotic, communications severed, and he found himself isolated in the Eagle Country. Devoid of news from his parents, however, he had heard that his homeland had implemented emergency measures at the onset of the calamity, leading him to believe that his parents would likely be safe. Now, his immediate goal was to sell his store and hasten his return to find his parents, ensuring their family could look out for one another. With this resolve, he decided to call his parents. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello?" His father's familiar voice resonated from the other end. Overcome with emotion, Zhang Ming exclaimed, "Dad, it's me." But before he could finish, a cacophony erupted, followed by his father's anxious voice. "Son, don't panic. Let me first chase this mouse away." A wave of relief washed over him. He had feared something grave had occurred at home. It turned out to be merely a mouse causing the commotion. He chuckled, envisioning his father wielding a broom in pursuit of the rodent, finding the image amusing. After a brief interval, his father's voice returned. "All right, son, that troublesome mouse was quite a headache. I've managed to chase it away now." Zhang Ming replied with a smile. "Dad, do be careful not to get bitten by the mouse." His father laughed in return. "Rest assured, I have experience, but this little creature was indeed quite cunning. It took me a while to catch it." At this moment, his mother, having overheard her son's voice, hurried over. The exchanged pleasantries, inquiring about each other's well-being. Ultimately, he reassured his father that he was doing well and urged him to take care of his health. After hanging up, Zhang Ming felt a profound sense of contentment. He had decided not to inform his parents of his plans to return just yet, intending to surprise them later. Suddenly, Zhang Ming sensed that something was amiss on his right wrist. He hurriedly glanced down, noticing that the spot where his bracelet should have been was now bare, replaced by a peculiar mark that resembled a tattoo, yet was not quite one. The mark was circular, adorned with a complex pattern at its center, surrounded by enigmatic symbols. Zhang Ming attempted to rub the mark away, but seemed deeply embedded in his skin, impervious to removal. He strived to recall the origins of the bracelet. He remembered encountering an eccentric foreigner in Chinatown when he first arrived in the Eagle Country. This peculiar individual had sold various oddities, including the very bracelet that had captivated Zhang Ming with its unique appearance, prompting him to purchase it for $20. Since then, he had worn the bracelet without ever removing it. Yet now, inexplicably, it had vanished, leaving behind this strange mark on his wrist. Filled with uncertainty and unease, Zhang Ming pondered the significance of this mark and whether it would have any repercussions for him. He gazed intently at the mark, His mind swirling with questions and curiosity, he sought to decipher the meaning behind this mysterious emblem, yet remained at a loss. Just as confusion enveloped him, an extraordinary force surged from the mark, abruptly transporting him into a wholly new realm. In this realm, Zhang Ming found himself in an expansive, cavernous space. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by faint glimmers of light. He felt a twinge of fear, yet the allure of this mysterious space drew him in. With utmost caution, Zhang Ming stepped forward. Each movement laced with vigilance, he remained unaware of the nature of this space or the dangers it might conceal. Nevertheless, his curiosity triumphed over his trepidation, propelling him onward. As he advanced, the space gradually brightened before him. A radiant light emerged, resembling a portal to another world. Zhang Ming hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to approach the light. As he drew nearer, its intensity intensified, enveloping him entirely. He closed his eyes, savoring the warmth that enveloped his body like a comforting embrace. When he opened his eyes once more, he was astonished to find himself in a breathtaking garden. Flowers bloomed abundantly, their fragrances wafting through the air, while birds chirped joyfully. This enchanting scene filled him with elation, as if he had entered a realm of ethereal beauty. Yet, Zhang Ming remained resolute in his purpose. He began to search for clues, hoping to unravel the secrets behind the mark. In one corner of the garden, he stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with a dense array of characters. Although he could not decipher the script, he instinctively understood its meaning. As he scrutinized the inscriptions, he finally unearthed information regarding the space. It turned out that this realm was a mysterious relic, an isolated world unto itself, where time flowed differently. One day in the outside world equated to 10 days within. Of course, Zhang Ming was not subject to the constraints of time in this place. Chapter 2. The realm, the space within this extraordinary place possesses a magical quality, capable of altering its topography and landscape in accordance with Zhang Ming's desires and thoughts, with merely a flicker of intent. He can transform the mountains, rivers, plains, and lakes that populate this realm. Here, he feels as if he has ascended to the status of a true deity. Through the inscription on the stone tablet, Zhang Ming finally comprehends that his ability to activate this space is entirely due to that fateful bullet. He recalls the moment vividly. As the bullet pierced his body, he instinctively pressed his hand against the wound. It was at that precise moment that the mysterious bracelet adorning his right wrist made contact with his blood. Had it not been for that bullet, which cost him his life, he might have remained oblivious to this secret forever. However, fate has a way of playing tricks. Each bead of that bracelet requires his blood to awaken its latent powers. A wave of trepidation washes over Zhang Ming as he realizes that had even one bead failed to touch his blood, everything he now experiences would have dissipated into nothingness. Moreover, Zhang Ming discovers that the expanse of this space is a square measuring over 3,200 meters on each side, approximately encompassing 15,000 acres. Contemplating this vast area, he delves into thought, strategizing on how to optimally utilize this boundless realm. After careful consideration, he resolves to partition it into distinct zones to achieve the most efficient allocation of resources and ensure a stable livelihood. Primarily, he designates an area for cultivation, aimed at growing a variety of fruits, vegetables, and staple crops. This endeavor not only caters to his family's daily dietary needs, but also guarantees a sufficient reserve of food during times of hardship. Next, he contemplates establishing a breeding zone. Though he intends to limit the variety of animals, he selects a few common and easily manageable species, such as chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep. Additionally, he plans to raise some special livestock, such as dairy cows for fresh milk, rabbits as a source of high-protein meat, and deer, which are now amenable to artificial breeding for their delectable and nutritious meat. In the face of natural calamities and drought, water emerges as an essential resource. Although there is already a lake within this space, its size is inadequate to meet all demands. Therefore, Zhang Ming decides to excavate 2 larger lakes. One of these lakes will be dedicated to the cultivation of freshwater fish and shrimp, providing a rich source of protein for the family. The other lake will incorporate seawater, facilitating the breeding of marine fish and shrimp, thus enhancing dietary diversity. In this manner, whether freshwater or saltwater, an ample supply of aquatic resources will be assured. By judiciously planning the cultivation and breeding areas while addressing the water supply issue, Zhang Ming is confident that his space will evolve into a self-sustaining ecosystem, providing his family with stable food and water resources. In the face of potential future adversities, they will possess greater opportunities for survival and security. Of course, it is imperative to construct a storage area for various supplies. Zhang Ming designates this portion of the space as a time-stilled sanctuary for storage. Next, he must put his plans into action, gradually implementing these strategies to ensure effective utilization and development of the space. Upon exiting the realm, Zhang Ming concentrates his mind, directing his focus entirely on the bracelet. And then he channels his intent. He feels a strange force emanating from the bracelet, enveloping a radius of 50 meters around him in an instant. Within this sphere, all objects are shrouded by this mysterious energy, as if they are bound in a peculiar connection with Zhang Ming. As he manipulates his thoughts, these objects vanish in an instant, and with another shift of intent, they reappear suddenly. This sensation is enchanting, akin to Zhang Ming becoming the sovereign of this domain, capable of manipulating everything within it at will. A wave of exhilaration surges through Zhang Ming. He realizes he has mastered an entirely new ability, one that allows him to summon and store objects with mere thought. This skill not only renders his life more convenient, but promises to wield significant influence in future encounters. When faced with adversaries, he can swiftly seize their weapons or other vital items, thereby gaining the upper hand. Zhang Ming resolves to diligently practice and harness this newfound ability, continuously enhancing his prowess. Through relentless training, he becomes exceedingly adept at this skill. Now, the paramount challenge lies in acquiring sufficient funds. With ample wealth, procuring anything would be a simple matter. As for how to obtain such wealth without incurring significant trouble, there is but one destination: Las Vegas. Las Vegas, the world-renowned gambling capital. It is a place teeming with casinos and gaming opportunities that can lead to overnight fortunes, yet it also poses the risk of total ruin. Nevertheless, for Zhang Ming, this represents a golden opportunity. With his unique ability to summon and release, he feels confident that he can secure an unbeatable advantage in the realm of gambling. Thus, Zhang Ming resolves to journey to Las Vegas, intent on utilizing his abilities to amass considerable riches. He is cognizant, however, that gambling is not a noble pursuit and may indeed invite unnecessary complications. Yet, to achieve his goals, he understands that sacrifices are sometimes requisite. Moreover, he believes that as long as he maintains a sense of moderation and refrains from greed, he will avoid substantial trouble. With his decision made, Zhang Ming begins to devise a plan for realizing his ambitions. First, he must visit a Swiss bank to procure 10 anonymous bank cards. These cards will serve as instruments for depositing his winnings while safeguarding his identity and financial privacy. Next, he intends to deposit the money won at the casino into these 10 cards in multiple transactions. This approach will mitigate undue attention and reduce the risk of scrutiny. Each deposit will be modest in amount to ensure that the transactions appear natural and reasonable, to further obscure his whereabouts. Zhang Ming will adopt additional measures, opting for different casinos and varying time slots for his deposits to enhance the confusion. During the execution of this plan, he must remain calm and vigilant. Zhang Ming must consistently monitor his surroundings to avoid raising any suspicions. Simultaneously, he must adeptly interact with casino staff and fellow players to prevent revealing any vulnerabilities. Having resolved on his course of action, Zhang Ming hesitates no longer. He strides purposefully out of his home, brimming with determination and anticipation. He starts up his dilapidated second-hand pickup truck, the engine emitting a deep rumble as if cheering him on. As a plume of black smoke billows from the exhaust, the vehicle gradually rolls out of the garage, heading towards the Swiss bank in the heart of the city. Throughout the journey, Zhang Ming's emotions are a tapestry of complexity, both hopeful for the future and reflective of the dreams he has experienced. He recalls the stark contrast between the dreams and his current reality, recognizing that everything is poised for transformation. Zhang Ming firmly believes that with sufficient courage and wisdom, he can ensure his family's survival in the face of impending calamities. At long last, the vehicle comes to a halt before the entrance of the Swiss bank. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ming adjusted his attire and stepped into the solemn, yet enigmatic edifice. Inside the bank, he was warmly welcomed, and the staff meticulously outlined the procedures and considerations for acquiring anonymous bank cards. Zhang Ming listened intently, interjecting with questions to ensure he comprehended every detail thoroughly. After navigating through a series of intricate formalities, he successfully obtained 10 anonymous bank cards. These cards represented a new beginning for him, serving as instruments to realize his aspirations. He carefully stowed them away in his inner pocket, treating them as though they were precious treasures. As he exited the bank, Zhang Ming felt an unprecedented sense of ease and confidence. He understood that this was merely the first step of a long journey. Yet he was ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. Zhang Ming firmly believed that he would undoubtedly achieve his goals. Chapter 3. Las Vegas. Gambling is illegal. Everyone must abide by the law. After leaving the bank, Zhang Ming resolved to drive to Las Vegas. He mused that the distance from Los Angeles to Las Vegas was merely over 400 kilometers, a journey of about 4 to 5 hours. If he departed now, he should reach his destination by evening, just in time to partake in the bustling nightlife and potentially earn a substantial profit. Thus, without hesitation, Zhang Ming embarked on his journey to Las Vegas. Along the way, he felt a sense of joy and anticipation for the future. He envisioned himself winning a fortune at the gambling tables in Las Vegas, a smile of pride creeping onto his face. As the vehicle distanced itself from the city, the scenery along the roadside grew increasingly desolate. Yet this did not dampen Zhang Ming's spirits. He relished the passing landscapes while listening to music, savoring the solitude of his drive. After more than 4 hours on the road, Zhang Ming arrived in Las Vegas. As night fell, the entire city shimmered with lights, the vibrant neon signs flickering incessantly, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Zhang Ming inhaled deeply, absorbing the unique allure of the city. Secretly grateful for the choice he had made, he parked his car by the roadside and ventured into a nearby shopping center to select some clothing and cosmetics. Aware of the necessity to maintain a low profile at the casino to avoid recognition, he decided to alter his appearance. Although he was not adept at makeup, he had gleaned some techniques from tutorial videos on a short video platform. After procuring the necessary items, Zhang Ming entered the shopping center's restroom and diligently applied his makeup. After considerable effort, he transformed himself into an individual who appeared to be around 50 years old, so much so that even his parents would fail to recognize him. He then took a taxi to the largest casino in Las Vegas. Upon entering, Zhang Ming was astounded by the opulence that surrounded him. The casino was lavishly decorated, with sumptuous carpets covering the floors and exquisite artworks and dazzling chandeliers adorning the walls. The gaming tables were laden with an array of gambling paraphernalia, such as playing cards, dice, and roulette wheels. Patrons were engrossed at the tables, their expressions focused on the games. The staff, clad in neat uniforms, bustled between the tables, providing attentive service to guests. However, Zhang Ming quickly regained his composure. He understood that his purpose for being there was not to revel in luxury, but to amass sufficient wealth. Therefore, he approached one of the windows and exchanged $100,000 for chips. Holding the heavy chips, he felt a surge of tension and excitement coursing through him. Here, Zhang Ming began to familiarize himself with the game of dice. It was a simple yet intriguing gambling game where players wager on the outcomes or combinations of the rolled dice. He carefully observed the actions of other gamblers, learning their strategies and techniques. Simultaneously, he inquired about certain rules and precautions from the staff to ensure he could master the game effectively. Through his research, Zhang Ming discovered that the odds of correctly guessing whether the dice would be high or low were 1-to-1, while accurately predicting the exact number could yield odds of 7 to 30 times, and hitting a specific combination could result in odds of up to 60 times. He then made his way to the area designated for dice games. Quietly standing by the table to assess the situation, he observed some gamblers jubilantly cheering while others fell into despair. Zhang Ming recognized that this was the allure of gambling, where fortunes could change in an instant. Resolute, he decided it was time to place his bets. Initially, he chose to wager on an exact number. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he deftly concealed the dice just rolled by the dealer, then instantaneously released them again, skillfully arranging them to reflect his chosen number. This maneuver resulted in an astonishing win of $3 million. Continuing to employ the same strategy, he placed subsequent bets. He deliberately lost several times, but only wagered small amounts during those losses. Conversely, when he won, he consistently risked larger sums. Consequently, his wealth surged, surpassing $10 million. He then approached one of the exchange windows, transferring $9,500,000 into one of his anonymous bank cards. Following that, he replicated his prior success across different tables, winning an additional $78,006,000. Although Zhang Ming had amassed a considerable sum, it was still a fraction of the casino's overall takings. Exiting that casino, he employed the same method at various others. ultimately winning $40,235,000. Checking the time, he realized it was already 5 in the morning. He booked a room at a nearby hotel, and upon entering, lay down on the bed, contemplating his next steps. Although he now possessed over $400 million, Zhang Ming felt that this amount was insufficient considering the supplies he needed to prepare for the future. With the uncertainty of impending disasters looming, he resolved to gather as many resources as possible. Zhang Ming decided to visit the casino one final time that night. The combined winnings from both visits should suffice, especially since he only had 3 months until the time came when even the wealthiest would find it challenging to spend their riches. Having come to this conclusion, he dismissed other thoughts and soon drifted off to sleep. When he awoke again, it was already 7 in the evening, and he felt the pangs of hunger. He rose, took a shower, and then set out to find a restaurant, ordering several local delicacies to enjoy. After his meal, Zhang Ming returned to the restroom of a nearby shopping center, once more applying makeup, this time transforming himself into a man in his 40s. Exiting the shopping center, he returned to the casino from the previous night. Ready to engage in another round of frenzied wealth accumulation, determined to arrive early this time, he aimed to visit multiple casinos, knowing it would be his last opportunity here. Over the course of the night, Zhang Ming managed to earn an astounding $1.2 billion. Upon leaving the casino, he instinctively sensed a subtle shift in the surrounding atmosphere, an unusual tension indicating that he might be under observation. To ensure his movements remained untraceable, Zhang Ming meticulously crafted a convoluted escape route. He quickly hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to a completely unrelated location. Throughout the journey, he frequently glanced in the rearview mirror to check for any following vehicles. Upon reaching his destination, he swiftly exited the taxi without lingering, promptly boarding another cab, this time selecting a random destination solely to confuse any potential pursuers. After switching taxis 5 times, each time choosing bustling areas to disembark and board, he utilized the crowd's cover to further complicate any tracking attempts. In the final taxi, he instructed the driver to take him to his parking location, but even then, he remained acutely vigilant. Only after confirming there were no suspicious individuals nearby did he cautiously step out of the taxi. Arriving at his parking spot, Zhang Ming swiftly entered his vehicle and started the engine, yet he did not drive off immediately. Instead, he sat quietly in the car, observing the surroundings through the rearview mirror for a while. Once satisfied that everything appeared normal, he gradually left, heading back in the direction he had come from. Chapter 4. Procuring supplies. Zhang Ming returned to his store in Los Angeles, opened the door, and made his way upstairs to his concealed room. This room had been modified based on the suggestions of a fellow compatriot from Longhua, as safety was paramount in a country where firearms were not prohibited. In his previous life, he had narrowly escaped danger multiple times by hiding here. Lying on the bed, he called one of his shop assistants, claiming to be unwell and planning to take a break, promising to notify them when he was ready to reopen. Without the assistant, he found it easier to manage his affairs. Zhang Ming sprang into action. Acutely aware of the value of time, he picked up his phone and called a longtime supplier for his store. The supplier, Mr. Li, expressed surprise at the request, as it was uncommon to place such a large order for meat. "Hello, Mr. Li. This is Zhang Ming. I need to place a substantial order for supplies, and I hope you can expedite the process." Zhang Ming cut straight to the point, his tone imbued with urgency. I paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his professional instincts recognizing that this could be a significant order. "Zhang Ming, please tell me what you need and in what quantities that I will prepare everything promptly. I find myself in need of 10 tons of beef, 10 tons of mutton, and 10 tons of pork, all to be delivered to my store before nightfall. I am fully aware that this is an immense quantity, yet I implore you to assist me. On the other end of the line, I fell silent for a moment before readily acquiescing to Zhang Ming's request. "Zhang Ming, no problem. As long as the payment is made, I will ensure the goods are delivered to you. See you at your store tonight." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. That he recognized that in the impending sweltering apocalypse, water and beverages would become exceedingly precious resources. Therefore, in addition to food, ensuring an ample supply of drinking water and beverages was a pivotal aspect of his plan. The storage space in his shop was manifestly inadequate to meet such demands, prompting him to seek a larger storage facility. After over 2 hours of searching, Zhang Ming finally located a vacant warehouse nearby. Though somewhat dilapidated, the warehouse was spacious enough to accommodate a considerable amount of supplies. Following negotiations with the landlord, Zhang Ming successfully secured the rights to rent the warehouse for 1 month at the price of $30,000. Upon receiving the keys to the warehouse, Zhang Ming returned to his shop and immediately dialed the number of his beverage supplier. This latest order astonished the supplier on the other end of the line, as it was inconceivable that Zhang Ming's small establishment could possibly have such high sales volume. "We require 10,000 cases of beer, 10,000 cases of mineral water, and an array of beverages, each to the tune of 10,000 cases, he stated. "I am aware of the enormity of this request, but I assure you that payment will be made in full at once." The supplier fell silent for a moment before responding. "Zhang Ming, I will need some time to coordinate, but I will have everything delivered to you within 2 days. "I understand, and I will allow for the necessary time, but please do expedite the process. The warehouse is ready, awaiting the arrival of the supplies." Following the conclusion of the call with the beverage supplier, Zhang Ming's actions continued unabated. He understood that in the days to come, the diversity and flavor of food would be crucial in maintaining people's morale. Thus, the stockpiling of seasonings and spices became another key point in his strategy. He swiftly dialed the number of his spice supplier, Old Li. Upon connection, he got straight to the point. "Hello, this is Zhang Ming. I require your assistance in preparing various seasonings and spices, 1,000 cases of each. And I can provide half the deposit up front." The supplier on the other end was evidently taken aback by the enormity of the order, yet he quickly composed himself, his professional instincts recognizing this as a rare business opportunity. "Zhang Ming, no problem. Please provide me with a list, and I will determine which items are in stock and which need to be urgently sourced. I will send you the list immediately, including an array of basic seasonings and spices such as salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, chili powder, black pepper, herbs, and spice packets, 1,000 cases of each." He was acutely aware that at this critical juncture, the stockpiling of every resource was of utmost importance. Even if he could not utilize everything himself, he could trade some for other necessities, considering that both his parents and he operated restaurants, making it quite reasonable to have an abundance of seasonings at home. Otherwise, if he did not engage in trade, the lingering supplies could arouse suspicion over time. The supplier fell silent for a moment before responding, a note of admiration in his voice. "Zhang Ming, it's fortunate you found me. Otherwise, in this Chinatown, there are indeed few merchants from the Dragon Kingdom with such ample stock that I will arrange it immediately and have it delivered this afternoon." After hanging up, Zhang Ming promptly transferred half the payment to Old Li and informed him of the warehouse's location. Upon receiving the deposit, Old Li assured him that he would send the goods over shortly. With the meat, beverages, and seasonings sorted, Zhang Ming then contacted the suppliers for eggs and vegetables, ordering 1,000 baskets of eggs and 1,000 pounds of each type of vegetable. Once again providing half the deposit, the supplier confirmed that the delivery would arrive at the warehouse rented by Zhang Tianming the following day. Considering the inconvenience of cooking following potential calamities, Zhang Ming resolved to prepare a batch of ready-to-eat meals in advance, ensuring that his family could swiftly access nutritious food in emergencies. He first visited a familiar restaurant, renowned for its high-quality food and his good rapport with the owner, which would facilitate the successful completion of this substantial order. Upon arriving at the bustling street, Zhang Ming entered the restaurant, where many recognized him, and his reputation and relationships were well established. After a brief exchange with the staff, he sought out the owner to discuss the meal order. Upon learning of Zhang Ming's need for a large quantity of prepared meals, the owner's eyes lit up, realizing the magnitude of the order. He did not hesitate to enthusiastically agree to Zhang Ming's request. "Zhang Ming, what dishes do you require? We can prepare anything here, guaranteeing quality and flavor." The owner's enthusiasm was palpable, as he clearly saw the potential for considerable profit from this order. Zhang Ming nodded, meticulously selecting 20 meat dishes and 20 vegetarian dishes from the menu, each to consist of 100 servings. "I require 100 servings of each dish, and once prepared, please deliver them to my store. I will settle the full payment on the spot, without delay." Zhang Ming's assurance further comforted the owner, and after reaching an agreement, he promptly paid in full to ensure the restaurant could begin preparing the meals immediately. After leaving this establishment, Zhang Ming visited several other restaurants, placing orders for over 30 dishes at each, similarly requesting 100 servings of each. Chapter 5. Procurement of supplies 2. Having secured provisions of meat, seasonings, vegetables, eggs, and ready-to-eat meals, Zhang Ming's thoughts began to shift towards a more sustainable strategy for self-sufficiency. he recognized that following any potential calamity, ongoing food production would become paramount. Therefore, he resolved to stockpile various seeds and saplings to cultivate and raise livestock within his own space. Given that the Eagle Sauce Nation boasts vast farmlands and rich agricultural resources, Zhang Ming believed that acquiring various seeds and saplings would not pose a significant challenge. He drove to the largest seed store in the outskirts of Los Angeles, renowned for its diverse selection and high-quality seeds. Upon entering the store, Zhang Ming was captivated by the plethora of seeds and saplings on display. He swiftly communicated his needs to the staff, requesting a substantial quantity of grass seeds, as well as seeds for various staple crops, including wheat, corn, and soybeans, all essential resources for sustaining life and raising livestock. Additionally, he specifically selected an array of fruit tree saplings and seeds, such as apple, mango, peach, and cherry trees, among dozens of others, opting for 5 of each type to enrich future dietary choices and provide his family with fresh fruit. The staff was taken aback by Zhang Ming's substantial order. Yet they quickly got to work, selecting and packaging the requested seeds and saplings. After confirming the quality and quantity of all items, Zhang Ming made the full payment on the spot to ensure the smooth completion of the transaction. After loading the purchased seeds and saplings, Zhang Ming drove away from the seed store. Parking in a secluded area, he returned to his space and began to strategize the optimal utilization of the seeds and saplings. Considering the distinct functions of different areas within his space, he devised a detailed plan for planting and raising livestock. He allocated 4,000 acres for grass cultivation to serve as feed for future livestock, 1,000 acres for fruit cultivation, and another 1,000 acres for various grains and vegetables to provide diverse food sources. 3,000 acres were designated for 2 large and 1 small lake, dedicated to raising freshwater and marine fish, as well as supplying the family's water needs. Finally, 5,500 acres were set aside as a storage area for various supplies. As time passed, Zhang Ming's space gradually transformed into a vibrant little ecological garden. After having lunch, filled with anticipation, Zhang Ming's phone rang approximately 2 hours later. It was the seasoning supplier, Mr. Zhang, whose voice conveyed a hint of excitement. Zhang Ming. This is Mr. Zhang. The seasonings you ordered have been loaded onto the truck, and the delivery team is en route to your warehouse. They will arrive shortly, so please prepare to receive them. After hanging up, Zhang Ming promptly set off for the warehouse, his heart brimming with expectation. Standing at the entrance, he gazed at the approaching convoy, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. These seasonings represented more than mere culinary ingredients. They were vital supplies for future trading endeavors. As the truck gradually entered the warehouse area, Zhang Ming swiftly opened the large warehouse doors to welcome the arrival of the convoy, and Mr. Zhang had evidently planned well. As a forklift accompanied the delivery, which would greatly facilitate the unloading of the substantial cargo, Zhang Ming silently praised Mr. Zhang's foresight, feeling fortunate for his choice. Under Zhang Ming's direction, the forklift sprang into action, efficiently and systematically unloading box after box of seasonings from the truck, stacking them neatly in the prearranged spots within the warehouse. Once the unloading was completed, Zhang Ming expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Boss Zhang smiled as he patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder, saying, if you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. Following this, Zhang Ming settled the remaining payment with Boss Zhang. After exchanging pleasantries, Boss Zhang departed with his team. As the convoy gradually drove away, Zhang Ming stood at the warehouse door until the last glimpse of Boss Zhang's vehicles disappeared from view, before finally turning back inside, securing the door behind him. Faced with a mountain of various condiments, he began to store them away into his designated space. Once all the seasonings were neatly tucked away, Zhang Ming meticulously inspected every corner of the warehouse to ensure that all items were safely stored. After locking the large door to the warehouse, a great weight lifted from his heart. He turned and left, his steps light as he returned to his shop, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming meals. Upon arriving at the store, Zhang Ming busied himself, organizing everything within, ensuring there was ample space for the meals that were soon to arrive. Before long, the phone rang. It was the owner of another restaurant informing Zhang Ming that the ordered meals were ready and would be delivered shortly. In no time, the meals arrived, and Zhang Ming and his staff swiftly sprang into action, unloading the carefully packaged boxes from the truck and placing them in an orderly fashion inside the shop. Once the staff left, Zhang Ming hurriedly stored the prepared meals into his space. Thus, The meals Zhang Ming had ordered continued to arrive in succession, each received and stored just as meticulously as the first. Zhang Ming toiled away, and after organizing everything, he noticed that dusk was gradually enveloping the sky. He casually took 2 boxes of meals, sitting in the shop to enjoy his dinner. Just as he was halfway through his meal, the sound of an engine echoed from the entrance. Zhang Ming looked up to see 2 large trucks slowly approaching. It was Boss Ma, the meat supplier. Observing the 2 trucks laden with meat, Zhang Ming could not help but furrow his brow at the sight of his modest shop. Clearly, his small establishment could not accommodate such a vast quantity of meat. Reluctantly, he led Boss Ma to the warehouse, preparing to offload the 30 tons of meat into it. Once the last box was safely unloaded and properly stored, the night had silently deepened, the clock striking 11. Zhang Ming and Boss Ma, the diligent supplier, stood outside the warehouse, their figures elongated by the moonlight, exuding a sense of determination. After confirming the quantity and quality of all goods, Zhang Ming promptly settled the accounts. Fully aware that timely payment was the utmost respect and trust one could show to a partner. Upon completing the transaction, Zhang Ming did not bid farewell immediately. Instead, he turned to Boss Ma and put forth a new request. Thank you for your support today. Boss Ma, our collaboration has been delightful. Tomorrow, I hope you can assist me once more by delivering 1,000 each of chickens, ducks, and geese. I understand this is a substantial order, but I trust you can manage it. Boss Ma's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing Zhang Ming's new request, quickly replaced by a gleam of joy. Zhang Ming, you've brought me new business. Rest assured, I will arrange it promptly to ensure the chickens, ducks, and geese arrive on time. You need not worry. Everything will be meticulously arranged. Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude for Boss Ma's promise, recognizing how crucial it was to have a reliable and capable partner at such moments. After discussing the seamless delivery of poultry with Boss Ma, Zhang Ming's gaze shifted towards a more long-term self-sufficiency plan. He understood that to ensure a stable food supply for the future, it was vital to possess not only ready-to-eat food and poultry, but also livestock and dairy cows that could reproduce. Therefore, he made a new request to Boss Ma. Boss Ma, I know your primary business is meat. I wonder if you have any means to procure live pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, as well as dairy cows and deer. If possible, I would like to purchase 3 to 4 pairs of each in a few days, preferably those that can breed. Rest assured, money is not an issue. Upon hearing this, Boss Ma's face broke into a confident smile. Zhang Ming, you've come to the right person in Eagle Sauce country, with sufficient funds. Many things can be arranged. I have channels to connect with reliable farmers who have the animals you require. Whenever you need them, I can deliver them to you. For Boss Ma, Zhang Ming's intentions regarding these purchases were inconsequential. As long as there was profit to be made, he was unconcerned. Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude for Boss Ma's commitment, noting that the delivery could be made in a week. Boss Ma agreed without hesitation. As time was getting late, the two parted ways and headed home. In the following 2 or 3 days, the various items Zhang Ming had ordered began to arrive one after another. During this time, he also ordered a substantial amount of rice, flour, and assorted grains. Although he had the space to cultivate and raise livestock, he felt an innate need to stockpile more. Perhaps this sentiment was deeply rooted in the culture of Long Country. Having grain at home brings peace of mind. Additionally, being in Eagle Sauce country, purchasing more goods would allow him to return to Long Country without needing to buy excessively, thus helping Long Country to thrive. Through the introduction from Boss Lee, Zhang Ming became acquainted with an Eagle Sauce local, Steve, who operated a large supermarket. Steve's supermarket was a cornucopia of goods, encompassing every aspect of daily life, from toiletries to bedding, from cookware to various snacks, and everything in between. Zhang Ming recognized that to ensure the daily lives of his family and community members remained unaffected, these essential items and some delightful snacks that could enhance quality of life were indispensable. In his discussions with Steve, Zhang Ming meticulously listed the items he wished to purchase, but he not only considered basic necessities, but also deliberately selected numerous snacks, such as chocolates, candies, nuts, and cookies. Zhang Ming understood that maintaining an optimistic mindset and mental well-being was equally important during potentially challenging times. Steve fully comprehended and supported Zhang Ming's needs. He personally guided Zhang Ming through the supermarket, thoroughly explaining the origin and quality of each product, ensuring Zhang Ming could make the best choices. With Steve's assistance, Zhang Ming successfully procured a large quantity of daily necessities and snacks, from toothbrushes and towels to bed linens and duvet covers. from cookware to an array of delectable treats, each carefully chosen to ensure quality and practicality. After completing the procurement, Zhang Ming and Steve agreed on a delivery schedule. Steve assured him that all items would be safely delivered to the warehouse designated by Zhang Ming in the shortest time possible. Zhang Ming expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Steve's enthusiasm and efficiency. A few days later, Steve's delivery convoy arrived promptly. Steve and his team swiftly and methodically unloaded the goods, meticulously inspecting and categorizing each box to ensure that all items were properly stored. With the last items safely stored away, Zhang Ming's warehouse became even more diverse and abundant, now housing not only food and seeds, but also daily necessities and snacks, providing a more comprehensive assurance for his family's livelihood. During the days of waiting for Steve to prepare the living supplies, Zhang Ming remained industrious. He took this opportunity to visit the nearby seaside and Lake Superior, a place renowned as one of the clearest and largest freshwater lakes in North America. Utilizing his unique abilities, he filled his space with the pristine waters of the lake, simultaneously capturing various fish and shrimp from the water. He then collected seawater from the coast, ensuring the inclusion of diverse marine life. During this time, he also planted several coffee trees in his space. Purchasing coffee machines to brew his own coffee, he visited numerous stores, acquiring an array of flavored milk teas and ice creams, and stocked up on hundreds of boxes of infant formula, as well as various nutritional powders for adults and the elderly. Once all these tasks were completed, Zhang Ming glanced at the animal husbandry area in his space. Noting that the pasture had flourished remarkably, it was time to contact Boss Zhang to arrange for the delivery of the living animals, and he promptly reached out, receiving a cheerful agreement from Boss Zhang, who promised to deliver them in the afternoon. True to his word, Boss Zhang arrived that afternoon with the animals, and after settling the payment, he expressed profound gratitude to Zhang Ming, as these numerous orders had significantly benefited his business. Upon returning to his residence, Zhang Ming sat at his desk, opening his notebook to meticulously review the list recorded within. The list was densely populated with the various supplies he had procured, spanning food, water, vegetables, condiments, and daily necessities, each item having been thoughtfully selected to ensure the fundamental needs of future living were met. Now, his focus shifted to the incomplete items on the list: air conditioners, solar panels, batteries, and voltage converters, indispensable components for constructing a self-sufficient and sustainable living environment. Although these items could also be purchased domestically, who would complain about having too many under the threat of impending natural disasters? Having identified these needs, Zhang Ming commenced the search for reliable suppliers. He meticulously compared the performance, prices, and user reviews of different brands and models through online platforms and local specialty markets, ultimately ordering 200 high-capacity air conditioners, 2,000 solar panels, and the necessary accessories. He also purchased 200 sets of batteries and 50 converters as a precaution against potential failures. After arranging for delivery to the warehouse the following day, Zhang Ming requested installation videos from the vendors to ensure he could manage the setup himself. After finalizing these purchases, Zhang Ming's attention turned to the next items on his list: tobacco, alcohol, tea, and sugar. Although these may appear non-essential, they could prove to be invaluable resources in certain extraordinary circumstances, particularly in environments where social order has been severely disrupted, such as post-disaster scenarios. While he had procured some of these from Steve, the quantities were limited. However, Zhang Ming had obtained the contact information for the suppliers from Steve. He ordered 10,000 boxes of red wine, 10,000 boxes of white wine, and 20 boxes each of various cigarette brands, totaling 340 boxes, along with 2,000 boxes of tea, and he planned to cultivate tea trees in his space upon returning home. He also acquired different varieties of sugar, amounting to 15 tons. Zhang Ming opted for ample quantities, anticipating that future purchases might be challenging. With only 4 main categories remaining on his notebook: clothing, medicines, weapons, and fuel, he resolved to procure a variety of clothing, including sun protection garments, jackets, and down jackets. Though uncertain about the utility of down jackets, he deemed it prudent to prepare for any potential cold weather disasters. For medicines, he intended to consult Steve, confident that he had connections in that realm. Zhang Ming planned to acquire weapons through discreet means, as he could not leave a traceable record. The quantity of fuel needed was substantial, which could be easily arranged through the owner of a large gas station. Having meticulously planned every detail, Zhang Ming gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 7. Zero-cost acquisition. In the following 2 days, Aside from continuing to gather supplies for his space, Zhang Ming devoted his spare time to scouting suitable locations for zero-cost acquisitions. Nearby establishments proved too risky, necessitating a venture to more distant locales. Through careful observation, he discovered two sizable weapon shops 7 streets away, stocked with various models of firearms and cold weapons such as bows and crossbows. Having made his decision, Zhang Ming wasted no time. That very evening, he donned a disguise, altered his appearance, and rode his motorcycle to the vicinity at T2 in the morning. He utilized his spatial abilities to discreetly remove the locks and infiltrate one of the shops. Absconding with a substantial cache of weapons and ammunition, he also confiscated the surveillance equipment present in the premises. Afterward, he left the door unlocked and proceeded to the other weapon shop, employing the same method to acquire another significant haul of arms and ammunition. These preparations were deemed essential, regardless of whether they would ultimately be used. As he surveyed the nearby establishments, Zhang Ming felt a surge of temptation, yet he reminded himself that the timing was not yet right and refrained from acting. Upon returning to his residence, he checked the date on his mobile phone, noting that it was already April 28th. With only 2.5 months remaining before the impending disaster, he recognized the necessity to return and prepare further. No longer able to remain in this location, glancing at flight schedules, he found the next available flight was at 7 a.m. on April 30th and promptly purchased a ticket to the capital of Longhua. After a night of activity, he found it was already 5 a.m. and soon retired to bed. When he next opened his eyes, it was already 1 p.m. After freshening up, he retrieved some food from his space. Eating while checking the balance on his bank card, it displayed a staggering $1.12 billion, from which he had spent over $500 million in the past half-month, with pharmaceuticals, gasoline, diesel, natural gas, and coal accounting for $200 million. Illustrating the extent of his purchases, given the substantial funds still at his disposal, it was only natural to indulge in further spending. Upon venturing out, he first visited a bank to exchange $50 million for gold, knowing its value would be significant once the disaster struck. Following that, he engaged in a shopping spree at various stores, accumulating an array of food, clothing, and necessities, arranging for delivery to his shop later that evening. The rationale for the delivery policy was clear. Only substantial purchases warranted such accommodations. After a day filled with shopping, during which he acquired a plethora of items, the majority consisted of food and beverages. As these would be of utmost importance in the months to come, the following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, gently awakening Zhang Ming. Rising early, he stretched and began preparing for another shopping expedition. He understood that this journey should not only bring him joy but also yield special gifts for his family. With so much money at his disposal, he resolved to spend it wisely. Thus, Zhang Ming first headed to the mall to select appropriate gifts for his parents. Upon arrival, he entered a renowned cosmetics store, choosing several high-end skincare products and perfumes for his mother. Next, he browsed through several fashion boutiques, selecting exquisite clothing and a beautiful handbag. Finally, he made a special trip to a jewelry store, selecting several sets of fine gold jewelry, which his mother had often admired but refrained from purchasing due to cost. Now that her son was able to provide, it was only fitting to indulge her. Having completed his shopping for his mother, Zhang Ming turned his attention to the men's section, selecting a few comfortable shirts for his father and purchasing 2 Rolex watches as special gifts. He knew his father had a fondness for watches, and these 2 would surely become cherished possessions. In addition to these, Zhang Ming also acquired a variety of local specialties, including unique pastries and exquisite handicrafts. Intending to share them with his family, he believed these local delicacies would not only allow them to savor foreign flavors, but also convey his thoughtfulness and affection. In summary, Zhang Ming's shopping excursion proved to be immensely fruitful, as he not only procured delightful gifts for his parents, but also gathered numerous local specialties. He was confident that these tokens would bring surprise and warmth to his family once all the purchased items were delivered to his shop. Zhang Ming closed the door and returned to his room. Lying down to rest, he resolved to indulge in one last night of revelry, knowing that he would depart the following morning and would not concern himself with the aftermath. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the city lights began to twinkle. Zhang Ming gradually awoke from his slumber. After a brief and simple grooming, he indulged in a sumptuous dinner. Once his hunger was satiated, he resolved to take a leisurely stroll, making his way to a familiar yet secluded public restroom. Upon entering, Zhang Ming quickly ascertained that the vicinity was unoccupied before retrieving his pre-prepared cosmetic tools from his surroundings. This time, the character he sought to embody was that of a woman in her 40s, a guise that would afford him greater ease in his endeavors, making it exceedingly difficult for any inquiries to uncover his true identity. With deft precision, Zhang Ming applied foundation, blush, and other cosmetics to his visage, carefully delineating the traces and wrinkles that time had etched upon his skin. He skillfully concealed his natural hair beneath a wig and adorned himself with a pair of black-framed glasses, instantly exuding an air of calmness and gentleness. After an elaborate transformation, Zhang Ming successfully morphed into the persona of a woman in her 40s. Satisfied with his reflection, he nodded approvingly before stealthily departing the restroom. Merging into the cloak of night, Zhang Ming retrieved a pre-prepared off-road vehicle from his surroundings, swiftly occupying the driver's seat and resolutely pressing the accelerator, propelling the vehicle towards the Los Angeles cargo port like an arrow released from a bow. Throughout the journey, he maintained heightened vigilance, keenly observing his surroundings to ensure his actions remained undetected. After more than an hour of driving, he finally arrived near the port. Upon reaching his destination, Zhang Ming concealed the off-road vehicle back into his surroundings and subsequently extracted an electric scooter from the same space. He mounted the scooter and gradually navigated into the port. The vast expanse of the port was filled with cargo from various companies in Los Angeles, stacked high with countless containers. The night cast a dim light upon the port, creating an eerie atmosphere. However, this worked to Zhang Ming's advantage, allowing him to conceal his movements more effectively. As he maneuvered the electric scooter through the port, he scrutinized the areas marked by the red dots of surveillance cameras. After multiple observations, Zhang Ming discerned the locations under surveillance and discreetly stowed the scooter in an unmonitored area, donning the uniform of a port worker that he had found along the way. Once he had changed into the work attire, Zhang Ming commenced his operation for the evening, weaving through the port. Whenever he reached an area devoid of surveillance, he would seize some containers and store them in his surroundings. As he progressed, the number of containers he had collected surpassed 1,000 suddenly. Upon spotting a sign indicating the food section, Zhang Ming's excitement surged. His eyes gleamed with anticipation and exhilaration as he quickened his pace, eager to reach the food zone. Upon arrival, he was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of mountains of containers filled with food, stretching endlessly before him, akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove. Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled with avarice as he took in the myriad of food labels, bread, canned goods, beverages, and snacks, all of which were the coveted supplies that could sustain him for an extended period. Finding a corner devoid of surveillance, he swiftly reached for the containers filled with food. Preparing to claim these invaluable resources, with meticulous care, he extended his hand, successfully securing the first container into his surroundings. One after another, the second and third containers followed suit, and time slipped away as Zhang Ming busied himself. Fine beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet a satisfied smile graced his face. Finally, after securing the last container, he exhaled in relief. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he had amassed nearly half of the containers in the unmonitored areas. Gazing at the abundance stored within his surroundings, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. This audacious venture had yielded a bountiful harvest of food, undoubtedly a cause for celebration. With his haul in tow, Zhang Ming departed the food section. He then spent over an hour in the beverage area, collecting a container brimming with assorted alcoholic drinks and refreshments. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, he retrieved the electric scooter and exited the port area. Driving back, Zhang Ming was filled with joy. Upon spotting a nearby Walmart, a sense of restlessness stirred within him. Parking nearby, he approached the store, using his surroundings to remove the lock from the entrance before stepping inside, ensuring the door was securely closed behind him as he initiated his second round of shopping for $0. Faced with the overwhelming array of goods within the store, Zhang Ming wasted no time, swiftly transferring all the items into his surroundings. Yet, his ambitions did not cease there. His gaze shifted to the second floor, where even more treasures awaited him. Without hesitation, he ascended the staircase to continue his shopping spree. On the second floor, he uncovered an abundance of treasures, including clothing, shoes, home goods, and more. Like a fervent shopper, he filled his surroundings with these items. Surveying the now barren shelves, Zhang Ming resolved to create further challenges for the capitalists in this land. He retrieved the fuel he had purchased from his surroundings and sprayed it throughout the store. Before exiting, he did not forget to remove the surveillance cameras, and upon stepping out, he tossed a smoldering cigarette, but into the store, which promptly ignited into a raging inferno. Chapter 8. Returned to the homeland in a nearby area devoid of surveillance. Zhang Ming reapplied his makeup, transforming his appearance so that no one would associate him with the middle-aged woman he had just portrayed. He extracted an electric scooter from his surroundings and set off in a different direction. On his journey back to the store, Zhang Ming changed his disguise and mode of transportation several times. By the time he returned to the store, it was already past 5 in the morning. He opened the door and proceeded to gather all usable items. After such an extended period, these items had become familiar and convenient, and with no intention of returning, it was best to take them along. Having collected all the items, Zhang Ming hailed a taxi to the airport. During the ride, he messaged his neighbor from the adjacent store, explaining that he had family matters to attend to and would be returning to his homeland for several months, instructing them to wait for his return if anyone inquired about him. Upon arriving at the airport, he retrieved his ticket and noted that he had 20 minutes until boarding. Zhang Ming casually found a seat to rest. As time passed, it was soon time for him to board the plane. He smoothly passed through the ticket gate and boarded the aircraft. The flight departed promptly, devoid of any dramatic occurrences typical of novels. As the plane ascended, the events of Zhang Ming's nocturnal escapades began to unfold. First and foremost, the fire at the supermarket had only just been extinguished by firefighters, who were now investigating the cause of the blaze. Consequently, no one was allowed inside, and the store manager, having learned of the fire, was already waiting anxiously outside. The supermarket manager, overwhelmed by the news, had collapsed on the ground, as the store housed several $1 billion worth of goods which were now lost to the flames. Although insured, such a significant incident would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions from headquarters. The situation at the port was somewhat better. With so many containers, the loss of a few would not draw undue attention, as many would merely assume that another ship had departed with its cargo. After a night of relentless activity, Zhang Ming soon succumbed to slumber shortly after the plane took off. Upon awakening, it was already past 7 in the evening. After enjoying dinner on the flight, Zhang Ming contemplated his future plans. He found himself weighing two options. One was to purchase a property in the capital and reside there, while the other was to return to his hometown in Fuzhou, where life might be easier. Both locations bore their own merits and drawbacks. The capital offered greater safety, being the political center of the nation, while Fuzhou provided the opportunity for fishing, ensuring a more abundant food supply, albeit with uncertain safety. After considerable deliberation, Zhang Ming concluded that purchasing a home in the capital would be the wisest choice. He was not short on funds, and with ample supplies stored away, the safety of his family took precedence. As Zhang Ming pondered his options, the plane descended into the capital's airport. After disembarking, he made his way outside and hailed a taxi to a 5-star hotel in the city. Upon arrival, he checked into a room and proceeded to the restaurant. Gazing at the vast array of food before him, he wondered whether, 3 months hence, such abundance would still grace the tables. After dining, Zhang Ming returned to his room, lying on the bed as he contemplated where to buy a home and what kind of home to purchase. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of a patrol car's siren echoed through the streets outside. Zhang Ming was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. In this sweltering apocalyptic world, where could one find safety near the Bureau of Defense? Surely, purchasing a property in proximity to the Bureau or the security forces would be the most prudent choice. With his decision made, Zhang Ming ceased his musings and resolved to explore the options the following day. The next morning, Zhang Ming rose early. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast in the dining area, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him around the vicinity of the Bureau of Defense and the security forces. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's intention to explore these two locations, the driver became noticeably anxious, pondering whether this individual might be seeking to cause trouble. After all, who in their right mind would wander around such places? Perhaps sensing the driver's unease, Zhang Ming quickly clarified that he was considering buying a house nearby and wished to assess the available options. Upon hearing this, the driver relaxed and began to outline the general locations and conditions surrounding the two areas. From the driver's description, Zhang Ming learned that there were indeed some residential properties near the Bureau of Defense, whereas the vicinity of the security forces was devoid of such accommodations, dominated instead by government office buildings. Realizing this, Zhang Ming decided to forego visiting the latter and focus his search around the Bureau of Defense. After the driver circled the bureau with Zhang Ming, he suggested, "Young man, Would you like to check out other Bureau of Defense locations? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming recognized his earlier oversight. In such a vast city, it was naive to assume there would be only one Bureau of Defense. He promptly replied to the driver, "Could you please take me to several other Bureau locations? I would like to explore my options more thoroughly, as purchasing a property is a significant matter." The driver responded, "If your intention is to buy a house for your child's education, then the West City area is preferable, as it boasts numerous schools. However, if you seek comfort, the East City General Bureau area is superior. It is closer to Beihai Park and offers a pleasant environment." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming immediately resolved to visit the East City Bureau. He instructed the driver to head towards the East City Bureau's surroundings. Upon arrival, he swiftly exited the vehicle and located a real estate agency. As he entered, the receptionist greeted him warmly. Upon learning of Zhang Ming's intention to purchase a property, she became particularly enthusiastic and promptly inquired about his specific requirements and expectations. "May I ask if you have any particular demands regarding the property? For example, location, size, layout, and so forth?" The receptionist inquired with a smile. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Ming replied, "I wish to buy a building near the Bureau of Defense. Can you assist with that?" The receptionist, momentarily taken aback by his request, quickly asked, "I apologize. Sir, could you please repeat that?" Zhang Ming, glancing at the receptionist, reiterated, "I want to purchase a building close to the Bureau of Defense. Do you have any options available? Is it feasible?" Recognizing that Zhang Ming was earnest, the receptionist promptly responded, "Please hold on a moment while I consult our manager." Understanding that such a significant matter would require the manager's involvement, Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. The receptionist promptly proceeded to the back office to discuss Zhang Ming's request with Manager Liu. Initially skeptical upon hearing the request for a building, Manager Liu considered that affluent individuals typically sought new developments rather than using an agency. However, after further confirmation from the receptionist, he began to take the matter seriously. Recognizing that a client capable of purchasing a building would be a valuable prospect, securing this deal could potentially elevate him back to a leadership position at the headquarters. Manager Liu swiftly approached Zhang Ming and said, "Hello, sir. I understand you are looking to purchase a building in the vicinity." Zhang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Yes, I am indeed interested in acquiring a building, but I am unsure if you can facilitate that." With clarity emerging, Manager Liu assured him, "As long as you are prepared to meet the asking price, we can certainly assist you in securing a property." Before Zhang Ming could respond, Manager Liu continued, "You can trust us. Our company has specialized negotiators with ample experience in this field. However, if you aim to buy an entire building, please be aware that the costs may be substantial, as some owners may be reluctant to sell unless they receive a satisfactory offer." Zhang Ming found this perspective reasonable. After all, if it were his own property, he too would hesitate to sell without a compelling offer. Thus, he conveyed to Manager Liu, "Money is not an issue. Please explore the nearby options that meet my requirements." He outlined his preferences: proximity to the Bureau of Defense, with a maximum height of 10 stories, ideally around 7 or 8 floors. Manager Liu pondered the available properties in the vicinity and confirmed that there were indeed several that fit Zhang Ming's criteria. Subsequently, he relayed this information to Zhang Ming, who deemed the option satisfactory. After entrusting the matter to Manager Liu, Zhang Ming provided a deposit of 100 million, and both parties signed a contract ensuring that the agency would resolve the property issue within a week. Once Zhang Ming departed, Manager Liu promptly returned to the office to inform the headquarters of the substantial order secured. The headquarters, upon learning of the deal, showered Manager Liu with praise and indicated they would dispatch personnel to negotiate with the property owners to ascertain who might be willing to sell. Having entrusted the property matter to the agency, Zhang Ming turned his attention to other preparations. Aware that most of his household appliances were manufactured by foreign brands, he deemed it prudent to procure some domestic electrical products to mitigate any potential scrutiny regarding the origin of his appliances. To facilitate storage and transportation, he rented a warehouse in the suburbs for 6 months to temporarily house these items. Zhang Ming then placed an order for a variety of appliances on an online platform. Acquiring 100 units each of air conditioners, refrigerators, ice makers, microwaves, induction cookers, and large rice cookers, along with 20 units each of washing machines, televisions, and water heaters. Recognizing the volume of his order, he communicated with customer service to ensure the timely delivery of all appliances to the suburban warehouse. After securing the appliances, Zhang Ming sought out a reputable vendor for solar panels online. purchasing 2,000 solar panels and 100 battery sets, agreeing on an afternoon shipping schedule for delivery the following day. With these essentials in mind, he also decided to acquire some silent generators as a backup. Given the widespread power outages and intermittent utilities in this high-temperature dystopia, he found a local supplier of generators online and ordered 30 high-capacity silent generators. The vendor confirmed immediate shipment, promising delivery within 2 hours and allowing for inspection upon arrival. During the waiting period, Zhang Ming indulged in a variety of takeout meals from numerous restaurants, savoring the diverse culinary offerings. Thus, Zhang Ming spent the afternoon receiving takeout orders, carefully storing them in his space after the delivery personnel departed. Meanwhile, the online ordered generators arrived as scheduled. Upon testing the generators, Zhang Ming found them to be of exceptional quality, as advertised, and he was quite pleased. Over the next 2 days, the appliances and solar panels he had ordered were delivered, and during this time, Zhang Ming also placed numerous takeout orders. However, he resolved against purchasing additional food supplies. As he was well stocked, the food in his space had already matured, and he had ample reserves in storage. Moreover, he understood the risks of stockpiling large quantities of food, which could attract scrutiny from authorities during times of disaster. As the preparations reached completion, only the matter of the property remained. One morning, as Zhang Ming pondered solutions for his housing dilemma, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. He picked up the phone to find a call from Manager Liu, which filled him with anticipation for good news. Upon answering, Liu's voice came through. Mr. Zhang, good day. I am pleased to inform you that we have successfully negotiated the property you inquired about. When would you be available to discuss the specifics? Zhang Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him at this news. Thank you so much, Manager Liu. I am available at any time and will head over immediately. I am eager to see the place, as I am quite anxious about the housing issue. Manager Liu readily agreed, saying, very well, Mr. Zhang, I shall await your arrival at the agency. Rest assured, I will have all the necessary documents prepared. You need only bring your identification. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ming's spirits soared with excitement. He promptly hailed a taxi to the agency. Upon his arrival, Manager Liu was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Zhang Ming, he hurriedly welcomed him inside. Leading him to his office and pouring him a cup of tea, the two engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the property. The building, situated a mere 80 meters west of the police station, stood 6 stories tall, with 3 units on each floor. Due to the initial construction being limited to a lower number of floors, an elevator had not been installed, which enabled Manager Liu to negotiate a favorable deal. Zhang Ming felt an immense satisfaction upon hearing Liu's explanation of the property. As for the absence of an elevator, he reasoned that during the sweltering heat, there would be little need for one. After all, without electricity, how could an elevator even function? Subsequently, Zhang Ming and Manager Liu delved into other matters concerning the building, including price, payment methods, and delivery timelines. After a thorough negotiation, both parties reached an agreement. Zhang Ming would purchase the entire building for the sum of 1.2 billion Longhua currency. Manager Liu committed to completing all requisite paperwork within a week, after which Zhang Ming would take possession of the property. He paid 80% of the amount to the agency per the contract, with the remaining 20% to be settled upon handover. Once these matters were concluded, Zhang Ming bid farewell to Manager Liu, urging him to attend to the property affairs while he himself went to purchase a vehicle. With over 2 months remaining until the intense heat set in, having a car would surely offer him greater convenience. Zhang Ming took a taxi to a car dealership, where he procured a spacious domestic Jeep SUV. Once the staff completed all the paperwork, he drove away in the vehicle adorned with temporary plates. As he navigated the broad streets, Zhang Ming's eyes were drawn to a nearby liquor store. Suddenly, he recalled that while he had stockpiled some spirits in his storage, they were all imported goods. It was prudent to gather a reserve of domestic liquors as well, especially considering that in a post-apocalyptic world plagued by extreme temperatures, tobacco cultivation would be severely hindered, and with the nation's grain supply already insufficient, brewing beer would be a distant dream. Resolute, he drove directly to the nearby liquor store. Upon entering, he was exhilarated by the sight of various packaged spirits, eager to stock up on quality products. He immediately ordered 500 boxes each of Matai, Wuliangya, Jin Nanshan, and Shifeng, along with 300 boxes of other mid-range liquors. With ample funds at his disposal, he felt no urgency to conserve. The store owner, thrilled by such a substantial order, assured him that the delivery would be made to Zhang Ming's warehouse the following day. He also purchased 5 boxes of premium and 3 boxes of mid-tier cigarettes. Requesting they be included in the delivery as he exited, Zhang Ming continued down the street, stopping at every liquor store he encountered to purchase 5 boxes of high-end spirits and 2 boxes of premium cigarettes from each. After several hours of shopping, he had amassed a total of 150 boxes of liquor and 60 boxes of cigarettes. Nevertheless, he felt the cigarette supply was still lacking and resolved to acquire more over the following days. Chapter 10. Preparing for renovation. The next morning, Zhang Ming received the delivery of the spirits he had ordered the previous day. With the contract for the property already signed, he began contemplating renovation plans. He aimed to draft a comprehensive renovation proposal so that work could commence immediately upon taking possession of the building. Zhang Ming drove to a highly reputable renovation company, known for its stellar professionalism and expertise. Aligning perfectly with his lofty standards for the project, upon entering the company's doors, Zhang Ming was greeted with polite warmth by the receptionist. He conveyed his intentions, stating his desire to renovate an entire building and seeking the most professional design and construction services available. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback by the prospect of such a significant project, recognized its potential profitability and promptly realized the need for a senior designer to handle the request. She asked Zhang Ming to wait briefly while she approached the design team to relay his needs. Before long, a middle-aged designer clad in a dark suit and a finely crafted tie appeared before Zhang Ming. Introducing himself, he said, "Hello, I am Li Kai, the chief designer here at IT. Is a great honor to assist with your project. I understand you intend to renovate an entire building, which indeed represents a considerable undertaking. Please follow me. We shall find a quiet place to discuss your requirements and ideas in detail." Zhang Ming accompanied Li Kai to the company's conference room. Li Kai began by inquiring about Zhang Ming's preliminary concepts for the renovation, including style preferences, functional requirements, and any special requests. Zhang Ming, having prepared in advance, articulated his vision. "I wish for the entire exterior of the building to be encased in a 5-centimeter thick layer of titanium alloy, with the ground floor also laid with it. Additionally, the exterior must feature the finest insulation. All windows should be replaced with double-layered bulletproof tempered glass, and each unit's door should be made of high-strength alloy. Alloy doors must be installed at the staircases on the 2nd and 4th floors, and discrete surveillance cameras should be placed in the hallways, at entrances, and around the perimeter of the building. The rooftop should be equipped with solar charging panels, with one unit on the 6th floor filled with solar batteries. All internal wiring must be replaced with high-capacity pure copper wiring, with each line routed individually within the walls. The wiring for the solar batteries must be entirely separated from the external wiring. I trust you understand my intentions." Li Kai nodded, diligently noting every detail in his notebook that to him. This merely entailed installing a few extra switches. Zhang Ming continued, "The interior should feature simple decor. I would like non-transparent curtains for the windows, and in 3 units on the 3rd floor, I want planting boxes filled with earth, as my parents, who come from the countryside, enjoy growing their own vegetables." Li Kai listened attentively, jotting down key points. After Zhang Ming finished his exposition, Li Kai contemplated the renovation process. He found Zhang Ming's requests to be quite straightforward and easily achievable. The materials required, particularly the alloys, were readily available to his company, albeit in larger quantities. However, with sufficient funding, procuring these materials would not pose a challenge. Calculating the costs associated with the renovation, Li Kai addressed Zhang Ming. "Mr. Zhang, your renovation requests are relatively simple for our company to fulfill. However, the materials you wish to use are quite expensive, which will naturally result in a higher overall cost." Zhang Ming nodded in understanding. Aware that the materials he requested were indeed pricey, yet he deemed them a minor concern compared to the safety of his family. "Please calculate the total cost. I shall pay half as a deposit up front, 30% upon reaching the halfway point, and the remaining 20% upon completion of the renovation." Li Kai was elated to hear Zhang Ming's straightforward approach. Collaborating with someone of such forthright nature was indeed a pleasant experience. "I estimate the total renovation cost to be approximately 75 million. The construction period will be 2 months. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming bowed his head in contemplation. Having spent 2 weeks stockpiling supplies in the Eagle Sauce country, and with several days since his return, he realized that a 2-month renovation timeline was excessively long. The project needed to be expedited. "The price is acceptable, but the timeline is too lengthy. I wish for the work to be completed within 1 month." Li Kai replied, to reduce the construction time, we will require additional workers, which will consequently raise the cost by approximately $2 million. That is entirely acceptable. If you can ensure quality. I shall offer you a generous bonus for early completion, guaranteeing each worker at least 30,000 to 50,000, depending on how quickly they can finish. The sooner the project is completed, the larger the bonus, Zhang Ming declared. Listening to Zhang Ming's words, Li Kai was impressed by his financial capacity and decisiveness. After reaching a consensus, the two proceeded to finalize the contract details to ensure the project would unfold smoothly. Zhang Ming was invited to take a brief rest in a cozy corner of the designer's office. Tastefully decorated with a fine tea set displayed on an exquisite coffee table, Li Kai brewed a fragrant pot of green tea, the aroma wafting through the air and adding a touch of comfort to the waiting period. Li Kai then hurried from the office to the printing room, where he prepared to convert their discussions into a formal contract, ensuring that every term was clearly articulated. He also took a moment to call the company owner. Sharing the delightful news at the earliest opportunity. On the other end of the line, the owner's voice brimmed with surprise and excitement. Li Kai, you have done well. The monumental project holds profound significance for our company. It is imperative that every segment be executed to perfection, ensuring client satisfaction. The words of the boss were laden with trust in Li Kai and a deep commitment to the project. Li Kai promptly assented. Rest assured, boss, I will do everything in my power to ensure the smooth progress of the project. As for the materials, I trust you will handle that appropriately. He understood well that for a renovation project of such magnitude, the procurement and supply of materials were pivotal, necessitating the boss's direct involvement and coordination to guarantee both quality and competitive pricing. Without hesitation, the boss pledged, no problem. I will contact our long-term partners immediately to ensure that all materials are of the highest quality and reasonably priced, while also expediting the logistics to prevent any delays in the project timeline. His words radiated confidence and determination, clearly reflecting his profound trust in the long-standing partnership with their collaborators. After concluding the call, Li Kai returned to the office and presented the contract to Zhang Ming. The two meticulously reviewed each clause within the contract, ensuring that the rights and obligations of both parties were distinctly delineated. Upon confirming its accuracy, Zhang Ming affixed his signature to the contract, marking the official commencement of the large-scale renovation project. You prepare the materials. I will finalize the handover of the property in the coming days. Once that is completed, you may commence the renovations, Zhang Ming instructed Li Kai, who nodded in agreement. After transferring 40 million Longhua coins to the renovation company's account, Zhang Ming prepared to depart. Li Kai escorted Zhang Ming to the door, and the two exchanged a handshake before Zhang Ming drove away. Chapter 11. Receiving the property after leaving the renovation company, Zhang Ming felt a sense of lightness and joy. He was acutely aware that the forthcoming days belonged to him, allowing him the freedom to engage in other pursuits. Freed from the constraints and pressures of work, he resolved to continue his journey of acquiring tobacco and alcohol. Zhang Ming drove leisurely through the city streets, admiring the scenery outside while keeping an eye out for specialty tobacco and liquor shops. At each establishment, he paused to enter and select his preferred items. Zhang Ming was not a greedy person. He understood the importance of discretion. Thus, he refrained from making large purchases. Typically, he would opt for 5 cases of liquor and 2 cases of cigarettes. This quantity satisfied his desire to stock up without drawing undue attention. Zhang Ming had certain standards regarding the quality of tobacco and liquor. He relished the experience of sampling various flavors of spirits, appreciating their subtlety and richness. When it came to cigarettes, he prioritized unique brands and distinctive flavors. As he selected his goods, he carefully chose products that met his satisfaction. As his vehicle continued to navigate the streets, Zhang Ming visited over a dozen tobacco and liquor shops, witnessing the gradual accumulation of an array of carefully chosen items. He believed these spirits and cigarettes would not only serve his household, but could also be exchanged for necessities in the future. Zhang Ming continued his search for the next specialty shop, eager to discover more establishments, knowing that such items would only become scarcer with time. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Zhang Ming had nearly traversed the entirety of the capital's tobacco and liquor shops. From expansive chain stores to quaint roadside shops, his busy presence was evident throughout. Zhang Ming's purchasing strategy was both meticulous and adaptable. He bought more from larger stores while opting for moderate quantities in smaller ones. Over these 5 days, his storage space gradually filled with an assortment of rare spirits and cigarettes. Each case of liquor and each carton of cigarettes bore witness to Zhang Ming's purchasing journey. Statistics revealed that within this brief period, Zhang Ming had added a total of 20,000 cases of various liquors to his inventory, encompassing the vast majority of Longhua's offerings, costing him over 100 million Longhua coins. Additionally, he acquired 4,000 cartons of premium cigarettes, each priced above 70 Longhua coins, making the total value of his recent cigarette purchases exceed 20 million. Surveying his collection of spirits and cigarettes, Zhang Ming began to contemplate how best to manage and utilize these resources. He planned to reserve a portion of the rare liquors and limited edition cigarettes for personal collection and family use, while considering the remainder for future exchanges of various goods, although he did not lack for these items. He understood the importance of maintaining appearances for others. The day of the property handover finally arrived. Zhang Ming rose early, meticulously organizing everything, his heart brimming with excitement as he drove to the real estate agency. Upon arrival, he was warmly welcomed and swiftly guided to a spacious and elegant office. The receptionist expertly prepared a fragrant cup of hot tea, adding a touch of ceremony to this significant moment. Manager Lu had everything ready, with a thick stack of documents laid out on the table, all necessary for the property transfer. Manager Lu smiled at Zhang Ming, saying, "Mr. Zhang, you only need to sign these documents, and we can proceed to the housing authority to finalize the property certificate." Zhang Ming took the pen, carefully reading each document, and, upon verifying that everything was in order, signed at the designated spots. Subsequently, he paid the remaining fees as stipulated in the contract, and the entire process was executed smoothly and efficiently. Together, Zhang Ming and Manager Lu proceeded to the housing authority to secure the property certificate. To Zhang Ming's surprise, there were few people at the authority that day, which filled him with anticipation for the forthcoming procedures. With Manager Lu's assistance, Zhang Ming quickly completed all necessary formalities, and the waiting period seemed shorter than expected. When the staff handed him a thick stack of property certificates, an indescribable joy and satisfaction surged within him. Gazing at the stack of certificates, Zhang Ming's mind raced with thoughts. These documents were not merely legal papers affirming his ownership. They represented a safeguard for his family's future well-being in an uncertain world that he knew that from this moment forth, these properties truly belonged to him, allowing him to create a space where his family could thrive. Expressing heartfelt gratitude to Manager Lu, the two then drove back to the agency. Settling onto the comfortable sofa in the reception area, Zhang Ming's mind brimmed with plans and aspirations for the future. Turning to Manager Lu, his eyes gleamed with determination and warmth as he began. "Manager Lu, I would like to purchase a shop nearby to open a small restaurant for my father. My parents are hardworking individuals. If I were to simply tell them to move here, they would feel aimless and unsettled. Thus, I wish to provide them with some engagement. This way, they can feel at ease." That it is worth noting that Zhang Ming had not yet informed his parents of his return to the country. He intended to handle all matters before notifying them. Manager Lu, understanding and appreciative, acknowledged the sentiment that he recognized that for many older individuals, work is not merely a source of income, but a form of spiritual fulfillment and social interaction. Opening a restaurant for Zhang Ming's father would not only keep his parents occupied but also bring them joy and alleviate their burdens. Given Zhang Ming's recent property acquisition, it was clear that financial constraints were not an issue for him. The income from the restaurant would be inconsequential. Manager Lu nodded, saying, "Mr. Zhang, your idea is excellent, and I fully understand. There are indeed several appealing shops for sale near that building, all suitable for establishing a restaurant in terms of foot traffic and surrounding environment. I will immediately arrange for personnel to filter the most suitable options and provide you with detailed information to facilitate your decision-making." Before long, Manager Lu returned with several sets of materials. After reviewing them, Zhang Ming selected a shop located closest to his new building, spanning over 200 square meters. He promptly signed a contract with the agency and entrusted Manager Lu with the transfer process. Manager Lu, pleased with yet another successful transaction, assured Zhang Ming that everything would be handled efficiently. With other matters to attend to, Zhang Ming did not linger at the agency and promptly exited. Chapter 12. Commencing renovations. Upon returning to his vehicle, Zhang Ming did not immediately start the engine. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, deftly scrolling through the screen until he located the contact information for Li Kai, the designer from the renovation company. Having confirmed that the property handover was complete, Zhang Ming resolved to initiate the renovation process without delay, aiming to complete the transformation of the house as soon as possible. Dialing the number, He was soon greeted by Li Kai's familiar and enthusiastic voice. Zhang Ming got straight to the point, informing Li Kai that they could commence renovations. Li Kai, the property handover has been successfully completed. You may lead your team to begin the renovation work at any time. On the other end of the line, Li Kai's voice brimmed with excitement. Wonderful news, Mr. Zhang. We are fully prepared and will mobilize the team immediately. We will arrive at the site within half an hour to begin preparations. True to Li Kai's word, half an hour later, trucks laden with renovation materials began to arrive in front of Zhang Ming's building. Li Kai personally led the team, accompanied by several skilled renovation workers, and swiftly met with Zhang Ming. After a brief yet warm exchange of greetings, Li Kai immediately immersed himself in the command of the operation, methodically directing the workers to commence unloading materials. Simultaneously, he engaged in a detailed discussion with Zhang Ming regarding the preliminary renovation plans and timeline. Under Li Kai's meticulous orchestration, various renovation materials were systematically transported to their designated locations. The workers, guided by Li Kai, promptly initiated the preliminary preparations, from clearing the site to laying protective coverings, each step executed with professionalism and efficiency. Observing this bustling scene, Zhang Ming couldn't help but admire Li Kai's capabilities. Once assured that everything was progressing smoothly, Zhang Ming decided to discuss the renovation of the store he had just purchased. He approached Li Kai and quietly said, Li Kai, there's another matter I wish to consult with you. In addition to the renovation of this building, I have acquired a shop that I intend to transform into a restaurant for my parents to manage that I hope you can arrange for your team to handle the renovation there in a few days. At this, Li Kai's eyes sparkled with interest. Mr. Zhang, that is certainly no problem. It would be my honor to assist you. Do you have any specific requirements for the shop's renovation? Zhang Ming nodded and replied, Yes, I would like the kitchen design to be spacious, as my parents are elderly. Safety and comfort are my primary concerns. Additionally, a larger storage area is needed for ingredients and daily necessities. As for the dining area, it should be adequately sized, but not overly spacious, as it will only be my parents running the restaurant, and too large a space would overwhelm them. Li Kai attentively listened to Zhang Ming's needs. Nodding in understanding, Mr. Zhang, I have noted your requirements. We will devise a reasonable plan based on these conditions. Zhang Ming then informed Li Kai of the shop's location, inviting him to visit when convenient. Li Kai assured him he would conduct a site inspection to develop the best plan. Observing the industrious workers around him, Zhang Ming felt somewhat superfluous, and, after bidding farewell to Li Kai, departed back to the hotel. Upon returning to his hotel room, Zhang Ming retrieved his notebook and reviewed the extensive list of provisions, food, beverages, and various daily necessities, sufficient for his family for hundreds of years. After all, when considering a single person's lifetime consumption, the total is not as vast as one might think. Moreover, he had the capacity to cultivate and raise produce in his space. The various grains, fruits, and vegetables he had matured were all stored within his spatial warehouse. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Ming had no intention of utilizing the items within his space, aiming to minimize exposure to potential risks. After all, surviving in the impending apocalypse would be prudent. In his previous life, after exhausting his stockpile in the Eagle Sauce Nation, he ventured out in search of supplies, only to be killed by an unknown assailant wielding a wooden gun. Zhang Ming neither knew who had taken his life nor did he intend to investigate, as it would lead to nothing. In this life, he resolved to remain low profile, embracing discretion. For spending a significant amount on property. What did it matter? With so many people in the country, real estate transactions occurred daily, and as long as he refrained from engaging in grain speculation during this period, he would face little trouble. The firearms he had procured through zero-cost purchases in the Eagle Sauce Nation would remain untouched unless a life-or-death crisis arose. Once activated, it would lead to countless troubles in the capital. Having not survived the calamities of his previous life, he remained uncertain about what other disasters might await him. Lost in thought, Zhang Ming's mind drifted towards the future, contemplating the unknown disasters and challenges ahead. He realized that despite his considerable preparations and stockpiling of essential supplies and emergency provisions, the unpredictability of nature and the limitations of humanity could leave blind spots, especially in this era of escalating climate change and frequent natural disasters. Any lapse in preparation could yield unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zhang Ming's mind. Transportation, particularly vehicles capable of functioning under extreme conditions, such as boats and snow vehicles, became a gap in his plans. These vehicles could serve as lifelines for survivors amid floods, tsunamis, or harsh winter conditions. Zhang Ming resolved to add this crucial item to his preparation list. He began to research the performance and applicability of various transportation options. From specialized lifeboats to versatile snow vehicles, from lightweight inflatable rafts to robust four-wheel drive off-road vehicles. Each choice was made with careful consideration, weighing both utility in disasters and convenience in daily use. With this in mind, he also commenced an online search for manufacturers of these items, noting that snowboards and snow vehicles were primarily available in the Northeast. For boats, Zhang Ming planned to purchase yachts, inflatable boats, and assault boats to ensure versatility across various conditions. As for vehicles, he could simply place an order through a dealership, unless it was a specially customized vehicle. Acquiring other models would be relatively straightforward with a little extra expenditure. He decided to postpone vehicle purchases until the next day, as he was not currently lacking in supplies, and time was on his side. Perhaps due to a sense of relaxation, Zhang Ming soon drifted off to sleep. When he next opened his eyes, the sky had darkened outside. He glanced at his phone and noted it was already 8 p.m. After washing his face, he made his way to the hotel's buffet restaurant. Indulging in a light meal before stepping outside for a stroll, observing the pedestrians on the street, wondering what things would be like 2 months hence. Unable to fathom it, he decided to stop pondering and return to sleep. Planning to buy a vehicle the following day. Chapter 13. Transportation. As dawn broke, Zhang Ming was gently roused by the alarm on his phone, ushering in a new day filled with infinite possibilities. Recalling his plans for the day, he promptly decided to rise. After a quick wash, Zhang Ming departed from the hotel to a nearby breakfast establishment. He enjoyed a bowl of soybean milk, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, and 2 steamed buns. Following his meal, he drove straight to the location where he had purchased a vehicle previously, a sizable automotive sales center featuring a wide array of brands and models. Upon entering, the familiar receptionist immediately recognized him, her face lighting up with a warm smile. She approached swiftly and inquired about the purpose of his visit. Zhang Ming replied candidly, "I need to purchase some additional vehicles. Specifically, I am looking for 5 off-road vehicles, 5 SUVs, and 5 RVs. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. Such an order was a rarity in her career. She quickly invited Zhang Ming to the reception area for a brief respite, promising to contact the manager to facilitate this substantial order. Shortly thereafter, the sales manager arrived, and upon encountering Zhang Ming's significant request, he exhibited no sign of fluster, but rather engaged in a professional and courteous dialogue. Zhang Ming stated, "I require vehicles that are bulletproof, with explosion-proof tires and spacious interiors." The manager, pondering these specific requirements, recognized that bulletproof vehicles were quite uncommon domestically. However, he recalled that the foreign manufacturers with whom they collaborated could provide such vehicles, as the regulations regarding firearms were not as stringent overseas, where affluent individuals often owned multiple such vehicles. After some deliberation, the manager began to peruse the lists of vehicles offered by various manufacturers. After a thorough search, he indeed identified 2 manufacturers specializing in various bulletproof vehicles. The manager promptly contacted them, and after confirming they had vehicles that met Zhang Ming's specifications, he inquired, "Mr. Zhang, the manufacturers have stock available that meets your criteria. Would you like to proceed with ordering these vehicles? If so, a deposit would enable them to ship directly." Zhang Ming responded without hesitation, "Please expedite the shipping of these vehicles. All must arrive within a month. Otherwise, I will cancel the order." Money is no object. Recognizing that Zhang Ming was not financially constrained, the manager and the manufacturers coordinated efforts to ensure that, despite the large scale of the order, they would exert maximum effort to complete the procurement and delivery of the vehicles in the shortest time possible. Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude for the manager's assurances, understanding that such an order represented a considerable challenge for any sales center. In the following hour, Zhang Ming finalized the purchase contract with the sales center, which explicitly stated that all vehicles must be delivered to the designated location, the warehouse Zhang Ming had previously rented, within the agreed time frame. Given that Zhang Ming had selected some of the better bulletproof vehicles, the total cost for the numerous vehicles amounted to approximately 400 million Long Kingdom currency. After paying a deposit of 200 million, Zhang Ming drove away from the automobile sales center, watched by the manager and staff. Upon stopping in a roadside parking space, he picked up his phone and, having found the contact information for a snow vehicle manufacturer in Harbin online, dialed the number. After confirming that there were ready-made snow vehicles available for purchase, Zhang Ming decided to set off immediately. Considering the fatigue and time cost associated with long-distance driving, he opted for the high-speed train as his mode of transportation. Not only for its speed and convenience, but also due to the absence of flights to his destination on that day, Zhang Ming drove directly to the nearest high-speed train station. Parking his vehicle in the designated lot, inside the station, bustling with activity, he felt the vibrant energy of the city. Navigating through security with ease, he found his waiting area. During his wait, he utilized his phone to research information about snow vehicles. Diligently reviewing every detail from performance specifications to operational techniques, as the announcement of the train's imminent arrival echoed through the station, Zhang Ming gathered his belongings in preparation for boarding. The interior of the high-speed train was neat and spacious. After locating his seat and settling down, he quietly admired the scenery outside the window as the train departed. The clamor of the capital gradually receded, replaced by vast fields and undulating mountains in a post-apocalyptic world. He wondered when he might again witness such a landscape. After a journey of over 2 hours, the high-speed train gently pulled into the station at his destination. Zhang Ming followed the flow of passengers out of the station. Having previously contacted the snow vehicle manufacturer to confirm that a special vehicle was sent to pick him up, soon, a business vehicle adorned with the manufacturer's logo arrived, and the driver warmly invited Zhang Ming aboard. Proceeding smoothly towards the destination, upon arriving at the manufacturer, Zhang Ming received a cordial welcome. Accompanied by the staff, he toured the snow vehicle production line, gaining insight into the manufacturing techniques and quality control processes. In the showroom, rows of snow vehicles were neatly arranged. Zhang Ming meticulously examined each model, appreciating the professional craftsmanship evident in both the exterior design and internal structure. After engaging in an in-depth discussion with the manufacturer, Zhang Ming ultimately selected 2 models of exceptional performance and rugged appearance, deciding to purchase 10 units of each. Following the signing of the purchase contract and the completion of the payment process, he arranged with the manufacturer for customization and testing of the vehicles to be completed within a week, after which they would be delivered to the designated location via logistics. Having finalized the acquisition of the snow vehicles, a significant weight lifted from Zhang Ming's shoulders. However, he understood that these preparations were crucial for effectively confronting any potential natural disasters that might arise. Accompanied by the sales personnel from the factory, Zhang Ming prepared to depart. During their conversation, the sales representative learned of Zhang Ming's intention to purchase a yacht and a speedboat, and immediately brightened, recommending a medium-sized shipyard located along the picturesque Songhua River. Specializing in various types of watercraft, including the yacht and speedboat Zhang Ming desired. Delighted by the recommendation, Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy at the prospect of fulfilling all his transportation needs in one location. Undoubtedly saving considerable time and effort, he promptly decided to visit the shipyard. After inquiring about the address, Zhang Ming hailed a taxi and headed straight for the shipyard by the Songhua River. As he sat in the taxi, he gazed at the enchanting scenery along the way. The rippling waters of the Songhua River and the shaded trees lining the banks brought a sense of tranquility. After approximately 40 minutes, he arrived at the shipyard. Upon learning of Zhang Ming's purpose, the security guard promptly notified the sales department. After waiting about 10 minutes, 3 or 4 individuals hurriedly approached the entrance. Once identities were confirmed, Supervisor Ma led Zhang Ming into the shipyard. In the office, both Supervisor Ma and Zhang Ming settled into the sofa. Following an in-depth discussion, Zhang Ming carefully selected several models of exceptional performance: yachts, speedboats, and inflatable boats, ensuring quality and after-sales service before signing the purchase contract. As these items were readily available, Zhang Ming could take them at any time. He also requested that the factory provide a professional to teach him how to operate the yachts proficiently. Supervisor Ma readily agreed to Zhang Ming's request and promptly summoned a skilled worker to guide him in mastering the operation of the yachts. Under the demonstration and explanation of the operator, Zhang Ming learned how to maneuver the yachts, and after 4 days of instruction, he was able to operate them with ease. During this time, he also rented a small dock in a nearby village by the Songhua River for half a month. On the afternoon of the 5th day, the yacht, speedboat, and inflatable boat he purchased were delivered to the small dock, and that night, under the cover of darkness, Zhang Ming discreetly stored them away in his space. Chapter 14. Completion of renovation. After 6 days of bustling activity, Zhang Ming finally returned to his hotel in the capital, utterly exhausted. Upon entering his room, he made a beeline for the bathroom. The warm shower fell like a gentle rain, washing away the dust and fatigue of his journey, soothing his taut nerves. After freshening up, he donned a soft robe and tiptoed to the bed. Sinking into the plush mattress, almost the moment his head touched the pillow, he slipped into a deep slumber. The past few days had been a dual test of body and mind for him. From the automobile sales center to the snow vehicle manufacturer, and then to the shipyard by the Songhua River, the prolonged travel and intensive learning had left him feeling more fatigued than ever before. In his dreams, Zhang Ming found himself back by the serene banks of the Songhua River, the gentle sound of water whispering in his ears, yachts gliding past, and a profound sense of safety enveloping him. The morning sun bathed the earth in a warm glow as Zhang Ming began a new day. His first stop was the warehouse, where trucks delivering the snow vehicles awaited him. He hurried over to open the warehouse doors, allowing the transport vehicles inside. Watching the snow vehicles being unloaded from the truck, each meticulously packaged for safe transit, Zhang Ming conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring that each vehicle was in excellent condition and free from any damage incurred during transport. Satisfied, he nodded in approval and completed the handover process with the warehouse staff. After addressing the snow vehicle matters, Zhang Ming drove to the apartment he had purchased, observing the workers busily engaged in their tasks. He refrained from disturbing them. Subsequently, he visited the shop he had acquired for his parents, a special gift for his family. The paperwork for the property had already been handled by the agency a couple of days prior, and the renovation team was diligently working inside. Zhang Ming chose not to interfere with the renovations, trusting that the workers would faithfully execute the designer's plans. During this time, the rhythm of Zhang Ming's life seemed to slow down. 20 days passed quietly, like a stream flowing silently by. He once again scoured the internet, acquiring a plethora of tea saplings, including Maojian, Dahongpo, Longjing, Jinjinmai, and Tiguanyin, each of which he found to be exceptionally delightful. Maojian, with its refreshing verdancy and delicate fragrance, seemed like a gift from nature, intoxicating with every sip. Dahongpo, with its unique rocky essence and robust flavor, resembled the mist coalescing in the mountains, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Longjing, characterized by its flat and smooth leaves and sweet taste, appeared to be a harbinger of spring, with every leaf brimming with vibrant life. Jinjinmai, with its golden buds and rich sweetness, mirrored the dewdrops glistening in sunlight, each drop evoking the wonders of nature. Tiguanyin, possessing its distinctive guanine charm and profound aroma, evoked the essence of woodland spirits, with each sip transporting one to a tranquil forest. Additionally, there were varieties such as Pu'er, Luan Guapian, Biluakun, and Junshan Injin. Amidst the preparation for the tea saplings, Zhang Ming's days seemed enveloped in a leisurely rhythm that he began to leave his footprints in various corners of the city, particularly fond of weaving through the aisles of supermarkets. Each day, as the dawn broke, Zhang Ming embarked on his exploratory journey. The supermarket, for him, had transformed from a mere venue for purchasing essentials into a leisurely space for wandering. Daily, he would select an assortment of snacks and candies, ranging from classic Chinese pastries to Western-style cookies, from the tangy delight of jellies to the rich indulgence of chocolates, accumulating a considerable collection to be stored in his space. That as days passed, his collection of snacks and candies grew substantially. That on this particular morning, unlike his usual supermarket excursions, Zhang Ming set forth on a journey to his apartment, filled with anticipation and excitement. The previous day, a call from designer Li Kai pierced through his tranquil life like a ray of morning light, bringing exhilarating news. The renovation of the entire building had been completed, awaiting his inspection. Before the first rays of morning sun fully illuminated the land, Zhang Ming could hardly contain his eagerness to arrive at this sanctuary that would safeguard his family. Standing before the building, Zhang Ming's gaze swept over every inch, every window. Though the exterior remained unchanged, a wave of unprecedented expectation surged within him. He understood that while the building appeared dilapidated, such was merely a facade. It had undergone a transformation beyond recognition. Upon entering, designer Li Kai guided Zhang Ming through each room, continuously assuring him that every renovation was executed according to his specifications. The building's exterior was adorned with titanium alloy and insulating materials. All the glass replaced with double-layer bulletproof glass. The iron gates in the hallways and the doors to each room upgraded to high-strength alloy doors. The wiring was meticulously arranged, and the thoughtful construction team had even equipped every room on the third floor with planting boxes filled with fertile soil, ready for cultivating grains and vegetables. The rooftop was adorned with solar charging panels, while one room on the sixth floor was brimming with battery banks. During the inspection, Zhang Ming meticulously scrutinized every detail, each aspect reflecting careful consideration and design. Li Kai's dedication and professionalism were palpably evident at that moment. Gratitude surged within Zhang Ming. He recognized that the remarkable quality of the renovations was inextricably linked to the diligence of the designer and the workers. As the inspection concluded, Zhang Ming stood atop the building, gazing into the distance, filled with profound reflections. This building, this home, was not merely a space for him and his family to live. It represented their security against the calamities of the world. Zhang Ming understood that from this day forward, his family would reside here for a significant time to come. After admiring the pristine visage of his apartment, the satisfaction and joy bubbling within him resembled the rising sun, illuminating each step of his journey ahead. He did not pause, but continued onward, accompanied by a group, towards another destination, the restaurant he had meticulously planned. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Ming's attention was immediately captured by the spacious and bright kitchen. Designed per his specifications, the kitchen was both practical and aesthetically pleasing, offering ample space for culinary creativity. The restaurant's storage area was another highlight that brought Zhang Ming immense satisfaction. The expansive storage not only accommodated a wealth of ingredients, but also represented a crucial aspect of his post-apocalyptic planning, to be elaborated later. The dining hall was crafted to be both comfortable and welcoming, with a layout that ensured customer privacy while fostering an open and interactive atmosphere. For his parents, the size of this space was perfectly balanced, neither overwhelming nor devoid of activity, allowing them to engage in tasks they were accustomed to. Zhang Ming felt immense gratitude for every detail of the restaurant, from the ingenious design to the meticulous construction, each aspect reflecting the team's professionalism and dedication. After thoroughly inspecting these two locations, he was thoroughly pleased. Without hesitation, he transferred the remaining renovation funds to their company account. Additionally, Zhang Ming privately sent Li Kai 5 million, suggesting he share it with the workers. Acknowledging their significant efforts in completing the project ahead of schedule, Li Kai expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to call me. Our company will certainly meet your needs." "Certainly, I will call if anything arises," Zhang Ming replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways, leaving Zhang Ming alone in the space. Chapter 15. Purchasing furniture. The completion of the renovations was akin to the final stroke of a painting, adding a vibrant chapter to Zhang Ming's aspirations. Yet, the journey was far from over, as the selection and acquisition of furniture posed a new challenge. In Zhang Ming's mind, a clear blueprint emerged: 18 apartments across 6 floors. The 3 apartments on the 3rd floor were designated for planting boxes. One apartment on the 6th floor was entirely devoted to solar energy storage. The remaining 14 apartments, each comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room, awaited the infusion of furniture. Faced with such a substantial furniture requirement, Zhang Ming acted decisively, choosing to visit the furniture market, a veritable ocean of furnishings. Without hesitation, he drove directly to the furniture city. The bustling crowd within the market was vibrant and animated, yet Zhang Ming navigated through it with remarkable composure. He understood that, given the enormity of his furniture needs, it would be improbable to make selections and purchases on his own in a short span of time. Thus, he made his way to the front desk, seeking assistance from a sales representative. When Zhang Ming informed the salesperson of his need for 14 sets of furniture and accompanying items, their astonishment was palpable. An incredulous gaze suggesting disbelief. "Is this truly just a family's requirement?" In response to the salesperson's surprise, Zhang Ming offered an understanding smile, explaining, "These 14 sets of furniture are intended for my building." Upon hearing this, the salesperson's astonishment gradually transformed into delight, realizing that serving this client could yield considerable sales commissions. With over $700 million remaining, Zhang Ming felt no concern regarding expenses. Preparing to select higher quality items, with the salesperson's guidance, Zhang Ming began meticulously choosing furniture, from sofas to beds, from dining tables to bookshelves, each selection made with careful consideration. He prioritized not only aesthetics and comfort, but also practicality. Throughout this process, the salesperson provided professional advice, assisting Zhang Ming in making informed decisions. Ultimately, after finalizing all the furniture selections, Zhang Ming followed the salesperson to the payment counter when the cashier calculated the total cost based on the order. They too were taken aback, as the total came to 22,800,000. Zhang Ming, upon hearing the figure, deemed it reasonable, as he understood that each item was part of a complete set. For instance, each bed came with 4 pillows, 4 thick comforters, 4 thin blankets, and 4 sets of bedding. Similarly, the tea table included 2 sets of teaware, while the dining table was accompanied by 6 chairs and 2 sets of tableware. Every piece was thoughtfully matched. After completing the payment, Zhang Ming arranged for delivery the next morning, requesting additional personnel for installation. Once all was settled, he left the furniture market with the receipt in hand. Exiting the furniture market, it was already lunchtime, and Zhang Ming indulged in a sumptuous meal at a nearby restaurant. After lunch, he proceeded to the appliance market, seeking assistance from a salesperson, just as he had earlier for furniture. Upon learning that Zhang Ming intended to purchase appliances for 14 apartments, the salesperson was initially shocked but quickly regained composure, recognizing that while such orders were rare, they did occasionally occur. After assessing the necessary appliances for his apartments, Zhang Ming ultimately ordered 150 standing air conditioners, 2 for each room in the 3-bedroom apartments, plus a few extras of the same model for backup, 25 fully automatic washing machines, 25 microwaves, 50 induction cookers, 20 range hoods, 25 water heaters, 150 humidifiers, 30 televisions, 50 rice cookers, 50 refrigerators, 100 ice makers, and 10 gas stoves. With these purchases, he ensured ample quantities, alleviating any concerns about storage. As Zhang Ming's family would occupy only a few of the rooms, except for the battery room and the planting room, every unit is equipped with these appliances. The battery room and the planting boxes on the 3rd floor only have an air conditioner and a humidifier. Moreover, when the units are unoccupied, these appliances remain and used. It is not the case that all appliances are utilized immediately upon purchase. Those in the vacant rooms simply stay there idle. The total expenditure on these appliances amounted to 5 million yuan for Zhang Ming, and naturally, the purchase included a complete set of kitchen utensils comprising 20 sets of pots, pans, and dishes. In truth, Zhang Ming does not particularly need these items, as he had acquired an entire Walmart at zero cost when Eagle Sauce departed. He has yet to make use of any items purchased from Eagle Sauce or the zero-cost acquisition at Walmart, and the containers obtained at the port remain untouched, after all, stored in a static space. They will not deteriorate, and opening blind boxes during times of natural calamity seems rather entertaining. As for the kitchen supplies received now, isn't it delightful to enjoy them for free, after settling the payments? Zhang Ming instructed the air conditioning installers to make additional visits the day after tomorrow, coordinating the delivery of the purchased items simultaneously. Tomorrow, the furniture acquired from the furniture market is to be delivered, and it is estimated that arranging all the furnishings in the dozens of units will take a full day. Departing from the bustling home appliance market, Zhang Ming turned his steps towards the adjacent kitchenware market. His purpose was clear and resolute: to procure the most suitable kitchen tools and dining furniture for his parents' forthcoming restaurant. His gaze traversed the realm of stainless steel cookware, nonstick pans, ovens, steamers, woks, cutting boards, and knife sets. Both he and his father are involved in the culinary industry. Discerning the quality of various items comes easily. Ultimately, Zhang Ming found a complete kitchenware set to his satisfaction in a medium-sized store. And he also purchased numerous bowls, plates, and chopsticks intended for restaurant use. When selecting tables and chairs, considering the limited space in the restaurant, he decided to acquire a cash register, a large round table, 5 long tables, and matching chairs. With no shortage of funds, he chose his preferred tables and chairs from a store specializing in solid wood furniture, since the number of items was not excessive. Both the kitchenware store owner and the furniture store owner assured him that delivery could be arranged shortly. Zhang Ming, pleased with the efficiency of both establishments, provided the delivery address and then drove over to the restaurant, awaiting the arrival of the kitchenware and furniture. After approximately an hour at the restaurant, he noticed 2 vehicles parked at the entrance. The delivery personnel swiftly unloaded all of Zhang Ming's purchases within the restaurant. After verifying that everything on the invoice was accurate, he dismissed the delivery drivers. Gazing at the items strewn across the floor, Zhang Ming felt a distinct aversion to organizing them. Consequently, he unhesitatingly took out his phone and called Li Kai, the designer from the renovation company. Seeking assistance. On the other end of the line, Li Kai's voice was warm and professional. Zhang Ming directly conveyed his request. Designerly, could you arrange for a few workers to help organize the kitchenware and furniture I purchased for the restaurant? I assure you that the workers will be compensated fairly. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's request, Li Kai felt a surge of warmth within. It is not often in this industry to encounter clients who are generous and magnanimous. Zhang Ming's sincerity and liberality left a lasting impression on him. Without hesitation, he replied, "That is not a problem. Since the day is drawing to a close, I will have them come over tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Zhang Ming's face radiated a satisfied smile. Chapter 16. An unconventional air conditioning installation method. Upon returning to his hotel room, and after taking a shower, Zhang Ming lay on the bed, preparing to rest, knowing that he would need to receive the furniture at his new home the following day. It wasn't long before he drifted into sleep. True to the adage of early to bed and early to rise, Zhang Ming awoke at 7 in the morning, getting out of bed promptly to wash up. After completing his morning routine, he had a light breakfast downstairs before heading to his new home. Just as he was finishing a cigarette, he noticed 5 or 6 trucks filled with various pieces of furniture parked in front of him. After confirming his identity, Zhang Ming led the chief supervisor to a unit on the first floor. After explaining where each piece of furniture should be placed, he instructed them to begin moving the items inside. Every unit in the building has the same layout, so as long as they were informed about how to arrange the furniture in one unit, they would know how to set up the others. As time passed, the furniture for both the first and second floors was successfully arranged. The workers were particularly pleased to learn that the rooms on the third and sixth floors designated for solar battery storage did not require any furniture, as this spared them considerable effort. Observing the workers sweating profusely, Zhang Ming drove to a nearby store to purchase 5 packs of cigarettes and 5 cases of bottled water. Upon returning, he instructed the supervisor to distribute the cigarettes and water among the workers. When the workers discovered that Zhang Ming had treated them to cigarettes and water, they felt immense gratitude, secretly vowing to perform their tasks diligently. After making 4 or 5 trips with the trucks, all the furniture had been properly arranged in each room. Once the workers had placed the bedding, tea sets, and other items sent from the furniture store, Zhang Ming's responsibilities were considered complete. Noticing that the workers had been so focused on their tasks that they had skipped lunch, he transferred 5,000 yuan to the supervisor, asking him to treat the workers to a meal as a gesture of appreciation. After the workers departed, Zhang Ming entered the building and stored all items from one room in each unit into the space, subsequently putting away all the complimentary bedding, pillows, tea sets, and other items for later use. After leaving the house, he went to the restaurant, where, after a day's work, the team Li Kai had sent had nearly finished organizing the place. Observing the clean and orderly restaurant with neatly arranged tables and chairs, it was easy to believe that they would be ready for business the next day. Entering the kitchen, Zhang Ming was extremely satisfied to see that everything was washed and placed in its designated spot. Finally, he walked to the storage room, where he found each shelf impeccably clean, with several workers mopping the floor, signifying that they were about to complete all tasks. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the workers came to the lobby, greeted Zhang Ming, and prepared to leave. Zhang Ming quickly called out to them, saying, "I will settle the payment with Li Kai. Here's 1,000 yuan for you all to go out for a meal or buy some cigarettes." After handing the cash to the foremost worker, the group expressed their gratitude before leaving the restaurant. After having dinner at a nearby establishment, Zhang Ming returned to the hotel, ready to spend his final night there. Anticipating moving into his own home once the air conditioning was installed the following day, lying on the bed, he opened his eyes to find it was a new day. After breakfast, he awaited the arrival of the air conditioning and appliance installation teams at his home. It wasn't long before the installation crew arrived, driving several trucks filled with equipment. Observing the multitude of items and the 20 or so installation personnel disembarking from the vehicles, he knew that the installation would undoubtedly be completed that day. Zhang Ming accompanied the head of the appliance installation crew into the house, initially pointing out the locations for the range hood, washing machine, television, water heater, refrigerator, ice maker, and gas stove. The installation supervisor agreed with the proposed placements, deeming them reasonable. Subsequently, Zhang Ming indicated where 8 air conditioners should be installed in each unit, excluding those on the 3rd and 6th floors designated for battery storage. The supervisor struggled to comprehend Zhang Ming's decision to install 8 large air conditioners in each unit, yet his professional instincts told him not to question the client's wishes. Whatever the client desired, he would accommodate that moment. Zhang Ming suddenly spoke up. Each unit has an empty room. Please install the outdoor units in those empty rooms. Upon hearing this, the supervisor's mind momentarily short-circuited, thinking he might have misheard. He quickly asked, "Install the outdoor units in that empty room." Zhang Ming reiterated, "You heard correctly. All the outdoor units should be installed in that room, which will hold 8 outdoor units and 2 air conditioners." The supervisor was left speechless. It was the first time he had encountered such an eccentric request that in this day and age, who fears that someone might steal their air conditioning units? Moreover, with the security bureau less than 100 meters away, who would dare to steal anything nearby? Observing Zhang Ming's resolute gaze, the supervisor decided not to press the matter further. The client's wishes would be honored. Zhang Ming then clarified the installation methods for the solar battery storage rooms on the 3rd and 6th floors. For the 3rd floor, a few holes would be drilled in the floors to place the outdoor units in the 2nd and 4th floor utility rooms. For the 6th floor, the outdoor unit would be situated in the room adjacent to the batteries. With this explanation, the supervisor understood how to proceed with the installation. The workers assigned to the air conditioning installation were equally bewildered by such an unconventional method. However, since the client had specified, they would proceed with the installation, assuming Zhang Ming was merely indulging in his wealth. After all, installing the external unit indoors is inherently safer, eliminating the need to precariously climb outside the window for installation. However, in Zhang Ming's view, this method of installation is the most advantageous. Although one room is filled with air conditioning units, there are still 2 air conditioners inside. The temperature in the room housing the external units may be slightly elevated, but it is not excessively so, especially considering an additional layer of insulation has been installed on the exterior of the building. Compared to the external temperatures during natural disasters, the heat within the air conditioning unit room is negligible. Moreover, aside from the 2 air conditioners in that room, it is rare for the other 6 units to be activated simultaneously. After all, these are high-capacity air conditioners, not the smaller ones typically mounted on walls. Observing the workers diligently attending to their tasks, Zhang Ming felt a sense of relief. The final stages of the entire building were nearing completion. He could finally reside here with his family. Finding solace amidst the impending apocalypse, in his previous life, he had been separated from his parents, unaware of their whereabouts. This time, he vowed to ensure a stable and secure life for his family. Chapter 17. Acquiring supplies and preparing to return home. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the room where various appliances were being installed. Zhang Ming stood aside, watching as the workers scurried about, engrossed in their tasks. The installation of the air conditioning units proceeded with remarkable efficiency, as there was no need for outdoor high-altitude work. Only drilling holes indoors sufficed, significantly hastening the process. Throughout the day, delivery trucks arrived multiple times, each time bringing more appliances to the warehouse rented by Zhang Ming. Once the delivery vehicles departed, he transferred these appliances into his storage space. Although his storage was already filled with numerous appliances, these were identical to those in his home. Should any of his household items become damaged, replacements were readily available. As the day gradually drew to a close, all the electrical appliances had been successfully installed, and all installation debris had been cleared away. Zhang Ming spent over an hour meticulously checking each appliance. Upon confirming that they were all functioning properly, he rewarded the project manager with 20,000 Dragon Country yuan, inviting him and the team out for a celebratory meal. Zhang Ming sought out a nearby Sichuan restaurant to indulge in authentic Sichuan cuisine. After satisfying his hunger, he returned home, ready to prepare a suite of rooms for himself, his personal sanctuary. After some contemplation, Zhang Ming decided to arrange 2 suites on both the 2nd and 4th floors, allowing his family the freedom to choose where to reside. However, as night had already fallen, he could only begin preparing 1 suite for now. Fortunately, these were newly renovated spaces, and the furniture was all brand new, resulting in minimal clutter. Retrieving cleaning supplies acquired through a zero-cost purchase at Walmart, he swiftly tidied the room. He then took out the bedding he had used during his time in Eagle's Sauce, laying it out. The reason for not using new bedding was that the 4-piece set had yet to be washed. It was best to clean it before use. Lying on the bed, enveloped in the familiar scent of his bedding, Zhang Ming gradually drifted into slumber. In the morning, he awoke to unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily bewildered before recalling that he was now in his new home. As usual, after freshening up, he ventured out for breakfast. Today, however, Zhang Ming had an important task ahead. receiving the bulletproof vehicles he had ordered a few days prior. The manager responsible for his vehicle purchases had called to inform him that the 15 vehicles he ordered had all arrived and were waiting at the dealership. With the house renovations consuming his attention, he had yet to retrieve the vehicles, but now that the house was complete, it was time to collect them. Zhang Ming called the car sales manager, requesting that the vehicles be delivered to his rented warehouse. The sales manager readily agreed and immediately informed the staff to transport the vehicles to the address provided by Zhang Ming. Within half an hour, the ordered vehicles were delivered to the warehouse. After settling the payment, he bid farewell to the staff. Once alone, Zhang Ming stored the vehicles within his space. Upon returning home, Zhang Ming realized it was already June 14th. Only a month remained until he could bring his parents to the capital. However, before that, he had another crucial task: to stockpile supplies at the restaurant, ensuring everything was prepared before his parents arrived. Otherwise, given their personalities, they would undoubtedly disapprove of his extensive purchases. Should anyone inquire? It would be easy to explain. He was merely stocking up on rice, flour, and oil for his newly opened restaurant. Similarly, purchasing extra seasonings would be quite reasonable. These supplies could later be exchanged for various goods after the disaster. It was best to avoid utilizing items from his space, as they bore packaging from Eagle Sauce. A few items might go unnoticed, but an excess would certainly attract attention from the authorities. His safety remained paramount, and he had to remain cautious. Given the scale of his supply needs, the restaurant's storage would be insufficient. Besides the restaurant's warehouse, the only other available space was the 3 suites on the first floor. Converting one of them into a storage area was entirely feasible. Having made his decision, Zhang Ming promptly set to work. He opened the door to a suite on the left side of the first floor. Clearing out the furniture and appliances within, satisfied with the now vacant room, he drove to a nearby market, seeking a store that sold rice, flour, and cooking oil. Zhang Ming purchased 100 bags of flour, 100 bags of rice, 50 cartons of peanut oil, 100 packs of noodles, each large pack containing 10 smaller packs, and 100 pounds each of peanuts, sesame seeds, and yellow beans. While it may seem like a substantial quantity, once organized, it hardly occupied much space. After paying, he instructed the store owner to load the items for immediate delivery. He then proceeded to a neighboring shop specializing in dried goods, purchasing 20 cartons each of wood ear mushrooms, kelp, day lilies, seaweed, and silver ear mushrooms. After settling the bill, he requested prompt delivery once again. Following this, he visited a spice shop, acquiring 20 cartons of various seasonings that in no time. He had gathered everything he needed. Driving back to his restaurant with a truck laden with rice, flour, and spices. Upon arriving, he opened the restaurant's main doors and guided the delivery personnel to the warehouse, directing them on where to place each item. Adequate space had been allocated for storage during renovations, allowing for a smooth unloading process. Once the delivery team departed, Zhang Ming stored away 90% of each type of supply that he knew that with such a vast quantity. Should a disaster occur, the risk of looting would increase dramatically. Noticing that it was still midday, he decided to visit another market, where he purchased double the quantities of the items acquired earlier in the day. He arranged for these additional supplies to be sent directly to his rented warehouse as well. After transferring the newly acquired rice and other items into his storage space, Zhang Ming returned home. He entered the designated room on the first floor, unloading part of his purchases into several rooms. With that task complete, he ascended to his own room on the upper floor, taking out his phone. He booked a flight for 10 o'clock the following morning to return to his hometown of Fuzi. With all preparations in place to face the impending disaster, he was now only one step away from reuniting with his family. Chapter 18. Returning home to see his parents from his storage space, Zhang Ming retrieved a suitcase acquired through a zero-cost promotion at Walmart, filling it with cosmetics, clothing, perfume, gold jewelry, and a handbag for his mother. He also packed a shirt and a watch for his father. After a moment's thought, he added a large gold chain and 2 pairs of sunglasses to the suitcase, imagining his father wearing the new shirt. Sporting sunglasses and adorned with the gold chain made him chuckle heartily as night descended. The city's clamor gradually faded into silence. Zhang Ming stood by the window, gazing at the twinkling lights outside, his heart swelling with a complex yet warm array of emotions. Having packed all the essentials for his journey, his thoughts drifted toward the anticipated reunion awaiting him the next day. 6 or 7 years had passed, enough time to alter a person's appearance and transform a city's landscape. Yet for Zhang Ming, his parents' faces remained etched in his memory as vividly as yesterday. The longing and love he felt had never waned. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes, memories of cherished moments spent with his parents flooding his mind, days filled with laughter intertwined with tears. Playing like scenes from a movie. He recalled their teachings, their warm embraces, and the simple yet love-filled family meals they shared. For 6 or 7 years, although time and space have temporarily separated them, the bond of familial affection has become even more precious. Tomorrow marks the day of their reunion, and Zhang Ming's heart is filled with both anticipation and anxiety. He envisions the scene of meeting his parents. Perhaps there will be embraces, perhaps tears, but most importantly, there should be laughter and warmth. That he longs to recount the snippets of his life over the years, eager to hear their stories, to share in each other's joys and sorrows. And to make up for the time lost. As anticipation envelopes him, Zhang Ming gradually drifts into slumber. In his dreams, he finds himself bustling in a restaurant with his parents, preparing delicious dishes for customers. The family gathered together, savoring simple yet blissful moments. The light gently caresses every corner of the city, heralding the purest beginning of the day. Zhang Ming awakens slowly from his dream, his heart yearning for the moment he will reunite with his family. He swiftly completes his morning routine, his actions betraying a subtle blend of nervousness and excitement. After packing his suitcase, he steps out of his home and quickly resolves his breakfast at a nearby eatery. Subsequently, he drives to the airport, the scenery outside whizzing by, yet his heart has already soared to the destination, to the moment of reuniting with his parents. Upon arriving at the airport, Zhang Ming heads straight to the ticket counter. Receiving the precious boarding pass from the staff, each word on it imbued with significance. Finding a seat in the waiting area, he sits quietly amidst the ebb and flow of travelers, each person hurriedly pursuing their own dreams and lives. Yet, in this moment, Zhang Ming's heart is solely occupied with thoughts of his family and the imminent reunion. The waiting time seems interminably long, yet Zhang Ming does not succumb to boredom. Instead, he takes out his phone and scrolls through old photos with his parents. Those heartwarming images eliciting a smile. At last, the announcement for boarding resonates through the air, prompting Zhang Ming to gather his spirits, lift his luggage, and make his way to the gate. He navigates through security checks and ticket validation smoothly. Stepping into the cabin and locating his seat, an experience calm and orderly, starkly contrasting the dramatic narratives he has encountered in novels. In real life, flying often unfolds as a routine, even somewhat mundane process, with most people engrossed in their own journeys, devoid of the exaggerated conflicts and dramatic twists found in fiction. He securely stows his luggage, then sits down and fastens his seatbelt, feeling an ineffable tranquility and anticipation within. The plane gradually taxis and finally ascends into the sky, leaving behind the city's clamor and busyness. Through the window, Zhang Ming observes the diminishing landscape below, after 3 hours of soaring through the clouds. The aircraft lands smoothly at the destination airport, and Zhang Ming joins the flow of passengers exiting the terminal. He glances at his watch. It is already 5 in the afternoon, and the golden rays of the setting sun drape the city in a warm glow. He approaches the taxi stand and quickly hails a cab. The driver, a genial middle-aged man, nods as Zhang Ming provides the destination address, and they glide smoothly into the traffic. The scenery outside transforms from bustling urbanity to tranquil neighborhoods, every street and building stirring a sense of both familiarity and strangeness in Zhang Ming. As the taxi comes to a halt, Zhang Ming gazes at the house that is both familiar and foreign. A rush of indescribable excitement surging within him. He takes a deep breath, steadies his emotions, gathers his luggage, and steps out of the vehicle, heading towards home. Standing beneath the old building, his gaze tenderly sweeps over the aged structure that has witnessed his growth from childhood to adolescence. He inhales deeply, attempting to quell the exhilaration and anticipation within, and ascends the stairs slowly. Finally, he stands before the door of his home, his heart racing involuntarily, clutching the old key tightly. Taking another deep breath, he inserts the key into the lock, the familiar metallic sound echoing in his ears, awakening long-buried memories. As the key turns gently, the lock emits a soft click, and the door creaks open, beyond the threshold. The familiar scent of home envelopes him, as if time has come to a standstill in this moment. Upon entering, Zhang Ming quickly notices something amiss. Why are there so many children's clothes and shoes here? His confusion spreads like ripples in his mind as he surveys the once familiar, yet now foreign surroundings, searching for answers. The children's shoes and clothing seem out of place, yet their existence is undeniable. He scrutinizes every detail, hoping to glean clues, but everything appears unchanged from his memories, save for these children's belongings, which feel like unwelcome intruders. His gaze eventually lands on two photographs on the wall, one of him with his parents, the other of his parents holding a delightful little girl. Confronted with these images, Zhang Ming's heart is a tempest of emotions, a tumultuous sea of feelings. He examines the photographs closely. The little girl's radiant smile is as warm as sunlight. Yet it also leaves him feeling unprepared. Over the past few years, during video calls with his parents, he had sensed something unusual, yet he dismissed it as mere overthinking. Now, the scene before him compels him to reassess everything. Yet instead of pondering further, he decides to directly inquire with his parents at the store. However, before doing so, Zhang Ming resolves to change his appearance to surprise them. After a meticulous transformation, he stands before the mirror, scrutinizing his new look. A brightly colored floral shirt paired with loose shorts, a shiny gold chain around his neck, complemented by a pair of cool sunglasses and a small handbag in hand. Exuding an air of flamboyance, he smiles at his reflection, confident that this outfit will indeed astonish his parents. Stepping out of his house, he makes his way toward his parents' shop. On the street, people bustle by in a hurry or stroll leisurely. And Zhang Ming undoubtedly becomes the center of attention. His flamboyant attire draws curious glances, making him feel like the most striking figure on the street. Before long, Zhang Ming finds himself standing outside the small shop. And through the glass window, he is immediately captivated by the familiar figure behind the counter. It is his mother, Sun Xiaoli, engrossed in writing something, her focus and diligence stirring a warm and familiar feeling within him. Despite having seen her many times during video calls, the thrill and intimacy of witnessing her in person is irreplaceable by any screen. As Zhang Ming pushes open the shop door, it feels as though time itself has softened. Inside, only a few customers are quietly dining, and everything radiates tranquility and harmony. He strides directly to the counter, where his mother is diligently calculating accounts. Beside her sits a delightful little girl, around 4 or 5 years old. Her bright eyes curiously observing her surroundings, her innocent gaze capable of melting hearts. Zhang Ming chooses not to interrupt his mother immediately. Instead, he stands quietly, admiring this heartwarming scene. The little girl seems to notice his presence, turning her head to look at him with her clear eyes. In this moment, Zhang Ming is not in a rush to reveal his identity. He decides to play a small prank on his parents. He sits at an empty table nearby, lowering his head slightly, and with a slightly altered voice, he says, "Boss lady, I'd like a plate of fried rice, extra eggs, please." Sun Xiaoli glances up, momentarily puzzled by this odd character dressed like a nouveau riche. But nonetheless, she promptly heads to the kitchen to inform her husband to prepare the fried rice. As Zhang Ming keeps his head lowered, pretending to be engrossed in his phone, Sun Xiaoli fails to recognize him. Though she muses that if her son dared to dress like this, she would surely have to scold him. Only the little girl beside the counter continues to stare intently at Zhang Ming. Observing her fixation, Sun Xiaoli lifts her daughter and whispers in her ear, "Ming Ming, darling, when you grow up, don't dress like that person. He looks completely untrustworthy." Yet, the little girl raises her hand and points at Zhang Ming, exclaiming, "Big pot, it's Big Pot." Sun Xiaoli, bewildered, wonders what this big pot is all about. Yet her daughter persists in calling Zhang Ming Big Pot. This moment, Zhang Ming stands up and calls out to his mother, "Mom." Sun Xiaoli is about to retort that she is not his mother, but as she opens her mouth, she suddenly freezes upon seeing Zhang Ming's face, only regaining her senses when her daughter continues to shout "Big Pot." Rushing to her son's side, she places her daughter down and embraces Zhang Ming, tears streaming down her face. The child had been abroad for 6 long years, enduring hardships alone, undoubtedly facing numerous challenges. Zhang Ming found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by his mother's emotional turmoil as she wept while holding a wealthy stranger. Just as he was about to confront the situation, the man suddenly turned and called out, "Dad." Zhang Qishan, taken aback, realized with astonishment that this individual was, in fact, his son. With joy, he approached and affectionately patted Zhang Ming's arm, exclaiming, "You've tanned and grown sturdier." Recognizing the need for a more private conversation, Zhang Ming suggested, "Dad, I just returned today. Let us not open the door tonight. Let us spend some quality time together as a family." Zhang Qingshan wholeheartedly agreed, understanding that his son's return was a precious opportunity for familial reunion and shared joy. Once the last few customers had departed, Zhang Qingshan closed the shop door, momentarily shutting out the clamor of the outside world and creating a sanctuary for his family. They gathered around the table, where the soft glow of the lights cast a warm ambience. The looks exchanged between Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli were filled with concern and eagerness as they yearned to hear about their son's life abroad. Zhang Ming felt their affection and began recounting his experiences in the land of eagles, choosing uplifting stories brimming with hope, aiming to reassure his parents. He could sense their worry, knowing they understood he had faced considerable difficulties. Yet he focused on the positive aspects to alleviate their concerns. Gazing at the little girl in his mother's arms, Zhang Ming asked, "Is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Understanding it was time to share. His mother replied, "This is your sister, Zhang Xiaoming. Her nickname is Ming Ming. She is 4 years old and was born in the second year after you left for the land of eagles. We intended to wait until your return to tell you." Zhang Ming comprehended his father's sentiment. Having a child at home surely brought joy to his parents. Just then, little Zhang Xiaoming piped up, "Daddy, I'm hungry," realizing they had all been engrossed in conversation without having dinner. Zhang Qingshan excused himself to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Zhang Ming lifted Zhang Xiaoming onto his lap and said, "What do you like, Ming Ming? Brother will buy it for you." His words. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "I want a big plush bear to hug every night," she replied in her sweet, childish voice. Zhang Ming smiled and promised, "All right, I will get you the biggest plush bear." Sun Xiaoli approached, ruffling Zhang Ming's hair, playfully scolding, "You spoil your sister right after coming home. Ming Ming, come down, don't cling to your brother." However, Zhang Xiaoming tightened her grip around Zhang Ming's neck, whimpering, "No, I want to be held by brother." With a chuckle, Sun Xiaoli turned and went back to assist Zhang Qingshan in the kitchen. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and the busy duo finally presented a table laden with delicious dishes. Zhang Xiaoming eagerly tugged at Zhang Ming's hand, insisting on sitting beside him, her bright eyes gleaming with anticipation, and as Zhang Ming watched his little sister's adorable demeanor, warmth flooded his heart. He gently pulled Zhang Xiaoming close, allowing her to sit beside him. While dining, he playfully fed her bites, and the closeness of the siblings brought immense joy to Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli. After finishing their meal, the family prepared to head home. Outside, Zhang Xiaoming insisted that Zhang Ming carry her, refusing to be held by Zhang Qingshan or Sun Xiaoli. Sun Xiaoli pointed at her daughter's cherubic face, saying, "You're quite the ungrateful little one." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoming made silly faces at Sun Xiaoli from Zhang Ming's arms. In no time, they arrived home. Chapter 20. With the child, the family sat cozily on the sofa. The atmosphere warm and harmonious. Zhang Ming opened his suitcase and carefully began to unveil thoughtfully prepared gifts, each one handpicked with care. He first presented Sun Xiaoli with an array of cosmetics, clothing, perfumes, and gold jewelry. Although she grumbled about her son's extravagant spending, her eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude. Next, Zhang Ming revealed gifts for his father, including shirts, sunglasses, a watch, and even a gold chain. Zhang Qingshan accepted each item in silence. But his gentle smile betrayed his happiness. When he laid eyes on the 2 Rolex watches, disbelief and excitement danced in his gaze. These items, once mere dreams, were now bestowed upon him by his son, filling his heart with warmth. However, Zhang Ming quickly noticed the glimmer of yearning in Zhang Xiaoming's eyes. Unaware of her existence prior, he hadn't prepared a gift for her, but he was undeterred. Concealed within his suitcase, he retrieved a delicate golden lock specifically for her. The lock was gently clasped around Zhang Xiaoming's neck. Her face radiated a brilliant smile, her innocence and joy enchanting everyone present. Following that, Zhang Ming produced several packs of chocolate from his stash. "This is chocolate I brought back from abroad," he announced. The mention of chocolate, her eyes lit up, and she nearly drooled in anticipation. Zhang Ming encouraged his parents to try on the new clothes he had bought. Eager to see how they looked, Sun Xiaoli and Zhang Qingshan retreated to change. Moments later, Sun Xiaoli emerged first. And her appearance took Zhang Ming and Zhang Xiaoming by surprise. She wore an elegant dress, her gold jewelry shimmering softly in the light, complemented by a stylish handbag. Zhang Ming felt a swell of warmth and pride, noticing how youthful and graceful his mother appeared in her new attire. Then, Zhang Qingshan stepped out, his outfit markedly different from his usual attire. Dressed in a shirt, watch, sunglasses, and gold chain, he resembled a quintessential nouveau riche. The drastic change in his appearance elicited a chuckle from Zhang Ming, who quickly handed his father the handbag he had prepared, hoping to refine his overall style for a more cohesive look. Yet, as Zhang Qingshan adjusted his ensemble, he somehow exuded an even more pronounced nouveau riche aura. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoming sat contentedly, enjoying the chocolates Zhang Ming had given her. Observing her blissful expression deepened Zhang Ming's affection for his little sister. The family gathered on the sofa, relishing their rare moments of togetherness. During their light-hearted conversation, when Zhang Ming mentioned winning a lottery ticket he had purchased overseas, Zhang Qingshan and son Xiaoli beamed with uncontainable delight. They perceived the prize as modest, yet when Zhang Ming further revealed that he had acquired a building in the capital city and prepared a shop for them, their joy swiftly transformed into incredulous shock. The exorbitant property prices in the capital are a well-known reality, with each square meter commanding a daunting cost, let alone an entire building and a shop. Zhang Qingshan and son Xiaoli struggled to fathom the immense wealth required to achieve such a feat. Therefore, when they learned the sum involved was 2.5 billion Longhua currency, they still found it hard to believe. Zhang Ming dared not divulge that this fortune had been amassed in Las Vegas. Fearing his parents would react dramatically, the best strategy was to attribute it to lottery winnings. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Zhang Qingshan, gathering his thoughts, remarked, "Dear parents, let us move to the capital. Everything is prepared there. The accommodation is spacious and the conditions are excellent. In the future, Xiaoming can attend school there. Knowing you two can't sit idle, the restaurants are all ready for you. All that's missing is your presence." Sensing their hesitation, he added, "If you don't go, the restaurant will just sit there unused, and that would be a waste." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingshan seemed to resolve himself, stating, "All right, we will go. It would be a shame to let such a good opportunity slip away." In truth, both parents wished to relocate. Having missed their son during his 5 or 6 years abroad, they desired more time together, yet felt reluctant to leave their home of several decades. Zhang Ming, perceiving their sentiments, reassured them, "We can keep this house. If we wish to return, we will have a place to stay." Zhang Ming, however, found himself contemplating that, given the current abundance of finances, if he were to further manage the properties here, he could only wonder how much time it would consume. Moreover, this old house holds little value. Once the family reached a consensus, they began deliberating over which belongings to take with them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming could only chuckle in exasperation, stating that everything they needed was already available there, all brand new. Yet, what awaited him was the unyielding reprimand from his parents. As time slipped away, Zhang Ming urged his parents to rest, suggesting they could discuss matters further in the morning. He then rose to retire to his room, only to have his younger sister Zhang Xiaoming tug at his clothing, with her eager little eyes fixed upon him. She implored, "Big brother, I want to sleep with you." What could Zhang Ming do but indulge his beloved sister? Ignoring the ongoing discussion about what to take, he carried his sister back to his room to sleep. The following morning, Zhang Ming awoke feeling something stirring beside him. He opened his eyes to find Xiaoming gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ming instantly felt wide awake, and they began to playfully tussle on the bed. After over half an hour, they opened the door to discover the living room cluttered with bags of all sizes. Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Were they really taking all this? Noticing his parents still packing, he inquired, "Are all these things necessary to bring along? Surely we don't need this much." Son Xiaoli shot Zhang Ming a disapproving glance and replied, "These items are still useful. There's no need to spend money on new ones. Just focus on taking care of your sister today. The rest is none of your concern." Realizing any argument would be futile, Zhang Ming chose to disregard the matter, content with the thought that as long as his parents returned to Beijing with him, that was all that mattered. Chapter 21. Outing. Since his parents had spoken, Zhang Ming resolved to take his sister out for a stroll. As the only child in the family growing up, he had often envied those with siblings. Now, with a younger sister who was so understanding, he felt it was only right to indulge her. Taking Xiaoming's hand, he led her into a nearby breakfast shop. The establishment was bustling with patrons, yet it did not feel overcrowded. They found an empty table and ordered 2 bowls of soy milk, youtiao, and soup dumplings. Watching his sister relish her meal filled Zhang Ming with joy. As they exited the breakfast shop, he asked, "Xiaoming, where would you like to go?" "Big brother will take you anywhere. I want to go to the amusement park. Mommy and daddy have never taken me there," Zhang Xiaoming shyly replied, fearing her brother might decline. Gazing into her expectant eyes, Zhang Ming felt a surge of warmth and responsibility that he smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair as he assured her, "Don't worry, Xiaoming. Big brother will take you to the amusement park shortly." Hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with delight, and her face radiated the brightest smile, as if all her dreams had come true in that moment. She hugged Zhang Ming tightly, her innocent voice chiming. "Thank you." Big Brother As their taxi came to a gentle stop at the amusement park entrance. Xiaoming's eyes widened with wonder, captivated by the magnificent sights before her. Inside the park, the vibrant Ferris wheel spun slowly, thrilling roller coasters whizzed by, and the lively carousel beckoned, each attraction exuding boundless joy and laughter. Xiaoming held Zhang Ming's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement. Observing his sister's eager expression, Zhang Ming felt a profound sense of warmth and happiness. He softly remarked, "Xiaoming, whatever you wish to play today, Big Brother will accompany you." Xiaoming's smile blossomed even brighter at his words. She nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the day ahead. Hand in hand, they meandered through the amusement park. Given Xiaoming's young age, many rides were off-limits, so Zhang Ming chose only those suitable for her, such as the Ferris wheel, carousel, and children's play area. After enjoying all the rides they could, midday arrived, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Noticing his sister's sweaty brow, Zhang Ming decided to take her somewhere cooler. Xiaoming, unconcerned about their destination, quietly followed her brother. Zhang Ming led her to a cozy milk tea shop, where he thoughtfully ordered a rich cup of milk tea for his sister, watching her savor it sip by sip. The look of satisfaction and happiness on her face filled him with warmth and joy. However, when Xiaoming paused after only half of her drink, Zhang Ming grew puzzled, worried that perhaps the tea did not suit her taste. He gently inquired, "Xiaoming, why have you stopped drinking? Is it not to your liking?" Xiaoming looked up at him with her clear, bright eyes, her innocent voice revealing a sense of understanding and care. "Big Brother, this milk tea is delicious, but I want to save half for Mommy and Daddy to try." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a rush of warmth in his heart, deeply touched by his sister's innocence and filial piety. He continued to ask, attempting to grasp why she felt the need to do so. Through her somewhat unclear explanation, Zhang Ming gradually pieced together the circumstances that it turned out that when he had chosen to venture abroad to start a business, their parents had nearly exhausted their savings to spare Zhang Ming any worry. They had kept this from him. Soon after, with the arrival of his little sister, their financial situation had become even tighter, only beginning to improve this year. Gently, Zhang Ming reassured Xiaoming, "Don't worry, Xiaoming. Enjoy your drink. When we return home, Big Brother will buy more milk tea for Mommy and Daddy to enjoy as well." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise sparkled in Xiaoming's bright eyes. With renewed enthusiasm, she resumed sipping her milk tea, her face alight with satisfaction and joy. After finishing her drink, however, Xiaoming's gaze remained fixed on the untouched cup of milk tea before Zhang Ming. Her eyes filled with longing. Seeing her like this, Zhang Ming's heart softened. He understood that for a child of just over 4 years, the allure of milk tea was nearly irresistible. Reflecting on their time together at home, a strong determination welled within him. If Xiaoming enjoyed it, he would buy her more, especially since he still had plenty of money left. After all, he wouldn't be able to spend it all before the impending calamity. Thus, Zhang Ming gently said to Xiaoming, "If you like milk tea, Big Brother will buy you another cup. And not just that, I will also get you the tools and ingredients to make milk tea at home. So whenever you crave it, we can prepare it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded her head, with a decision made. He ordered another cup of milk tea for her, and then pulled out his phone to search online for the necessary equipment and ingredients for making milk tea. At a well-reviewed shop, he placed an order for 5 sets of various milk tea-making equipment, along with thousands of cups of different sizes, and ordered 500 pounds each of various milk tea ingredients. The seller kindly reminded him that these ingredients could lose their flavor over time. Grateful for the reminder, Zhang Ming felt assured, knowing he had a space to store these items. After confirming the delivery address in Beijing with the seller, he was informed that the order would arrive in 3 days. Glancing at his sister, who was still enjoying her milk tea, Zhang Ming resolved to purchase anything Xiaoming desired before the disaster struck. Not just to buy, but to buy in abundance. In the afternoon, Zhang Ming continued to take Xiaoming to play in the children's amusement area for quite some time. As the sun began to set, he decided it was time to leave the amusement park. As they departed, Xiaoming reminded Zhang Ming to buy milk tea for their parents. Zhang Ming led Xiaoming back to the milk tea shop, where he purchased 4 cups of milk tea. Upon returning home, they found the house eerily empty, with even the packed items seemingly vanished. After handing the milk tea to their parents, he learned that they had contacted the logistics company in the afternoon to have everything transported away. Zhang Ming felt quite pleased with their efficiency, appreciating that this would allow them to return to Beijing sooner. "Mom and Dad, Is there anything else that needs to be dealt with here? If not, we can head back tomorrow, he inquired. Aside from the items in our shop, everything else has been taken care of, son Xiaoli replied. Dad, hand me the keys to the shop. I will handle the remaining items. So you don't have to worry about it. Zhang Qingshan handed the keys to his son, feeling reassured that Zhang Ming would manage the remaining tasks. Taking the keys, Zhang Ming stood to leave. But Xiaoming intended to follow him. However, son Xiaoli caught hold of the little girl, prompting her to recount what they had done that day. Upon arriving at the shop, Zhang Ming noticed plenty of food and supplies still remaining, which he carefully stored away. He selected some quality items that were useful and easy to handle, placing them in his space. After determining that there wasn't too much of value left, he locked the shop and exited. After wandering outside for over an hour, he finally returned home. Upon arrival, he told his parents, Mom and Dad, I've taken care of everything. There is nothing useful left. Where did you put all that? Zhang Qingshan inquired that I had a friend help me mail the useful items, and the rest I gave away, Zhang Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingshan felt a pang of regret, yet was also proud. Without further ado, he said nothing more. Observing that there was little left at home, he took out his phone and booked 4 tickets for a flight to the capital the following morning. The next day, Zhang Qingshan visited the restaurant once again, noting that there was nothing of significance inside. After ensuring that the water, electricity, and gas were all turned off, he finally felt a sense of relief. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the family of 4 boarded the plane back to the capital. For the little girl, it was her first time flying, and she sat by the window, occasionally glancing outside at the passing scenery. Chapter 22. Returned to the capital, the plane gently descended onto the tarmac of the capital's airport. Zhang Ming tightly embraced his younger sister, Zhang Xiaoming, who clung to his neck with her small hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Behind them, Zhang Qingshan and son Xiaoli followed closely, their faces radiating joy. They navigated through the bustling crowd of the airport and arrived at the parking lot. Zhang Ming skillfully approached his car, opened the door, and carefully settled Zhang Xiaoming into the back seat. He then invited his parents to enter the vehicle, personally opening the doors for them. Once inside, the family of 4 took their seats, and Zhang Ming started the car, smoothly driving out of the parking lot towards their home. After an hour-long journey, the car came to a gentle stop in front of the building he had purchased. The door swung open, and the family stepped onto the threshold, their hearts brimming with anticipation and joy. This building was a meticulously chosen home for Zhang Ming, a sanctuary where they could safely weather any future calamities. With a smile, Zhang Ming turned his gentle gaze towards his parents and pointed to a nearby restaurant, proudly exclaiming, Mom and Dad, look over there. That is our restaurant. Zhang Qingshan and son Xiaoli followed their son's gesture and indeed saw a restaurant not far away that had yet to open its doors. Little sister Zhang Xiaoming also looked up with curiosity, her clear, bright eyes shimmering with wonder. Mom and Dad, let's head home first, and we can check out the restaurant later. With that, he opened the door and ushered the 3 of them into the hallway. Zhang Ming took out the keys and unlocked the doors to both apartments, allowing his parents to take a look inside. However, he refrained from opening the door to the storage room filled with supplies, believing it was better for his parents to remain unaware of its contents for the time being. Cradling his younger sister, he led his parents into the apartment, and upon seeing the brand new furniture and appliances, he realized that it was undoubtedly his son's handiwork and decorating. Yet, he sensed something was amiss with the rooms, upon discovering that each room contained an air conditioning unit and 2 additional air conditioners. He finally understood the source of his unease. It turned out that every room was equipped with 2 large, cabinet-style air conditioners. However, Zhang Qingshan and son Xiaoli remained silent, assuming it was merely a preference of their son. After all, with so many rooms in the building, 1 more unit wouldn't make much difference. After inspecting this apartment, the family moved on to another unit on the 1st floor, only to find the same decor and air conditioning setup. Their unease grew. They quickly ascended to the 2nd floor, and upon entering the apartment, their frustration became palpable as they encountered the same installation method for the air conditioners. You extravagant child, look at what you've done to such a fine house. Without regard for the little girl still cradled in Zhang Ming's arms, they prepared to express their discontent. Mom and Dad, please hold off on the scolding for a moment. Just listen to me, he pleaded, dodging to the side while still holding his sister. You must explain yourself. Without a valid reason, you shall not escape unscathed. Son Xiaoli halted her reprimanding, ready to hear her son's explanation. Zhang Ming had already formulated a response in his mind. Holding his sister, He settled onto the couch and addressed his parents. While I was abroad, I met a friend who conducts meteorological research. He mentioned that future climate changes could be unpredictable, and it would be wise to be prepared. He even constructed a shelter of sorts, and I thought it might be prudent to take precautions. Upon hearing her son's words, Sun Xiaoli's anger simmered but did not dissipate entirely. Noticing her mother's lingering frustration, Zhang Ming quickly added, "Let's proceed with this for now. We have plenty of rooms that if nothing happens this year, we can always revert things next year." Sun Xiaoli's anger eased slightly at this, but she resolved to restore the apartments to their original state by the following year. Zhang Ming, unaware of his mother's intentions, would not have cared regardless, as the future remained uncertain. After examining the second floor, the family ascended to the third, upon discovering planters throughout the entire floor. Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli nearly erupted again. This extravagant child, growing vegetables in such a splendid home, seeing his mother preparing to chastise him once more, Zhang Ming quickly interjected, "With so many vacant rooms, it's better to cultivate some vegetables ourselves, no pesticides. Healthier to eat. If we can't finish them at home, the restaurant can surely make use of them." Although still somewhat annoyed, his parents chose not to dwell on it further, recognizing that the entire building was purchased by their son. Allowing him to indulge in his preferences, they proceeded to explore the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. However, upon reaching the 6th floor and discovering solar battery storage, Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli felt a wave of satisfaction. Knowing that the batteries would significantly reduce electricity costs, they decided on a pair of apartments on the 2nd and 4th floors, with Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli opting for the 2nd floor for ease of access, suggesting that Zhang Ming take the 4th floor for himself. However, Zhang Xiaoming insisted that her brother reserve a room for her, claiming she would occasionally sleep over at the Big Pot. Once their accommodations were settled, Zhang Ming led his family to the nearby restaurant. He retrieved the restaurant keys, gently turning them to unlock the door, revealing a clean and welcoming dining area where tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the space was impeccably tidied. He then guided his family into the kitchen, which was spacious and bright, far exceeding their expectations. Zhang Qingshan's face broke into a satisfied smile at the sight of such a kitchen, a long-held desire of his, while Sun Xiaoli praised its ample size. However, upon entering the storage room, the expansive space left Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli astonished. They believed such a large storage area was rather extravagant for a restaurant. They mused that if the dining area were a bit larger and the storage space smaller, the restaurant could accommodate a few more tables. Seemingly anticipating their thoughts, Zhang Ming smiled and explained, "Mom and Dad, I designed the storage room to be larger so that you can work more comfortably without becoming overly fatigued. A bigger storage space allows us to store more ingredients and tools, reducing the frequency of procurement." Zhang Ming's explanation filled Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli with emotion. Their son had grown up and was now considering their well-being. He handed the keys to his father and said, "Mom and Dad, the restaurant is now in your capable hands. All the necessary paperwork has been completed. I will transfer 2 million to you shortly. If you find anything lacking, feel free to purchase it." Understanding that their son still had substantial funds, Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli accepted without hesitation, recognizing that they still needed to acquire various items. At this moment, Sun Xiaoli remarked, "For the next few days, I suggest you take care of Xiaoming while your father and I start managing things here." Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Ming readily agreed. "Tomorrow, I will buy you a car to make it easier for you to go out and buy groceries." "All right, just make sure to pick one out. If it weren't for your trip abroad, your father would have bought a car long ago," Sun Xiaoli replied. "Dad, what kind of car do you prefer? A pickup truck would suffice. It looks decent and can carry some supplies," he responded. "All right, I'll bring one back for you tomorrow." At this point, Zhang Xiaoming, who had been overlooked, piped up, "Big brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Only then did everyone realize that it was already nearing evening, and they had yet to have a meal since disembarking from the plane. "Mom and Dad, let's go eat first. We can discuss everything tomorrow. We still need to tidy up the house after dinner." Locking the restaurant door, they drove to a nearby eatery, where the family joyfully enjoyed their dinner together. After returning home, they helped their parents organize the second-floor apartment. As the hour grew late, Zhang Ming bid his parents good night before heading to the 4th floor to rest. Chapter 23. Car purchase and money withdrawal. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight had yet to fully penetrate the curtain seams, Zhang Ming remained enveloped in sweet slumber. Suddenly, he felt a ticklish sensation dancing at the tip of his nose. He slowly opened his eyes to find his little sister, Zhang Xiaoming, peering at him with her playful and curious eyes, twirling her braids in her hands. clearly delighting and teasing him. A smile crept onto Zhang Ming's lips as he extended his hand. Gently pulling his sister onto the bed, the two began a playful morning romp, their laughter filling the room, until they were both slightly breathless and ready to rise. Curious, Zhang Ming asked, "Xiaoming, how did you come up here all alone? Where are Mom and Dad?" With her big, blinking eyes, Zhang Xiaoming replied, her innocent tone laced with pride, "Mom and Dad went to the restaurant. They asked me to find you, big brother." Realizing that his parents had started preparing for the restaurant while entrusting his sister to him, Zhang Ming felt a surge of affection for his understanding and obedient little sister. With some time to spare, he decided to buy her a few things she liked, even though he had already prepared a plethora of items that could last several lifetimes. However, what children truly require is rather limited. Textbooks ranging from elementary school to university are essential, as we cannot allow my younger sister to be devoid of knowledge. The most crucial resources are the 3-year college entrance examination and 5-year simulation materials. After completing their morning routines, Zhang Ming took his younger sister, Zhang Xiaoming, and ventured out to a nearby breakfast establishment. Following their meal, Zhang Ming returned to the car dealership where he had previously made a purchase. Upon recognizing this familiar customer, the salesperson greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. After understanding Zhang Ming's needs, the salesperson began to elaborate on the features and specifications of various pickup trucks. Ultimately, Zhang Ming opted for an advanced model that offered spaciousness and driving comfort. After signing the purchase agreement, he instructed the dealer to handle the vehicle registration and requested that the license plates be delivered to his home once all the paperwork was completed. With these matters settled, Zhang Ming drove away in his newly acquired pickup truck, heading to his next destination, the bank. Shortly after returning to the country, Zhang Ming exchanged all his Swiss bank deposits for Dragon Kingdom currency. And this visit to the bank was to arrange a significant financial transaction. He scheduled a withdrawal of 100 million yuan in cash, as well as the purchase of an equivalent amount in gold. As a valued client with deposits exceeding 3 billion yuan, the bank was keen to ensure that everything proceeded smoothly, fully aware that any missteps could lead to substantial losses should Zhang Ming decide to transfer his funds elsewhere. Upon arriving at the bank, the manager's keen eye immediately spotted Zhang Ming as he entered the lobby, recognizing him as a distinguished client. The manager promptly approached to extend a warm welcome and personally escorted Zhang Ming and his sister Zhang Xiaoming to the VIP lounge. This elegant space, characterized by attentive service, was specially designed for the bank's VIP clientele. The manager poured a cup of hot tea for Zhang Ming and prepared a glass of fresh juice for Zhang Xiaoming. Placing them before the siblings, the meticulous service created a sense of homecoming. Zhang Ming lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip before inquiring, "Have you prepared everything I requested?" The manager, upon hearing his question, eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Mr. Zhang, everything you requested is ready for your collection at any time." Satisfied, Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. He bypassed any unnecessary pleasantries and directly expressed his request to the manager. "Please place the cash and gold bars into my pickup truck." The manager nodded and immediately arranged for security personnel to assist. In a remarkably short time, the security team efficiently transferred 100 million yuan in cash and gold bars of equal value into the pickup truck. The entire operation conducted in an orderly fashion without incident. When the manager inquired whether Zhang Ming required an escort service for his departure, Zhang Ming smiled and politely declined, confident in his judgment and ability. In the capital, during daylight hours, no one dared to commit robbery. Subsequently, Zhang Ming gently settled his sister Zhang Xiaoming into the back seat of the pickup truck, took his place in the driver's seat, started the engine, and smoothly drove away from the bank. During this time, Zhang Xiaoming became Zhang Ming's devoted little companion, following her brother closely wherever he went, her eyes sparkling with dependence on him. Despite her tender age, she exhibited an extraordinary level of understanding and consideration. When she observed her brother engrossed in various tasks, she would quietly stand by, refraining from making any noise so as not to disturb him. After departing the bank, it wasn't long before Zhang Ming, seizing a moment when his sister was captivated by the scenery outside the window, cleverly stored the majority of the cash and gold bars into his own concealed space. Soon, he returned home and parked the vehicle steadily in the designated spot beneath their building. Carefully lifting his sister from the truck, as he opened the stairwell door, he instructed Zhang Xiaoming to ascend first while he carried 2 boxes containing some cash and gold bars closely behind her. He cautiously placed the precious items in his parents' bedroom before descending again to transfer the remaining boxes into his own room on the 4th floor, ensuring they were stored securely. The reason for Zhang Ming's preparation of such a significant amount of cash stemmed from the onset of natural disasters, which had disrupted magnetic fields and caused internet failures, rendering mobile payments unusable. In the initial stages, cash and gold still held considerable value. "Big brother, shall we go see mom and dad?" Zhang Xiaoming implored with her bright, hopeful eyes. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement, as it was the perfect opportunity to present the newly purchased pickup to their father, Zhang Qingshan. He then gently carried his sister downstairs and settled her in the front passenger seat of the pickup truck before taking the driver's seat, starting the engine, and driving smoothly to their family restaurant. Upon exiting the vehicle, they spotted their parents, Zhang Qingshan and son Xiaoli, preparing to head out, clearly intending to go shopping. Zhang Ming inquired about their destination, and son Xiaoli cheerfully explained that they were off to the market for some additional items. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming handed the pickup keys to his father, who accepted them without a second thought. Soon after, he and son Xiaoli drove away in the new pickup, reminding Zhang Ming to take good care of his younger sister. Looking at his sister in his arms, Zhang Ming decided to take her out shopping, intending to buy her some delightful treats. Though he had numerous suitable items in his concealed space, it was not feasible to openly present them, with over 20 days remaining until the impending disaster. And with little to occupy their time, he resolved to indulge his sister with a shopping spree. Chapter 24. Shopping with my sister. Zhang Ming drove his SUV towards the most bustling lifestyle supermarket in the eastern district of the capital. A veritable shopping paradise that offered a plethora of products to cater to diverse needs. Aware that their parents likely hadn't treated Zhang Xiaoming to many snacks in recent years, he led her directly to the second floor of the supermarket, dedicated solely to beverages, snacks, candies, and dried fruits, items favored by children and a delightful retreat for adults alike. With a shopping cart in tow, he gently lifted Zhang Xiaoming and placed her inside, embarking on their shopping adventure. Inside the supermarket, endless rows of shelves displayed an array of enticing snacks, their colorful packaging and alluring aromas dazzling the senses. Zhang Xiaoming's large eyes darted around, brimming with curiosity and excitement as she attempted to identify each product. Overwhelmed by the choices before her, her adorable demeanor evoking amused smiles, Zhang Ming patiently pushed the shopping cart, introducing his sister to the names and flavors of various snacks while inviting her to select her favorites. Time slipped away amidst their laughter, and before long, Zhang Ming and Zhang Xiaoming had filled their cart to the brim with delectable treats. Though the cart appeared full, Zhang Ming regarded the contents as relatively modest. He wheeled the cart to the checkout counter, entrusting the cashier with supervision while he and his sister returned to the snack aisle to continue their shopping. This process repeated itself 5 or 6 times, each return to the checkout yielding another cart full of snacks. Zhang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never acquired so many items before, and Zhang Ming reveled in the boundless joy her laughter brought him. Had it not been for the limited space in the vehicle, they might have purchased even more. Nonetheless, they had already devised a plan to return in the afternoon, provided no other commitments arose. Eventually, when they felt they had gathered enough snacks, they proceeded to pay. Faced with carts overflowing with goodies, the cashier was momentarily taken aback, promptly summoning several staff members to assist with their collective efforts. The carts were swiftly processed, and the staff eagerly helped Zhang Ming transfer the heavy packages to his SUV parked outside. Once everything was loaded, Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude to the helpful staff. He skillfully drove back to his home. Parking securely in the designated spot, he gazed inside the vehicle, where the abundance of snacks seemed to smile back at him to avoid his parents' admonishments for purchasing so many treats. He decided to keep their bounty a secret for the time being. Lowering his gaze to his sister, Zhang Xiaoming, he gently said, "Let's store these items in another room for now, so mom and dad don't find out." "Okay." Zhang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded her agreement, trusting her elder brother's judgment. Zhang Ming's heart warmed at her response. He resolved to move the snacks to a vacant room adjacent to his own on the 4th floor, a relatively discreet hideaway. Thus, he busied himself, making multiple trips to carefully unload the snacks from the vehicle and place them in the designated room. Amidst his flurry of activity, he reminded his sister, "Feel free to come up and grab whatever you want, but be sure not to let mom and dad see. I understand, big brother," she replied. Zhang Xiaoming earnestly pledged with a serious expression. Zhang Ming, accompanied by his sister, returned to the 1st floor, his gaze inadvertently lingering on their family SUV, a flicker of regret blossoming within him. Although the vehicle was commendable, it evidently struggled under the burden of substantial cargo. Wanting to purchase more items for his little sister, Zhang Ming resolved to seek a vehicle with a more expansive interior. Without hesitation, he dialed the manager of the car dealership, articulating his specific requirements. Upon grasping the particulars of Zhang Ming's needs, the manager swiftly responded, promptly assigning a dedicated staff member to assist. In less than 40 minutes, a Zhongling brand vehicle came into view. Not only did the car exude an aura of grandeur, but its vast interior space also left Zhang Ming in awe, filling him with delight. After conversing with the accompanying sales representative, Zhang Ming decided to sign the purchase agreement on the spot and remit the requisite payment. Just like the previously acquired pickup, the new car's license plate would be delivered directly to his doorstep once processed, a thoughtful service that further solidified Zhang Ming's satisfaction with his choice. Once the sales personnel departed, Zhang Ming and his sister Zhang Xiaoming set forth on their journey to the supermarket once more. This time, their destination was clear, brimming with the allure of the candy aisle. Under the supermarket's bright lights, an array of candies was displayed like exquisite works of art, vibrant in color and diverse in shape, radiating an enticing sheen. For his little sister, Zhang Xiaoming, this was undoubtedly a magical wonderland. Pushing the shopping cart, Zhang Ming guided his sister directly to the candy section. The moment she laid eyes on the colorful confections, her expression lit up with curiosity and desire, her gaze fixated on the treats as if they had a life of their own. Beckoning her closer, her eyes seemingly transforming into the very shape of the candies. Observing his sister's adorably enchanted demeanor, Zhang Ming's heart swelled with affection. He selected a dozen different types of candies, including chocolates. The cart was filled to the brim, and with the new vehicle's ample capacity, Zhang Ming decided to purchase additional delights such as dried fruits, pistachios, raisins, pine nuts, pecans, and macadamia nuts, each in considerable quantities, requiring yet another 7 or 8 shopping carts. Upon reaching the checkout, the cashier, taken aback by the sheer volume of items, swiftly alerted the manager. When the manager arrived to witness the extensive haul, he hurriedly summoned 2 additional cashiers to assist with the checkout. Once the transaction was completed, the manager personally organized a team to help Zhang Ming load the goods into the vehicle. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Ming drove home. Parking beneath the building, he gazed at the overflowing contents of the car, pondering the exhausting task of unloading such a bounty. "Brother, I'm thirsty. Can you fetch me a glass of water from Mom and Dad's room?" "Of course, Xiaoming." Zhang Ming led his sister to the door of their parents' second-floor room, opened the door for her to retrieve water, and quickly descended to organize the items in the space, then dashed to the 4th floor to stow everything away. Thankfully, Xiaoming did not catch sight of him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Zhang Ming returned to the 2nd floor to accept the water his sister offered, drinking it down with satisfaction. Chapter 25. Receiving packages and purchasing plush toys. As dusk approached, the bustling and joyous day was drawing to a close. Zhang Ming took his sister Zhang Xiaoming to the nearby vegetable market. The market was alive with sounds, brimming with a plethora of ingredients. Zhang Ming skillfully navigated through the stalls, meticulously selecting his purchases. He began by choosing premium cuts of beef, lamb, and pork, each piece tender and ideal for crafting delectable dishes. Next, he selected some large prawns, their shells gleaming and the meat plump, indicative of being freshly caught. Additionally, he procured 2 lively chickens and 2 fresh fish. Zhang Ming also took care to pick out a variety of fresh vegetables, preparing to whip up a delightful meal for his family that evening. Since they were shopping at the market, their time spent was minimal. After completing their purchases, they returned home, allowing Xiaoming to watch television in the living room while he commenced cooking. The dinner he prepared was quite lavish: stir-fried beef, scallion lamb, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, steamed prawns, garlic greens, and sautéed broccoli. Not long after finishing the meal, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli gazed at the table laden with dishes, their hearts swelling with pride. Their son had grown up. Seeing his parents return, Zhang Ming hurriedly urged them to wash their hands and join the meal. Once they had cleaned up, the family gathered to dine, with Zhang Ming not only enjoying his meal, but also frequently helping his little sister by serving her dishes and peeling prawns. Witnessing the close bond between the 2 children brought great joy to their parents. After dinner, the family settled on the sofa to watch television, and Zhang Ming addressed his parents, "Mom and Dad, you needn't exhaust yourselves. There's no rush to open the restaurant. We aren't short on funds at home. Take your time with everything." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard his father reply, "You know, your mother and I simply cannot sit idly. The thought of the shop remaining closed weighs heavily on our minds. Leave the shop to us. You just take care of your sister. Aware that further persuasion would be futile, Zhang Ming ceased his attempts to convince his parents. Soon after, Zhang Xiaoming began to doze off, her head bobbing. Sun Xiaoli planned to carry her daughter to bed, but the little girl insisted on sleeping with Zhang Ming, refusing to let go of him. Reluctantly, Zhang Ming took his sister to his room, reminding his parents to rest early. The following morning, when Zhang Ming awoke, he noticed his sister still peacefully asleep and decided not to disturb her. He rose to wash up, and upon finishing, found Xiaoming sitting on the bed. Wide awake and watching him, he approached her bedside, helped her change clothes, and took her to wash up. Subsequently, they ventured out for breakfast before returning home, as they had no plans to go out that day. During the morning, Zhang Ming prepared to plant vegetables in the planting boxes on the third floor, and then head to the warehouse to receive the ordered tools and materials for making milk tea. In the afternoon, he also needed to collect various items that his parents had sent from their hometown a couple of days prior, taking his sister to the third floor. He handed her a small shovel to play with while he began to turn the soil with a military shovel, which he had acquired during a zero-cost purchase event at the Eagle Sauce store. After 2 hours of work, he had turned the soil in all 3 sets of planting boxes. He then took out a selection of vegetable seeds he had prepared in advance and began planting. An hour later, all the planting boxes were filled, and he used a hose to water them. After completing this task, Zhang Ming looked at the planting boxes in the 3 houses, eagerly anticipating the day in 1 or 2 months when he could harvest the vegetables he had sown: greens, tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and beans. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he learned that the tools and materials for making milk tea had arrived at the warehouse. Zhang Ming picked up his sister and headed downstairs, driving his SUV to the warehouse. When he arrived, the delivery personnel were already there. Zhang Ming quickly opened the warehouse doors, allowing the delivery vehicles to enter and unload. In no time, everything was offloaded, and the delivery personnel departed. Zhang Ming first placed his sister in the car before taking advantage of the closing door to move all the items into the space. During lunchtime, Zhang Ming treated his sister to a delightful buffet, which thrilled her as it was her first time dining in such a place. Fortunately, Zhang Ming took great care of her throughout the meal. After finishing, they returned home to await the arrival of more packages. While at home, they enjoyed 2 hours of television together when his phone rang again. Answering, he heard his father's voice on the line. "Son, the items from our hometown have arrived. Please come downstairs to receive them." "Okay, Dad, I understand." After instructing Xiaoming to continue watching TV, he prepared to head downstairs to accept the various items. Knowing her brother was busy, Zhang Xiaoming obediently remained at home to watch television. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhang Ming discovered the delivery personnel had already arrived, and he hurried to assist. Observing the numerous large bags filled with items, he decided to place them in a room on the first floor. As the upstairs currently lacked any need for them, it would be best to wait for his parents to return and let them handle it. With the help of the delivery personnel, Zhang Ming and the team swiftly moved all the items into the designated room. Entering the inner room, Zhang Ming retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his space and offered them to the delivery personnel. Despite their initial reluctance, they eventually accepted after Zhang Ming's insistence. After the delivery personnel left, Zhang Ming glanced at the clock. It was only a little past 3 o'clock, and decided to take his sister out shopping, seizing the opportunity to buy her more of the things she loved while the weather remained fair. Zhang Ming was well aware that aside from grains, he could purchase anything else, but he refrained from buying grains for 2 reasons. First, if a natural disaster struck and he had an excess of grain. In the wake of natural disasters, it is inevitable that the state will impose levies. The supplies one possesses may not yet meet the threshold for requisition. Yet uttering too many words could change that. Additionally, the merchants selling these grains, along with their delivery personnel, may harbor unwholesome thoughts. Desperate individuals are capable of anything when faced with hunger. Venturing out in his own Jiangling vehicle, Zhang Ming brought his younger sister to a nearby store that sold various plush toys, carrying her inside with him. Upon entering, Zhang Xiaoming was momentarily overwhelmed by the array of plush toys. Unsure of where to begin, he picked up a Pikachu from the shelf and placed it in his sister's arms, then addressed the salesperson, saying, "Please retrieve several of each type of plush toy you have here, but ensure they are of good quality. I do not require those of inferior craftsmanship." Upon hearing this, the shop owner hurried out from behind the cash register and instructed the salesperson, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and fulfill the customer's request." The salesperson quickly set about gathering various plush toys. At this point, the owner turned to Zhang Ming and inquired, "Are these items you are purchasing vacuum sealed, or are they as they usually are?" Upon learning that vacuum sealing was an option, Zhang Ming eagerly affirmed that he wanted them all vacuum sealed for convenience, allowing for more items to fit in the vehicle. The shop owner, upon hearing this, immediately joined the salesperson in bustling about. After more than 3 hours, as Zhang Ming gazed at the over 300 vacuum-sealed plush toys, he felt it was sufficient, primarily because he did not wish to wait any longer. Loading these into the car along with over 30 standard plush toys filled the vehicle to capacity. After paying $200,000, he drove home, setting aside 4 or 5 plush toys on the second floor for his sister to play with while he descended. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he stored the rest in a different apartment on the 4th floor, retrieving the newly acquired items from his space and placing them in a single room, now on the 4th floor. There were 3 apartments, one for Zhang Ming, one to be filled with snacks, and another room designated for plush toys. He had already contemplated the contents of the living room and another room. In a few days, he planned to purchase computers, tablets, and phones. With the internet rendered unusable after the disaster, he needed to download sufficient films and games, and, of course, prepare various books and resources, lest they find themselves unable to venture outside. Although he intended to maintain a low profile and lay low, he could not afford to be too bored. As long as the family was aware, that would suffice. Chapter 26. The restaurant opening upon returning to the 2nd floor. Zhang Ming prepared dinner using the various ingredients left over from the previous night. As the family finished their meal, Zhang Qishan remarked to Zhang Ming, "Son, we have nearly completed the preparations for the restaurant. Your mother and I plan to open tomorrow. So soon. Is everything really ready? Shouldn't we wait a few more days?" Zhang Ming asked. "No need for that. We have nearly everything in place, and we've done our shopping in the past few days. Opening for business poses no problem," replied Sun Xiaoli. Seeing that he could not sway his parents, he chose to remain silent. Sun Xiaoli added, "You don't need to worry about the store. Your father and I will handle it. Your only responsibility is to look after your sister." Zhang Ming assured her, "Rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaomei, won't I, Xiaoming?" Zhang Xiaoming nodded eagerly, responding with affirmations, seeing their children so resolute. The parents decided to leave them be. That evening, Zhang Xiaoming still insisted on sleeping with Zhang Ming, leaving him with no choice but to carry her upstairs. As it was the first day of opening, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli arrived at the restaurant early to make preparations. When Zhang Ming and his little sister awoke, they were unaware that their parents had been diligently working at the restaurant for nearly 2 hours. After sharing breakfast, the siblings made their way to the restaurant, discovering their mother busily wiping down tables. Zhang Ming hurried over to help her with the towel. Zhang Xiaoming, seeing the clean floor, hesitated with the broom, unsure of what to do. After finishing with the tables, Zhang Ming took a moment to survey the restaurant. The walls were adorned with the names and prices of various dishes, the refrigerator at the entrance stocked with assorted beverages, and the shelves behind the counter filled with an array of alcoholic beverages. Everything else seemed largely unchanged from before. Zhang Ming remarked to his mother, "Mom, the prices of these dishes are a bit lower than those at other restaurants. Did you notice?" "Of course, but since this is our own property, we have no rent to pay. Many of the workers from out of town have it tough, so we are happy to offer them affordable meals." Sun Xiaoli replied. Acknowledging his mother's reasoning, he said nothing further and took his sister's hand to head toward the kitchen. Upon entering, he found his father preparing various ingredients, just as he was about to lend a hand. His father said, "You need not help here. I've already prepared most of the ingredients we will use. Take Xiaomei outside." Heeding his father's words, Zhang Ming led his sister to the dining area, where they found a vacant table. Zhang Ming handed his phone to his sister so she could watch cartoons while he contemplated plans for the 20 days leading up to the disaster. Now, the various grains planted in his spatial realm had yielded substantial harvests, fruit trees were bearing fruit, and various animals had reproduced once or twice. Coffee beans and tea leaves were also beginning to show promise. And both lakes were teeming with fish and shrimp. He had ample supplies of alcohol, cigarettes, weapons, medicine, and various electrical appliances and vehicles. Reflecting on this, he realized he lacked very few essentials. The primary items missing were those to pass the time post-disaster, along with gifts for his sister and some children's medications. Although he had medicine, it was all foreign, making it difficult to explain if he had to produce it. Therefore, he decided to prioritize purchasing medications, followed by phones and computers, and to acquire a greater number of books from the bookstore. Finally, he would accompany his sister to buy her beloved items. While he pondered these matters, he failed to notice that noon had already arrived. Given that it was the restaurant's opening day, no firecrackers were set off in celebration. Few were aware of the restaurant's opening, resulting in only a handful of patrons, around 10, dining there. After their meals, these guests expressed their delight at the delicious food and vowed to return. Zhang Ming held a high regard for his father's culinary skills. Having learned from him for several years, he was confident that he could open a restaurant in eagle sauce. If the skills were lacking, could the establishment sustain itself? Upon seeing his father emerge after finishing his tasks, Zhang Ming addressed his parents, "Having 10 customers for lunch is quite good, considering it is our first day. And we haven't even advertised. Although the numbers are modest, the feedback on our dishes has been overwhelmingly positive." Hearing their son's words, both parents nodded in agreement. As they looked at the time, it seemed they had nearly completed their tasks. Zhang Qingshan returned to the kitchen to prepare more dishes, and the family of 4 enjoyed a hearty meal together. After eating, their parents urged Zhang Ming to take his younger sister home to rest, as the restaurant was not busy, and there was little for them to do there. Zhang Ming carried his sister home, where he encouraged her to take a nap while he settled on the sofa to watch television. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, the brightness of the television began to blur, and his eyelids grew heavy. Ultimately, he slumped on the sofa, succumbing to deep slumber. When Zhang Ming next opened his eyes, night had already fallen. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was still reclined on the sofa, while his sister sat quietly beside him, fixated on the television screen. After washing his face in the bathroom, he said to his sister, "Xiaomei, let us go to the restaurant to find Mom and Dad." Zhang Xiaoming eagerly nodded in agreement. Zhang Ming lifted her and descended the stairs, placing her down gently on the ground as he took her hand and walked toward the restaurant. As they approached, they could hear lively chatter from within, indicating a prosperous evening for business. Upon entering, they spotted 2 tables occupied by young men in security uniforms, alongside a birthday cake, suggesting that one of the security personnel was celebrating a birthday. In Zhang Ming's view, it was entirely reasonable for these guards to dine here. The restaurant was conveniently located near the security bureau, and with its appealing flavors, cleanliness, and reasonable prices, it was an attractive option for the officers, whose salaries were likely modest. At that moment, his father emerged carrying 2 small bowls of longevity noodles, and Zhang Ming rushed to assist him. They placed the noodles on the 2 tables, both groups of diners expressing their gratitude. Besides these 2 tables, there were another 7 or 8 patrons enjoying their meals. Given the restaurant's size, it was not feasible to accommodate many more guests. After about half an hour, the 2 tables of diners began to finish their meals and prepared to settle their bills. Upon seeing the surprisingly low total of just over 400 for both tables, their faces reflected astonishment and disbelief. Based on their previous experiences, such a lavish spread would typically cost 600 or 700. One of the diners politely inquired of Sun Xiaoli, "Auntie, has there been a miscalculation? Did you perhaps charge us too little?" Sun Xiaoli smiled as she took the bill, carefully verifying it before looking up and responding gently yet firmly, "There has been no error. Our prices are indeed lower than at other establishments." Her explanation left the diners both astonished and reassured. They were surprised that not only was the food delicious and the service attentive, but the prices were also so approachable. They felt gratified that the restaurant recognized the occasion of someone's birthday, offering 2 bowls of longevity noodles as a gift. This only served to enhance everyone's fondness for the restaurant. Among the patrons, a few excitedly exclaimed, "With such delicious dishes at such reasonable prices, I will definitely bring my colleagues here in the future." Upon hearing these words, Sun Xiaoli was equally delighted. After the guests departed, Zhang Ming assisted his mother in clearing the table, carrying the utensils towards the kitchen. Once he had washed the dishes and placed them in the sterilizer, he proceeded to prepare dinner for his father. After the family had finished their meal, they began to prepare for their return home. As they entered the corridor, Zhang Ming intended to take his little sister directly to the 4th floor, so as not to disturb their parents' rest, considering they had both worked tirelessly throughout the day and deserved ample relaxation. At that moment, their mother remarked, "Tomorrow, you and Xiao Ming need not go to the store. Take her out to have some fun. The family has been busy these past few years, leaving little time to take Xiao Ming out. Make sure to look after her and don't bully her." Hearing his mother say this, Zhang Ming realized it was the perfect opportunity to buy his sister some new clothes. Chapter 27. Shopping as usual. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating every corner of the room. Zhang Ming, accompanied by his little sister Zhang Xiaoming, embarked on a new day. They washed up together, ventured out for breakfast, and upon returning home, Zhang Ming resolved to prepare some clothing for his sister. Following the onset of the natural disaster, acquiring clothing could become increasingly difficult. Hence, he opened his phone and skillfully navigated to the official websites of several renowned brand stores, beginning to meticulously select garments. Zhang Ming's gaze traversed from outfits suitable for 4-year-olds to those for 50-year-olds, covering every season from spring to winter. He carefully chose 5 sets for each season, taking into account his sister's growth and thoughtfully opting for slightly larger clothing and shoes, ensuring their mother could also wear them. Once he completed the online shopping, a sense of reassurance enveloped Zhang Ming. He then drove his sister to a nearby pharmacy. Upon arrival, Zhang Ming attentively consulted the pharmacist, selecting a range of commonly used children's medications for his sister, including cold medicine, fever reducers, and cough syrup. His focus extended beyond the efficacy of the medications. He prioritized their safety, ensuring that the purchased medicines were appropriate for his sister's age. In addition to various children's medications, he also procured an assortment of adult medications, such as common pain relievers, gastrointestinal drugs, vitamin supplements, as well as some cold and fever medications and anti-inflammatory drugs. After exiting that pharmacy, Zhang Ming took his sister to over 10 additional pharmacies, amassing a considerable supply of medications. Following their pharmaceutical shopping spree, Zhang Ming led his sister to a nearby bookstore. There, he not only acquired a complete set of textbooks and numerous practice materials spanning from kindergarten to university, but also gathered a variety of other books, including those on medicine, painting, gardening, and cooking. Once all the books were carefully stowed in the car, Zhang Ming and his sister commenced their next adventure, heading towards the Technology City. Within Technology City, where shops abounded, Zhang Ming opted for a large electronics store. Here, he meticulously selected 10 high-end computers, each not only boasting formidable performance, but also exquisite designs, suitable for home use. Subsequently, he procured 30 tablets, which were not only aesthetically pleasing and durable, but also featured substantial internal storage. After concluding his computer purchases, Zhang Ming took his sister to the nearby Huawei store. As a globally renowned technology brand, Huawei's mobile products were cherished by consumers for their exceptional performance and design. At this store, Zhang Ming purchased 30 smartphones, arranging for them to be packed and delivered to the same store where he had acquired the computers before returning there with his sister. Upon their return to their residence, they found the staff diligently configuring the 10 high-end computers. Zhang Ming promptly approached the technician and requested, "Please install a variety of single-player games on these computers." The technician, albeit somewhat puzzled by the unusual request, complied professionally and began installing various types of single-player games on each computer as instructed. Once the games had been successfully installed, the mobile phones arrived as well. Zhang Ming instructed the staff to pack everything and load it into his vehicle. After the staff and Zhang Ming loaded the items into the car, just as they were about to depart, he noticed a modest shop at the entrance of Technology City, advertising downloads for movies, television shows, and novels. Zhang Ming approached the small shop and observed that the display case was filled with USB drives, each labeled with its respective content. Inquiring with the owner, he asked, "Are these all pre-downloaded?" "Of course. Not only do I have pre-downloaded movies, TV shows, and novels, but also a plethora of study materials and game installation packages," the owner replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming instructed, "I'll take 2 of each USB drive you have here." Realizing he had a substantial customer, the owner quickly began preparing, hastily duplicating those that were in limited supply onto additional drives. Watching the shopkeeper busy himself, Zhang Ming decided not to rush him, opting instead to take his sister to a nearby milk tea shop for 2 cups of tea. He also left a deposit of 2,000 with the owner. At the milk tea shop, Zhang Ming ordered a mango milk tea for his sister and a coconut milk tea for himself. After handing the mango milk tea to his sister, she sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother." Observing his sister's happiness while enjoying her drink brought immense joy to Zhang Ming. Knowing that delicious drinks should not be forgotten for their parents, he ordered 7 or 8 cups of various flavors for them to try when they returned home. With one hand carrying the packed milk tea and the other holding his sister's hand, they exited the tea shop. They first returned to the parking area to stow the milk tea in the car before embracing his sister and heading back to the USB drive shop. Upon seeing Zhang Ming and his sister arrive, the owner hurriedly brought over 2 stools for them to rest on and poured 2 cups of water, placing them on the counter in front of the siblings. "How much longer do you need?" Zhang Ming inquired of the owner. "It should take about 2 more hours. As you know, you ordered double quantities, and some of them I need to copy onto the USB drives anew." Zhang Ming understood the situation. After all, he had indeed requested more than usual. Though waiting for 2 hours was inconvenient, it was still far quicker than if he had attempted to download everything himself. Initially, he had planned to download the files on his own, but now he was glad for the convenience. Zhang Ming said to his sister, Xiaoming, stay here and wait for your big brother. I'll go to the car and grab something, and I'll be right back. Okay, big brother, Zhang Xiaoming replied in a soft voice. Zhang Ming hurried outside to the parking area, retrieving 2 tablets from the packed boxes and quickly returning to the shop. Upon seeing her brother return, Zhang Xiaoming's face lit up with joy. Approaching her, he took out one of the tablets and began teaching her how to use it. Perhaps children possess an innate aptitude for such devices. As it didn't take long for Zhang Xiaoming to master the tablet with impressive proficiency. Connected to the shop's Wi-Fi, Zhang Ming encouraged his sister to download her favorite animated shows. He, too, took a tablet for himself, downloading a novel he enjoyed while also selecting over 10 disaster-themed novels for his parents to read. He feared that should they become too sympathetic, they might inadvertently bring disaster upon the family. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon dusk began to settle. Before long, the owner notified Zhang Ming that everything he had requested was ready. Observing the 2 large boxes on the counter, he knew they contained the USB drives he had purchased. When the owner quoted a total of 350,000 yuan during the checkout, Zhang Ming momentarily paused in surprise. The shop owner, fearing Zhang Ming might find the price excessive, quickly reassured him, young man. While the price is indeed on the higher side, I assure you that the USB drives are of excellent quality. If any of them happen to fail, bring it back, and I will replace it with 2. Zhang Ming inspected one of the USB drives. Noting its high quality and brand name status, without hesitation, he settled the payment. The owner, pleased with Zhang Ming's promptness, felt a surge of happiness, noticing the absence of other customers in the store. The owner retrieved a small bag from beneath the counter, filled with 20 to 30 additional USB drives, and handed it to Zhang Ming. These are special gifts for you, my young friend, the owner stated, winking knowingly. Understanding the implications of the owner's gesture, Zhang Ming accepted the bag without pretense, discreetly tucking it into his pocket and effectively securing it in his space. These items were best kept from his family's view to avoid unnecessary explanations. Zhang Ming requested the owner's assistance, and the 2 of them each carried a large box to Zhang Ming's vehicle, placing the items inside. After exchanging farewells with the shop owner, Zhang Ming departed. He gently lifted his younger sister into the car, secured her seatbelt, and drove towards home. Chapter 28. Daily life. As night fell, Zhang Ming skillfully parked the car beneath his residence, gazing at the completely darkened sky and the familiar sight of home. A wave of warmth washed over him, but he first carried his sister up to the 2nd floor, settling her in their parents' room, allowing her to choose her favorite programs to watch. The sound of her laughter echoed joyfully through the room, uplifting his spirits significantly. After ensuring his sister was comfortably settled, Zhang Ming descended the stairs, preparing to retrieve the items from the car. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found the surroundings enveloped in silence, devoid of any other presence. A sense of satisfaction filled him. He swiftly gathered the contents of the car, stowing them away in his designated space. Subsequently, Zhang Ming made his way to the 4th floor, where he stored plush toys, a space dedicated to items his sister adored, as well as belongings intended for family use. He opened the storage area and meticulously arranged the previously purchased medicines, books, computers, tablets, phones, and USB drives within the room. Of course, he refrained from placing the items gifted by the boss here, deeming it safer to keep them in his own space. Moving quietly to the 2nd floor, he found his sister completely engrossed in watching television, the screen displaying the adventures of Pleasant Goat. Her laughter, as melodious as silver bells, radiated pure joy across her face. Observing this scene, Zhang Ming couldn't help but marvel at how, after all these years, the tales of Pleasant Goat seemed endless. He gently approached and lifted his sister into his arms, her laughter still resonating within his embrace, as if the entire world were imbued with her innocent delight. He turned off the television, aware that it was time to take his sister to enjoy another form of pleasure. Firmly cradling her, he descended the stairs and retrieved the milk tea he had purchased from the car. Heading towards the restaurant. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at their family restaurant, where 8 or 9 patrons were dining, including 2 female security guards. Zhang Ming recognized one of them as having celebrated her birthday at the restaurant previously, indicating that today she had brought colleagues to dine. Seeing her son and daughter had arrived, Sun Xiaoli hurried over, taking her precious daughter from Zhang Ming's arms, kissing her gently and asking, Ming Ming, do you miss mommy today? I do, the little girl replied in her sweet, childish voice. Today, the big pot took me shopping and bought me milk tea. I also brought some for daddy and mommy. Noticing her mother's gaze, Zhang Ming spoke up. I took my sister to buy some common medicines, along with a few books and several computers. Upon hearing her son's words, Sun Xiaoli chose not to comment further. Recognizing that her son had grown and was financially stable enough to manage his own affairs without her interference. Placing the milk tea on the table, Sun Xiaoli, glancing at the 7 or 8 cups, couldn't help but chastise Zhang Ming for buying too much. You could have bought less. Why so many? It's just a waste of money. Despite her verbal complaints, her heart brimmed with joy. After surveying the milk tea on the table and glancing at the 2 female security guards dining, Sun Xiaoli returned to Zhang Ming, took her daughter back into her arms, and picked up 2 cups of milk tea, walking over to the guards. My son bought too much, so here are 2 cups for you. Thank you for coming to dine with us again, she said. Sun Xiaoli's gesture surprised not only Zhang Ming but also the 2 security guards, who were taken aback. They quickly stood up to decline, insisting, "We can't accept this. We are just here to eat." However, Sun Xiaoli insisted, "It's just 2 cups of milk tea, and it's a gift for your meal. Please, listen to Auntie." Seeing they had no way to refuse, the 2 women quickly responded, "Thank you, Auntie." Sun Xiaoli urged them to continue their meal and return to her son and daughter. Taking her daughter back from Zhang Ming first picked up a cup of milk tea, inserting a straw and offering it to his mother, but Sun Xiaoli simply placed the cup in her daughter's hands. Not wanting to argue, Zhang Ming quickly handed her a second cup. Watching both his mother and sister enjoying their milk tea, he then ventured into the kitchen, addressing his father, who was still busy. "Dad, have some milk tea, and let me know if there's anything else you need me to do. Just leave it there. I'll be done soon. You should head out. The kitchen is full of smoke." His father replied. Zhang Ming felt a surge of gratitude at his father's concern. He remained in the kitchen, watching his father until he finished his task. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ming said to his father, "Dad, the family isn't lacking in money anymore, so you and Mom shouldn't work too hard." Zhang Qingshan responded, "Our restaurant is not large. It's manageable for your mother and me, so you need not worry." Zhang Ming chose not to press further, understanding that the impending natural disaster would only require his parents to endure a few more strenuous days. Exiting the kitchen, he saw his mother holding his sister, engaged in conversation with the 2 female security guards. He didn't pry into their discussion, opting instead to walk over to the table and take a cup of milk tea for himself. Upon noticing Zhang Ming's arrival, Sun Xiaoli and the guards ceased their conversation, though the guards glanced back at Zhang Ming as they left, leaving him puzzled. Zhang Ming handed half-finished milk tea to his sister, who received it with glee, sipping happily as her eyes squinted with joy. "Just let her drink. She won't wet the bed. Besides, spoil her a little. It's only a matter of time before she becomes spoiled," Sun Xiaoli remarked. Before Zhang Ming could respond, Zhang Xiaoming chimed in. "I want to wet the bed. The big pot is the best. Big brother is the best. Aren't Mom and Dad the best too?" Sun Xiaoli countered. "Mommy and Daddy are the best," Zhang Xiaoming affirmed. Hearing his sister's words brought a smile to Zhang Ming's face. As time slipped away, he headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner, allowing his father to take a break. By the time Zhang Ming finished cooking and brought the dishes out, the restaurant had cleared of patrons. Calling his parents and sister to dine, Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli took their daughter to wash her hands. Once they returned, the family gathered around the table for their meal. After dinner, Zhang Qingshan returned to the kitchen to tidy up, while Zhang Ming assisted his mother in clearing the table and wiping it down. Even Zhang Xiaoming took up a broom to sweep the floor. After the family completed their cleaning duties and checked the water, electricity, and gas, they locked the restaurant's doors and made their way home. Upon arriving, Zhang Ming intended to take his sister upstairs to rest, but for reasons unknown, she insisted on sleeping with their mother that night. Thus, Zhang Ming resigned himself to heading upstairs alone, with his sister absent. He seized the opportunity to set up 2 computers in his room. Chapter 29, The Final Shopping. Returning to the 4th floor, Zhang Ming first went to the room designated for the computers. Transporting 2 units back to his own living space, he assembled 1 computer in each of the 2 rooms. The network cables had already been installed during the renovations, so there was no need for concern about connectivity. Observing the various games downloaded onto the computers, he smiled with delight, relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about boredom in the future. After playing for a while, Zhang Ming returned to bed, ready to sleep. In the blink of an eye, the night passed, and he was awakened in the morning by his little sister. After the usual morning routine, they ventured out for breakfast, followed by a day of shopping at the mall, where they purchased various items that caught Zhang Xiaoming's fancy. Different types of toys, clothes of varying sizes, and an array of pastries. As he surveyed the pastries, Zhang Ming realized he hadn't bought many. particularly cakes that he resolved to ensure that birthday cakes were prepared for family celebrations in the future. Although he could bake, he recognized that professional bakers would yield superior results. After all, as long as he could afford it. Why not purchase them? While Zhang Xiaoming played in the children's amusement area of the mall, Zhang Ming took out his phone and selected 60 shops online, placing orders for 5 8-inch cakes, 10 10-inch cakes, and 5 12-inch cakes from each shop, totaling 20 cakes per establishment. He specified delivery times for each shop for the following day, with the delivery destination being the warehouse he had rented. Zhang Ming wanted to avoid a massive delivery of over 1,000 cakes all at once, as that would draw too much attention. By staggering the deliveries, he could receive them in batches without attracting excessive notice. After lunch, Zhang Ming continued to explore the mall with his sister, visiting supermarkets and toy stores, naturally purchasing various items along the way. That evening, they returned to the restaurant, and after assisting with the cleanup of tables and chairs, the family made their way home. Once home, Zhang Ming visited the unit where his parents resided, sitting on the sofa beside them. "Mom and Dad, I have a few matters to attend to tomorrow and the day after. For these 2 days, please take care of Xiaoming at the restaurant, and I will take her with me afterward." Zhang Xiaoming's eyes filled with tears upon hearing that Dagwa would not take her along, her expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Understanding that Dagwa had matters to attend to but would bring her along in a couple of days, she quickly brightened up. Upon learning that her son had business to attend to, Sun Shali spoke up. "If you have things to do, then go ahead. When you weren't home before, Ming Ming still followed us around all day." Zhang Qingshan nodded in agreement. They asked for what Zhang Ming was busy with. They refrained from inquiring, firmly believing that their son would not engage in any improper activities. After conversing for a while longer, Zhang Ming prepared to head upstairs. The little girl intended to follow, but upon hearing her mother mention that her brother had more matters to attend to the next day, she nodded in understanding and decided to stay with her mother for the night. After Zhang Ming returned upstairs and washed up, he prepared for bed, knowing he had to rise early to go to the warehouse the next day. The following morning, Zhang Ming drove out, having breakfast on the way before arriving at the warehouse. He opened the warehouse door, waiting for the cake deliveries to arrive. Within a few minutes, the first delivery vehicle from a cake shop pulled up, dropping off the cakes before leaving. Zhang Ming hurriedly stored the cakes in the still space. Throughout the day, he continuously received cakes from various shops. After 9 o'clock in the morning, once he had stored the last delivery into the space, he locked the door and drove home. On the way back, he noticed a street vendor and stopped to grab a bite. Upon returning home to find his parents and younger sister still awake, he informed them that he had already eaten, prompting them to suggest he rest early. After all, even without doing much, the long hours had been tiring. After washing up, he laid down and soon fell asleep. The next day, he awoke at 8 o'clock, washed up, and took his juggling car out, planning to visit various cake shops to buy some bread, snacks, and small cakes. Zhang Ming first drove to a nearby cake shop, where he saw an array of small cakes in the display case. Asking the owner to package them up, he also bought many types of bread and snacks. After paying, he instructed the shop owner to load the various items into his car, and once the owner left, he immediately stored everything in the still space. Looking at the abundance of supplies that would soon fill the entire still space, Zhang Ming felt an immense sense of security by the end of the day. He had visited over 30 cake shops, accumulating quite a haul, totaling over a dozen vehicle loads. With the sky now completely dark, Zhang Ming drove back home. Zhang Qingshan and Sun Shali breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their son say he had finished his tasks. Knowing that Dagwa would soon be able to take her along, Zhang Xiaoming clung to Dagwa, refusing to let go. With no other choice, he had to take the little girl back to the 4th floor to sleep. On a new day, Zhang Ming rose to find his younger sister still asleep. He went to the 3rd floor to water all the planting boxes, delighted to see some seeds had already sprouted and begun to grow. These vegetables were more precious than gold after the natural disaster. Returning upstairs to wake his still sleeping sister, they washed up together and headed out for breakfast. Starting today, Zhang Ming decided to take his sister to the supermarket to buy snacks, candies, pastries, and drinks. This time, he opted to visit a different supermarket, reasoning that purchasing too much from one place wasn't ideal. Spreading out their purchases would be more beneficial. 2 vehicle loads per store, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. After loading the car, Zhang Ming would utilize the space to store some items. Although Zhang Xiaoming sensed something was amiss, her young mind couldn't quite grasp it, as she was still just over 4 years old. Thus, Zhang Ming and his sister continued their shopping excursions across different supermarkets for over 10 days, filling one room with snacks and even opening another on the 5th floor to accommodate the accumulated goodies. The clothes he purchased online for his sister and mother were also placed on the 5th floor. With only 2 days left until the natural disaster began, Zhang Ming resolved to take this final opportunity to explore the capital with his parents and sister. For many years, his parents had dedicated themselves to working hard for a living, rarely taking the time to enjoy themselves. Before the impending disaster, he wanted to ensure they could fully appreciate the sights of the capital. It would serve as a final farewell to their peaceful life. Chapter 30. The last excursion. As dusk descended, the home was illuminated with warm and gentle lights. The family gathered together, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and warmth. Zhang Ming gazed at his parents, his eyes shimmering with sincerity and determination. He spoke slowly, his voice brimming with love and care for his family. "Mom and Dad, you have been in the capital for over 20 days now. And during this time, you've been preoccupied with the restaurant, without truly resting. I think we should all take some time to have fun and relax." Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. But soon a touch of hesitation emerged. Their thoughts were inevitably occupied with the restaurant's business, considering they had a steady stream of customers. Zhang Ming seemed to sense his parents' concerns and smiled as he continued. "Money is endless, but our family's happiness and health are what truly matter." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli found his reasoning quite sensible. Ultimately, they decided to set aside their work for 2 days, choosing to spend quality time with their family. With the decision to travel made, the family began to discuss their destination. Zhang Xiaoming, noticing that the three were engrossed in discussion without her, wandered off to watch television. After much deliberation, they settled on visiting several iconic landmarks in the capital: the Forbidden City, Tiananmen Square, the Temple of Heaven, the Summer Palace, the Great Wall, and Beihai Park. These locations were all renowned attractions within the capital. Having finalized their plans, the family retired early for the night. The following morning, shortly after 3 o'clock, Sun Xiaoli ascended the stairs to awaken her son and daughter. Zhang Ming and his sister quickly got out of bed, dressed, and washed up before the family took a taxi to Tiananmen Square. Given the difficulty of parking at these tourist spots, they opted for a taxi. The Zhang family arrived at Tiananmen Square early, eagerly awaiting that solemn and sacred moment. Though it was still early, Zhang Xiaoming, nestled in her brother's arms, widened her eyes in excitement, curiously glancing around as if everything held a sense of novelty. Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli closely followed their son, their eyes reflecting a blend of reliance on him and anticipation for the upcoming flag-raising ceremony. As the crowd gradually gathered, a solemn atmosphere enveloped Tiananmen Square. The Zhang family queued to enter the square. Despite it not being a holiday, many had come to witness the flag-raising, united by the shared purpose of experiencing the moment when the national flag slowly ascended in the morning light. Feeling the profound impact and emotion it inspired, Zhang Ming held his sister as they moved forward with their parents, eventually reaching a spot near the front, though not in the absolute front row. Their view was still quite good, allowing them to see the entire flag-raising ceremony clearly. The little sister bounced excitedly in Zhang Ming's arms, and to give her a better view, he lifted her onto his shoulders. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the scene, the flag-raising ceremony commenced. Amid the solemn notes of the national anthem, the flag gradually ascended. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and everyone held their breath, their hearts filled with love and pride for their country. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Zhang Ming led his family to a nearby breakfast spot, where they gathered around a table to enjoy a sumptuous meal. As he savored his youtiao, he shared the day's travel plans with his parents and sister. After breakfast, they made their way to the Forbidden City, where the magnificent ancient architecture enveloped the Zhang family in a sense of history and cultural richness. Each palace exuded a solemn and majestic aura, captivating their hearts. Next, they visited the Temple of Heaven, a site where emperors of the Ming and Qing dynasties once prayed for good harvests. One of China's largest sacrificial architectural complexes. Standing atop the circular mound altar, Zhang Ming gazed up at the sky, feeling an echo of the ancient reverence held by those who came before. In the afternoon, light rain began to fall from the sky. Yet it did not dampen the Zhang family's spirits. They opened their umbrellas and strolled leisurely through the Summer Palace, admiring the picturesque lake scenery and garden architecture. The Summer Palace in the rain possessed a unique charm. Tranquil and mysterious, Zhang Ming and his family were enraptured by the breathtaking scenery, savoring the allure of the classical garden. After a day of exploration, they returned home, feeling a touch fatigued yet brimming with contentment. This journey not only allowed them to behold the renowned landmarks of the imperial capital, but also fostered a joyous camaraderie among the family. Settling onto the sofa, Zhang Ming retrieved his phone and opened the album, inviting his parents to view the photos captured that day. Zhang Xiaoming squeezed in beside them, eager to see as well. Sun Xiaoli playfully tapped her daughter's head, teasing, You took so many pictures that you've nearly turned into a little wild child following your brother around." Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhang Xiaoming buried her head in her mother's embrace, reluctant to emerge, which elicited peals of laughter from the family. Zhang Ming turned to his parents, saying, "Mom and Dad, please rest early tonight. Tomorrow we shall climb the Great Wall and go boating in Beihai Park." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli promptly urged Zhang Ming to return to his rest the next morning. The family did not rise as early. It was after 7 when Zhang Ming was awakened by his little sister's calls. He reached out to touzle her hair, provoking her to threaten him playfully. After freshening up, Zhang Ming ascended to the second floor, where his mother had prepared breakfast. Following their meal, the family decided to drive to the Great Wall. Upon arrival, Zhang Ming parked the car and led his family towards the entrance. The slow-paced little one, Zhang Xiaoming, naturally found her way into Zhang Ming's arms. At the entrance, Zhang Ming presented the QR code for their tickets, and after receiving confirmation from the staff, they entered through the passageway. The Great Wall, a magnificent edifice hailed as a world wonder, stands not only as a symbol of the Dragon Nation but also as a testament to human ingenuity and courage. As Zhang Ming's family stood at the foot of the wall, gazing up at its serpentine form winding through the mountains, an indescribable sense of pride and reverence surged within them. This ancient structure, weathered by millennia of storms, has witnessed the vicissitudes of countless histories. It serves not merely as a defensive barrier but as an emblem of the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people. As the crowd moved forward, the family's footsteps became increasingly buoyant. The little sister looked around in wide-eyed wonder, her laughter resonating clearly against the wall's ancient backdrop. Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli paused intermittently to capture the stunning vistas with their smartphones, eager to preserve this rare experience for posterity. After meandering along for over half an hour, taking in the vibrant life within the wall and the verdant beauty outside, where trees cast cool shadows and flowers bloomed brilliantly, a stark contrast to the scene within, the family decided to retrace their steps. On their way back, they strolled leisurely, appreciating the unique sights around them. Once they exited the Great Wall, Zhang Ming drove the family to Quanzhou, where they indulged in a feast of roasted duck. Much to the delight of the little sister, whose face became smeared with sauce and grease. Seeing her relish the meal so much, they ordered 5 more to take home, prompting Sun Xiaoli to chide Zhang Ming for his extravagant spending. With a smile, Zhang Ming chose to remain silent. After their meal, Zhang Ming returned home, as Beihai Park was not far from their residence, and the family decided to walk there. After enjoying the park for a while, they made their way to the boat rental area, where they hired a 4-seater pedal boat and ventured onto the lake. After more than 2 hours of fun, they finally disembarked from the boat. They continued to wander through the park, but noticing that the little sister seemed weary and drowsy, they decided it was time to head home. On the way, they purchased some meat and vegetables. Preparing to make dinner, Zhang Ming observed quietly without comment, ready to share one last meal with his family before the impending calamity. Chapter 31. The onset of disaster. After dinner, Zhang Ming ascended to the upper floor, first heading to the room where he stored his computer, tablet, and USB drives, securing these items in a safe space. He then returned to his own room and placed his 2 computers there as well. In his previous life, these electronic devices had remained functional apart from their inability to connect to the internet, and he wondered if this reincarnation would bring any changes. Instead of retiring to bed, he lay there, switched on the television, and, ignoring its content, picked up his phone to read a downloaded novel. Before he knew it, the clock struck 11:55 p.m. Rising from the sofa, he approached the window to gaze at the night sky, pondering what the onset of disaster would look like in the Dragon Nation. In his former life, while in the Eagle Nation, he had only felt a slight tremor. At precisely 12:03 a.m., the sky suddenly brightened, followed by a faint tremor. While others might dismiss the flash as a mere flicker of light, Zhang Ming recognized it as the influence of unknown cosmic energy, marking the beginning of the calamity. This information had been gleaned from research institutions during his previous life in the Eagle Nation. Turning back to glance at the television, he found the screen frozen, unable to continue. He picked up his phone, only to see it displayed no signal. Zhang Ming realized the disaster had commenced. Without dwelling on it further, he turned and went to bed. Unbeknownst to him, chaos was already unfolding outside. In a nearby internet CAF, patrons who had been gaming erupted in anger when the internet suddenly cut off, nearly wreaking havoc on the establishment. The owner only managed to quell the uproar by promising 3 free hours of internet access for everyone that night. At a street-side eatery, customers finishing their meals found themselves unable to pay due to the lack of mobile signal, reluctantly leaving their identification with the vendor, promising to return for it the next day. Similar issues plagued institutions, where devices reliant on computer connections became inoperative. Fortunately, government offices retained landline telephones, which still connected to other landlines, though calling mobile phones was out of the question as they had completely lost signal. In such circumstances, while modern communication methods had temporarily failed, the stability of traditional communication re-emerged as vital. The fixed telephones within government agencies became crucial for maintaining internal and external connections. However, the communication gap between landlines and mobile phones posed new challenges. With mobile signals entirely cut off, even if landlines were operational, reaching external mobile users was impossible, limiting the transmission of information, especially for urgent communications with external personnel or agencies, causing considerable inconvenience. Faced with this crisis, government agencies were compelled to implement a series of emergency measures, such as increasing the frequency of manual information relay, utilizing traditional communication methods for urgent coordination, and accelerating the troubleshooting and repair of network failures to restore normal communication and operational order as swiftly as possible. Little did they know that this disaster was global, and the communication blackout was merely the beginning. The true severity lay in the impending extreme heat calamity. Meanwhile, everything outside remained irrelevant to Zhang Ming, who was now deep in slumber. The tranquility of the morning was pierced by a thread of tension as Zhang Ming slowly opened his eyes at his mother's gentle call, noticing the unease etched on her face. An inexplicable worry filled his heart instantly. He sat up abruptly and inquired with concern, "Mom, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" His mother's eyes revealed a flicker of hesitation, yet under her son's pressing questions, she softly voiced her worries. "This morning, your father and I heard some commotion outside. Dad went downstairs to ask someone, and that person mentioned that last night, the internet and mobile signals suddenly went down. And they still haven't returned. I'm worried that something significant might have happened." Hearing his mother's words brought Zhang Ming a measure of reassurance. He gently comforted her, saying, "Mom, don't worry just yet. I'll go out and see if there's really anything serious going on. It could just be a temporary glitch that will be resolved quickly. You and Dad should remain calm." Zhang Ming hastily got dressed, disregarding his morning routine, and hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he intended to inquire about the situation when he noticed several vehicles pulling out from the nearby police station. Suddenly, a security vehicle halted in front of him, and as the window rolled down, a familiar face appeared before Zhang Ming. He immediately recognized the security guard as Xiaoli, who often dined at their family restaurant. Xiaoli addressed him, "Zhang Ming, what are you doing standing here? You should head home. What is going on? Why are so many security personnel mobilized?" Zhang Ming asked. "It's no secret. A nationwide lockdown is being implemented until the network is restored. Please go back home and trust the government," Xiaoli replied, driving off before Zhang Ming could inquire further. That moment, an announcement crackled from the loudspeakers on the telephone poles. The clear and resolute voice of the loudspeaker pierced through the morning fog, reaching every corner. All residents are advised to return to their homes and await further instructions from the government. Please do not create chaos in society. Trust in our government. This statement acted like a stabilizing anchor, guiding the previously scattered crowd towards a sense of direction. In an emergency, the government's timely communication proved to be particularly crucial. This endeavor serves not only to stabilize public sentiment but also to methodically organize emergency measures, ensuring the stability of social order. The loudspeaker's repetitive utterances, though simplistic, encapsulate the government's care and sense of responsibility towards the populace. As the broadcast resonated through the streets, the initially chaotic atmosphere began to subside. People commenced their orderly return to their homes, the flow of pedestrians gradually dissipating, leaving a momentary tranquility in its wake. Zhang Ming turned to head home as well and, upon seeing his mother's concerned expression, reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. Everything will be fine." Hearing her son's words, Sun Xiaoli felt a sense of calm wash over her. Within a few minutes, Zhang Qinshan returned home and recounted the information he had gathered, stating, "Currently, all devices that utilize the internet are unable to connect. Only a few landlines remain operational. As for the reasons behind this, there has yet to be any accurate information." The three of them ascended to the second floor, and upon not finding his younger sister, Zhang Ming made his way to the bedroom. As he opened the door, he found her soundly asleep, oblivious to the external commotion. Seeing his sister still resting, he gently closed the door to allow her to continue her slumber. Returning to his parents, he remarked, "The government has advised us to remain at home, so let us heed that advice. You both should take this opportunity to rest well. And if you find yourselves with nothing to do, perhaps you could water the plants in the growing boxes on the third floor. Some of the vegetables will be ready for harvest in about half a month." Upon hearing their son mention the growing boxes, his parents realized they had almost forgotten about them. Surprised to learn that he had already planted vegetables, they quickly urged Zhang Qingshan to accompany them upstairs to inspect the boxes. As his parents ascended, Zhang Ming settled onto the sofa to read the downloaded ebooks. Chapter 32. Network outage and moving supplies from the restaurant at around 8 o'clock, his younger sister emerged from the bedroom. Rubbing her eyes, spotting Zhang Ming on the sofa, she rushed over and leaped into his arms, softly uttering, "Big brother, hug me." Zhang Ming picked her up and headed to the bathroom to wash her up. Then took her to his room on the 4th floor, where he provided her with a small bread roll to eat while he attended to his own hygiene. When they reached the 3rd floor, they found their mother watering the various vegetables in the growing boxes, while their father was hammering nails into the wall to construct supports for the beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes, observing his parents busy at work. Zhang Ming took his sister to the 2nd floor to prepare breakfast. By the time his parents finished and came downstairs, Zhang Ming had already prepared the meal. After they finished eating, his parents returned to the 3rd floor to continue their tasks, while Zhang Ming took on the responsibilities of clearing the table and washing the dishes. Once he completed these chores, Zhang Ming approached the window to gaze out at the street. Although the loudspeaker had urged residents to return home, a few individuals still wandered the streets, unclear whether they were heading home or engaged in other activities, considering that their household typically cooked infrequently and their food reserves were limited. Zhang Ming resolved to go to the restaurant to retrieve some supplies. He reasoned that the current leniency in street regulations presented a prime opportunity to do so, knowing that once stricter management was in place, venturing out would become increasingly difficult. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Zhang Ming explained his plan to his parents. "Mom, Dad, our food supply is running low. Given that the street regulations are not overly stringent at the moment, I intend to fetch some supplies. I will leave my sister at home and will return promptly." Hearing his son's words, Zhang Qingshan stood and said, "Son, I will accompany you. Let us bring back as much as we can," accepting his father's decision. Zhang Ming quietly descended the stairs with him, carefully opening the hallway door. After ensuring the coast was clear, they swiftly made their way towards the restaurant. In less than a minute, they arrived at the restaurant's entrance. Zhang Qingshan skillfully opened the door, and they quickly slipped inside, with Zhang Ming promptly closing the door behind them. They made their way to the storage area, where Zhang Ming was astonished to find an abundance of rice, flour, oil, dried vegetables, and spices stacked high. The reserves far exceeded his expectations, leaving him puzzled as he turned to his father. Zhang Qingshan seemed to understand his son's confusion and softly explained, "These were just delivered a few days ago." Upon hearing his father's words, Zhang Ming's memory was jolted. He recalled that when the restaurant first opened, he had taken a considerable portion of the stock, leaving little behind. After that, the restaurant had been operating normally, and logically, the supply should have been nearly depleted. However, he had not anticipated that his father would procure such a large quantity at once. Zhang Ming retrieved 2 chickens and some beef and lamb from the large refrigerator, along with a selection of dried mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms from the dry goods section. He handed these items to his father while he hoisted a 50-kilogram bag of rice and a jug of oil. "Let us take this much for now," Zhang Ming advised his father. They approached the restaurant's entrance, cautiously surveying their surroundings to confirm that no one was nearby before swiftly locking the door and heading home. Within a minute, they reached their own doorstep. Sun Shally had been waiting at the hallway door, and upon seeing them return, she immediately swung the door open, ushering them inside the hallway. She promptly closed the hallway door behind them and reached out to help her son carry the items. Zhang Ming passed the oil to his mother while he carried the rice upstairs. He placed the supplies in the kitchen of his parents' room on the 2nd floor and instructed his mother to organize everything. He then returned to the 4th floor, retrieved several tablet computers along with USB drives containing downloaded television shows and movies, and laid them on the table, saying to his parents, "Mom, Dad, since we can't go out, these USB drives contain downloaded shows and movies that you can watch during your leisure time." Sun Shally approached the table and rifled through the USB drives until she found a television series she enjoyed. She picked up a tablet and settled onto the sofa to watch. Zhang Qingshan also selected a movie USB drive and joined her in watching on a tablet, seeing her parents engrossed in their screens. The little girl dashed upstairs to fetch her tablet and sat beside her mother to watch as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, contemplating the situation regarding the restaurant's supplies. Leaving so much stock in the restaurant was evidently not a prudent choice. He needed to make a trip there at night to move the majority of the supplies back home. Otherwise, if he delayed, they might either be requisitioned or stolen. Zhang Ming recognized that the network outage was likely to last for an extended period, and he was uncertain if it would ever be restored, at least not in the short term. Given Longwa's approach, it was clear that upon realizing the global network failure, corresponding policies would be enacted. In his previous life in Yingjiang, he had been oblivious to Longwa's situation, and now he could only await the subsequent policies from Longwa, based on the government's attitude toward its citizens. Zhang Ming believed that Longwa would not abandon its residents. In his past life in Yingjiang, when natural disasters struck and the internet was cut off, chaos ensued, shootings and looting were rampant. He had hidden in the restaurant, barely surviving for 6 months on the stock left there. After which he had lost track of events. Having come to this realization, Zhang Ming decided not to dwell on it further and began to read the downloaded novels on the sofa. Between watching television shows, movies, and eating, the day swiftly passed. After dinner, he instructed his younger sister to sleep downstairs with their parents while he went upstairs alone. Once upstairs, he planned to rest for a while before heading to the restaurant to move supplies in the dead of night. At 12:30, Zhang Ming's alarm clock rang, and he dressed quickly before peering out the window to observe the street. Occasionally, 1 or 2 security vehicles could be seen entering and exiting the nearby security bureau. He opened his door, preparing to head downstairs, mindful to tread quietly so as not to awaken his parents. Upon reaching the lower level, he unlocked the hallway security door, ensuring there were no people or vehicles outside before hastily making his way to the restaurant. Before long, Zhang Ming arrived at the restaurant's entrance, opened the door, hurried inside, and closed it behind him. He refrained from turning on the lights, instead retrieving a flashlight from his supplies, covering it with a cloth to dim its brightness. In the storage area, he collected approximately 80 of the rice, flour, oil, spices, and dried vegetables, as well as all the meat and the majority of the vegetables, placing them into his storage. Once he had gathered nearly everything, he approached the door, ensuring no one was around before locking it and sprinting home. Upon entering his house, Zhang Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one had seen him, or he would have had a difficult explanation to provide. He began to contemplate where to store these items. The 5th and 6th floors were too high, and moving so many supplies up there in a short time was impractical. The rooms on the 4th floor were occupied, and there was no space on the 3rd floor either. The 2nd floor did have 2 available rooms, while the 1st floor contained his designated storage room, along with 2 additional units. After deliberating for a while, he decided to first clear out the supplies from the 1st floor and place tonight's haul in that unit since his parents had not inspected it. He could even bring out a few extra refrigerators to store the meat there. If questioned by his parents, he would simply explain that he had purchased too many refrigerators initially. First, place it here. Take out the items collected tonight from the space. Then reconnect the refrigerator and put the meat and vegetables brought back from tonight inside. Once these tasks are completed, he returns upstairs to sleep. Chapter 33. National Decisions. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ming, after a day had passed, Long Country had already gathered information regarding the surrounding nations, like Long Country. All networks had become non-functional. Meanwhile, in a conference room in the imperial capital, several elderly figures were seated, all esteemed elders of Long Country. Elderly, please share the findings of the Research Institute, the chief elder said. Occupying the foremost position, through our comprehensive investigation and research, we have discovered that Blue Star has suddenly been subjected to a form of magnetic interference. This disturbance is notably more severe in areas of higher elevation. In essence, the higher one is from the ground, the greater the impact. Currently, the entire globe has lost contact with satellites in space. This is merely the initial effect, and further repercussions may follow. As for when the magnetic field will cease, we are still diligently researching, Elderly responded, addressing the group. Elderly, namely Igwa, is an academician of the Long Country Academy of Sciences, a figure of national treasure status. Upon hearing Elderly's words, the others present fell into contemplation. One individual to the left of the chief elder was the first to speak. I believe that nationwide wartime management regulations should be implemented immediately. The military should enter various cities and collaborate with local security personnel to maintain control. In the short term, there should be no issues, but if this situation persists without effective management, it will lead to greater societal chaos. Another individual to the right of the chief elder promptly added, in addition to military presence in the cities, we should follow the protocol established during the pandemic a few years ago, requiring community workers to visit homes for personnel registration. Community staff should procure essential supplies for residents, while also notifying supermarket and market personnel to return to their posts and prepare supplies for their respective communities. With the network down, most people's finances are tied up in banks. Purchases can be made with signatures from both the individuals concerned and community staff, with payments to be processed once the network is restored. We could also arrange for soldiers to transport supplies and allow food factories and essential goods manufacturers to resume operations, ensuring that citizens' basic living needs are met while others await further information. In such circumstances, the purchase of living necessities should be limited according to population. Broadcasting the latest policies will help soothe public sentiment. As each individual voiced their opinions, resolutions quickly emerged. 1. The military will enter cities to assist in management. 2. Except for essential personnel, all others are to remain at home and not venture outside unless necessary. 3. Community staff will conduct home visits to assess personnel situations and procure supplies on behalf of residents. 4. Purchases of essential goods will be restricted based on household numbers. 5. Broadcast will communicate the latest policies and calm public emotions. 6. Payments for housing can be made immediately or deferred until the network is restored, requiring signatures from both involved parties and government representatives. Very well, let us proceed with these decisions. We will now commence voting. Those in favor, please raise your hands, the chief elder declared. Everyone present raised their hands in agreement, and the resolutions were unanimously approved. The chief elder instructed immediate notification to military districts to commence actions as per the designated areas. Elderly, I hope you can swiftly decipher the patterns of this magnetic field and resolve these issues. The chief elder urged. Understood. We shall ensure the task is completed, Elderly affirmed. Now, let us each attend to the matters discussed in this meeting. Should any urgent issues arise, we will convene promptly. The chief elder concluded before returning to his office to address the aforementioned concerns. At this moment, Zhang Ming remained oblivious to the decisions made by Long Country's leadership while he slept. However, even if he were aware, he would undoubtedly deem the nation's actions to be entirely justified. The first to receive the call were the leaders of various military districts, who, upon learning of the chief elder's decisions, wasted no time and began immediate actions as per higher directives. Following this, government departments relayed the information down the chain, with absent leaders directing duty personnel to locate individuals directly, ensuring the swift dissemination of orders and the prompt implementation of new policies. When Zhang Ming awoke in the morning, it was already past 9 o'clock. He descended to his parents' residence, had breakfast, and sat beside his mother. Observing the worried expression on her face, he inquired, "Mom, is something troubling you? You seem preoccupied. This morning, there are many more soldiers on the streets, all armed," she replied. Zhang Ming rushed to the window and gazed into the distance, indeed noticing a significant presence of soldiers on the streets. He could not help but marvel at Long Country's rapid response. Returning to his mother, he remarked, "Having more soldiers on the streets is quite beneficial. It will greatly improve public safety." Upon hearing her son's words, Sun Xiaoli found them to be quite reasonable. "And my father?" he asked. He went upstairs to check on the vegetables he planted. There's something on your mind. There are a few matters. I'll go call him down. Then I'll explain everything to you, Zhang Ming replied. He ascended to the 3rd floor to summon his father to the 2nd floor, cradling his younger sister in his arms. He then addressed his parents. "Dad, Mom, last night I brought back some supplies from the restaurant and placed them in the 1st floor room." Upon hearing this, his parents hurried to the 1st floor room. Upon seeing the large quantities of rice and other supplies stacked within, they felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by concern for their son, who had to exert himself to move such a load. Noticing their expressions, Zhang Ming quickly reassured them. "I transported everything with a vehicle and used a hand truck for loading and unloading. It wasn't as exhausting as you might think." Despite his assurances, both parents remained deeply concerned for their son. "However, it is best if we keep our stockpile a secret," Zhang Ming advised Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli. Understanding the increased military presence outside, acknowledged that having some food reserves would be prudent in case of emergencies. The three then returned to the 2nd floor, just as the street announcement echoed, urging residents to remain indoors, as community workers would soon come to conduct a census, procuring necessary supplies on their behalf. Having experienced similar restrictions during past pandemic outbreaks, the residents harbored no adverse feelings. Yet, Zhang Ming was aware that these arrangements were only temporary. He pondered the uncertainty that the heat would bring. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of the community workers for registration. The family descended to the entrance. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Officer Sun, accompanied by 2 others from the community. "Uncle, Auntie, so you reside here. These 2 are community workers, here to conduct a personnel survey," Officer Sun explained. "Certainly. We will cooperate with the registration." They replied. "How many individuals reside here? What are their occupations?" One of the community workers inquired. "My wife and I run a small restaurant. Our son returned from abroad 2 months ago and occasionally helps out at the restaurant. We also have a 4-year-old daughter, who is usually cared for by our son, Zhang Qinshan responded. What about the other residents in this building? This building is solely occupied by our family. We are the only ones living here. Zhang Ming interjected. After completing the registration of Zhang Ming's family's information, one of the workers addressed them. Please remain at home, as this afternoon, staff will come to assess your needs for living supplies. During this period, all essential goods will be procured by the community office. Chapter 34, Community Visit soon after, Officer's son and the community workers prepared to leave. Officer's son, do come by our home for a visit sometime. Sun Shally said. Of course, Auntie, she replied before departing with her colleagues. Once back upstairs, Sun Shally turned to Zhang Ming and commented, Son, what do you think of Officer's son? She is quite pretty and polite. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhang Ming instantly understood. She was likely contemplating introducing him to a potential partner. He realized that the duration of the disaster was unpredictable, and the future was fraught with uncertainty. In such times, seeking companionship could be either beneficial or inconsequential. After careful consideration, Zhang Ming concluded that as long as he remained discreet and did not reveal the secrets of their space, establishing a relationship with Officer's son would not pose significant risks. Moreover, her beauty, courtesy, and position as a police officer would undoubtedly provide additional security and convenience for the family. In times like these, such a relationship might alleviate numerous troubles and offer greater assistance in the future. Thus, Zhang Ming responded to his mother, that female officer is indeed quite beautiful. I wonder if she has a partner and what her character is like. Upon hearing her son's words, Sun Shally realized that her son harbored some fondness for Officer Sunday. She directly stated, I have already inquired about these matters. Sun Bao's sister is named Sun Jing. Her parents are divorced and have established their own families, and they hardly keep in touch now. She has a younger sister who is attending university in the capital, and all her earnings are devoted to paying for her sister's tuition and living expenses. Some individuals, upon learning that she is responsible for supporting her sister's education, become hesitant to pursue a romantic relationship with her. After all, it is indeed quite challenging to sustain a household in the capital on a single salary. Upon hearing his mother's remarks, Zhang Ming felt quite pleased with Sun Jing. Her ability to care for her sister's education surely spoke volumes about her character. As for the matter of her salary, it was of little consequence to him, as his family had no shortage of funds. His bank account boasted billions. However, in the wake of the recent calamity, that wealth had become rather futile, a fact that the current populace remained oblivious to. Mom, why don't you first inquire whether she would be interested? If she is, let them meet. If not, then that's that. Son, just await my news, she replied. After their conversation, Zhang Qinshan emerged from the inner room. Cradling his little daughter, the child's hair was tousled, and her face bore the remnants of sleep. Upon seeing Zhang Ming, she immediately extended her arms towards him, exclaiming, Big brother, hug. Feeling a tinge of jealousy as he watched his little sister seek comfort from his father, Zhang Ming received her into his arms and said, Big brother will take you to wash your face, and then mom will braid your hair. The streets were now bustling with military, armed police, and police vehicles. With nothing pressing to attend to, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Shally made their way to the third floor to tend to the various vegetables in the planting boxes. Inside the room, Zhang Ming noticed that it was just him and his little sister left. He gently picked her up and brought her to the fourth floor, where he set her down on the sofa and opened his tablet to play her favorite animated series. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she immersed herself in the animated world, momentarily forgetting the chaos outside. Seizing the opportunity while his sister was engrossed, Zhang Ming entered another room and retrieved a set of milk tea-making equipment. Skillfully, he prepared a rich cup of milk tea for her. Next, his gaze fell upon the coffee grinder. He extracted some coffee beans from his storage. These beans were ones he had personally cultivated, each one plump and full of flavor. Having already roasted them in his space, they exuded an enticing aroma, and all that was needed was to grind them to create a robust cup of coffee. Zhang Ming meticulously filled 2 jars with the freshly ground coffee, intending to bring some to his parents as well, of course, along with a generous supply of sugar cubes. He handed the milk tea to his little sister, who was overjoyed, nearly beside herself with delight. Returning to the room, he brewed 3 cups of coffee, took 2 of them upstairs, and served his parents before heading back to the 4th floor to continue his novel. In the afternoon, Officer's son and the street personnel returned to Zhang Ming's home. When the street workers inquired whether Zhang Ming's family needed any supplies, he addressed the 2 staff members, saying, Comrades, greetings. I would like to ask if we can retrieve various ingredients from our family restaurant. If the items in the store are left uneaten for too long, they will spoil. The 2 staff members nodded in agreement, replying, "That is permissible, but given that there are soldiers patrolling the streets, we will have Officer Sun accompany you to explain the situation to the patrols." Zhang Ming turned to Officer Sun, who, noticing his gaze, felt a bit shy. Aware that Zhang Ming's mother had been inquiring about her situation and wishing to introduce her son to her. Seeing everyone looking at her, Sun Jing nodded and said, "All right, I will accompany them. Their restaurant is not far from here. Then you should hurry and gather your things. We will go to other households to assess their needs. And Officer Sun can join us afterward," one of the staff members instructed. After the two staff members departed, Zhang Ming decided to drive and collect more items. Officer Sun and his family piled into the car, which he drove to the restaurant's entrance. Sun Xiaoli instructed Zhang Qinshan and Zhang Ming to unload the items while she carried her daughter, telling Sun Jing, "Dear, you are currently single, and my son Zhang Ming has just returned from abroad and is also unattached. Why not see if the two of you might be compatible? If it works out, splendid. If not, then no harm done. I understand your situation regarding your sister's education. Zhang Ming has a house and ample funds. So your salary won't be needed for now, allowing both of you to better care for your sister." Listening to Sun Xiaoli's words, Sun Jing felt a flutter of excitement. Both Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli were genuinely kind people. She had dined with them a few times, and they had always shown her great consideration. Caring for her sister was indeed a challenge, and Zhang Ming did not possess the air of superiority that many wealthy individuals often did. With a blush, Sun Jing nodded and said, "Auntie, let us see how things go. If it feels right, we can pursue it, and if not, I will be upfront with you." "That is wonderful, dear. What time do you finish work in the evening? Come over for dinner, and you two can sit down and converse properly. We cannot go out to find you now. We are working in shifts, finishing at 8. I will come over afterward." "Excellent. We will await your arrival for dinner." At that moment, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qinshan emerged from the restaurant with the items. Zhang Qinshan, following his son's advice, loaded the unwrapped rice, flour, dried vegetables, and oil into the vehicle. Half an hour later, the car was filled to the brim with supplies. They then drove back downstairs, as the distance was short enough not to attract any attention. Once they parked, Sun Jing initially intended to assist with unloading but was gently turned away by Sun Xiaoli. "Dear, you go ahead and tend to your matters. Remember to come over for dinner tonight," Sun Xiaoli insisted. With a blush, Sun Jing glanced at Zhang Ming, nodded, and then departed. Chapter 35. A warm beginning after Sun Jing left. Zhang Qinshan and Zhang Ming carried the items into a room on the first floor. Subsequently, the family ascended to the upper floor, where Sun Xiaoli addressed Zhang Ming, saying, "Son, I have spoken with Sun Jing, and she will be coming over for dinner tonight. You two can chat and see how things develop." "Understood, Mom. I will speak with your father. You head to the kitchen to prepare dinner," Sun Xiaoli instructed. Noticing Zhang Qinshan sitting idly, upon hearing his wife's directive, Zhang Qinshan hurried to the kitchen to begin cooking. At 8:30 in the evening, the doorbell rang, prompting Zhang Ming to descend to open the door. Upon seeing Sun Jing, he swiftly invited her inside. Sun Jing followed Zhang Ming upstairs, where she was immediately ushered to sit on the sofa by Sun Xiaoli, and the two began to engage in hushed conversation. Observing that his mother was preoccupied with his little sister, Zhang Ming stepped forward to scoop her up and headed to the kitchen to check on Zhang Qinshan's culinary progress. Before long, Zhang Qinshan had prepared the meal. Zhang Ming called for his mother and Sun Jing to come to the dining table. Upon seeing the spread of 8 dishes and a soup, Sun Jing felt quite touched. During dinner, Zhang Ming inquired of Sun Jing, "What is the situation in other areas?" After a moment's contemplation, Sun Jing replied, "Currently, there are no restrictions on what can be shared. The recent network disruption is global, caused by magnetic field interference, rendering all devices unable to connect to satellites. The only remaining communication methods between two locations are landlines and radios. Though radio communications are also limited by distance. The most affected areas are cities, where high population density raises concerns about potential unrest, prompting the military to maintain order." Listening to Sun Jing's account, Zhang Ming gained a clearer understanding of the current circumstances. Though he remained pessimistic, tomorrow marked the 3rd day since the disaster struck. Zhang Ming recalled vividly that the 3rd day heralded the onset of extreme heat. Temperatures would soar to 40 degrees on the first day, climbing to 45 degrees on the second, and gradually increasing thereafter. Within a week, temperatures could reach 50 degrees, and by the 20th day, 60 degrees would be commonplace, ultimately peaking at 70 degrees by the end of the month. Though Zhang Ming was acutely aware of this, he felt compelled to remain silent. As an ordinary citizen, he could only protect his family. Speaking out would lead to disbelief, and questions would arise about how he came to such knowledge. He acknowledged that many in the nation were selfless, yet a significant number were not, and the disparity between the lives of experts and professors and those of farmers was stark. Zhang Ming dared not gamble with the treachery of human nature. He had a family to safeguard. After dinner, Zhang Ming and Sun Jing retreated to the fourth floor, where Zhang Ming prepared a cup of milk tea for Sun Jing while he brewed himself a cup of coffee. They settled on the sofa and began to converse. After a brief exchange, both felt quite satisfied with one another, deciding to take their time to see where things might lead. 9:30 that night. The moonlight poured in like water, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. The family stood at their doorstep, bidding farewell to Sun Jing. Sun Shaoli addressed Sun Jing, saying, "As you begin your relationship with Zhang Ming, you should come over for dinner regularly during this time. It will give you both a chance to know each other better. Previously, you could communicate via phone, but now, it's essential for you to spend more time together." Upon hearing Sun Shaoli's words, Sun Jing felt a tinge of embarrassment, for she had arrived without any gifts in hand. It was not that she had not wished to prepare something, but rather that she had no means to do so. The small grocery stores were closed, and the larger supermarkets were busy distributing supplies to various communities. Observing Sun Jing's discomfort, Zhang Ming spoke up, "Why don't you come over for lunch and dinner? You can enjoy a better meal here, and we have plenty to spare." Encouraged by Zhang Ming's invitation, Sun Jing readily agreed. Had it not been for the current restrictions on leaving home, Zhang Ming would have offered to drive her back. After seeing Sun Jing off, the family returned to the second floor, where Zhang Ming remarked to his mother, "Mom, Sun Jing is quite a nice person. Let us take our time to get to know her." Hearing this, both Zhang Qinshan and Sun Shaoli were delighted, as their son was of an age where he should be seeking a partner for marriage. On July 18th, Zhang Ming rose as usual, washed up, and had breakfast. After his meal, he approached the window, opened it, and was immediately met with a wave of heat reminiscent of his memories. The temperature had already reached 35 degrees. And by noon, it was expected to soar to 40 degrees. Zhang Ming felt a sense of concern for Sun Jing, for if all went well, she might become his future wife. During work that day, Sun Jing had enlisted the help of community members to purchase some gifts to bring to Zhang Ming's home. She felt a sense of awkwardness for not having brought anything the previous day. And today, she felt compelled to buy something more. As noon approached, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Shaoli prepared lunch, eagerly waiting for Sun Jing to arrive. Zhang Ming had already been sent downstairs to greet her. The little girl nestled in her mother's embrace, engrossed in her tablet. After a brief wait, Sun Jing emerged from the security bureau, her hands laden with gifts. Zhang Ming hurried out to meet her, taking the parcels from her hands and saying, "We have everything we need at home. You should treat yourself and your sister to some nice things." Sun Jing was deeply touched by Zhang Ming's words, and her gaze softened towards him. Upon seeing Sun Jing arrive and noticing the gifts in Zhang Ming's hands, Sun Shaoli playfully chided Sun Jing for bringing items. After lunch, Zhang Ming spent some time conversing with Sun Jing upstairs. Aware of the rising temperatures, he thoughtfully retrieved 2 sets of sunscreen products from a storage space and handed them to Sun Jing, saying, "Given the current weather, make sure to apply plenty of sunscreen." Sun Jing was genuinely pleased by Zhang Ming's attentiveness. After chatting for a while, she returned to her work, and feeling the oppressive heat outside, Zhang Ming quickly retreated indoors. Zhang Qinshan and Sun Shaoli were aware of the high temperatures but felt reassured by the presence of multiple air conditioners in their home. They thought it best to remain indoors. Zhang Ming addressed his father, saying, "Dad, could you turn on the air conditioning on the 3rd floor? We don't want the vegetables to spoil. Don't worry. I already turned it on while watering the plants this morning." His father replied, "With such high temperatures, it's tough for Xiao Jing to be out there." Sun Shaoli remarked, "There's nothing we can do. It's part of her job, but I'm sure the authorities will handle it." Zhang Ming responded, "Why not use the ice maker at home to prepare some iced tea for Xiao Jing?" Sun Shaoli suggested, "Sure, I still have plenty of thermoses. I can use those to keep it cool longer." As the evening approached, Sun Jing arrived at Zhang Ming's home as usual. After dinner, Zhang Ming carried his little sister upstairs along with Sun Jing for a chat, while Zhang Qinshan and Sun Shaoli hoped for them to get to know each other better. Once upstairs, Zhang Ming inquired, "How are you managing work with this heat?" Sun Jing contemplated for a moment before responding, "Today, the authorities decided we would wait until nightfall to assess the material needs of each household. During the day, we are just patrolling the areas around the security bureau and advising residents to purchase a week's worth of food and supplies based on their household size, so we don't need to accompany community personnel for the inventory daily." Zhang Ming thought this approach was quite sensible, allowing them to avoid unnecessary trips. Sun Jing continued, "I heard that several small communication satellites have been transported from other locations and are set to be installed on higher floors. Are there many satellites available now?" Zhang Ming asked. I've heard that as long as the components are available, they can be assembled quite quickly. The main delay lies in the rocket launch preparations. Our country has several satellites ready for launch, just waiting for their turn. This time, a few have been transported to the capital, and others are in different provinces, with factories continuously manufacturing more. Zhang Ming found Sun Jing's insights very reasonable. With current technology, satellites could indeed be produced efficiently. Sun Jing added, I believe communication in the capital will soon be restored, but it will likely be limited to the urban area and its immediate surroundings. The effectiveness of satellites in space versus on the ground differs significantly. Noticing the time, Sun Jing realized it was getting late and prepared to leave when Zhang Ming saw her getting ready to depart. He hurried to the kitchen, retrieved a variety of fruits from the refrigerator, and handed them to her, saying, Take these fruits back home with you. There's plenty more. Unable to refuse, Sun Jing accepted them. After bidding her farewell, Zhang Ming shared the news he had gathered with his parents. Upon hearing it, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Shali felt immense joy, as the prospect of restoring internet connectivity meant they would not have to remain confined at home and could gradually return to their previous way of life. Observing his parents' happiness and looking at his little sister in his arms, Zhang Ming felt it best to remain silent. In his view, the heat had only just begun, and no one could predict what the future held. However, he was confident that the government would implement appropriate measures, and he only needed to care for his family. The night swiftly passed. When Zhang Ming awoke, he approached the window, opened it, and was immediately greeted by a wave of heat, prompting him to shut it again. The morning temperature outside was nearing 40 degrees, and by noon, it was expected to reach 45 degrees. With such extreme temperatures, he pondered how the authorities would respond. Meanwhile, in a conference room, the elders were convening a meeting. The temperature continues to rise, surpassing 40 degrees. Do you at the Research Institute understand the reasons behind this phenomenon? One elder inquired of academicianly, who was seated at the conference table. Through our research, we have determined that these conditions are due to disruptions in the magnetic field. These disturbances, combined with the heat emitted by the sun, have resulted in an unknown transformation, causing the temperature to rise continuously. Based on current observations, we may see further increases, Lee explained. Where are our ground satellites currently located? When can they be installed? The elder inquired. The satellites will arrive today, and we have already determined their installation sites. They can be set up this evening, and if everything goes smoothly, they should be operational by tomorrow, Lee replied. If temperatures continue to rise, can our ground satellites withstand it? Another elder questioned. Our satellites are powered by solar energy in space, and the current high temperatures are actually beneficial for recharging them. In the short term, they can withstand the heat, but prolonged exposure may damage certain components. I advise against installing them on rooftops, Lee cautioned. If we do not place the satellites on rooftops, we can install them in top-floor rooms, shielding them from direct sunlight while only allowing the solar panels to be exposed. The elder suggested. First, we will install the satellites to restore communications in the capital's urban area. Once that is accomplished, we can gauge public response before making further decisions. We are also preparing to address the high temperatures and have ceased all export activities, the elder concluded. Back at Zhang Ming's home, his little sister gazed longingly at the iced milk tea he had prepared for Sun Jing, her eyes shimmering with desire. She clung tightly to Zhang Ming's leg, giving him a pleading look that seemed to silently communicate her wish for a cup of her own. Zhang Ming found it difficult to resist her gaze, feeling as though failing to fulfill her request would be an unforgivable transgression. Thus, he smiled and decided to indulge his little sister. He prepared a cup of room-temperature milk tea, knowing that although it lacked ice, the recipe he followed would still bring her satisfaction and joy. Naturally, he could not forget his parents, so he prepared 2 additional cups for them, considering the abundance of ingredients he had on hand, likely enough to last a lifetime. After lunch, Zhang Ming handed the thermos filled with iced milk tea to Sun Jing, saying, This is the iced milk tea I made for you. Given the heat outside, a refreshing drink will be quite pleasant. Also, take my SUV. It will be more convenient for you to go out. Walking in this weather could lead to sunburn. Sun Jing felt touched by Zhang Ming's concern. Observing her reaction, he inquired, Based on what we've discussed over the past couple of days, would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Sun Jing was momentarily taken aback by his question but quickly regained her composure, blushing as she nodded in agreement. Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy upon her acceptance, after being single for 2 lifetimes. He finally had a partner. When Sun Jing drove Zhang Ming's SUV back to the security bureau, her colleagues were curious about the source of the vehicle. However, they were taken aback to learn it belonged to her boyfriend. As they were all well aware of her situation, accompanied by my younger sister, I strive to support her education. Were it not for these responsibilities, I imagine many colleagues from the Security Bureau would be vying for my attention. Currently, numerous young individuals at the Bureau are recent graduates of Security University, just embarking on their careers with modest salaries that barely suffice for their own sustenance, let alone in the bustling metropolis of the capital. Upon discovering that Sun Jing's partner is the son of a nearby restaurant owner, everyone felt a sense of joy for her, especially since many had dined at their establishment and found the family to be quite amiable. The sight of Zhang Ming preparing iced milk tea for Sun Jing only intensified the envy among the onlookers. Chapter 37. The ground satellite installation is complete upon learning about their son's relationship with Sun Jing. Zhang Qinshan and Zhang Xiaoli were elated. Their son had found a partner, alleviating their concerns. Zhang Xiaoming nestled in Zhang Ming's embrace, her innocent eyes gazing up at him as she queried, "Now that you have a sister-in-law, will you forget about me?" After some time, the little girl had finally learned to articulate the distinction between older brother and big pot. Zhang Ming reassured the child, saying, "Do not worry, your brother will always cherish you." Hearing her brother's words, the little girl beamed with delight. Later that evening, after Sun Jing enjoyed dinner at their home, Zhang Ming escorted her to her vehicle. As he watched her drive away, he hurried back indoors. For the heat outside was quite oppressive, with nighttime temperatures still exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Sun Jing, while driving, decided to check on the residence she shared with her sister, as work had kept her away in recent days. To economize on expenses for her sister's education, they typically prepared their own meals, ensuring their home was stocked with ample provisions. Fortunately, her sister was adept at cooking, so there was no concern of her going hungry. On the road, Sun Jing switched on the interior lights of her car. When the patrolling officers noticed the driver donned in security attire, they did not conduct a search and allowed her to pass freely. After more than half an hour of driving, she arrived at the entrance of their apartment complex. Carrying the fruits prepared by Zhang Ming, she entered her home and found her sister, Sun Lin, engrossed in a book in the living room. Sun Lin's face lit up upon seeing her sister, and she rushed over, asking, "Sister, why haven't you returned these past few days? I've been quite occupied with work, and transportation has been inconvenient." Sun Jing replied, "How have you fared in my absence? I had initially planned to take on a part-time job with some classmates, but now I'm stuck at home studying." Sun Lin explained. After listening to her sister, Sun Jing handed her the fruits and said, "I brought these for you." Sun Lin, looking at her sister as if she were a stranger, remarked, "Sister, what prompted you to bring me something? This is unusual. Are you hiding something from me?" Such suspicion from Sun Lin was understandable. Sun Jing rarely brought her gifts, usually opting to provide money for her sister to purchase items herself. Now, with the sudden offering of fruit, it certainly felt out of character. Acknowledging her sister's curiosity, Sun Jing responded, "This is a gift from my boyfriend, who knew I was coming home to see you." Upon hearing this, Sun Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "Sister, you have a boyfriend. When did this happen? What does he do? How did you meet? When did you establish your relationship?" With her sister's barrage of questions, Sun Jing recounted the story of how she met Zhang Ming and how their relationship had developed. Sun Lin listened, intrigued, marveling at her sister's good fortune. That night, the sisters chatted extensively while lying in bed. And before they knew it, the night had slipped away. Sun Jing returned to work, while Sun Lin continued her studies at home. The next morning, Zhang Ming was roused from slumber by his little sister's gentle calls. Seeing her cherubic face instantly dispelled any lingering drowsiness. After freshening up, he took her downstairs to enjoy breakfast left by their parents. Noticing their absence in the house, he surmised that they were likely tending to the vegetables on the third floor. Zhang Ming intended to check on them, confident that their care would surpass his own. Hand in hand with his little sister, he ascended to the third floor, where upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of vibrant greens that were ripe for harvest. A quick glance at the cucumbers and tomatoes revealed they still required about a month's time to mature. Finding their parents absent from that room, he proceeded to the next, where he discovered them diligently constructing supports for the beans, indicating that they would soon bear fruit. After exchanging a few words with them and noticing their busyness, he chose not to interrupt further and returned to the fourth floor with his sister. First leading her to the room filled with plush toys, allowing her to select one to cuddle. He also intended to choose a gift for Sun Jing, despite having already given her some milk tea and fruit. He felt a proper present was warranted. Among the many plush toys, he selected a large white bear, believing she would appreciate it. His little sister, meanwhile, clutched two panda toys, joyfully emerging from the sea of stuffed animals. He lifted her into his arms, holding the chosen toy as they exited the room. Next, they visited the snack room, which was somewhat stifling due to the absence of air conditioning. Zhang Ming promptly activated the cooling units in each room. And soon the temperature dropped to a comfortable level. He encouraged his sister to choose her favorite snacks while he descended to the first floor to turn on the air conditioning in the storage room, preventing the rice and flour from spoiling. Upon reaching the first floor, he found the air conditioning already operational, presumably initiated by his father, with nothing else to attend to. Zhang Ming returned upstairs and discovered that his sister had only selected 2 packets of snacks. "Why did you not take more? There is plenty left," he inquired. In a thoughtful tone, she replied, "One for you, and one for me." Observing her mature demeanor filled him with pride, prompting him to prepare a delightful surprise for her. Upon returning to their living quarters, he instructed his sister to sit on the sofa while he headed to the kitchen. Concealing his actions behind the refrigerator door, he retrieved a box of small cakes. Presenting the cake in front of his sister, her eyes sparkled with delight. He placed the cake on the table before her and asked, "Little sister, do you like it?" "Yes, but brother should have some too. As well as mom and dad. Go ahead and enjoy. I've prepared enough for everyone," he reassured her, taking a seat beside her as she savored the cake. Later that evening, after Sun Jing had dined at their home, Zhang Ming led her up to the 4th floor. When he produced the large plush toy, Sun Jing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Who could resist such a cuddly companion? Zhang Ming then retrieved another box of small cakes from the refrigerator and placed it before her. While she was elated by the treat, she refrained from indulging, setting it aside. "Why aren't you eating? Do you not like it?" Zhang Ming inquired. "I want to take it home for my sister. She adores these cakes," she explained. "Enjoy this one. I have more in the fridge. I'll prepare 2 more boxes for you." After saying this, Zhang Ming returned to the kitchen, filled 2 additional boxes with cakes, and added some fruit, contemplating that Sun Jing's sister would surely appreciate them. When Sun Jing witnessed Zhang Ming's generous offerings, she felt a sense of wonder. He seemed to possess everything one could desire. Seized by an impulse, Zhang Ming leaned in and kissed Sun Jing on the cheek, eliciting a blush that spread across her face. Although Sun Jing felt shy, she did not harbor any resentment. Rather, she found it endearing. Noticing her bashfulness, Zhang Ming refrained from further advances and took her hand, guiding her to sit on the sofa. Sun Jing then remarked, "I heard that the ground satellite installation is complete. A total of 9 communication satellites have been delivered, and they are currently being tested to restore communications within the city. Is it really happening so swiftly?" Zhang Ming asked, somewhat astonished. "There are already ground communication stations in the capital. As long as they connect with the satellites, we need not worry about the high-altitude magnetic fields interfering," Sun Jing clarified. "How do you know all this?" Zhang Ming inquired curiously. "There is a satellite not far from our bureau, and our security bureau personnel assisted with the coordination. It's not a secret, so there's no need for confidentiality," Sun Jing replied. "I must head back. Otherwise, it will get too late. Take these items with you, and drive carefully," Zhang Ming said as he escorted Sun Jing downstairs, handing her the items he had prepared. "It's quite warm outside. You should hurry home," Sun Jing remarked as she glanced at Zhang Ming, who stood at the entrance. "All right, you take care. I will return as well," he replied, watching her drive away before heading back to the 2nd floor to inform his parents about the impending use of the ground satellite. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Xiaoli were equally thrilled. Finally, they could restore previous communications, despite the oppressive heat. Chapter 38, Communication Restoration. Big Brother, wake up. Big Brother, wake up. With Zhang Xiaoming's cheerful wake-up call, Zhang Ming slowly opened his eyes. "Big Brother, Mom wants you downstairs." Upon hearing his mother call for him to come downstairs, Zhang Ming promptly rose from his slumber. After attending to his morning routine, he cradled his younger sister and descended the stairs. Initially, he believed that his mother had summoned him for a meal. But as he entered the living room, he was greeted by the sight of the television screen flickering to life. He hurried over to the set, where the host was announcing, due to the global impact of an unknown magnetic field, space satellites have become non-operational. Consequently, the nation is gradually transitioning to the use of ground satellites, allowing residents to resume their normal lives. Given the sweltering temperatures, residents are advised to purchase essential goods with their identification cards to obtain ration supplies. "We hope the public will cooperate as we navigate through this challenging time." As Zhang Ming watched the news replaying on the screen, his heart surged with emotion. In his previous life in the United States, chaos reigned supreme, with resources firmly in the grasp of capitalists who remained indifferent to the plight of ordinary people as long as they survived. In this new life within the Dragon Kingdom, however, he perceived a glimmer of hope. Although uncertain of what the future may hold, the present seemed quite promising. Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli shared their son's sentiments. Feeling a sense of relief after a few days devoid of internet access left them unaware of the outside world. Akin to having a veil of darkness draped over their eyes, The restoration of communication alleviated some of their worries. Zhang Ming glanced at his parents and then at his little sister before speaking, "Mom and Dad." While the television reports that life is returning to normal, the outside temperature is nearing 50 degrees Celsius. We risk sunburn if we venture out, and even at night, it remains above 30 degrees. It would be wise for us to stay indoors. There's south no place as cool as home. Upon hearing their son's reasoning, both parents concurred, while Zhang Xiaoming remained somewhat oblivious to their discussion. With the restoration of communication, the citizens of the capital rejoiced, eagerly taking to their phones to chat with acquaintances. As news spread that life was returning to normal, many ventured outside with umbrellas, only to retreat shortly after, for while an umbrella offered some shade, the ground's heat was unbearable, leaving their feet scorched. Those who returned home settled in, opting to wait until evening to venture out again. Some companies instructed employees to work from home, or to rest during the day and report for duty at night. Although many were reluctant to work in such oppressive heat, they had no choice. Without work, there would be no wages, and without wages, they could not purchase necessities, leading to hunger and an untenable existence. The most affected were the lower-tier laborers, left to ponder what conditions would be like as the temperature continued to rise. As in the past few days, Sun Jing stayed at Zhang Ming's home after sharing a meal, spending time with the family while watching television. Although the selection of programs was limited, a few channels aired frequently. Likely a consideration by the government for those confined at home, Sun Jing advised Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli, if you have some free time in the next couple of days, you should venture out to purchase essential goods and vegetables. Many vegetables arriving in this scorching heat have perished. I heard from colleagues that a significant number have been sun-scorched. Zhang Ming was not surprised by this information. He was well aware that under such high temperatures, many trees and plants would wither. However, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli were taken aback, as their home was stocked with various rices, flours, oils, and vegetables brought back from restaurants. Having not purchased any additional supplies in recent days, they felt a sense of urgency upon hearing Sun Jing's words and prepared to head to the supermarket, confident that their ample refrigerator space would accommodate their needs. Zhang Ming realized that he could not dissuade them from going out and told his parents, "Please wait a moment, I'll grab some money and accompany you." After ascending the stairs, he retrieved a bag of money from his hidden space, taking out a bundle of 100,000 yuan to place in a small backpack. Upon descending, he found his parents, younger sister, and Sun Jing waiting by the door. Initially, they had not intended to take Zhang Xiaoming with them, given the oppressive heat outside, but leaving her at home would have caused them concern, so they reluctantly included her. Once downstairs, Zhang Qinshan headed straight for the pickup truck, quickly turning on the air conditioning to combat the stifling heat. As the temperature dropped, the family piled into the vehicle, and Zhang Qinshan drove to a nearby market. After parking, they entered the bustling scene, only to discover throngs of people crowding around the remaining vendors. As they approached, they overheard a vendor's voice. "This is the price for the vegetables. If you wish to buy, do so. If not, please leave, as you are wasting my time. Look at the weather. There are only a few stalls left selling produce." Zhang Ming understood the customer's frustration. The prices had surged to 7 or 8 times their regular rates, and the quality of the vegetables had diminished, shaking his head at the sight of the bargaining customers. Zhang Ming squeezed his way to the front and addressed the vendor. "I would like to purchase some of every item. I will pay in cash." Hearing Zhang Ming's words, the vendor disregarded the surrounding customers and hurriedly began filling Zhang Ming's order. After paying over 4,000 yuan, Zhang Ming emerged from the crowd, bags in hand. Witnessing Zhang Ming's substantial purchase, the others hastened to make their own selections, fearing they would miss out. Zhang Qinshan quickly stepped forward to assist his son, and they loaded the vegetables into the pickup truck before preparing to visit the supermarket. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they were met with another crowd of shoppers. Inside, the aisles were teeming with people, and many shelves were nearly empty. Zhang Ming and Zhang Qinshan swiftly each grabbed a shopping cart to gather supplies. After more than half an hour of frantic shopping, Zhang Qinshan managed to secure only 2 bottles of mineral water and a few packs of dry noodles. Zhang Ming, employing a more strategic approach, waited by the warehouse doors for staff to bring out new stock, swiftly adding desirable items to his cart. After over half an hour, he had filled his cart with chocolate, sausages, and biscuits. To his delight, he discovered 2 boxes of compressed biscuits among the haul. Considering whether to continue shopping, he ultimately decided against it, knowing his hidden stock was already plentiful. The items he had procured were primarily for his family, and with the government imposing limits on purchases, he knew he could only take a reasonable amount for their group of 5. Seeing his son with such an impressive collection of items, Sun Xiaoli and Zhang Xiaoming were thrilled, with the latter admiring her older brother's prowess. At the checkout, They observed others struggling to purchase excessive quantities due to government regulations, leading some to surrender items. When it was Zhang Ming's turn to pay, the cashier hesitated at the sight of his overflowing cart but relented upon seeing the identification of all 5 family members, acknowledging that their collective purchases fell within the permissible limits. After paying, they returned to the parking lot, swiftly loading their haul into the pickup before hurrying home to escape the oppressive heat. Once they arrived at their building, Sun Jing bid farewell to the family. Zhang Ming quickly retrieved some vegetables, along with a box of mineral water and a few sausages and biscuits, insisting she take them. Unable to decline, Sun Jing graciously accepted. After her departure, the family hurriedly carried their items upstairs. Chapter 39. The temperature continues to rise as the family entered their home. They were immediately greeted by a refreshing coolness. Outside, the temperature hovered around 37 to 38 degrees Celsius. While indoors it was a comfortable 20 degrees, a difference of over 10 degrees. Zhang Ming instructed his parents to have a seat on the sofa with their little sister while he organized the groceries. After giving his sister 2 packs of snacks, he headed to the kitchen to store the perishables in the refrigerator. He retrieved 2 bottles of cola and filled some cups with ice from the ice maker, distributing them to everyone. Mom and Dad, you witnessed the situation today. If the temperatures do not decrease, conditions will worsen. For the time being, it's best to stay indoors and avoid going out alone. Additionally, please take good care of the vegetables we planted on the 3rd floor. Fresh greens will become increasingly scarce. Zhang Ming advised his parents, rest assured, I will ensure your mother and I remain indoors, and I will tend to the plants on the 3rd floor, Zhang Qingshan assured his son. Meanwhile, Sun Jing was driving back to the apartment she shared with her sister. Hearing the sound of a car returning, Sun Lin rushed to the window to see her sister unloading several items from the vehicle. She quickly dashed downstairs to assist. Once they brought everything inside, Sun Jing urged her sister to rest while she unpacked the groceries. She handed Sun Lin some sausages and biscuits to keep for herself, then made her way to the kitchen to put away the vegetables. Noticing the half-eaten cake from the previous day, she recognized her sister's reluctance to indulge. After tidying up, Sun Jing joined her sister on the couch. Turning to her younger sister, she said, do not hesitate to indulge in the small cake in the refrigerator. Do not let it spoil. Once you finish it, I shall buy you another. Understood, sister, came the reply. That's good to hear. It is far too hot outside, so you should refrain from going out. It is getting late. You ought to wash up and retire early. With that, she paid no further attention to her sister and proceeded to bathe and retire for the night. In the ensuing 10 days, the external temperature soared even higher, nearing 60 degrees. During this period, few ventured outdoors, as the sun's rays could easily inflict burns. Even the soldiers patrolling the streets had vanished. The supply of vegetables delivered to the capital had dwindled to nearly nothing, and the government had imposed stricter controls on the purchase of various goods. Such extreme heat not only rendered vegetables unable to withstand the conditions but also caused the flora, flowers, grasses, and trees to wither and die. As night fell, the streets were filled with the wailing sirens of ambulances. During this time, Sun Jing was particularly busy. She mentioned that due to the sweltering heat, many households had suffered damage to their air conditioning units. When the air conditioning in a home fails, the temperature inside rises rapidly, and several elderly individuals had succumbed to the heat. This was merely the situation in one locality. The conditions throughout the city were likely similar. In his previous life, Zhang Ming had been oblivious to the circumstances in Longgua while residing in Yingjianggua, where the affluent held the majority of resources, paying little heed to the plight of the common folk. Now, numerous car tires had burst due to the oppressive heat, including those of Zhang Ming's Jiangling vehicle. Upon witnessing the blown tire, Zhang Qingshan had let some air out of his pickup as tires to prevent a similar fate. Sun Jing's SUV, being of superior quality, had only lost some tire pressure as it had been parked in the shade during the day. However, Zhang Ming knew that it would not be long before the tires would be at risk, unless they were replaced with solid ones. When Sun Jing came over for dinner that evening, Zhang Ming suggested, given the soaring temperatures outside, you should consider moving in with us, and bring your sister along. The place where you reside, even with air conditioning, is unlikely to remain cool. What will you do if your car becomes unusable and you have to leave your sister behind? Besides, there are several vacant rooms in our home, and staying here would be much more convenient. Sun Jing felt deeply moved by Zhang Ming's consideration for her and her sister. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, she might have thrown herself into his arms. After contemplating, Sun Jing realized that Zhang Ming was indeed correct. Under the current weather conditions, the air conditioning in the house she shared with her sister was likely on the verge of failure. If the temperatures continued to rise, she wondered how much longer her vehicle would remain operable. What would she do if she could not return home and had to leave her sister alone there? Having come to this conclusion, Sun Jing said, "All right, I will bring my sister over in the next few days to stay here, and we can move out once the temperatures stabilize." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoli interjected, "What do you mean, move out? Just have your sister come over and stay here permanently. We have plenty of extra rooms, and since you and Zhang Ming are together, we are all family." Sun Jing flushed at Sun Xiaoli's words and glanced at Zhang Ming, choosing not to respond. Seeing that Sun Jing had agreed, Zhang Ming added, "After dinner, I will accompany you back to help move your things over. The sooner we get settled, the more at ease we will feel." After finishing their meal, Sun Jing drove Zhang Ming to the apartment where she and her sister were renting. Upon arriving at the complex, they found it shrouded in darkness, indicating a power outage. Zhang Ming suggested, "Ask your sister where she is. We should go directly to her." After Sun Jing called her sister, she relayed, "She is at home. Let us head back." With their phones acting as flashlights, they made their way to the front door, where Sun Lin quickly opened it. As they stepped inside, Zhang Ming noted that the interior felt cooler than outside, suggesting that the power had only recently gone out. Once inside, Sun Jing instructed Sun Lin, "Quickly gather any essential items. We are moving soon." "Sister, where are we moving to? Are we going to brother-in-law's place?" Sun Lin asked. Sun Jing remained silent but nodded, her face flushed. Zhang Ming chuckled at Sun Lin and said, "Hurry up and pack. It seems you cannot stay here any longer." "Okay, brother-in-law, I will get right on it." Sun Lin replied, though Sun Jing pretended not to hear her sister's words, continuing to pack. As the sisters busied themselves, Zhang Ming transported their packed belongings downstairs. After several trips, he finally loaded everything into the vehicle. Among their possessions, a third comprised Sun Lin's various books, while their clothing was minimal, consisting mainly of bedding and essentials. Zhang Ming noticed that Sun Lin had brought out only a single bag of food, indicating they were indeed low on supplies. This was understandable, given Sun Jing's salary as a police officer, which could scarcely cover the rising cost of living. Once everything was packed, the trio descended to the ground floor and drove away. Chapter 40. The arrival of the two sisters on the journey back. Sun Jing was at the wheel, and Zhang Ming inquired about the power outage in the complex. Sun Lin responded. The community's WeChat group mentioned that the heat caused the transformer to overheat and fail. Many people went to the property management to request repairs, but I was too scared to go myself. You did well to stay put. Zhang Ming reassured her. As a young lady, you would not have been safe wandering around in the dark. Sun Jing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had she not returned, she would have felt guilty for a lifetime had anything happened to her sister. At the same time, she felt immense gratitude towards the man beside her, who had offered them shelter. As they drove, Zhang Ming observed that many neighborhoods were similarly engulfed in darkness, and he spotted a building ablaze, with several fire trucks battling the flames. Upon their return home, Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli were still awake, clearly waiting for their arrival, though the little girl had already fallen asleep and was tucked into bed by their mother. Seeing their son and future daughter-in-law return, both parents exhaled in relief. They had seen on the internet that many areas were experiencing power outages, which had caused them considerable concern. They descended the stairs, opened the door to the hallway, and approached the car to assist with the load. Zhang Ming carried the sisters' luggage ahead of them, and upon reaching the second floor, he opened the door and stepped inside. The cleanliness of the room had been attended to by Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli prior to their arrival. Upon entering, the difference between the interior and exterior was striking. Outside felt as if one were in a scorching desert, while inside resembled a refreshing autumn forest. Sun Jing was familiar with the various amenities of Zhang Ming's home due to her frequent dinners there, but was surprised to find that the furniture and appliances in this room were no different from those in other residences. Sun Lin felt as though she were in a dream. She and her sister had never resided in such a fine, new home. Indeed, everything here was new, and Sun Lin was confident in her assessment. Zhang Ming guided Sun Jing and Sun Lin through an overview of the house, and they were astonished to see multiple air conditioning units installed. Zhang Ming explained, "There is a reason for this arrangement. When you operate the air conditioning, remember to turn on these two units in the external machine room to prevent overheating and malfunction." Believing that Zhang Ming had arranged the setup due to the high temperatures, Sun Jing was unaware that this had been the original installation plan for the appliances. After detailing the layout of the house, Zhang Ming encouraged them to make themselves comfortable while he stepped out to join his parents. Upon entering his parents' room, Zhang Ming addressed them. "Mom and Dad, Sun Jing's sister has just arrived. I have only heard about her before, so let us see how things go in the next few days. If she is difficult to get along with, I will find her another place. If she is amiable, she can stay here. It is not surprising that Zhang Ming harbors such thoughts. It primarily stems from his lack of understanding of Sun Lin. Zhang Ming merely wishes for his family to remain safe and sound, desiring no troubles whatsoever. Upon hearing their son express such sentiments, both parents nodded in agreement, acknowledging his concerns. Seeing his parents' understanding, he retreated upstairs to rest. The following day, Zhang Ming awoke as usual. While washing up, he could distinctly perceive that the water flow from the pipes had diminished significantly. As he brushed his teeth, he observed the dwindling stream of water. Realizing that they were beginning to face a water shortage, in his past life, while residing in the Eagle Country, he had been merely a minor figure, aware that under extreme heat, water scarcity led to the demise of most trees. The affluent and powerful held sway over various resources, yet he remained ignorant of many other matters. He was uncertain when water shortages would arise in Long Country and what subsequent measures would be taken. Descending to the ground floor, he found Sun Lin instructing his younger sister in recognizing numbers. It seemed that she now had someone to guide her learning. After breakfast, Zhang Ming settled on the sofa and turned on the television. Suddenly, the program switched to a broadcast from National Channel 1. And Zhang Ming realized that an announcement was imminent. He quickly called out to his mother, "Mom, hurry over. It seems the country has new information to share." Zhang Qinshan, Sun Xiaoli, Sun Lin, and Zhang Xiaoming all gathered in front of the television in anticipation. Within a few minutes, the Grand Elder and several other elders appeared on the screen. The Grand Elder began. "Greetings, citizens of Long Country. I am your Grand Elder. Recently, due to the influence of cosmic magnetic fields, our lives have faced unprecedented challenges. The temperature continues to rise, causing significant inconveniences in our daily lives and substantial economic losses to the nation and its people. However, please trust that as long as we stand united, we can overcome this adversity. The high temperatures have rendered the land unfit for cultivation, yet we remain confident that technological solutions will address our food supply issues. During this period, the state will strictly regulate various resources and implement a policy of monthly rationing for each individual. Furthermore, to better cope with the current situation, the government has decided to temporarily substitute points for the existing currency system. Citizens may trade surplus useful materials from their homes with the state, and in return, the state will grant corresponding points based on their value. This approach not only optimizes resource utilization but also ensures equitable distribution for all. Let us strive together to weather this storm." Following this, the television began to replay the segment. Zhang Ming observed the expressions of those around him with a serious demeanor, his voice tinged with gravity. Currently, the external temperature is exceedingly high, making it impossible to cultivate any food crops. Moreover, numerous trees and plants are struggling to withstand such sweltering heat and are perishing. This year, our nation has just harvested food. And with the reserves, we can sustain the population for 3 to 4 years. However, considering those elderly and children who may not survive the heat, this number might increase by 1 or 2 years. Yet, if the government successfully employs technology to cultivate food and vegetables, this duration could be significantly extended. He paused before continuing. This morning, while washing up, I noticed that the water flow in the pipes had diminished as well. If the temperatures continue to rise, we may face a water shortage. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's analysis, the others found his reasoning quite sound. Then we should quickly gather more water, Sun Xiaoli exclaimed, without hesitation. She grabbed Zhang Qingshan's hand, urging him to find containers for water. Zhang Ming added, "Mom and Dad, when we purchased kitchenware, the store provided us with several water buckets. They are all on the 5th floor." "I'll go retrieve some," Zhang Qingshan replied. "Just don't take them all. We should leave some for the other apartments as well." Nodding in agreement with his father's words, Zhang Ming ascended the stairs. Chapter 41. Points. Upon reaching the room on the 5th floor, Zhang Ming retrieved dozens of water buckets of various sizes from the items acquired through Walmart's zero-cost promotion. He placed some on each floor. And by the time he reached the 2nd floor, he informed his parents, "Mom and Dad, you should head to the 3rd floor to gather more water. I've placed plenty of buckets there. Sun Lin, take these buckets and fill them with water from the rooms on this floor while I go upstairs to collect more." After issuing these instructions, Zhang Ming proceeded upstairs, while Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli hurried to the 3rd floor to gather water. Sun Lin guided her younger sister as they filled buckets on the 2nd floor. Due to the reduced water flow, it took them more than an hour to fill the buckets, although the indoor temperature was bearable. Sun Xiaoli still found some bags to wrap around the buckets to prevent evaporation. Once they returned to the 2nd floor and settled on the sofa, they resumed their discussion regarding the Grand Elder's other announcements. Zhang Ming remarked, "The government intends to implement a monthly rationing system for supplies, reminiscent of the grain distribution methods from the early days of our nation as founding. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Qingshan, pleased that his son was aware of historical events, responded, "Indeed, you are correct. However, It should be somewhat better now. Back then, there was a genuine scarcity of food, whereas now we have food but are limited in quantity. Reflecting on this, Zhang Ming considered the implications of the points system mentioned by the Grand Elder and engaged in discussion with the others. Sun Lin interjected. Points should be usable not only for purchasing the allotted food, but also for acquiring other items. Those with financial means and points will undoubtedly desire better quality food, thus illustrating the utility of the point system. Listening to Sun Lin's explanation, Zhang Ming could not help but marvel at her astuteness. Her quick thinking was truly commendable that he admired her intelligence in his heart. Just as Sun Lin had said, points could be utilized to procure not only the rationed food, but also other goods. For instance, those wishing to purchase additional meat, milk powder, or alcoholic beverages would need to use points. This development diversified the utility of the points system and significantly enhanced its importance. As for how to acquire points, citizens could exchange surplus items from their households or take up jobs provided by the government. The discussions taking place within Zhang Ming's family echoed throughout the entire community, with each household possessing its unique perspectives and opinions. Some families believed that the government's actions were justified, as this ensured that everyone had access to food and prevented hoarding by a select few, which could jeopardize the survival of others. Conversely, others felt that their financial resources should entitle them to more supplies, believing that their contributions warranted greater rewards. Yet, these individuals failed to recognize that during such extraordinary times, the government needed to prioritize the survival of the general populace. In this context, measures would be taken to safeguard the basic living necessities of the people and ensure the equitable distribution of resources. After all, if only a minority controlled vast supplies, societal order would descend into chaos, and the survival of many would be threatened. Thus, the government must act decisively to ensure that every citizen has access to essential supplies. Those desiring better goods beyond the basics would need to redeem points. Only through this approach could true societal harmony and stability be achieved, allowing the broader populace to navigate through this crisis. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall had quietly descended, illuminating the city with the glow of streetlights. At this moment, Sun Jing concluded her workday and returned home, accompanied by 2 street workers. Their expressions were grave, as if burdened with significant responsibilities. The 2 workers added Zhang Ming to a group established by the street committee and explained the group's purpose. Subsequently, they hurriedly departed. After the workers left, Zhang Ming began to elucidate the group's function to the others. Henceforth, all street notifications would be disseminated through this group. Furthermore, it would provide information regarding points redemption locations and future job opportunities for earning points. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and monitor this group to avoid missing any crucial information, Zhang Ming emphasized, and the others nodded in understanding. In this digital age, such a convenient communication method undoubtedly enhanced the efficiency of information dissemination, allowing residents to stay promptly informed about community matters. For Zhang Ming, this represented a rare opportunity to exchange resources for points, thereby acquiring necessary items or services. As time progressed, this group would grow increasingly vital. Zhang Ming added everyone to the group and observed as participants began sharing their circumstances. My family has run out of food. Could anyone lend me some provisions? Our water supply has been cut off. Does anyone have water at home? We've lost power, and it's sweltering inside. Can anyone accommodate us for the night? Our air conditioning is also broken. It's extremely hot in our home. Zhang Ming could only watch as they recounted their hardships within the group, aware that this represented only a fraction of the population's struggles. Countless others across the nation faced similar predicaments. Just then, a community worker stepped forward to address the residents. Dear citizens, if you are experiencing power outages or have malfunctioning air conditioning, you may temporarily seek refuge in the underground parking garage or nearby subway stations, where it will be somewhat cooler. Additionally, as the government has now replaced the previous currency system with points, if you possess surplus items, bring them to the community workstation for point redemption. We will allocate points corresponding to the actual value of items, directly credited to each individual's identification card. In the future, the identification card will continue to serve as an essential credential for purchasing goods. Our household lacks any surplus items. What shall we do without points? Beyond redeeming items, how else can one sustain themselves? Observing the fervent discussions in the group, a staff member stated, initially, every individual's identification card will be credited with 50 points, which can be regarded as a seed fund. Furthermore, our community will provide various job opportunities. As long as you are willing to work, it will undoubtedly suffice to ensure everyone's survival. Naturally, different jobs will yield varying amounts of points, so I advise everyone to choose positions that align with their personal circumstances. If anyone requires items to redeem points, they may bring them to the community in the evening for exchange. Additionally, those seeking employment can fill out their information in the mini-program, and we will assist in selecting or assigning appropriate jobs. Chapter 42. Redeeming points. Noticing that the staff in the group had ceased speaking, Zhang Ming turned away from the messages and began contemplating the matter of redeeming points. With so many items in his space, he could spare some for point redemption, and it was imperative to do so. Although he possessed a space filled with various items, for the sake of his family's safety, he could not openly present these belongings. After all, lacking work income and points, prolonged abstinence from using points to purchase food would inevitably raise suspicions and conjectures among others. Moreover, the items he sought to redeem could not be too peculiar or conspicuous. Considering that his family operated a restaurant, utilizing common staples such as rice, flour, and seasonings for point redemption emerged as the most suitable choice. Additionally, the first-floor room housed a considerable stock of rice, flour, and other food items, which his family and the Sun sisters could not possibly consume in the short term. In high temperatures, if these staples were left too long, they would easily attract pests, leading to spoilage and waste. Thus, exchanging a portion of rice and flour for points would optimize resource utilization while ensuring food quality and safety. In this manner, he could address the points issue without inciting unnecessary trouble. Having come to this conclusion, Zhang Ming spoke to his parents. Mom, Dad, I plan to exchange some of the rice and flour for points. After all, with so much food, we can't consume it all in the near future, and the heat makes it prone to spoilage. Besides, we also grow vegetables, which we can later exchange back into rice and flour. Upon hearing their son's rationale, Zhang Qingshan and Sun Shaoli found it quite reasonable. It would indeed be a shame if the food went bad. Sun Jing and Sun Lin were unaware of the extent of Zhang Ming's family's possessions. Although Sun Jing and Zhang Ming were in a romantic relationship, it was not appropriate to inquire about the quantity of items under the current circumstances. With the decision made, Zhang Ming hesitated no longer, considering that the announcement had just been made, and the number of people redeeming points might still be low. This presented an excellent opportunity for redemption. Thus, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan swiftly took action, loading 5 bags of rice and 5 bags of flour onto the vehicle, preparing to head to the redemption point. On the streets at night, the temperature was not low, and the number of pedestrians was scant. In such an environment, Zhang Ming drove the vehicle and soon arrived at the street redemption site. The scene at the redemption point was markedly different from usual, with numerous armed soldiers patrolling, ensuring the security of this special location. Following the instructions, Zhang Ming directed the vehicle toward the redemption point. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the staff members quickly responded, hurrying over. Zhang Ming opened the car door, and designated personnel immediately began unloading the rice and flour, the entire process proceeding in an orderly fashion. Zhang Ming communicated with the staff to confirm the redemption process and details. Through their conversation, Zhang Ming learned of the specific redemption rules. Rice and flour, as staple foods, could be exchanged for 2 points per pound, whereas purchasing them cost 3 points per pound, with monthly purchase limits reflecting their significance and value in the current situation. In contrast, meat, as a nutrient-rich food, could be redeemed for 10 to 30 points per pound, depending on its type, illustrating the scarcity of meat and the varying degrees of market demand for different kinds. What intrigued Zhang Ming even more was the urgent need for refrigeration equipment, which could also be exchanged for differing points based on its condition. This indicated that during times of scarcity, any item capable of meeting practical needs possesses unique value, whether it be staple foods, nutritious meats, or practical refrigeration devices. Any useful item could be converted into points. Given that these 10 bags of rice and flour were all standard 50-pound packages, they collectively redeemed 1,000 points. Zhang Ming presented his and Zhang Qingshan's identification cards, requesting that the points be divided into 2 portions on each individual's card. He further inquired about the redemption price for vegetables and learned that different types could be exchanged for 5 to 10 points per pound. After completing the redemption, Zhang Ming drove back home with his father. Upon their return, Sun Shaoli immediately inquired about the results of the redemption. Zhang Ming shared the outcome with his mother and the Sun sisters, and they all agreed that the redemption was quite favorable. Sun Jing then remarked, I just heard from my colleagues at the Bureau that the military has taken over various supermarkets and grain, oil, and vegetable markets, transporting all the goods away to an unknown location for storage. Of course, the government has also provided these merchants with corresponding points. Listening to Sun Jing's account, everyone understood that the nation was mobilizing all efforts to address the disasters brought on by the sweltering heat. At this moment, Sun Lin, seated on the sofa, turned to Zhang Ming and asked, Brother-in-law, Did you inquire about the available jobs when you went to exchange supplies? I would like to work as well. Zhang Ming immediately grasped her intention. Sun Jing felt somewhat unsettled by not contributing anything here. However, Zhang Ming did not plan to send anyone out to work, as there were still plenty of supplies at home, and his space contained enough to adequately meet his family's needs. Moreover, they had a considerable amount of vegetables on the third floor, which they couldn't possibly consume all, and the excess could be exchanged for points. Zhang Ming assured his parents and Sun Lin, "There's no need for anyone to work outside. We still have an abundance of supplies, and we also grow many vegetables that we simply can't eat at all. And any surplus can be exchanged for points to acquire other items." Zhang Ming then addressed Sun Lin. "I have prepared textbooks for kindergarten and elementary school. You can teach Xiaoming at home. It's time for him to learn to recognize characters and simple numbers." Sun Lin nodded in agreement, expressing no objections to Zhang Ming's arrangements. Zhang Ming continued speaking to Sun Xiaoli. "Mom, you just need to help take care of Xiaoming at home. There is no other pressing matter." Sun Xiaoli smiled and nodded, replying, "All right, I understand." Finally, Zhang Ming turned to his father, Zhang Qingshan. "Dad, just keep an eye on the vegetables on the third floor and occasionally tidy up a bit." Zhang Qingshan chuckled, saying, "Sure, I understand. You needn't worry about me." Zhang Ming gazed at his family, his heart brimming with warmth. Despite the sweltering heat outside, he believed that as long as they were together, they could weather any storm. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late and encouraged everyone to rest, for even if they had accomplished nothing that day, their spirits were nonetheless weary. Chapter 43. Teaching my younger sister in the early morning. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the curtains, Zhang Ming awoke as usual. He glanced at the thermometer on the wall, which read 26 degrees, a figure that brought a sense of joy, indicating a comfortably pleasant indoor temperature. After completing his morning routine, instead of heading directly to the second floor to join his parents for breakfast, he ascended to the third floor, where his parents had diligently cultivated a small garden. Upon entering, he was greeted by a vibrant display of greenery, with glistening droplets of water adorning the vegetables, clearly indicating that his parents had just watered them. The air was infused with the refreshing scents of soil and green leaves, creating a delightful contrast to the scorching weather outside. In another room, Zhang Ming observed his father, Zhang Qingshan, bending over to water the tomatoes and cucumbers, both of which were thriving. At this rate, in half a month, they would be able to savor the fresh vegetables grown in their own garden. Noticing his son's arrival, Zhang Qingshan inquired with concern, "Why are you up so early? You could have slept a bit longer." Zhang Ming smiled and replied, "I couldn't sleep, Dad. These plants don't require daily attention. Watering them every 2 or 3 days is sufficient." However, Zhang Qingshan earnestly responded, "You don't understand. These plants need a little water every morning and evening to thrive, just like people require careful nurturing." After hearing his father's words, Zhang Ming refrained from further argument and instead asked, "Where's Mom?" Zhang Qingshan chuckled, "Your mom is in the other room watering the beans and peppers. You can go check on her." Upon Zhang Ming's arrival, as per his mother's suggestion, he entered another room only to find Sun Xiaoli diligently tending to an array of vegetables, meticulously watering them. This vibrant space was not only adorned with chili peppers and green beans, but also boasted an assortment of eggplants, leeks, and scallions, creating an atmosphere brimming with life. Noticing her son's presence, Sun Xiaoli paused her work and inquired with genuine concern, "Have you awakened? Have you eaten yet?" Zhang Ming shook his head in response, "Not yet." Without delay, Sun Xiaoli urged, "Then hurry downstairs to eat. Stalin and Xiaoming are already having their breakfast. You are of no use here. Go on." Nodding in agreement, Zhang Ming turned and made his way downstairs. Upon entering the dining area, he was greeted by the sight of Sun Lin and his younger sister, Zhang Xiaoming, laughing and enjoying their breakfast. "Elder brother, come quickly. Today's breakfast is splendid," Zhang Xiaoming called out cheerfully. Zhang Ming looked up to see the table laid out with an enticing assortment of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soybean milk, and millet porridge, accompanied by eggs and shredded pickled vegetables. Sun Lin promptly stood up and entered the kitchen, deftly serving Zhang Ming a bowl of soybean milk and a bowl of millet porridge. As he took his seat, a smile graced his lips, and he remarked, "You two seem rather cheerful today. Your spirits are high." With her mouth full of buns, Zhang Xiaoming responded, her words somewhat muffled, "Of course, elder brother. Sister Lin is going to teach me how to write numbers soon." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming felt reassured that having Sun Lin teach his younger sister was indeed a wise decision. Observing that the two were nearing the end of their meal, he hastened to finish his own. Once breakfast was concluded, Sun Lin headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Zhang Ming picked up his little sister and softly advised, "Be sure to learn well from Sister Lin." and I will bring you both some small cakes for lunch." Upon hearing the mention of cakes, Zhang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly as she exclaimed, "I will definitely study hard." After Sun Lin finished washing the dishes and emerged from the kitchen, she witnessed the warm interaction between the siblings, a tender smile spreading across her face. "Shall we begin our learning now?" she gently suggested. Zhang Xiaoming obediently followed her to the study desk, her expression focused as she picked up a pen. Ready to learn. Noticing that his presence was no longer required, Zhang Ming retreated upstairs to play video games. Although the internet only covered the urban area, some games continued to operate independently. With the daytime temperatures soaring, many sought refuge in gaming rather than venturing outside. Time drifted quietly by, and soon it was noon. Zhang Ming descended the stairs, holding 5 boxes of small cakes he had retrieved from the refrigerator. "Look, the cakes are here," he announced loudly. Zhang Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, dashed over like a jubilant little rabbit, with Sun Lin smiling warmly behind her. "Let me see how well you learned this morning," Zhang Ming said playfully. Adopting a serious expression, Zhang Xiaoming proudly showcased her written numbers. Though the strokes were childlike, they were impressively neat. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Well done. Now, enjoy the cake." He first handed a box to his little sister and then offered one to Sun Lin. As she accepted it, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Zhang Ming then took 2 more boxes to his parents, who were watching television. Sun Xiaoli, upon seeing her son offer them, quickly declined, saying, "You should keep them for yourselves." Understanding that his parents wished to save the cakes for him and his sister, Zhang Ming promptly assured them, "I have plenty more stored away, so please enjoy these without worry. Besides, I learned how to make these while I was in Eagle Sauce country, so I can prepare them anytime." After handing 2 boxes to his parents, Zhang Ming also took one for himself and settled on the sofa to indulge in the treat. The family quietly savored the moment's sweetness, the warm atmosphere enveloping the room. Yet, the delightful aroma of the cakes could not entirely dispel the oppressive heat and anxiety outside. At that moment, Zhang Ming's father, Zhang Qingshan, broke the silence, his brow furrowed with concern. "Son, the situation outside is becoming increasingly severe. Many in the chat groups on our phones are reporting cases of sunburn and heat stroke. The hospitals are overflowing with people." Zhang Ming swallowed the cake in his mouth, his expression turning serious as he nodded slowly. "Dad, please don't worry too much. I'm already aware of what you've mentioned. I have plenty of medication here. If anyone at home feels unwell, let me know immediately." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoli's brows knitted together in worry as she remarked, "We don't know how long this heat will last. You should conserve your medicine." Zhang Ming gently patted her shoulder in reassurance, saying, "Mom, there's plenty of medicine. It will last a long time." Seeing their son so composed, Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli felt a sense of relief. At that moment, Zhang Ming noticed Sun Lin carefully saving half of her uneaten cake and curiously asked if she had a particular reason. Sun Lin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly admitted, "Brother-in-law, I want to save half for my sister." Zhang Ming felt a surge of warmth at her thoughtfulness and gently replied, "Sun Lin, your intentions are commendable. I have more cakes, so please indulge yourself." However, Sun Lin resolutely shook her head, her eyes reflecting determination. "These treats are precious right now. I have enough, and the rest is for my sister." Zhang Ming's mother, Sun Xiaoli, overheard and expressed her admiration. "This child is truly thoughtful and understanding." Zhang Xiaoming then hopped over, her bright eyes sparkling as she chimed in, "I want to save some for my sister-in-law too." Zhang Ming shot her a knowing glance and said, "Enjoy yours. I have some set aside for Sister Jing." Zhang Xiaoming stuck out her tongue playfully and obediently continued eating her cake. Hearing Zhang Ming's words, Sun Lin felt a warmth in her heart and said, "Thank you, Minggu, for taking such good care of us sisters." Zhang Ming chuckled, "It's nothing. Family should always look out for each other." Chapter 44. Discussion. From the act of sharing cake, Zhang Ming discerned that Sun Lin was indeed a wonderful person and that Sun Jing had raised her sister exceptionally well. He lingered on Sun Lin for a moment, reflecting on her gentle and kind nature, surely a testament to Sun Jing's nurturing influence that shaped Sun Lin to be so caring towards others. At that moment, Sun Lin seemed to sense Zhang Ming's gaze and looked up, their eyes meeting. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly inquired, "Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Ming smiled slightly, "It's nothing. I just find you and your sister both to be kind-hearted young ladies." Sun Lin, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head, fiddling with the wrapping paper of her cake. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoming, with a mouthful of cake, mumbled, "Sister Lin is so nice to me. She teaches me how to write and tells me stories." Zhang Ming affectionately patted Xiaoming's head and encouraged, "You should always listen to your sister and study hard." Zhang Xiaoming nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sun Lin smiled as she observed this heartwarming scene, saying, Xiaoming is so clever and obedient. Teaching her is a breeze. At that moment, Zhang Ming's father, Zhang Qingshan, set down his cake and remarked, with all of you here, we will surely survive this heat together. Sun Shali agreed, adding, indeed, as a family, supporting one another, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Zhang Ming glanced at the time. It was nearly lunchtime. Looking down at his little sister standing beside him, he smiled and asked, what would you like to eat for lunch, little sister? Zhang Xiaoming's eyes lit up instantaneously, and she eagerly exclaimed, elder brother, I want to eat meat. Upon hearing her request, Zhang Ming made a swift decision. He hurried upstairs to retrieve 2 ducks from the refrigerator, planning to prepare a beer duck dish to treat everyone to a better meal. In the kitchen, he skillfully handled the ducks, while Sun Lin methodically assisted him with the side dishes and seasonings. Zhang Xiaoming, like a little shadow, trailed behind Zhang Ming, her eyes fixated on the ducks on the cutting board, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Zhang Xiaoming excitedly bounced at the kitchen door, exclaiming, it smells amazing. Brother, your cooking is incredible. The beer duck was finally ready. Its appearance tantalizing and its fragrance irresistible. Zhang Ming placed a portion in a takeout box for Sun Jing, then transferred the remainder to a large platter on the dining table, where everyone gathered to enjoy their meal, with tender care. Zhang Ming served a generous piece of duck to his little sister, affectionately saying, little glutton, go ahead and eat. Zhang Xiaoming accepted the duck with glee, devouring it ravenously and mumbled, it's so delicious, elder brother. I want more. The sight of her adorable antics brought laughter from everyone around the table. Zhang Ming continued to serve her more duck, and soon everyone joined in for the meal. During lunch, Zhang Ming also fetched a case of beer and several bottles of beverages from upstairs. He first opened a bottle for his father, then poured drinks for his mother, Sun Lin, and his little sister. They dined and drank together, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. After sipping her drink, Zhang Xiaoming cheerfully remarked, this is so good. Thank you, elder brother. Sun Lin, observing her little sister's adorable expression, smiled and said, Xiaoming is really sweet. Zhang Ming's father, Zhang Qingshan, took a sip of beer and remarked, this meal is truly delightful. If only we could enjoy such feasts every day. Sun Shali interjected, saying, look at what you're saying. Given the current circumstances, having this meal is already a blessing. Who knows how many people outside are enduring hunger? Zhang Ming replied, Mom and Dad, we must have faith in our country. With the government in place, we will surely weather these difficult times. During lunch, Zhang Ming and his father indulged a bit too much in their drinks, and both retreated to rest afterward. When they awoke, night had already fallen, and Sun Jing had returned from work. As Zhang Ming descended the stairs, he spotted Sun Jing and her sister Sun Lin arranging the tableware, evidently preparing for dinner that their mother had lovingly cooked. A little girl trailed behind them and, upon seeing Zhang Ming, hurried over to exclaim, elder brother, it's time for dinner. Zhang Ming smiled in response and took a seat at the dining table. The family gathered around, and a warm atmosphere enveloped the room. Sun Shali placed a box of beer duck in front of Sun Jing, saying, little Jing, this is the beer duck that Zhang Ming prepared at noon, especially for you. Do try it. Sun Lin chimed in. Yes, brother-in-law specifically saved it for you. You must taste it. A radiant smile spread across Sun Jing's face as she picked up a piece of duck and savored it. After a moment of chewing, she remarked, this is truly delicious. Zhang Ming, your culinary skills are improving. Flushed with modesty, Zhang Ming scratched his head and responded, I'm just glad you enjoyed it. After dinner, the family settled on the sofa for a chat. Sun Jing addressed everyone, saying, the temperature outside soared to 65 degrees today. Many people flocked to the subway station, where it's a bit cooler. Zhang Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, with so many people seeking refuge in the subway station, that's hardly a sustainable solution. Sun Jing sighed. Indeed, but with this relentless heat, we have little choice. Their mother, with a worried expression, lamented, I wonder when these days of hardship will come to an end. The little girl blinked innocently and asked, are we going to the subway station? Zhang Ming reassured her, we won't go. It's too hot there. It's cooler at home. Zhang Xiaoming nodded, somewhat understanding. Sun Jing then shared, we've heard some rumors at the bureau that due to the high temperatures, various places are starting to face water shortages. The family exchanged concerned glances, their worries deepening. Sun Shali frowned, this is troubling. How can we survive without water? Sun Lin anxiously inquired. Is there any word on when this issue might be resolved? Sun Jing shook her head in resignation, it's still unclear, though the situation doesn't seem optimistic. Apparently, There are plans to transport water from other provinces. Their mother's side, life is becoming increasingly difficult. After a moment of silence, their father, Zhang Qinshan, finally spoke. Fortunately, we filled all the containers at home with water beforehand. We must use it sparingly. Everyone nodded in agreement, vowing to conserve water in anticipation of a potential crisis. Zhang Ming turned to Sun Jing and asked, "With such high temperatures outside, how is your bureau managing?" Sun Jing replied, "It's scorching. Many air conditioners have broken down, and it's quite uncomfortable." Zhang Ming frowned. "Can work continue under such conditions?" Sun Jing offered a wry smile. "We can only do our best to overcome the challenges, as many tasks cannot be delayed." Sun Lin interjected, "Sister, please take care of yourself and avoid heat stroke." Sun Jing nodded, "Don't worry, we're all being cautious. By the way, I've heard that some areas are already experiencing power shortages due to the heat, and there have been reports of transformers overheating and catching fire, resulting in damaged lines." Sun Shaoli expressed her concern. "What are we going to do? If we lose power and water, life will be unbearable." Zhang Qinshan reassured her, "Don't fret too much. Solutions will be found. Let's focus on managing our own situation at home." The family fell into a brief silence, each lost in thoughts about the difficult days ahead. At that moment, Zhang Ming spoke up. "Have you all forgotten? We have solar panels and solar batteries at home. We won't lose power." Upon hearing this, their anxious expressions lightened somewhat. Zhang Qinshan exclaimed, "Right? How could I have forgotten? Thank goodness we have that safeguard." Sun Lin chimed in, "Now we needn't worry about power outages." Their mother sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." Zhang Qinshan nodded and added, "However, we must remain vigilant. We should still conserve electricity, as no one knows how long this heat will persist." Zhang Ming reassured them. "You needn't worry too much. I have extra solar panels and batteries prepared." The family felt a sense of relief at Zhang Ming's assurance. Chapter 45, Rolling Power Outages. Zhang Ming glanced at Sun Jing and said, "We also have an extra ice maker at home. Tomorrow, you should take one to the bureau. It will help you cool down with some chilled water during this heat." Sun Jing looked at Zhang Ming with gratitude. "Thank you, Zhang Ming. This is truly a great help." Sun Shaoli chimed in, "We're family. It's only natural to help one another." Zhang Qinshan nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow, let Zhang Ming assist you in moving it. That ice maker isn't light." As the hour grew late, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Zhang Ming rose early, for he was to help Sun Jing deliver the ice maker to her workplace, though the distance was not far. The ice maker was quite heavy, making it difficult for Sun Jing to manage alone. After freshening up, Zhang Ming went downstairs and retrieved the ice maker from an empty room. At that moment, Zhang Qinshan awakened and came downstairs, finding his son busy with the appliance. "Son, up so early?" Zhang Qinshan yawned. Zhang Ming looked up and replied, "Dad, I'm just setting up this ice maker to ensure it's ready for Sun Jing when we take it over." Zhang Qinshan nodded and offered his assistance, saying, "Let's work together to speed things up." After a brief period of effort, the ice maker was up and running, producing ice cubes steadily. "This is quite impressive," Zhang Qinshan remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Indeed. I hope it brings some relief to Sun Jing and her colleagues." Zhang Ming replied, "Let's get ready and deliver it early. The temperature is only going to rise," Zhang Qinshan suggested, patting Zhang Ming on the shoulder. Just then, Sun Jing descended the stairs, and upon seeing the ice maker, her heart filled with joy. The three of them, Zhang Qinshan, Zhang Ming, and Sun Jing, transported the ice maker to the security bureau. Placing it in Sun Jing's office, colleagues gathered around, their faces alight with surprise. "Sun Jing, your family is so thoughtful. With this ice maker, we'll be much more comfortable." Sun Jing smiled and replied, "Of course, my family has always supported my work." Zhang Qinshan added, "Please, don't mention it. We're just glad it's useful." Zhang Ming helped set up the ice maker and plugged it in, and soon enough, ice cubes began to emerge. "Wow, this is amazing." Everyone cheered. Sun Jing offered water to Zhang Ming and Zhang Qinshan, saying, "Uncle, Zhang Ming, thank you both. Please take a seat and rest." At that moment, Sun Jing's supervisor entered, expressing gratitude upon seeing the ice maker. "Thank you so much. You've resolved a significant issue for us." Zhang Qinshan and Zhang Ming exchanged shy smiles, waving their hands dismissively. As they glanced at the time, they realized it was already past 8 o'clock, and the sun had risen, bringing the outside temperature close to 50 degrees. Zhang Ming turned to Sun Jing and the others, saying, "We should head back now. It's starting to heat up again outside." Sun Jing replied with concern, "Please be careful on your way back, and remember to drink plenty of water." Zhang Ming and Zhang Qinshan nodded and turned to leave the security bureau. As they stepped outside, a wave of heat greeted them, as if it were intent on engulfing them. given the short distance to home. They hastened their pace. Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan raced along the scorching road, their hearts heavy with the uncertainty of when this sweltering heat would relent. Upon reaching their doorstep, they hurriedly opened the building's entrance. The temperature within the hallway was considerably cooler. The two quickly ascended to their apartment, where the air conditioning was running, providing a refreshing contrast to the oppressive 50-degree heat outside. In just that brief time, both had already soaked their clothes with perspiration. The home felt blissfully cool. Zhang Ming sighed in relief. There's truly no place like home. Zhang Qingshan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the temperature difference is quite drastic. After taking a bath, the father and son settled onto the sofa, relishing a moment of coolness. After a short respite, Sun Xiaoli and Sun Lin arrived to beckon Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan to join them for a meal. Following breakfast, Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli ascended the stairs to water the vegetables upstairs, while Sun Lin continued to teach Zhang Xiaoming how to write numbers, observing the absence of any pressing matters. Zhang Ming returned upstairs to engage in gaming once more. Time slipped away unnoticed until Zhang Ming heard his father, Zhang Qingshan, calling for him from downstairs. Setting aside his game controller, he made his way down to hear his father say, "The community staff just notified us via mobile that due to rising temperatures, there is a strain on electricity, and our area may experience rolling blackouts. Everyone should be prepared," Zhang Ming reassured his father, saying, "Dad, there's no need to worry. Even if the power goes out, we have solar panels and batteries. It won't significantly affect us." Zhang Xiaoli also emerged from inside, and upon hearing this news, she sighed repeatedly. "How will people outside manage in such high temperatures?" Zhang Ming replied, "There's nothing we can do. This extreme heat is a natural disaster, beyond human control." Zhang Qingshan expressed his concerns, "But this situation cannot persist indefinitely. I wonder when it will end." Sun Lin echoed, "Indeed. I wonder if other places are experiencing the same." Zhang Ming pondered for a moment before responding to Sun Lin. "I suspect other regions are facing similar conditions." Sun Lin frowned. "But what about those who are unprepared?" Zhang Qingshan sighed. "They can only rely on their own luck. Let us hope the government finds a solution swiftly." Indeed, moments later, several phones chimed with notifications from the community, instructing residents to head to the subway station to escape the heat. Zhang Ming glanced at his parents and Sun Lin, saying, "We don't need to go. We have solar power at home, so there's no concern about power outages." Zhang Qingshan hesitated. "Will that be sufficient? What if we miss any community arrangements?" Zhang Ming comforted him. "Dad, it'll be fine. We'll stay home, and if anything important comes up, the community will notify us," Sun Lin added. "Yes, uncle, it's more comfortable at home." Zhang Xiaoli nodded in agreement. "Let's stay home, but we must keep an eye on community updates." Approaching the window, Zhang Ming observed many people outside, some shielding themselves with umbrellas while others draped bedsheets over themselves to avoid the sun's rays. A throng of people hurried towards the subway entrance. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This heat is truly tormenting." Sun Lin joined him at the window, gazing at the scene outside, saying, "I wonder if it will be any better for them at the subway station." Zhang Ming shook his head. "With so many crowded together, it probably won't be very comfortable at that moment." Zhang Qingshan approached. "We should be grateful that our home is equipped to withstand such high temperatures." Chapter 46. Power outage. About half an hour later, the television on the wall abruptly went black, and the air conditioning came to an unexpected halt. Zhang Ming took a quick glance around and instantly understood that there had been a power outage. He promptly told his father, "Dad, please wait here. I'll go upstairs to activate the solar battery." Zhang Qingshan quickly replied, "All right, hurry." Zhang Ming dashed upstairs, and before long, the household appliances sprang back to life, with the air conditioning resuming its refreshing breeze. Without pausing for a moment, he rushed to the other floors to turn on all necessary air conditioning units. Upon returning to the second floor, he informed everyone, "The electricity generated by the solar panels upstairs is more than sufficient for our normal usage." Zhang Qingshan furrowed his brow slightly, stating, "While that may be true, we must not be complacent. What if an unforeseen situation arises?" Sun Lin nodded gently. "Uncle is right. We should remain prepared." Zhang Ming smiled reassuringly. "Everyone need not worry. We have spare solar panels. For now, just go about your business without undue anxiety." Sun Xiaoli sighed. "This dreadful weather. Who knows when it will return to normal?" The family chatted for a while, their spirits easing somewhat. In the evening, Sun Jing returned from work. Speaking of how the ice blocks Zhang Ming delivered to the bureau had provided significant relief, Sun Jing expressed with satisfaction, "Today, my colleagues praised the timely arrival of the ice. It alleviated everyone's immediate needs." Zhang Ming grinned. "I'm glad to be of help. It's tough for everyone in this heat, especially since you have to work there." Maintaining good relations with colleagues is essential. Zhang Qinshan nodded. That's right. If we have the ability, we should lend a hand. After dinner, Zhang Ming informed Zhang Qinshan, Dad, I'm planning to visit the community later this evening to see how things are going. Zhang Qinshan contemplated for a moment and refrained from dissuading his son, but still advised, be careful while you're out. Zhang Ming assured, Dad, you needn't worry that he grabbed a flashlight and set out towards the community. The heat was oppressive, and the usually bustling streets were eerily quiet, with only a few hurried figures passing by. Upon arriving at the community, he noticed many people exchanging supplies for points. Zhang Ming paid little attention to this and headed straight to the work assignment area. After inquiring about available tasks, the staff enthusiastically and thoroughly explained, there are many jobs currently available. For instance, the government has decided to construct small rooms within the subway tunnels, and we are assisting professionals in relocating power lines underground, as well as helping the government install air conditioning in the subway tunnels. After contemplating the staff's explanation, Zhang Ming replied, I'll go home to think it over and see which tasks I am suited for. The staff smiled and nodded. Once Zhang Ming left the community, he wasted no time lingering outside. As the heat was unbearable, he hurried back home. Upon entering, Zhang Qinshan inquired with concern, How was it? What is the situation at the community? Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Zhang Ming replied, It was decent. The community offers a variety of jobs. I heard from the staff that the government plans to build small houses in the subway tunnels, likely to provide residents with a place to stay during extreme heat, as the temperature underground is relatively lower. Many people are already involved in this work. Zhang Qinshan frowned. Is that feasible? Living underground is no easy feat. Sun Jing interjected. I've heard similar things from colleagues at my bureau. The government intends to transform the subway tunnels into something akin to underground shelters, with each household receiving a small room. If the number of people is low, then several people may share a single room. Of course, if one has points, they can choose better accommodations. Zhang Qinshan was taken aback, quickly asking, Is that so? Then those points are even more valuable. Sun Jing nodded. Points now serve a purpose akin to currency. Without them, one cannot sustain themselves. She continued, The government has provided numerous job opportunities. As long as one isn't too lazy, they can earn enough points to get by. Zhang Qinshan sighed. Indeed, as long as one isn't too lazy, survival is still attainable. At that moment, a thought struck Zhang Ming. If the outside world were plunged into darkness while their home remained illuminated, it would certainly attract attention. He quickly advised everyone, When you return to your rooms later, remember to draw the curtains. These curtains are blackout, so they shouldn't be visible from outside. The others nodded in agreement. Sun Lin remarked, You think ahead, brother-in-law. This will help avoid potential troubles. Sun Jing concurred, Absolutely. Being cautious during these times is prudent. Zhang Qinshan, reflecting deeply, added, In these special circumstances, we must indeed remain vigilant. After all, caution is the key to longevity. Zhang Ming reassured them, There's no need for concern, as long as everyone stays alert. Just then, Sun Xiaoli called out, announcing that dinner was ready, having not gone out to shop for a long time. Most of the ingredients were those initially procured from the restaurant, supplemented by some vegetables harvested from the small garden upstairs. Zhang Qinshan approached the dining table, observing the modest yet hard-won meal before him, and couldn't help but express, Having this food is already quite fortunate. We should learn to be content, especially since those outside might not even have this. Sun Jing wholeheartedly agreed, nodding, Indeed, during this extraordinary time, simply having a meal is a blessing. Our lunch at the bureau wasn't even as good as this. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoli quickly added, Then you should eat more. You didn't have a proper meal at the bureau. Sun Jing shook her head helplessly, responding, There were too many tasks at the bureau. I barely managed to grab a few bites at lunch. Zhang Ming gazed at Sun Jing with a heart full of concern, saying, No matter how busy work gets, you must not neglect your health. If your body gives way, what will you do? Sun Lin, as she placed a serving of vegetables onto Sun Jing's plate, chimed in. Exactly, sister. Your health is the foundation of our endeavors. Do take it seriously. Sun Jing felt a warm glow in her heart and nodded appreciatively, replying, I understand. Thank you all for your concern. Now, let us eat. Chapter 47. Touching moments after finishing dinner, Zhang Ming promptly ascended to the upper floor, retrieving 2 large bags brimming with an array of snacks from the room where they were stored. Among them were various delicacies, an assortment of tidbits, and fragrant bread. Upon his return downstairs, the sight of Zhang Ming carrying such an abundance of treats left everyone astounded, their minds swirling with questions. Entirely unaware of where he had sourced them, only the little girl was in the know, having accompanied her elder brother for the procurement. and she was aware that the house was stocked full of snacks. Sun Jing's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling two copper bells, as she asked, Zhang Ming, where on earth did you acquire all this? With a mysterious smile gracing his face, Zhang Ming replied slowly, I noticed how much little sister enjoyed these. So I thought to buy extra for her to indulge in. Zhang Qingshan wore a puzzled expression as he remarked, you never mentioned this before. Zhang Ming quickly clarified, if I had told you earlier, you wouldn't have let me buy so much for little sister, so I kept it under wraps until now, which is, fortuitously, the perfect moment. Sun Lin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, you truly are amazing, brother-in-law, with so many delicious treats. Zhang Ming urged, feel free to enjoy. I still have plenty more. I bought a lot of everything because I saw how much the little girl liked them. Sun Shaoli couldn't help but chuckle, saying, you really spoil her, but it's all for the best. Everyone gets to benefit. Go ahead and eat, and take some home with you to store in your refrigerators. Sun Jing, do take extra. After all, you're busy at work and often miss meals at noon. So don't neglect yourself. With slightly reddened eyes, Sun Jing expressed her gratitude. I understand. Zhang Qingshan nodded, affectionately stating, what my son says is true. Sun Jing, you must take care of your health, no matter how busy work gets. Sun Lin joined in, holding Sun Jing's hand, saying, sister, listen to your brother-in-law and uncle. Take care of yourself. As Sun Jing heard her sister refer to Zhang Ming as brother-in-law, she felt a rush of shyness and couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. Although they were currently in a relationship, they had yet to cross the final threshold. Hearing her sister call Zhang Ming this way made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Zhang Ming, noticing her discomfort, chuckled, Sun Lin, don't make your sister feel so bashful. Sun Lin playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, I'm just getting used to it ahead of time. After all, you two will surely end up together. Sun Jing gently swatted Sun Lin, playfully scolding, you and your sweet tongue, always saying such things. The family couldn't help but laugh at Sun Jing's bashful demeanor, filling the room with a joyful atmosphere. Sun Shaoli, noticing Sun Jing's shyness, quickly suggested to Zhang Ming, take Sun Jing upstairs to chat and nurture your feelings. Seeing Sun Jing remain silent, Zhang Ming took her hand and led her upstairs, causing her face to turn an even deeper shade of red. Zhang Xiaoming had intended to follow her brother upstairs, but just as she took a couple of steps, her mother grabbed her from behind, then hugged her closely and whispered in her ear, don't go up and disturb your brother and sister-in-law. Reluctantly, Zhang Xiaoming pouted, grumbling, but I want to go with them. Her mother gently pinched her little nose, soothingly saying, be a good child, don't cause trouble. Let them have some quiet time. Upstairs, as Zhang Ming and Sun Jing entered the room, the atmosphere grew delicate and awkward, with both feeling as though they were fish bones lodged in their throats. Unsure who should break the silence first, Zhang Ming decided to take the initiative, gently embracing Sun Jing and whispering sweetly in her ear, given how scorching it is outside, why not consider resigning and not going to work anymore? Without hesitation, Sun Jing shook her head firmly and replied, no, I still need this job to help ease the burden at home. If I were to stay idle at home, both my sister and I would feel uneasy. Seeing her resolve, Zhang Ming chose not to press further and said, very well, but should you encounter any difficulties, you must share them with me, and we will find solutions together. Sun Jing nodded gently, leaning her head closer against Zhang Ming's chest, softly affirming, I understand. The two lingered in each other's embrace for some time before Sun Jing finally descended to the room she shared with her sister. As she stepped through the door, she noticed her sister sitting on the sofa, her eyes fixated on a large bag of snacks on the table. Sun Jing approached and gently tapped her sister. Sun Lin, upon seeing her sister, hurriedly exclaimed, sister, these were insisted upon by uncle and aunt. I couldn't refuse no matter how hard I tried. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Jing replied, then accept them. Remember to maintain good relations with family and look after Xiaoming. Sun Lin obediently nodded, assuring, sister, I understand. You don't need to worry. Seeing her sister grasp the situation, Sun Jing chose not to elaborate further. Noticing the time, she said, it's getting late. Hurry and wash up before bed. At her sister's command, Sun Lin dutifully rose and headed for the bathroom. The following morning, after breakfast, Sun Jing prepared to leave for work. Since temperatures would soar after 7, she adjusted her schedule accordingly. Upon opening her door, she found Zhang Ming waiting outside, holding a bag containing several loaves of bread and 2 boxes of snacks. Zhang Ming handed the bag to Sun Jing, gently saying, take these with you. They will serve as sustenance if you get hungry. While work is important, meals should not be overlooked. Upon hearing this, Sun Jing rushed forward and embraced Zhang Ming, whispering affectionately, I understand. Zhang Ming accompanied her to the door, watching as she walked away toward the security bureau before returning upstairs to continue his rest. In the days that followed, the temperature outside continued to rise, and life at Zhang Ming's home remained much the same, save for the increasingly dwindling water supply. During this period, Zhang Ming retrieved some perishable snacks from the storage room. The sight of so many treats brought joy to both Zhang Xiaoming and Sun Lin, as the two little foodies reveled in the abundance of snacks before them. Chapter 48. Water Shortage. On August 15, 2026, a Friday, the sun pierced through the thin clouds like a sword, scorching the earth beneath. The air was thick with a sense of urgency, as if the entire world was warping under the heat wave, amidst a month of cosmic magnetic influences on the blue planet. A sudden announcement reverberated through community groups like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of alarm. Due to the relentless rise in temperature and the continuous evaporation of water resources, the water supply plant could no longer function normally, leading to the cessation of tap water services. Instead, water would be delivered via trucks to various communities, where residents could collect water with their identification cards. This news swept through people's lives like a tempest, plunging them into shock and panic, as they struggled to comprehend the sudden discontinuation of the once taken-for-granted tap water supply. Upon receiving this announcement, Zhang Ming addressed the others seated on the sofa, saying, "Do not worry, we still have plenty of water at home. Enough for everyone." Hearing his reassurance, the group felt a slight relief. Zhang Ming stood and moved to the window, gazing at the parched streets and the wilting greenery beyond. The sun blazed mercilessly upon the land, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. Once lush trees now stood as mere desiccated trunks, their leaves long fallen, seemingly lamenting in endless despair. Dust swirled through the streets, devoid of life, and only the occasional gust of wind stirred the air, raising clouds of dust that made it difficult to see. Zhang Ming realized that this crisis was not merely about the cessation of water. It could trigger a cascade of repercussions, even threatening human survival. From intermittent power supply issues to now needing to fetch water from the community, Zhang Ming understood that the Dragon Country government would not abandon its people, though he was uncertain about their forthcoming actions. Meanwhile, within the national research institutions in the capital, Academicianly was leading agricultural experts in experimenting with various methods of soil-less cultivation for vegetables and grains. They were acutely aware that conventional agricultural practices could no longer sustain crops under such extreme external temperatures. Soil-less cultivation technology has become their beacon of hope. Within the laboratory, an array of instruments glimmer faintly. While experts busily navigate through the space, they meticulously nurture each seedling, adjusting the nutrient solutions formulation, aspiring to discover the most suitable planting method for the present environment. The face of Academicianly is etched with fatigue, yet his eyes radiate unwavering conviction. After countless attempts and failures over the past few days, they have finally achieved some breakthroughs. A novel soilless cultivation technique is gradually maturing, significantly enhancing the yield and growth rate of vegetables and grains while concurrently reducing reliance on water resources. As night descends, the darkness envelopes the surroundings like a heavy shroud, yet it cannot obscure the anxiety and unease lingering in people's hearts. Individuals begin to mobilize. Zhang Ming initially intended to venture out alone, but the collective curiosity about the external situation draws everyone along. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Ming concludes that venturing outside poses no real danger and would allow them to experience the oppressive heat firsthand. He states, "Very well, let us go together." With mixed emotions, the group steps outside, immediately met by a wave of heat that assaults their senses, causing sweat to beat on their faces and bodies. Upon arriving at the community service center, they observe a throng of people clutching identification cards and carrying water containers, orderly queuing under the guidance of the staff to receive water. The air is thick with an atmosphere of anxiety and unrest. An elderly man sighs and remarks, "I never imagined there would come a day when we would toil so for water." Nearby, a young man clenches his fists, determination flickering in his eyes. "I believe the government will find a way to resolve this crisis." As they wait, hushed conversations ensue, filled with both concerns for the present circumstances and hopes for the future. Moonlight spills onto the parched streets, seemingly offering a faint solace to the suffering land. Before long, a convoy of water trucks arrives at the head of the queue. Zhang Ming scrutinizes the trucks and suddenly notices that the wheels have been modified. They appear solid. He surmises that this adaptation must be a response to the harsh weather conditions. In such intense heat, these new tires might indeed be the most suitable. However, he wonders if the government has these tires available for purchase, contemplating a visit to the Material Supply Center for further inquiry. The arrival of the water trucks stirs a ripple of excitement through the crowd, Yet order is quickly restored. The staff begins distributing water according to identification cards, precious buckets of water being handed into eager hands. As they gaze upon the clear water, gratitude and hope shine in their eyes. Zhang Ming watches this scene, his heart brimming with emotions. Although this crisis has inflicted great suffering upon the people, it has also fostered unity and a newfound appreciation for every drop of water. This is what one can still witness in Longhua. Elsewhere, various factions may be clashing fiercely over water resources. Zhang Ming's conjecture proves accurate. At this very moment, many countries are embroiled in bloody conflicts over water scarcity, particularly those lacking stringent gun control. Observing the ever-growing queue ahead, Zhang Ming addresses his family. "You all stay here in line. I will check the material supply center." Recognizing his sense of purpose, his family refrains from pressing further. Zhang Ming strides swiftly to the supply center, where he finds a multitude of people queuing to purchase various supplies. The atmosphere is bustling and tense. He understands that this location is solely responsible for issuing tickets for the required materials, which individuals must then take to the adjacent warehouse to collect their goods. The line advances slowly, with each person's face reflecting urgency and anticipation. He finds the line for miscellaneous supplies and positions himself at the back, contemplating his plan. Before long, it is Zhang Ming's turn. He approaches the staff and inquires, "Excuse me, do you have those solid wheels from the water trucks available for purchase?" The staff member glances at Zhang Ming, then lowers their gaze to the computer, operating it for a moment before responding. "We do have such wheels, but you will need to wait for half a month. Currently, all factories are busy producing wheels for various transport vehicles and cannot spare time for the ones you need. If you want them, please return in half a month. Additionally, these wheels are not inexpensive. Each one requires 500 points. Please ensure you have the points and specifications ready." Zhang Ming furrows his brow, calculating in his mind 500 points is no small sum, and the weight is considerable. However, he is intrigued by these wheels, believing that those made from new materials could be exceptionally beneficial. Departing the supply center, he returns to the water queue, where his family remains patiently awaiting their turn. He refrains from immediately sharing his discovery, instead reflecting on the path ahead. This extreme heat has drastically altered people's lives, rendering every decision crucial. A gentle breeze wafts through the night, carrying a hint of warmth, yet it fails to dispel the anxiety in people's hearts. Zhang Ming observes those around him, a resolute conviction swelling within him. He knows he must acquire the new material wheels. Chapter 49. Fetching water. Zhang Ming rejoins his family, waiting to collect water while continuing to ponder the matter of the wheels. The line moves forward gradually, the murmur of conversation pervading the air, yet it cannot mask the oppressive heat. After approximately 20 minutes, it is finally time for Zhang Ming's family to receive their water, under the sweltering temperatures. Each minute of waiting feels interminable. According to regulations, an individual may collect 5 liters of water per day. With 6 family members, they are entitled to 30 liters. Zhang Ming and his father, Zhang Qingshan, carefully fill their buckets, watching the clear water flow into them, feeling both a sense of relief and concern for the future. It seems that this water may not suffice. After collecting the water, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan each carry 2 buckets as they head home with the others. By this point, they are both drenched in sweat, their clothes nearly soaked through. Sweat trickles down their cheeks, splattering onto the parched ground, where it evaporates almost instantly. Zhang Ming turns to the group and says, "Now do you understand the situation outside? Will anyone still venture out again?" The others fall silent for a moment. His mother wipes the sweat from her forehead and replies, "Although it is cooler at home, it's reassuring to have the family together outside." This sentiment warms Zhang Ming's heart. Sun Jing and Sun Lin nod in agreement. And even Zhang Xiaoming chimes in, "As long as we have our big brother, anywhere is fine." They walk along the street, once lush with greenery but now reduced to withered branches and desiccated grass. The streets are shrouded in dust, devoid of vitality. Occasionally, a gust of wind blows through, bringing not relief but waves of heat and sand. Upon returning home, they carefully store the water, despite their exhaustion from the heat. Everyone understands the preciousness of this water. Observing his family's disheveled state, Zhang Ming sympathetically suggests, "Everyone should wash off a bit. You're all soaked in sweat." Sun Shaoli immediately furrows her brow and responds, "The water is shut off now. Do you not realize how precious it is?" Zhang Ming quickly looks to his mother and patiently explains, "Mom, we truly have plenty of water at home. We collected so much a few days ago. And if left too long, the quality will deteriorate. Besides, we still have a good supply of bottled water, enough to last us for quite some time." Hearing her son's words, Sun Shaoli's expression flickers with uncertainty, but concern lingers in her eyes. "Son, No matter how precious this water is, we cannot waste it. Who knows what the future holds? Zhang Ming understands his mother's worries. He gently takes her hand and reassures her. Mom, I know you're afraid we might run out of water, but we must also take care of our health. A quick rinse will help us feel more comfortable and give us the energy to face the difficulties ahead. Zhang Ming's father, Zhang Jianguo, chimes in, Honey, our son has a point. We can't let the fear of water shortages prevent us from living. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Shaoli slowly nods in agreement. Thus, the family each takes a small amount of water to wash off. The sensation of the cool water gliding over their skin feels like an indulgent luxury, temporarily allowing them to forget the oppressive heat and the hardships of life outside. After washing, they gather together. Yet the atmosphere remains heavy with worry. Observing his parents' anxious expressions, Zhang Ming assures them, You need not worry. I will take responsibility for the water issue. I will find a solution. Seeing the determination etched on Zhang Ming's face, the family refrains from pressing further. In the following days, the task of collecting water continues to fall to Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan. However, one day, they happen upon someone cleverly pouring their collected water into mineral water bottles. A gesture that sparks inspiration in Zhang Ming. Consequently, he mimics this practice, transferring the water into bottles, significantly enhancing convenience. The water contained within the bottles can be conveniently transferred into bags and effortlessly carried on one's back. It stands in stark contrast to the arduous task of lifting it by hand, which not only requires considerable effort but also risks spilling during movement, resulting in unnecessary waste. Thus, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan are able to transport water home with remarkable efficiency each time. Time passed slowly, and more than a week had elapsed since their initial visit to fetch water, making it nearly half a month since that day. One evening, Zhang Ming and his father returned to the community to collect water. Zhang Ming turned to his father and said, Dad, please wait here for a moment while I check the supplies sales office. His father nodded, and Zhang Ming swiftly made his way towards the sales office. Upon arriving, he noticed that there were only a handful of people in line that day. He quickly joined the queue for miscellaneous items. In just a few minutes, it was his turn. Eagerly, Zhang Ming inquired of the staff. Can I order the type of tires used for water transport now? The staff member promptly began searching on the computer. After a minute, they looked up and said to Zhang Ming, You can place an order in 2 days. But do you have enough points? Zhang Ming replied, Since I can only redeem it in 2 days, I will exchange points now and return in 2 days to order the tires. The staff member nodded and said, Very well, I wish you success. Zhang Ming turned and hurriedly left the sales office, heading to the nearby Points Redemption Center. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a scene of many individuals exchanging their belongings for points. Some brought televisions, their screens still covered with a thin layer of dust, as if recounting joyous times past. Others cradled items like tobacco and alcohol with great care, and there were even those who brought in their air conditioners. The heavy units leaving the carriers drenched in sweat. Observing this tableau, Zhang Ming felt a mix of emotions. Taking a deep breath, he positioned himself at the end of the line. As time ticked away, it finally became his turn. Zhang Ming asked the staff member, Could you please check which items currently yield the highest points? The staff member nodded and, after a brief search on the computer, replied, At present, some medical supplies, refrigeration equipment, as well as various tobacco, tea, sugar, and powdered milk can be exchanged for relatively high points. Hearing this, Zhang Ming began to contemplate, pondering what items he possessed that could be exchanged. After a moment of reflection, he asked the staff member, Could you specify how many points these items can exchange for? The staff member patiently explained, The value of medical supplies varies by type and specifications, generally ranging from 50 to 1,000 points. Refrigeration equipment depends on power and condition, approximately yielding 200 to 1,000 points. As for tobacco, tea, sugar, and powdered milk, the brand and quality also affect their point value, ranging from 20 to 300 points. After listening, Zhang Ming silently calculated. He preferred not to touch the medical supplies. He had a considerable amount of refrigeration equipment, but those items were bulky and difficult to transport. As for tobacco, tea, sugar, and powdered milk, he had a vast quantity, so he could certainly spare some. Chapter 50. Inventory of supplies. Upon returning home, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan gathered with their family, as was their custom, enjoying dinner and engaging in conversation for quite some time before retiring to their rooms to rest, especially given the sweltering weather. However, rather than reclining on his bed as usual, Zhang Ming slipped into the spatial realm. Upon entering the cultivation area, he beheld the flourishing crops in the fields to his left: wheat, rice, peanuts, corn, and an array of vegetables thriving in abundance. Turning to the right, he admired the orchard, where apples, pears, cherries, mangoes, and various fruits hung heavily from the branches. Although several harvests had already been gathered, the sight still filled Zhang Ming with exhilaration. Moving to the livestock area, he observed chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep grazing contentedly on the grass. The cattle and sheep, having benefited from a tenfold increase in growth rate, now numbered in the dozens. After surveying the cultivation and livestock areas, Zhang Ming proceeded to the 3 lakes, where, aside from the pristine water lake, the freshwater and saltwater lakes were teeming with fish and shrimp that had grown remarkably large. Finally, he arrived at the storage area for supplies, which appeared somewhat chaotic. First, there were the fruits and grains cultivated in the space. Although some had been fed to the livestock and the fish in the lakes, a considerable amount remained. Then there were heaps of various supplies, over a dozen tons each of beef, lamb, and pork, more than 1,000 chickens, ducks, and geese, along with an assortment of meats and seafood acquired from Walmart at no cost. Piled high were also over 10,000 boxes of beer, white wine, red wine, and mineral water, alongside countless varieties of beverages. Additionally, there were seasonings and spices, each with over 1,000 boxes. The sheer volume of these condiments and spices was stored separately. Nearby, there were 1,000 baskets of eggs and 1,000 pounds of each type of vegetable. Furthermore, he had ordered over 7,000 meals from various restaurants. Of course, there were also a substantial number of daily necessities and snacks procured from Steve, as well as an impressive collection of ice cream, frozen desserts, and hundreds of boxes of powdered milk purchased from the street. He had also acquired 200 high-powered air conditioners, 2,000 solar panels, 200 battery packs, and 50 converters. The cigarettes amounted to several hundred boxes, while the sugar reached nearly 20 tons. Additionally, he had obtained numerous firearms and ammunition from 2 gun shops at no cost, along with gold worth $50 million and various daily necessities and snacks acquired from Walmart at 0 cost. Finally, he had ordered over $200 million worth of medicines and fuels, as well as thousands of containers filled with assorted supplies obtained at the port at no cost. All of these were preparations Zhang Ming had made in the Eagle Sauce country, not accounting for what he would purchase upon returning home. Such an immense stockpile of supplies was nothing short of astonishing, and this was merely a portion of his preparations, illustrating the extent to which Zhang Ming had meticulously planned for unforeseen circumstances. After returning home, he ordered 100 units each of air conditioners, refrigerators, ice makers, microwaves, induction cookers, and large rice cookers from online retailers, along with 20 units each of washing machines and water heaters. Additionally, he procured 2,000 solar panels and 100 battery packs, along with 30 high-powered silent generators. Not only that, but he also purchased several hundred boxes of liquor and dozens of boxes of cigarettes. He placed orders for over a dozen armored vehicles, 20 snowmobiles, multiple yachts, and several speedboats and inflatable boats. Zhang Ming also accompanied his younger sister to acquire a vast assortment of snacks and candies. He prepared over 100 bags of rice, dozens of boxes of oil, more than 100 packs of noodles, and 100 pounds each of peanuts, sesame seeds, and soybeans, along with 20 boxes of various dried vegetables. The milk tea ingredients he bought for his sister each totaled up to 500 pounds. In the end, he purchased 1,200 cakes and procured countless small cakes and snacks from 30 bakeries. Observing the items in the storage area, Zhang Ming felt an immense sense of pride, knowing that such an abundance of supplies could last his family for generations. He recalled the effort and dedication he had invested in gathering these resources, the days spent scouring for the best deals and bargaining as if they had transpired just yesterday. It was not that he was unwilling to share these supplies with his family. Rather, he could not explain their origins. After all, some items cannot be stored for extended periods, especially given the high temperatures that had persisted for nearly a month. Furthermore, there was little need for such items at home at present. Standing before the storage area, Zhang Ming contemplated the supplies before him. He understood that if he were to carelessly reveal these items, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion and inquiries from others, potentially leading to unforeseen troubles. Exiting the spatial realm, Zhang Ming sat on the sofa, contemplating which items he could use to exchange for points. Only by acquiring tires made from special materials through points could he later transport goods without drawing attention and provide a valid reason for retrieving supplies from his space. Considering the current inability to use his vehicle and the lack of suitable transportation, he had to select items that were both easy to carry and yielded high points. Ultimately, Zhang Ming decided to use the cigarettes stored in his space for the point exchange. Although the tobacco's point value ranged from 20 to 300, the cigarettes he had stored were of higher quality, likely yielding a significant number of points. With his decision made, Zhang Ming wasted no time and headed directly to the street supply sales area. Upon arrival, he found many individuals still purchasing supplies, with food being the most sought-after commodity as it was essential for survival. Without food, one would inevitably go hungry. After waiting in line for a while, Zhang Ming spent 20 points to purchase a shopping cart intended for supermarket use. He pushed the shopping cart, his mood slightly fraught with urgency as he made his way homeward. To avoid revealing any inconsistencies, Zhang Ming resolved to wait until he returned home before retrieving the cigarettes to exchange for points. Upon arriving home, Zhang Ming carefully shut the door behind him and wiped the sweat from his brow. He extracted 3 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes from the storage space and placed them in the shopping cart outside. Zhang Ming once again pushed the cart to the points redemption counter. He selected a queue with fewer people, and, before long, it was his turn. Zhang Ming placed the 3 boxes of cigarettes on the redemption counter, and the staff, upon seeing the 2 boxes, wore a face of astonishment. For it was indeed a rarity to encounter someone exchanging such a quantity in a single transaction. "Sir, you truly are quite extravagant," the staff member couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Ming offered a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate, yet internally he eagerly anticipated the prospect of acquiring more points. The staff member adeptly verified the authenticity and quality of the cigarettes. "These 3 boxes are of excellent quality. Given the current market conditions, I can offer you 22,500 points. How does that sound?" the staff member proposed. Zhang Ming made a rough mental calculation and felt the amount insufficient, so he attempted to negotiate with the staff. "Could you possibly add a few more? I truly need the points to exchange for some essential items." The staff member hesitated briefly, re-examining the cigarettes, and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, considering your substantial exchange, I shall add an additional 200 points. A satisfied smile spread across Zhang Ming's face as he accepted the points and pushed the cart away. Chapter 51. Preparing pickles. Having departed from the points redemption counter, Zhang Ming prepared to return home, as the tires would take 2 days to order, and he had no pressing purchases to make. Moreover, the temperature outside was exceedingly high. In just this brief interval, he was already drenched in sweat. He hurriedly pushed the shopping cart, beads of perspiration streaming down his cheeks, his clothing thoroughly soaked and clinging to his body. Observing the military patrols passing by, Zhang Ming felt a profound respect for these soldiers. After all, they persisted in maintaining the city's security even in such sweltering heat, a testament to their dedication. Zhang Ming quickened his pace, his thoughts focused on reaching home as swiftly as possible. At that moment, a patrolling soldier noticed his drenched appearance and offered him a bottle of water, saying, "Comrade, drink some water, lest you suffer from heatstroke." Zhang Ming looked at the water being offered but declined, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "No, thank you, comrade. You are the ones enduring greater hardship on patrol, and I am nearly home." He gestured toward his house not far away, seeing that he was indeed close to home. The soldier did not insist further, smiling as he bid Zhang Ming farewell and resumed his steadfast patrol. Watching the soldier's retreating figure, Zhang Ming couldn't help but reflect, they're the true heroes, deserving of utmost respect. Upon arriving home, Zhang Ming stepped into the space and took a refreshing shower, the fatigue and heat dissipating significantly. Emerging from the space, he sank into the sofa, feeling utterly spent as images of the patrolling soldiers replayed in his mind, stirring a tide of emotions within him. Glancing at the clock, he realized it had quietly passed 2 a.m. Overcome by drowsiness akin to a surging tide, he recognized that further actions were unwise at this hour. Thus, he promptly headed to bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Due to having gone to bed so late the previous night, he was not awakened until midday when his younger sister called him for lunch. After freshening up, he carried his sister downstairs. Sitting at the dining table, Sun Xiaoli observed her son's lackluster demeanor and inquired with concern, "Son, what were you up to last night? Why do you look so drowsy today? Is it that you're not feeling well?" Zhang Ming, wishing not to worry his family and reluctant to disclose his late-night excursion for points, casually replied, "Nothing much, just played some games a bit late last night." Hearing this, Zhang Qinshan interjected, "Son, don't stay up so late in the future. Burning the midnight oil isn't good for your health. You should cultivate better habits." Zhang Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Mom and Dad. I'll be mindful of it moving forward. There is no need to worry. I only play occasionally." Upon witnessing their son's maturity, his parents exchanged a glance, their faces brightening with smiles of relief. The family began their meal, engaging in lively conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After dining, Zhang Ming assisted his mother in clearing the dishes before retreating to his room for a short rest. Lying in bed, He closed his eyes and soon drifted off to sleep. Time passed, and Zhang Ming vaguely heard voices, the sounds growing clearer as if they were right beside him. He opened his heavy eyelids, gradually regaining consciousness. Upon listening closely, he realized it was Sun Lin and his younger sister playing in the room. He then rose and made his way to the living room. Seeing Zhang Ming awake, Zhang Xiaoming hurriedly rushed to hug his leg, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're awake. How long did I sleep?" Zhang Ming inquired. "I don't know, but it felt like a long time," Zhang Xiaoming replied with wide eyes. Sun Lin shyly chimed in, "Brother-in-law." Zhang Ming, amused by the bashful girl, smiled and asked, "What are you two up to?" "We're playing games," Zhang Xiaoming replied, her cheeks flushed. Recognizing her eagerness for snacks, he decided to tease her and feigned ignorance. Asking, "Then why not play downstairs?" "I missed you, big brother," she said, prompting Zhang Ming to erupt in laughter. He reached out to tousle her hair gently, saying, "Well then, go wash your hands first." Zhang Xiaoming obediently nodded and dashed to the restroom. After washing her hands, she returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, awaiting Zhang Ming's next instruction. He smiled at her and instructed, "You and your sister Lin can wait here." With that, he exited the room and went to the adjacent one, emerging with 2 large bags of snacks. These were various treats he had previously purchased with his younger sister, including chips, chocolates, jellies, and bread. Returning to the room with the bags, Zhang Xiaoming's eyes lit up at the sight of the bounty, clapping her hands in excitement, her joy reminiscent of a small sparrow. Zhang Ming laughed as he handed the snacks to them, gently advising, "Take your time eating. Don't choke. If you can't finish, take some back for your sister too." Hearing his words, Sun Lin nodded obediently, mumbling through a mouthful of chips, "I know, brother-in-law." The 2 little girls settled on the sofa, happily munching on snacks while watching television, their laughter filling the room. At that moment, their mother called from downstairs, "Zhang Ming, come down for a moment." Zhang Ming acknowledged her and reminded the 2 girls, "Stay here and play nicely. I'll go see what's up." He then turned and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli waiting for him. Zhang Ming inquired, "Mom, what's the matter? Is there something you need?" Sun Xiaoli explained, "The vegetables we planted are ready for harvest, and several of our freezers are already full, with many more nearing maturity. We need to decide how to handle these greens." Zhang Ming, preferring a low-key existence, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Mom, we could pickle the vegetables. That way, they'll last much longer." Zhang Qinshan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "That's a good idea." Sun Xiaoli added, "All right. Let us proceed as you suggested." Without further delay, the family sprang into action. Zhang Ming took charge of washing and drying the greens, while Zhang Qinshan prepared the necessary containers and seasonings for pickling, and Sun Xiaoli organized and sorted the dried vegetables. Sun Lin, hearing the commotion downstairs, quickly joined in to help. Before long, everything was ready, and they began carefully placing the vegetables into the containers, layering them with salt and various seasonings, finally sealing the containers securely. After completing this task, several hours had already passed, and despite feeling fatigued, they were filled with a sense of accomplishment as they gazed at the neatly arranged jars of pickles. After enjoying dinner and chatting for a while, they each returned to their rooms to rest. Chapter 52. Ordering tires. The following morning, after breakfast, Sun Jing left for work, and Zhang Ming and the others returned to the 3rd floor to harvest the ripe vegetables. Observing the bountiful produce, Zhang Ming began to contemplate. Before long, an idea struck him, and he addressed his parents, "We could turn these greens into vegetable chips. That way, they can be preserved effectively and won't spoil." Both the parents and Sun Lin were immensely pleased with the idea. Moreover, considering the sweltering temperatures outside, it was indeed the perfect opportunity to sun-dry the vegetables. Thus, they prepared to take action. They divided their tasks. Zhang Qinshan was responsible for slicing the greens into uniform pieces, while Sun Xiaoli meticulously washed the cut vegetables. Zhang Ming and Sun Lin arranged the cleaned greens on the drying rack set up in front of the 6th floor window. As the window opened, a wave of scorching air rushed in, swiftly evaporating the moisture from the vegetables. Standing by the window, Zhang Ming felt the intense heat, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The temperature is indeed quite high, but it should expedite the drying process of our greens, Zhang Ming remarked. Sun Lin concurred, "Yes, brother-in-law. I hope these vegetables dry properly, so we need not worry about spoilage." Throughout the day, Zhang Ming and Sun Lin would occasionally check and turn the drying vegetables. By the end of the day, most of the moisture had evaporated from the vegetables, and after another day or 2 of drying, they would be ready to store. During dinner that evening, Zhang Qinshan turned to Zhang Ming and said, "Son, The pickled and dried vegetables from the past couple of days have nearly consumed half of our water supply. We must be more frugal with our water usage. It was then that Zhang Ming recalled the recent water delivery. After these 2 days of washing vegetables, almost half of it was gone. He replied to Zhang Qishan, "Dad, the water used for washing the vegetables can be utilized to irrigate the plants on the 3rd floor. And the clean water we have is sufficient for now. We also receive water daily from the community, right? If we find ourselves in a real shortage, I will find a solution, so there is no need for you to worry." Upon hearing his son's words, Zhang Qingshan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he said, "All right, son, as long as you're aware of it. However, we still need to conserve as much as possible." At that moment, Sun Jing interjected, "Uncle, we have news from our bureau. Although water resources are currently scarce, it is mainly the smaller tributaries that have run dry. The major rivers still have adequate water flow, and the government is busy reallocating water from these rivers to various locations. Additionally, numerous seawater desalination devices have been installed along the coast in Jin City, producing ample fresh water daily." A smile of relief spread across Zhang Qingshan's face. "That is excellent news. With these measures in place, our water usage pressure will be significantly alleviated." Zhang Ming added, "Indeed, I believe the water situation will improve soon." Sun Xiaoli continued, "However, we must not become complacent about conserving water. It is a precious resource." Regardless of the time, after dinner, Zhang Ming and Sun Jing ascended upstairs to enjoy some private time together. During this period, their relationship blossomed rapidly. Approaching the stage of discussing marriage, they sat on the sofa, their hearts filled with dreams of the future. Sun Jing gently leaned her head on Zhang Ming's shoulder and asked, "Zhang Ming, what do you think our future life will be like?" Zhang Ming took her hand in his, replying softly, "No matter what, as long as you're by my side, I believe it will be beautiful." Later that evening, after Sun Jing returned to her room, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan went to the community to fetch water as usual. Upon their return, Zhang Ming did not head to his own room as he typically would. Instead, he turned to his father and said, "Dad, I need to go to the community again. You should head back and rest." Zhang Qingshan initially considered accompanying his son, but, upon realizing the streets were patrolled by soldiers, decided against it. "All right, just be careful on your way," he advised. After acknowledging his father's words, Zhang Ming set off towards the community supply store. The nighttime temperature remained quite high, and the streets were sparsely populated, with only the occasional figure of a patrolling soldier. Zhang Ming quickened his pace and soon arrived at the supply store. As usual, he joined the queue for miscellaneous items. When it was his turn, he approached the staff and stated, "I would like to order special tires for the water transport vehicle." Recognizing Zhang Ming's, the staff replied, "Of course, please provide me with the specifications for the tires you require, and I will take note." Zhang Ming then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, detailing the specifications for 5 types of tires, including those for his father's pickup truck and the vehicles he had purchased, a camper van, an SUV, and an off-road vehicle. The staff was surprised that Zhang Ming needed tires for 4 different vehicles and remarked, "Young man, each tire costs 500 points. If you need 4 tires for each vehicle, that totals 10,000 points. Moreover, the tires you requested are more expensive than standard ones. Do you have enough points?" Zhang Ming confidently replied, "I have sufficient points. I just redeemed some items from home a few days ago." He then indicated the camper van tire specifications, saying, "This one requires 7 tires, while the others need 5 each. Could you please calculate the total points required?" The staff quickly ran the numbers and soon announced, "You need a total of 27 tires, since the tires you requested are wider than usual. The total comes to 15,500 points." Without hesitation, Zhang Ming replied, "All right, please place the order for me." He then swiped his ID card on the machine, which prompted a deduction of 15,500 points. After completing the transaction, the staff said, "Your order has been submitted. The tires will be delivered here within a week. You can come to collect them then." Zhang Ming thanked the staff and, feeling elated, made his way home. Although the streets remained oppressively hot, the thought of having a vehicle made everything seem much more convenient, filling him with joy. Upon returning home, Zhang Qingshan had not yet rested and inquired about how things had gone. Zhang Ming chose not to disclose the tire order to his father, intending to surprise him once the tires arrived. Noticing the late hour, Zhang Qingshan urged his son to get some rest. Zhang Ming complied and headed to his room. That night, he slept exceptionally soundly, dreaming of driving a vehicle equipped with new tires. Chapter 53. The tires have arrived the following day. The sun blazed down relentlessly, and the vegetables that had been dried the previous day were nearly ready. Zhang Ming and Sun Lin once again went downstairs to assist their parents in preparing today's freshly picked vegetables for drying. The family was bustling with energy. Zhang Qinshan skillfully sliced the vegetables, while Sun Xiaoli washed and sorted them. Zhang Ming and Sun Lin transported the prepared vegetables to the 6th floor for drying. The weather is perfect for drying vegetables. If this continues, we will have ample supplies, Sun Lin remarked, wiping her brow. Zhang Ming nodded with a smile. Indeed, but it will require some hard work from us over the next few days. Sun Lin responded, brother-in-law, a little busyness is nothing. At least we will have these precious vegetables preserved. Zhang Ming patted Sun Lin on the shoulder. You're right. Having these dried vegetables will certainly bring peace of mind. Sun Lin added, however, our water supply is depleting rapidly. Hearing this, Zhang Ming reassured her. Do not worry about the water. You will understand in a few days. Sun Lin looked at him, puzzled, and asked, brother-in-law, do you have a plan? Zhang Ming smiled mysteriously and did not answer. For the next few days, the family continued their routine of drying vegetables, until one day, Zhang Ming received a notification on his phone that the tires he had ordered had arrived and were ready for collection. Upon reading the message, Zhang Ming felt a surge of excitement. At around 9 in the evening, the temperature outside was not as high as during the day, but it still hovered around 50 degrees. Typically, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qinshan would leave for the community to fetch water around 11 o'clock when the temperature had dropped to the 40s. However, Zhang Ming could hardly contain his eagerness to head out to the supply store. Zhang Qinshan, noticing his son's urgency, asked with curiosity, why are you in such a hurry? It's still early. Zhang Ming, not wanting to reveal the tire order just yet, planned to wait until he had the tires in hand before telling his father. Sensing that he wouldn't get any information from his son, Zhang Qinshan ceased his inquiries. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming's excitement grew as he envisioned the new tires installed on the vehicle, allowing it to function properly, and fantasized about having a legitimate reason to utilize resources from his storage. Although Zhang Qinshan had stopped asking questions, he couldn't help but wonder what secret his son was keeping. At 9:30. Unable to remain seated any longer, Zhang Ming hastily prepared to leave. Observing his son's restlessness, Zhang Qinshan remarked, Son, what is it that has you so anxious? Zhang Ming smiled and replied, Dad, you'll find out when I return. With that, he hurriedly pushed the shopping cart out the door. Before Zhang Qinshan could say anything further, he watched as Zhang Ming dashed off into the distance. The crowd had no choice but to return home and await Zhang Ming's return. The streets remained swelteringly hot as Zhang Ming briskly made his way toward the community supply distribution center. Before long, he arrived at the designated location, after presenting the pickup confirmation on his phone. The staff led him to the area where the tires were stored. Gazing at the mountain of tires, Zhang Ming addressed the staff member, Comrade, may I take a few tires now and return for the rest later? After all, it is quite a considerable quantity, and I cannot carry them all at once. Upon hearing this, the staff member acknowledged the volume of Zhang Ming's items and replied, Very well, you may leave them here. I will keep an eye on them, grateful for the assistance. Zhang Ming expressed his thanks. He then began selecting tires suitable for his vehicle from the impressive assortment before him. He chose 4 tires specifically for his Jiangling automobile and placed them into a shopping cart. Given the spaciousness of the Jiangling, he knew that once he secured these tires, he would be able to transport the remaining ones in one go, although the tires appeared modest in size. They were remarkably heavy. Fortunately, the shopping cart was sturdy enough to withstand the load. He cautiously pushed the cart, mindful of preventing the tires from toppling over or colliding with passers-by. Due to the lingering heat outside, he encountered very few people on his journey home. At last, he arrived at his doorstep, breathless and perspiring profusely. Observing the tires in the cart filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, his family, hearing the commotion downstairs, gathered to investigate. Upon arrival, they beheld the 4 tightly wrapped circular objects in Zhang Ming's cart, ensconced in snakeskin bags. Noticing that her son was drenched in sweat, Sun Xiaoli reproached him. It's still so hot outside. Couldn't you have waited a while longer to go out? Sun Jing, standing nearby, gazed at Zhang Ming with concern. Wiping his brow, Zhang Ming smiled and replied, Mom, I was simply eager. Zhang Qinshan approached, scrutinizing the contents of the cart, and inquired with curiosity, Son, what exactly is contained within? Zhang Ming teased, Dad, let us get these items inside first, and you shall find out shortly. The family worked together to carry the 4 packages into the hallway. Just as they prepared to ascend the stairs, Zhang Ming remarked, We can unpack these on the 1st floor. Thus, Zhang Qinshan retrieved a key for a room on the 1st floor and unlocked the door, allowing everyone to collectively transport the packages inside. Once they were in the room, Sun Xiaoli hurried to turn on the air conditioning to cool the space. As Zhang Ming noticed his family intently focused on the snakeskin bags on the floor, he suggested to his father, Dad, Please go ahead and open these bags. Without hesitation, Sun Qingshan complied, beginning to unveil the contents of the bags. Gradually, the pristine tires came into view as the snakeskin bags were unwrapped. These are tires, Sun Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Ming nodded with a smile. Yes, Dad, these are specially ordered. These tires are akin to those used on water delivery trucks, designed to withstand high temperatures. Sun Jing's eyes sparkled with recognition. I know these tires. They are currently used on military vehicles and government cars. I can't believe they are available for exchange now. Sun Xiaoli joined in, touching the tire. Son, these must have cost a significant number of points. Didn't they? Zhang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Mom, as long as it makes our family's travels more convenient, these points are well worth it. He then addressed his father. Dad, these 4 tires are meant for the Jiangling automobile outside. And there are still more tires at the supply distribution center. Let us first replace the tires on the Jiangling, then we can return to collect the others. Upon hearing that more tires awaited, Sun Qingshan promptly prepared to change the Jiangling's tires. The family moved the tires from inside the house to the vicinity of the Jiangling automobile, where Zhang Ming retrieved the necessary tools from the vehicle's toolbox. And together they began the tire replacement process. Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Ming skillfully lifted the car with a jack, while Sun Xiaoli and Sun Jing assisted by passing tools and holding the tires in place. Despite the sweltering heat, their teamwork was seamless and efficient. Dad, pass me the socket, Zhang Ming called out. Here it is. Zhang Qingshan quickly handed it over. After a flurry of activity, the first tire was finally replaced. Without pausing to wipe the sweat from their brows, they proceeded to replace the second, third, and fourth tires. At last, all 4 new tires were successfully installed. Zhang Ming stood up, dusting off his hands. All right, Dad, let us take the car for a spin. Chapter 54. Tire installation completed. The Jiangling automobile had been purchased less than 2 months prior, and Zhang Qingshan effortlessly settled into the driver's seat. Starting the engine with ease, he drove slowly around the block before parking beside the others. Rolling down the window to announce, these new tires truly make a difference. The vehicle feels much more stable. The family beamed at his words, satisfaction etched on their faces. Zhang Ming exclaimed excitedly, Dad, let us hurry and retrieve the remaining tires. Sun Xiaoli, Sun Jing, and Sun Lin intended to accompany them, but Zhang Ming interjected, everyone should stay home. It's sufficient for just Dad and me to go. Besides, if too many of us go, we won't have enough room for the tires. Upon hearing this, the others acquiesced, remaining at home while the 2 of them set off. Before long, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan arrived at the supply distribution center, after greeting the staff member who was overseeing the tires. They began loading the tires onto the Jiangling. Thanks to the ample space within the vehicle, they were able to load all of the tires with ease. Zhang Ming retrieved 2 boxes of cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to the staff member, who initially refused to accept them. However, after some insistence from Zhang Ming, the staff member reluctantly accepted the cigarettes. After expressing their gratitude, Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Ming drove back home. Along the way, Zhang Qingshan marveled at how thoughtful Zhang Ming had been. Before long, they arrived home, where the family rushed out to greet them. Sun Xiaoli, Sun Jing, and Sun Lin all approached with eager inquiries, and even Zhang Xiaoming stood beside her elder brother, listening intently to the conversation. Everything went smoothly. We've brought everything back, Zhang Ming reported with a smile. Zhang Qingshan turned to his son and asked, Son, which vehicles do these tires belong to? Zhang Ming replied, Let us first bring these tires inside. We can sort through them later to identify which are for the pickup and SUV. The rest will serve other purposes. Thus, the family worked together to carry the tires into the room on the first floor. After completing the task, they were all out of breath. Zhang Ming wiped his forehead and suggested, Dad, let us take a moment to rest before we start sorting. The room had been cooled by the air conditioning for some time, making it a comfortable place to recuperate. Once everyone had caught their breath, Zhang Ming instructed, Now, Dad and I will start unpacking these packages, while you all group the tires by type. Everyone nodded in agreement and set to work according to Zhang Ming's plan. As Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan began to remove the packaging from the tires, Sun Xiaoli, Sun Jing, and Sun Lin meticulously sorted them into categories. This one is the same as that one. Sun Jing noted, Great, place it over here. Sun Xiaoli responded. In no time, all the tire packaging was removed, and the various tire models were organized neatly. Zhang Ming surveyed their progress with satisfaction and remarked, Next, we should replace the tires on the pickup and SUV outside. The family readily agreed, with Zhang Qingshan and Zhang Ming leading the way toward the pickup. Sun Xiaoli and the others followed to assist. Just as they reached the front of the pickup, Zhang Ming suddenly recalled that they had yet to collect the water for the day. He turned to his father and said, "Dad, we still need to pick up our water. Why don't you take the Jiaoling and go get it while we change the tires?" Hearing his son's suggestion, Zhang Qingshan nodded without hesitation. "All right, I'll go get the water now." With that, he returned to the house to fetch the water buckets, climbed into the driver's seat of the Jiaoling, and drove off in the direction of the community. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Sun Xiaoli began working to remove the tires from the pickup. Before long, Zhang Ming was drenched in sweat. Sun Xiaoli, feeling empathetic, wiped his brow, while Sun Jing and Sun Lin diligently passed him tools. "Come on, brother, we're almost done," Sun Lin encouraged. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and continued working. "Yes, I know." After a bit more effort, they finally succeeded in removing the tires. "Phew, we finally got them off." Sun Jing sighed in relief. Within half an hour, they had replaced 3 tires, and just as they were about to install the 4th, Zhang Qingshan returned with the water. He approached the vehicle and said, "Son, you've worked hard. Take a break and let me take over." Zhang Ming replied, "It's all right, Dad. If we can finish changing this tire, the pickup will be ready for use." Zhang Qingshan smiled and said, "All right, let us work together to finish this swiftly." With that, he and Zhang Ming began to install the last tire. Sun Xiaoli, standing nearby, cautioned, "You two be careful, don't hurt yourselves." Sun Jing and Sun Lin assisted by handing tools to the two. Through the joint efforts of the father and son, the 4th tire was soon installed. Zhang Ming straightened his back and declared, "All done, a great job accomplished." The family gazed at the pickup truck with its newly replaced tires, their faces illuminated with expressions of satisfaction. Zhang Qingshan patted his son's shoulder and remarked, "Son, you did well. Now, let us go and change the tires on that SUV." Thus, the family approached the SUV, preparing for yet another round of labor. Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan led the charge while Sun Xiaoli and the others eagerly lent their hands. With the experience gained from changing the pickup's tires, the task of replacing the SUV's tires proceeded even more smoothly. In less than half an hour, all 4 tires of the SUV were replaced. "Haha, now our family's vehicles look brand new," Sun Lin exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Sun Jing chimed in with a smile, "It'll be much more convenient and safer when we go out now." Observing everyone's contented expressions, Zhang Qingshan reflected, "Today, we owe our success to everyone's hard work. Our family will continue to thrive." Zhang Ming replied with a grin, "Dad, as long as our family unites in effort, we can overcome any difficulties and surely live an increasingly prosperous life." Sun Xiaoli nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, when everyone shares the same thoughts and works together, there is no such thing as a hard life." Noticing that everyone was drenched in sweat, Zhang Ming suggested, "Why don't you all head inside to wash up? After such a long effort, you must be feeling quite fatigued. A wash will surely make you feel better. Don't worry about water. I'll drive out tomorrow to exchange for some." Everyone found Zhang Ming's words reasonable, nodding in agreement as they made their way inside. As they walked, Sun Xiaoli added, "Son, you should wash up quickly too. We don't want you to overexert yourself." Zhang Ming responded, "Got it, Mom, you all go ahead." Before long, everyone had washed up and changed into clean clothes, gathering in the living room. Sun Jing remarked with a smile, "I feel so refreshed after a shower." Sun Lin echoed, "Absolutely, I feel revitalized." Chapter 55, Eating Noodles. Seeing the family had worked hard, Zhang Ming went upstairs to fetch some fruit from the storage. Given the high temperatures lasting over a month, the government supply station had been scarce in fresh fruits. As everyone laid eyes on the fruit, their expressions brightened. Zhang Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise, "Elder brother, where did you get so much fruit?" Zhang Ming replied with a smile, "I saw some for sale at the supply station today and thought it would be a nice treat after all the hard work." Sun Xiaoli remarked, "What a thoughtful son we have. Let us quickly taste it." The family joyfully savored the fruit, relishing this rare delight and refreshment. After finishing the fruit, their fatigue seemed to lighten considerably. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoming playfully said, "I wish we could have fruit every day." Her words elicited laughter from everyone. Zhang Ming affectionately ruffled his little sister's hair and said, "You'll have it. Once the situation improves, we'll have plenty of everything." Sun Xiaoli stood up to gather the seeds, saying, all right, we've worked hard all evening. Let us all head back to rest early." Nodding in agreement, everyone rose and returned to their rooms. Zhang Ming lay in bed, reflecting on the day's bustling activities with the family. Though exhausting, it was filled with warmth, and before long, he drifted into slumber. The next morning, Zhang Ming woke up early, feeling invigorated. He went to the 2nd floor and saw Sun Lin teaching his little sister how to read. Not spotting their parents, he presumed they were tending to the vegetables on the 3rd floor. Upon noticing Zhang Ming, Sun Lin hurried to the kitchen to serve the porridge and steamed buns she had prepared for him. Zhang Ming said to Sun Lin, "There's no need to go to such trouble. I can manage myself." Sun Lin shook her head, stating, "Brother-in-law, it's so hot outside, and you have to fetch water every day, which is already quite taxing. I hardly do much at home, so I'm happy to help out." Warmed by her words, Zhang Ming replied, "Thank you." Then He sat down to enjoy his breakfast. Just as he was eating, Sun Xiaoli and Zhang Qingshan came down from the third floor. Sun Xiaoli smiled and said, "Son, the dried vegetables we've been sun-drying are finally ready. Once we pack them, where do you think is the best place to store them?" After a moment's thought, recalling an empty room in the house, Zhang Ming responded, "Mom, let us place the dried vegetables in the room on the 5th floor for now." Sun Xiaoli nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll do as you suggest." After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ming, Sun Xiaoli, Zhang Qingshan, and Sun Lin went upstairs to gather the dried vegetables, leaving only Zhang Xiaoming diligently practicing the characters Sun Lin had taught her. Upon reaching the area where the vegetables were drying, they were met with a wave of heat. However, upon seeing the neatly arranged dried vegetables, radiating a unique fragrance under the sun's rays, they felt all their efforts had been worthwhile. The drying turned out splendidly. "The colors are wonderful," Zhang Qingshan remarked with a smile. "Indeed, our hard work over the past few days has not been in vain," Sun Xiaoli concurred. Zhang Ming picked up a bag and began filling it with dried vegetables, with the others quickly joining in to help. Before long, several bags were filled. "You all continue packing. I'll take these bags to the 5th floor," Zhang Ming said, lifting 2 bags and heading downstairs. Not long after, everyone had packed the dried vegetables into bags, and Zhang Ming carried them to the empty room on the 5th floor. Once they finished organizing their tools, they all gathered on the 5th floor. Sun Xiaoli, seeing Zhang Ming drenched in sweat, tenderly said, "Son, you must be exhausted. Sit down and rest." Zhang Ming smiled and waved his hand. "Mom, I'm not tired. This little bit of work isn't much, especially with the air conditioning on." Zhang Qingshan looked at Zhang Ming with satisfaction, stating, "The child has indeed grown. He can handle things on his own now." Sun Lin added, "Yes, brother-in-law has always been remarkable." Hearing their praises, even Zhang Ming felt a bit shy. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, "Don't just compliment me. Everyone has put in a lot of effort." Sun Xiaoli laughed and responded, "This shows our family is united. Everything goes smoothly." Zhang Qingshan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's how a family should be." After glancing at the neatly arranged dried vegetables, they all made their way back downstairs. Upon reaching the living room, Sun Xiaoli said, "We've been busy all morning and are tired. Let us take a break." Zhang Ming lounged on the sofa and stretched, though tiring. Seeing the results brings a sense of fulfillment. Zhang Qingshan nodded. "Yes, with these dried vegetables, we need not worry about our vegetable supply anymore." Sun Lin stood beside Zhang Xiaoming, watching the little girl write, and said, "I hope our days continue to improve." After sitting quietly for a while, Sun Xiaoli emerged from the kitchen, suggesting, "How about we have noodles for lunch? Let us pick some vegetables from the 3rd floor. It's simple yet delicious." Zhang Ming immediately responded, "Sure, Mom, I'll go pick the vegetables." Zhang Qingshan also stood up. "I'll go with you." Sun Lin then proactively went to the kitchen to prepare the pot and seasonings for the noodles. Before long, Zhang Ming and Zhang Qingshan returned from the vegetable garden on the 3rd floor with fresh vegetables. Sun Xiaoli skillfully washed the vegetables and cut them into appropriate sizes. The kitchen soon filled with steam, and in no time, a pot of fragrant vegetable noodles was ready. Zhang Xiaoming, unable to focus on her writing any longer, dashed into the kitchen, nearly drooling at the aroma wafting from the noodles. Zhang Ming quickly served a bowl for his little sister, placing it on the dining table, and cautioned her, "Little sister, wait for the noodles to cool a bit before eating. Otherwise, you might burn yourself." Zhang Xiaoming obediently nodded, her eyes still fixated on the bowl of noodles. Sun Xiaoli affectionately patted Zhang Xiaoming's head, saying, "Little glutton, don't rush. Wait until it cools down a bit." The family gradually served themselves bowls of noodles and gathered around the dining table. Sun Lin took a bite and contentedly exclaimed, "These noodles are delicious." Zhang Qingshan echoed, "Indeed, home-cooked meals are the best." The family chatted and laughed as they ate, and before long, everyone was comfortably full. After the meal, Sun Xiaoli and Sun Lin began to clear the dishes. Zhang Ming took his little sister to his room on the 4th floor, grabbing some snacks from next door and placing them on the table. He said to his little sister, "Help yourself, eat whatever you like." Zhang Xiaoming blinked her big eyes and asked, "Brother, can we eat snacks every day in the future?" Zhang Ming replied, "As long as you listen and study hard every day, you can have snacks every day." Zhang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. Big brother, I will definitely be obedient and study hard to AT that moment. Sun Lin entered the room, teasing, well, Xiaoming, you can't just say it. Zhang Xiaoming pouted defiantly, I wouldn't do that. Zhang Ming invited Sun Lin to sit down and join them for a meal, while he himself retreated to his room for a nap, knowing he had matters to attend to later that evening. Sun Lin dutifully took a seat, attending to Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Ming returned to his room, lay on his bed, and soon fell asleep. When he awoke, it was already past 8 in the evening. He got up, washed up quickly, and stepped out of his room to AT that moment. His family was preparing dinner. Sun Xiaoli saw Zhang Ming and asked, awake? If you're tired, you should rest a bit longer. Your father can fetch the water tonight. Zhang Ming nodded. Mom, I understand. Chapter 56. The hospital in the sweltering heat. After dinner, Zhang Ming greeted his family and decided to drive out. He intended to visit the hospital and the subway station to assess the situation there. The vehicle crept along the silent, dimly lit streets, where the streetlights were sparsely positioned to conserve energy, leaving only a solitary light flickering, its feeble glow appearing utterly helpless amidst the boundless darkness. Zhang Ming gradually parked his car in the vacant lot of the hospital. He stepped out and trudged toward the hospital building. Upon entering the lobby, a wave of heat mixed with the strong scent of disinfectant and the odor of perspiration from the crowd hit him. The lobby was packed with people, the sounds of coughing, groaning, and children crying intertwined, creating a heartbreaking dirge of despair. Zhang Ming struggled through the throng, observing the weary faces of the medical staff, their eyes reflecting profound helplessness. A nurse rushed past him, accidentally bumping into him, too hurried to offer an apology as she continued toward the wards. Following her, Zhang Ming arrived outside the emergency room, where he saw 2 doctors busily examining an elderly man. One physician remarked, "This is a severe case of heat stroke. Currently, we are critically low on the medications needed to treat this condition. We can only do our utmost to save him." Zhang Ming listened, his heart tightening. He watched as the doctors exerted every effort to save the man, acutely aware of the immense difficulties posed by the shortage of medication. Just then, the elderly man's family arrived, a young woman with tear-stained cheeks, her voice trembling as she pleaded with the doctors, "Please, you must save my father." The doctor shook his head with resignation. "We will do our best, but the outlook is not optimistic." Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ming resolved to check on other departments. As he walked through the doctor's offices, he saw them filled with patients waiting for treatment. Some appeared pale, weakly leaning against the walls. Others fidgeted restlessly, peering anxiously inside. The air seemed to thicken, permeated with an atmosphere of anxiety and unease. A gray-haired elder crouched in a corner, clutching his chest tightly, gasping for breath. His family stood nearby, tears streaming down their faces. Yet they dared not disturb the doctors. A young man tightly clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, repeatedly murmuring, "Why isn't it my turn yet? When will it be my turn?" The doctors, despite their exhaustion, continued to inquire about the patient's conditions, striving to extract crucial information from their faint responses in order to provide the most accurate diagnoses and treatment plans possible. One young doctor, his voice hoarse, patiently reassured a patient, "Don't worry, we will find a way." Yet his eyes betrayed deep concern as he understood the limitations of the current medical resources. Zhang Ming observed all this, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recognized that, in this apocalyptic plight, everyone was struggling, and the doctors were fighting valiantly against fate. Silently, he stepped back, unwilling to intrude upon the arduous rescue efforts unfolding before him. The corridor lights seemed to dim further. Passing by an office, he overheard a nurse admonishing a doctor, "Dr. Wang, you haven't had a proper rest in several days. You should go home and get some sleep. Don't wear yourself out." Dr. Wang shook his head resolutely. "No, there are so many patients outside. This is the busiest time. I will save as many lives as I can." The nurse's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice laced with despair. "But how can you endure like this? If you collapse, what will happen to these patients?" Dr. Wang looked at her with unwavering determination, his voice hoarse yet strong. "I am a doctor. It is my duty. As long as I can stand, I will not abandon a single patient." Hearing this exchange, Zhang Ming felt a surge of admiration and emotion. He sighed softly and continued on his way, increasingly aware of the gravity of the disaster and the overwhelming difficulties faced by the people. Zhang Ming moved on to the pediatrics department, where the cries of children echoed incessantly and parents anxiously paced, helplessly watching. One mother cradled her child, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, "Sweetheart, you will be all right. You will get better." Zhang Ming approached the mother, noticing the child's flushed face, a pang of pain striking his heart. The mother caught his gaze, lifting her head, her eyes filled with desperation and hope. "Doctor, can you help me? I don't know what to do. My child has not improved. Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly, saying, I'm sorry, I'm not a doctor, but I believe the doctors will be able to cure your child. He felt a profound sense of powerlessness, further comprehending the cruelty of this heatwave apocalypse. Nearby, a young boy tugged at his father's sleeve, crying, Daddy, it hurts. I feel awful. The father held the child tightly, suppressing his own tears as he comforted him. Don't be afraid, son. The doctor will make you better. The entire pediatric ward was suffused with an atmosphere of sorrow and despair, leaving Zhang Ming heavy-hearted as he departed, uncertain of when such suffering would come to an end. Upon reaching the inpatient department, Zhang Ming observed that the entire corridor was filled with hospital beds, some patients even lying on makeshift beds for companions. Every patient bore a haggard expression, their pain etched upon their faces. Some wounds were crudely bandaged, blood seeping through the makeshift dressings. The accompanying family members appeared equally exhausted, their eyes bloodshot. An elderly man lay on a makeshift bed, curled up and struggling to breathe. His family stood silently nearby, their eyes filled with worry and helplessness. Zhang Ming slowly traversed the crowded corridor, his heart heavy with sorrow and despair. He understood that in such dire circumstances, every life was desperately hanging on. He ventured to other floors of the inpatient area, discovering that the situation was no different. No matter which level he visited, the corridors were shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The groans of suffering patients mingled with the soft sobs of family members, piercing Zhang Ming's nerves. In a corner, a young woman wept into her hands, her husband lying unconscious on a rudimentary bed. The medical record beside him was filled with distressing diagnoses, yet effective treatment remained elusive due to the scarcity of medical resources. Zhang Ming trudged onward, his heart heavy with despair as he beheld these heart-wrenching scenes. It felt as if this place had transformed from a hospital into a purgatory. Exiting the inpatient ward, Zhang Ming passed by the pharmacy, where he noticed a long line of people waiting, 5 or 6 queues stretching far. Anxiety and anticipation were etched on their faces. Some stood on tiptoe peering toward the pharmacy door, while others bowed their heads, sighing in despair. Among them, a middle-aged woman clutched a frail little girl tightly, repeatedly murmuring, Don't be afraid, sweetheart. We will get the medicine soon. Yet her own eyes revealed deep-seated unease. An elderly man leaned on his cane, trembling slightly as he gazed at the slowly moving line, his brow furrowed in worry. Zhang Ming stood to the side, feeling increasingly burdened. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the queue as 2 men clashed over a dispute about cutting in line. Everyone is waiting. How dare you jump ahead? My family is gravely ill and can't wait. Please, let me go first. People glanced over, but no one intervened. Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly, leaving this heart-wrenching scene behind. Chapter 57. The subway station. Zhang Ming sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. At that moment, his heart was tumultuous and restless. The brutality of the scorching heat had distorted the fabric of ordinary life. The painful and despairing scenes from the hospital pierced his heart like daggers. He began to ponder whether, in his previous life, his parents had endured similar hardships in his absence. In times of hardship, isolated and unsupported, engulfed by despair, he felt his eyes gradually moisten with emotion, his heart heavy with guilt and regret. If given another chance, he would never again distance himself from his parents, allowing them to face the trials of life alone. Furthermore, this time he was well prepared. Confident that their family would weather the brutal apocalypse together, he pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped towards the subway station. Before long, he arrived at one of its entrances. There, he observed a multitude of anxious faces, people coming and going with a palpable sense of trepidation. Zhang Ming parked by the roadside and walked towards the station. Inside the subway station, the lighting was dim. Yet the ventilation system functioned adequately, making the atmosphere significantly cooler than the sweltering outside, albeit still a stifling 30 degrees Celsius. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, Zhang Ming noticed individuals in this somewhat oppressive space seeking a modicum of relief and solace. In a corner, an elderly man weakly leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Nearby, several children cried in their mother's embrace, who, while soothing them softly, cast anxious glances around. Zhang Ming continued onward, observing some individuals fanning themselves vigorously in an attempt to summon a breeze, while others soaked their garments and pressed them against their faces for respite. At that moment, a staff member, holding a loudspeaker, announced, Please remain calm and conserve your energy. Trust that the situation will gradually improve. Yet, his voice seemed feeble amidst the cacophony. As Zhang Ming ventured deeper, he noticed numerous air conditioning units lined along the corridor, their external components conspicuously absent. Approaching one, he felt the lackluster cool breeze and was filled with confusion. Just then, A weary maintenance worker passed by, prompting Zhang Ming to inquire, "Excuse me, where are the external units for these air conditioners? The cooling effect seems inadequate." The technician glanced at him tiredly and replied, "The external units are situated near the ground-level ventilation openings, equipped with sunshades and specialized cooling apparatuses, but currently, power is insufficient. Receiving even this slight coolness is fortunate." Frowning at the sight of the surrounding crowd yearning for relief, Zhang Ming sighed in resignation. He pressed on, the corridor thick with heat and agitation, complaints echoing around him. Suddenly, a nearby air conditioner emitted a creaking sound and belched forth a cloud of black smoke. Ceasing its operation, chaos erupted among the crowd, the already oppressive atmosphere intensifying. "What are we to do? It's getting hotter," someone shouted. Zhang Ming too felt a surge of frustration as he surveyed the increasingly visible dissatisfaction and anxiety etched on people's faces. At that moment, staff rushed in, attempting to soothe the crowd's frayed nerves. "Please remain patient. We are working on a solution." Fortunately, a number of soldiers were patrolling, preventing the situation from escalating into greater disorder. The maintenance personnel quickly arrived to address the malfunctioning air conditioner. Feeling helpless, Zhang Ming turned and continued his exploration deeper into the station. As he walked, he spotted a small boy, aged 6 or 7. Squatting on the ground in tears, Zhang Ming approached and asked, "Little one, what troubles you?" The boy sobbed, "I've lost my mother, and I'm so scared." Zhang Ming's heart softened. He took the child's hand and reassured him. "Don't worry, Uncle will help you find your mother." As they walked, they called out the boy's mother's name, but in the tumult of the subway station, their voices quickly faded into the din. 2 soldiers approached to inquire about the situation, and upon learning of the boy's plight, they joined in the search for his mother. Together, the 3 searched tirelessly, their backs damp with sweat. Finally, around a corner, the boy spotted a familiar figure and dashed into his mother's arms. Tears streamed down her face as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Zhang Ming and the soldiers. Watching the boy leave with his mother, Zhang Ming engaged the soldiers in conversation. "Comrades, what is the current situation in the subway?" One soldier answered, "We are still installing air conditioners received from supply exchanges, and small rooms are being constructed within the tunnels." Zhang Ming furrowed his brow and asked, "Will these measures significantly improve everyone's circumstances?" The other soldier replied solemnly, "They will help, but resources remain scarce, and we must all work together to overcome these challenges." Zhang Ming nodded, inquiring further, "What are these small rooms?" The soldier explained, "These rooms utilize the subway tunnels to create rudimentary living spaces, providing individuals with a relatively private place to rest." Zhang Ming followed up, "Will these rooms be comfortable?" The soldier grimaced slightly, responding, "The conditions will certainly be harsh. The spaces are cramped, facilities rudimentary, and there are no roofs. But in times like these, having a place to stay is a blessing." Zhang Ming sighed, "Indeed, it's better than nothing." "Are there any criteria for room allocation?" The soldier replied, "Priority will be given to the elderly, infirm, and families with children, as well as areas with prolonged power outages. Others will have to make do in communal spaces for now." Zhang Ming fell silent for a moment before stating, "I hope the situation improves swiftly, allowing everyone to have a true and comfortable home." The soldier looked at him resolutely. "It will. As long as we do not give up and strive together, we will surely overcome this hardship." With that, the 2 soldiers resumed their patrol, observing the small structures being hastily erected within the tunnel. And glancing at the individuals either seated or lying about, Zhang Ming retraced his steps back to where he had parked. His heart weighed heavily as he arrived at the roadside. Upon opening the car door and settling into the driver's seat, he rested his weary hands on the steering wheel. Gazing out at the still sweltering world beyond the window, he let out a deep sigh. Starting the engine, Zhang Ming resolved to head home first. Throughout the journey, images from the subway station replayed in his mind, those yearning eyes and expressions of helplessness. As he neared home, Zhang Ming parked at the curb, contemplating before retrieving a chicken, 2 fish, and some fruit from his storage. Remembering that his younger sister had not had meat in a while, he also extracted 5 or 6 pounds of large shrimp and 10 pounds of beef. Carefully organizing these items, he placed them in the back seat. Looking at the abundant ingredients, a smile of satisfaction spread across his face as he envisioned his sister's joyful reaction and the contentment of his family. After restarting the car, he soon arrived at his doorstep. Before he could exit, his younger sister rushed out in excitement. Big brother, Big brother." Her voice rang out, bright and cheerful. Zhang Ming opened the door and stepped out, greeted by his sister who wrapped her arms around his leg, gazing up at him with eager anticipation. "Did you bring me something delicious?" she asked. Zhang Ming affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "How could I forget you?" my clever little one. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with delight as she released her grip and bounded to the back of the car, peeking in eagerly. Zhang Ming waved the items from the car in front of her. Look, I brought your favorite shrimp and beef. His sister clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, Wonderful! We're having meat tonight. At that moment, Zhang Qishan, Sun Xiaoli, Sun Jing, and Sun Lin also emerged from the house, astonished by the bounty Zhang Ming had returned with. After nearly 2 months of scorching heat, fish and meat had become a rarity, making Zhang Ming's haul all the more impressive. Where did you manage to find so much good food? Sun Xiaoli inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Zhang Ming chuckled, I traded for them today. Sensing Zhang Ming's reluctance to elaborate further, they refrained from pressing him for more details. Zhang Qinshan patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder, saying, As long as you know what you're doing. Zhang Ming then urged, Everyone, hurry inside. It's unbearably hot out here. Hearing this, Zhang Qishan added, Yes, let's all head indoors. He took the chicken and fish from Zhang Ming's hands. Sun Jing and Sun Lin stepped forward to take the shrimp, beef, and fruit. Zhang Ming then lifted his sister and followed the others upstairs. In his embrace, his sister giggled, her little hands wrapping around his neck. Once upstairs, Zhang Ming gently set her down on the sofa, and everyone found their seats. Zhang Ming addressed his parents, Mom, Dad, these items are quite fresh. Let us cook them right away before they spoil in this heat. You can decide what to make with the chicken, fish, and shrimp. Sun Xiaoli nodded, responding, All right, son, just wait and see what delicious dishes we whip up. Zhang Qinshan added with a smile, Exactly, just look forward to a feast. With that, the two headed towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming, his sister, and Sun Jing and Sun Lin settled in the living room, with his sister periodically darting to the kitchen door, peeking inside, and muttering, Why isn't it ready yet? Sun Jing, with a gentle smile, pulled her younger sister back, reassuring her, Do not fret, it will be ready soon. After a considerable wait, a succession of delectable dishes was gradually served at the table. The braised fish glistened with a vibrant red hue, exuding an irresistible aroma. The steaming chicken soup was so fragrant that it made one's mouth water. The golden brown beef was crispy on the outside yet tender within, while the plump, juicy shrimp looked utterly enticing. Each dish tantalized the appetite. The family gathered around the table, and Zhang Ming picked up his chopsticks, saying, Mom and Dad, you've worked hard. Let's commence our meal. Everyone eagerly began to eat, savoring this rare feast. It's absolutely delicious, his younger sister exclaimed, her mouth stuffed full, her words muffled. Sun Jing and Sun Lin chimed in, Uncle and Annie's culinary skills are truly remarkable. These dishes are exceptionally tasty. Zhang Qinshan and Sun Xiaoli beamed with satisfaction upon hearing this. As long as you enjoy it, we'll make it again whenever we have the chance, Sun Xiaoli replied. The family chatted amiably as they dined, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Before long, the table was cleared of all its offerings. After the meal, Sun Jing and Sun Lin volunteered to help with the dishes, while Zhang Ming entertained his younger sister in the living room. Once everything was tidied, the family reconvened to discuss plans for the future. Zhang Qinshan spoke first. This relentless heat shows no signs of abating. We must prepare for the long haul, Sun Xiaoli added. Indeed, we still have a substantial supply of provisions at home, sufficient to last us quite a while. Sun Jing interjected, Uncle, Auntie, Zhang Ming, Sun Lin, and I can also lend a hand. You shouldn't shoulder all the burdens alone. Sun Lin eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, we can help too. The younger sister, with wide eyes, chimed in, I'll be good and won't cause any trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Ming reassured everyone, Fear not, I'm here to support the family. The steadfast look in his eyes provided a sense of reassurance to all. Sun Xiaoli gently patted Zhang Ming's hand, saying, Son, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Ming smiled and shook his head. Mom, we're family. There is no need for such formalities. Zhang Qinshan cleared his throat. All right, everyone should rest early to rejuvenate. Tomorrow is a new day. As the family members rose to retire to their respective rooms, Zhang Ming suddenly addressed Sun Jing. Wait a moment, I'll fetch you some fruit. Without waiting for her reply, he grabbed a bag and filled it halfway with the fruit he had brought home that evening, handing it to Sun Jing. Taken aback by the generosity, Sun Jing hesitated. Aware that such items were currently quite precious, feeling a bit bashful, she glanced at Zhang Ming and then at the fruit in his hands. At that moment, Sun Xiaoli spoke up. Oh dear, silly child. We all family now. You should take the fruit home. Gently nudging Sun Jing, she encouraged her to accept it. After a moment's hesitation, Sun Jing accepted the fruit, her cheeks flushed as she softly said, Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Thank you, Zhang Ming. Her voice carried a hint of shyness, and the rosy hue on her face made her appear utterly endearing. Zhang Ming replied with a warm smile, "No need for thanks. Take it back and enjoy it with Sun Lin." His gaze lingered on Sun Jing, brimming with care and affection. Nodding, Sun Jing embraced the fruit and retreated to her room. She softly closed the door behind her, a wave of warmth washing over her. Zhang Ming returned to his room, lying quietly on the soft bed as his thoughts drifted away. He reminisced about everything he had witnessed that day at the hospital and the subway station. He was acutely aware that these were the dire consequences brought about by the sweltering heat, an inevitable natural disaster. Although his heart was heavy with anxiety, he understood the limits of his power. Even if he removed all items from his surroundings, how many lives could he truly save? Moreover, such actions could potentially expose his secrets, bringing untold calamity to himself and his family. More importantly, he firmly believed that the government would do everything in its power to aid those affected by the disaster. They possessed professional rescue teams, ample resources, and efficient organizational skills to better navigate this crisis. As an ordinary citizen, Zhang Ming felt it was his duty to trust in the government's capability and resolve. Chapter 59. In Apple. Zhang Ming lay in bed, quietly contemplating these matters until he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, the sun blazed with its usual intensity, and Zhang Ming did not awaken until 11 a.m. He opened his eyes, still a bit dazed, and took a moment to fully rouse himself. After a brief wash, he made his way to the living room, discovering his family busily engaged in their own activities. His mother, Sun Xiaoli, poked her head from the kitchen. "Son, you're finally awake. The food is warming in the pot." Zhang Ming acknowledged her and sat down at the dining table to begin his breakfast, all the while contemplating what he should do next. At that moment, his father, Zhang Qingshan, approached. "Son, what are your plans for today?" After swallowing his food, Zhang Ming replied, "Dad, I haven't decided yet, but I want to go out again this evening." Zhang Qingshan nodded. "All right, just be cautious." After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ming noticed Sun Lin playing with her younger sister and a plush toy. It then struck him that he had only given one plush toy to Sun Jing and not to Sun Lin. Observing the delight in Sun Lin's eyes, he ascended the stairs to retrieve two larger plush toys, handing them to her. "Here, you can play with these." Sun Jing blushed and remarked, "Brother-in-law, I'm not a child anymore." Zhang Ming paid no mind to her comment and returned upstairs. Sun Lin, holding the plush toys, wore a smile tinged with resignation as she continued to play with her younger sister. Zhang Ming fetched two tablets from upstairs, offering one to each sister. "You and your sister can each have one. There are plenty of USB drives at home with various movies and TV shows downloaded. You can watch them during your free time." Sun Lin accepted the tablet, her eyes shining with delight. "Thank you, brother-in-law. You're so thoughtful." Zhang Ming chuckled. "No need for thanks. We're family." With that, Zhang Ming settled on the sofa to watch television. However, after flipping through the same few channels, he quickly grew bored and retreated upstairs to play games instead. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by quietly until his mother called from downstairs. "Zhang Ming, stop playing games and come down for lunch." Zhang Ming made his way downstairs, exclaiming, "Mom, how long has it been since breakfast, and we're already having lunch?" Sun Xiaoli replied, "That's because you woke up late." Zhang Ming scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile as he sat at the dining table. At that moment, Sun Lin emerged from the kitchen carrying two bowls of dumplings. Just as Zhang Ming was about to help, she quickly said, "Brother-in-law, just sit tight." With no choice but to comply, Zhang Ming settled back down, saying, "Thank you, Sun Lin." She smiled as she placed the dumplings on the table and returned to the kitchen for more dishes. In no time, a sumptuous lunch was laid out before them, and the family began to enjoy their meal while chatting about everyday matters. Zhang Ming praised, "These dumplings are truly delightful. Mom, your cooking skills have improved tremendously." Sun Xiaoli beamed, "If you like them, eat plenty. These are made from the leftover beef from last night." Meanwhile, at the security bureau, due to the continuous high temperatures, a small kitchen had been established for the staff's meals. Today, as Sun Jing finished her lunch and returned to her office, she took an apple from her drawer, ready to enjoy. That moment, her colleagues were astonished to see the apple. Given the recent scorching weather, fruits were exceedingly difficult to preserve, making Sun Jing's apple particularly noteworthy. Curiosity piqued. Her colleagues gathered around, their expressions a mix of surprise and envy. "Sun Jing, where did you get that apple?" one colleague inquired. "Oh, I'm so envious. We haven't seen fruit in ages," another colleague lamented, feeling a bit bashful. Sun Jing, not one to be stingy, sliced the apple into small pieces to share with everyone. "Come, let us all have a taste." The colleagues eagerly accepted the apple slices, savoring them with smiles of satisfaction. "Wow, it's so sweet. Indeed, it's truly delicious." Watching her colleagues enjoy the fruit filled Sunjing with happiness, she smiled. Next time, I'll bring more so we can all share. One of the security personnel remarked. No need. Many fruit trees outside have withered in this heat. These are especially precious now. Upon hearing this, Sunjing felt a pang of discomfort, knowing the scarcity of resources had significantly impacted everyone. She addressed her colleagues. Don't worry. If I have more, I'll try to bring some for everyone. The atmosphere in the office grew somber as they reflected on the hardships they faced. At that moment, the team leader spoke up. Let us not lose hope. Our job is to ensure everyone can navigate this tough period smoothly. As long as we work together, things will surely improve. Everyone nodded, reinvigorated, and returned to their tasks. After work, Sunjing stepped out of the security bureau, a hint of fatigue in her demeanor. As she journeyed along, she observed the wilted flowers and grasses by the roadside. Silently praying for the oppressive heat to dissipate swiftly, Sunjing could not fathom when the sweltering weather would relent. Even Zhang Ming, who had lived many lives, was uncertain. The future remained shrouded in mystery, an enigma yet to be unraveled. Upon returning home, Sunjing immediately spotted Sun Lin, who was enthusiastically engrossed in playing on a tablet while seated on the sofa. Sunjing couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you once again commandeered Xiaoming's tablet?" Sun Lin quickly lifted her head to face her sister, explaining, "This is a gift from my brother-in-law, and he has prepared one for you as well." With that, she dashed to the table, retrieving a brand new tablet and presenting it to her sister, saying, "Look, this is for you from my brother-in-law. He even gifted me 2 large plush toys." Sunjing accepted the tablet. A smile gracing her face. Zhang Ming truly is thoughtful. Sun Lin leaned closer to Sunjing, grinning, "Sister, my brother-in-law has always been exceptionally kind to us." Sunjing nodded gently, warmth blooming in her heart. Noticing Zhang Ming was not present, Sunjing turned to Zhang Qingshan, who was seated on the sofa watching television, and said, "Uncle, I am going upstairs to check on Zhang Ming." Sun Xiaoli, overhearing Sunjing's intention to ascend, promptly advised, "Xiaojing, remember to come down for dinner with Zhang Ming." "Certainly, Auntie," Sunjing replied hastily. She ascended the stairs quietly, arriving at Zhang Ming's room and softly knocking on the door. "Zhang Ming, are you there?" There was no response from within. After a moment's hesitation, she gently pushed the door open, only to find the living room empty, devoid of Zhang Ming's presence. She approached Zhang Ming's bedroom door, knocked again, and upon receiving no answer, slowly opened the door to discover him lying on the bed, deep in slumber. Sunjing approached the bedside, gazing at Zhang Ming's peaceful sleeping face, her heart swelling with tenderness. She delicately took a seat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to smooth the furrowed brow of Zhang Ming. At that moment, it seemed he sensed her presence and gradually stirred awake. Rubbing his eyes, Zhang Ming looked at Sunjing, his voice hoarse. "What brings you here?" Sunjing offered a faint smile, replying, "I just got off work and noticed you weren't downstairs, so I thought I'd come check on you." Zhang Ming sat up, enveloping Sunjing in his embrace, speaking gently, "How was work today? Are you tired? Did you miss me?" Sunjing playfully thumped his chest. "Of course I missed you." Work went fairly smoothly, though it was a bit hectic. Zhang Ming tightened his embrace, whispering in her ear, "My dear, you've worked hard." A blush crept on his Sunjing's cheeks. "Oh, don't be so mushy. Let go of me." Yet, Zhang Ming stubbornly refused to release her. "Just let me hold you a little longer." After a brief pause, Zhang Ming suddenly murmured in her ear, "Since we've known each other for quite some time now, when shall we go and obtain our marriage certificate? At that point, you will officially be my wife." Sunjing's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, softly responding, "This is rather sudden. I'm not quite ready yet." Zhang Ming, eager, insisted, "What is there to prepare? Our relationship is so solid. Let us get the certificate soon. It would put my heart at ease." Sunjing gently bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before raising her head, her gaze resolute as she looked at Zhang Ming. "All right then. But we must first discuss it with your parents." Zhang Ming nodded enthusiastically. "Sure. After dinner, we shall tell Mom and Dad." Feeling a wave of shyness wash over her at Zhang Ming's words, Sunjing suddenly recalled an incident from earlier that day. Her expression turning troubled as she confided, "Zhang Ming, I think I may have done something wrong today." Zhang Ming, puzzled, inquired, "What did you do wrong?" Sunjing recounted the events following the sighting of the apple during lunch. Zhang Ming's brow furrowed as he listened, his eyes reflecting confusion and hesitation. After a moment of silence, he sank into contemplation. To be honest, he had always preferred to avoid entanglements with others, believing they would only bring him trouble and vexation. However, now that he was with Sunjing, he realized he could not only consider his own feelings, he had to take her thoughts and emotions into account as well. Though somewhat reluctant, he resolved to give it a try. He had met Sun Jing's colleagues and knew they were decent individuals, kind, friendly, and upright, who would not cause him undue hassle. Moreover, assisting Sun Jing's colleagues would be beneficial, strengthening her bonds with them. Thus, he ultimately acquiesced to Sun Jing's request. Looking earnestly at her, he said, "I will do my utmost to see what I can find out. If there is something, I will bring it back. If not, please do not hold it against me." His voice was deep and firm, exuding a comforting aura. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's assurance, Sun Jing felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to having taken a calming pill, her face brightening with a joyful smile. She nodded repeatedly, her eyes glimmering with gratitude as she softly said, "All right, thank you." She understood that Zhang Ming was doing this for her, and she felt that knowing him was the greatest fortune of her life. Noticing the time was getting late, Sun Jing turned to Zhang Ming. "It's getting late. Ani must have finished preparing dinner. Shall we go down to eat?" Zhang Ming nodded, rising to take her hand. "Let us go see." Upon descending the stairs, they found that the table was indeed laden with food. "Come, sit down. We've been waiting for both of you," Sun Xiaoli said with a smile. The dinner consisted of the usual fare, some congee and steamed buns accompanied by homegrown vegetables. But the special addition was a plate of dumplings and a dish of stir-fried beef. Sun Xiaoli placed the dumplings in front of Sun Jing, saying, "Xiao Jing, try these dumplings. I saved them just for you." Sun Jing took a bite and exclaimed, "Auntie, these dumplings are delicious." Sun Xiaoli's eyes crinkled with delight. "If they're good, eat more. You've been working hard and need to replenish your strength." Zhang Ming chimed in. "Exactly, Xiao Jing, have some more." He served her several pieces of beef as he spoke. The family chatted and laughed as they enjoyed their meal together. After finishing dinner, Sun Jing took the initiative to help clear the table. But Sun Xiaoli quickly stopped her. "Xiao Jing, you sit and rest. Let Zhang Ming do it." At that moment, Sun Lin hurriedly took the bowl from her sister's hands. "You talk to uncle and auntie. I'll handle this little task." With that, she ignored everyone and went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Sun Jing could only smile helplessly and returned to the sofa to continue chatting with Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli. "This child is truly considerate," Sun Xiaoli remarked with a hint of admiration. "Indeed, my sister has always been diligent," Sun Jing agreed. After a while, Sun Lin emerged from the kitchen and sat beside Sun Jing. Sun Xiaoli smiled and said, "It's wonderful to be gathered together as a family like this." Zhang Qingshan nodded in agreement. "Yes, we have many more days like this ahead of us." At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly addressed his parents, "Dad, Mom, in a few days, I plan to take Xiao Jing to get our marriage certificate." Upon hearing that their son intended to obtain a marriage certificate, Sun Xiaoli and Zhang Qingshan were filled with joy. Their son was growing up and was finally going to marry. Sun Xiaoli exclaimed, "That's wonderful. This is a great occasion. Have you chosen a date?" Zhang Ming replied with a smile, "Not yet. I wanted to inform you both first." Zhang Qingshan patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. "Son, treat Xiao Jing well. You will have the responsibility of supporting a family now." Zhang Ming nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, Dad, I understand." Sun Jing, blushing, added, "Uncle and Auntie, I will ensure to live well with Zhang Ming." At that moment, Zhang Qingshan suddenly interjected, "With the current situation outside, is the Civil Affairs Bureau still open?" Sun Jing responded, "All government departments are functioning normally, though their hours have shifted from day to night." Sun Xiaoli nodded. "All right, let me check which day is auspicious." She then began searching on her phone. Not long after, she found the information and informed Zhang Ming and Sun Jing, "In 4 days, there is an auspicious date. You both can go get your certificate then." Zhang Ming and Sun Jing exchanged glances filled with anticipation and joy. Sun Jing shyly remarked, "Then let us go with Mom's suggestion." Hearing Sun Jing refer to her as Mom brought an enormous smile to Sun Xiaoli's face. She eagerly took Sun Jing's hand, saying affectionately, "Good child, from now on, we will truly be one family." Sun Jing nodded with a smile, feeling an overwhelming warmth in her heart. Zhang Ming watched with a smile, adding, "Mom, look how happy you are. Our family will surely grow even happier in the future." Sun Xiaoli playfully chided, "Of course. I've longed for you to settle down and start a family." Zhang Ming glanced at the time, noting it was almost time to fetch water, and said, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to get some water today and then drive out to check the nearby situation." Sun Xiaoli cautioned, "Be careful and stay safe." Zhang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand, Mom. Please do not worry." Sun Jing added, "The earlier we go, the sooner we return." Zhang Ming took the water bucket and made his way downstairs. He first switched on the air conditioning in the car before heading back into the corridor. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, feeling that the temperature inside the vehicle had likely cooled, He opened the car door and settled in. He started the engine and drove towards the community's water collection point. Along the way, he noticed many people heading in the same direction. These individuals exhibited no surprise at the sight of Zhang Ming's car, as it had become common knowledge that various vehicles' tires were for sale at the supply outlets, albeit only affordable to those with sufficient points. As Zhang Ming drove cautiously, he observed the expressions of pedestrians. Most bore traces of fatigue, yet also conveyed a resolute spirit towards life. Soon, he arrived at the water collection site, where a long queue had already formed, with people holding an assortment of containers. Zhang Ming parked and joined the line with his water bucket. Ahead of him stood a middle-aged woman fanning herself, lamenting. "When will this life come to an end?" Zhang Ming gently reassured her. "Sister, do not be too troubled. Even in hardship, things will gradually improve." The line moved slowly, and the night air remained stifling. Beads of sweat adorned Zhang Ming's forehead. After a lengthy wait, it was finally his turn to collect water. He lifted the filled bucket and hurried back to his vehicle. Upon starting the car, he began to drive around the vicinity. After about 10 minutes, he spotted a gas station still in operation and pulled in. Upon seeing Zhang Ming, a staff member emerged and informed him, "Currently, fuel is priced at 50 points per liter. Would you like to fill up?" Zhang Ming furrowed his brow, mentally calculating his points balance, and replied, "Please fill up 20 liters for me." The staff member nodded and skillfully operated the fuel pump. Zhang Ming sat in the car, watching the numbers increase, pondering why there were so few private vehicles on the streets aside from government and military ones. It was not merely the issue of tire redemption but also the exorbitant fuel costs. After refueling and paying with points, Zhang Ming exited the gas station and continued to meander through the streets, observing his surroundings for any peculiarities. He passed by a supermarket with its doors tightly shut, a notice affixed stating that supplies were scarce and operations had been suspended. Zhang Ming shook his head in resignation and drove on. Not far ahead, a crowd had gathered around a bulletin board, engaged in animated discussion. Curious, Zhang Ming parked and approached to see that it concerned a policy for community personnel to survey the actual population count in each household. Upon reading the policy, Zhang Ming realized it would not affect his family much, aside from instances where family members had passed away, resulting in others receiving excess supplies. He shook his head, thinking that such opportunistic behavior was indeed inappropriate. Turning to leave, he overheard someone nearby quietly grumbling, "Let them investigate. We have nothing to hide." Another voice voiced concern, saying, "I just fear that misunderstandings may arise." Zhang Ming chose not to engage in their discourse and noticed a small stall selling handmade crafts. The vendor, an elderly man with a weary visage, tugged at Zhang Ming's heartstrings. He dismounted and exchanged 3 kilograms of rice for one item, contributing in a small way. Continuing on, he observed some individuals following government personnel, seemingly at work. Zhang Ming sighed, fully aware of the hardships everyone was enduring. Unbeknownst to him, he had been out for quite some time and decided it was best to return home. On the way, he retrieved several boxes of mineral water from his storage to place in the car. Upon arriving home, he carried the water upstairs and called out to Zhang Qingshan, "Dad, there are still a few boxes of mineral water in the car. Could you help me bring them up?" Upon hearing his son mention the water, Zhang Qingshan joined him downstairs to assist. Noticing his younger sister's absence, Zhang Ming inquired of his mother, "Mom, where is my sister? Why isn't she here?" "Son," Xiaoli replied, "that little girl has been restless all day. She just fell asleep for a bit." Zhang Ming chuckled helplessly. "That little rascal only knows how to play." He delivered 2 boxes of water to Sun Jing and Sun Lin, saying, "You two can use this water for now. Let me know if you need more, especially you, Sun Jing. Take some to work. I suspect water supply there isn't very ample either." Afterward, he returned to his parents' room and informed them, "Today, I learned on the street that government officials will be visiting homes in a couple of days to survey the population." Zhang Qingshan frowned, stating, "There's nothing much to investigate in our family." Sun Xiaoli shot him a disapproving glance. "We shouldn't say that. It's important to cooperate with the government. We have nothing to fear if we are honest." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. "Mom is right. We should respond normally." 2 days swiftly passed, and that evening, government officials indeed came to their door. They were friendly and meticulously inquired about and recorded the population situation in Zhang Ming's family. The family cooperated fully, and the investigation proceeded smoothly. After the officials left, Zhang Qingshan remarked, "It seems I was overthinking. They were just doing their job to ensure fair and reasonable resource distribution for everyone." The following 2 days were uneventful, continuing as usual. That night, Sun Jing returned home early from work. Upon entering, she noticed everyone gathered in the living room, which made her feel a tad embarrassed, especially since she was to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Zhang Ming to obtain their marriage certificate that evening. Blushing, she said, "Thank you for waiting." Sun Xiaoli smiled and took her hand, saying, "It is only right to wait for you. Please sit and rest for a moment." Zhang Ming stepped forward, gazing at Sun Jing tenderly. "Do not be nervous." After a brief rest, Zhang Ming and Sun Jing meticulously checked the documents and items they needed to bring, confirming everything was in order before preparing to set off. They drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where, although it was night and the temperature remained high, a warm and joyous atmosphere prevailed. Couples were present, each adorned with sweet smiles, when it was their turn to process the paperwork. They filled out forms solemnly, completing each step under the guidance of the staff. When the officials handed them their marriage certificate along with their blessings, the couple grasped each other's hands tightly. Zhang Ming took out some candies he had prepared in advance and offered them to the staff. The staff member accepted with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, wishing you a blissful marriage filled with sweetness." Zhang Ming and Sun Jing expressed their gratitude, their faces radiating happiness. After completing the formalities, they exited the registration hall hand in hand. Sun Jing looked up at Zhang Ming, her eyes brimming with affection, and said, "From this moment on, we are truly husband and wife." Zhang Ming firmly held Sun Jing's hand and earnestly declared, "I will cherish you for a lifetime." Chapter 62. A change of address. Zhang Ming and Sun Jing settled into the car and headed home. Upon reaching their doorstep, Zhang Ming said to Sun Jing, "You go inside first. I need to grab a few things. I'll be back shortly." Sun Jing, aware that Zhang Ming had something planned, refrained from asking further. Before exiting, she instructed him, "Stay safe and return soon. I'll be waiting for you at home." Zhang Ming nodded, and the car drove off, kicking up dust. As Sun Jing entered the house, her family immediately surrounded her. "So, how did it go? Was the registration smooth?" Sun Xiaoli eagerly inquired. "Everything went well, Mom," Sun Jing replied with a smile. Noticing Zhang Qishan was also present, she called out, "Dad." This single word brought immense joy to Zhang Qishan. He quickly responded, "Ah, good child. Today is indeed a momentous occasion." Sun Jing smiled and nodded, stating, "From now on, we are truly one family." Meanwhile, Zhang Ming drove around the vicinity as the external temperature was soaring, causing the streets to be nearly deserted. He parked in a dimly lit area and retrieved 3 chickens, 2 ducks, 2 geese, 20 pounds of beef, 20 pounds of lamb, 20 pounds of pork belly, a basket of eggs, 20 pounds of shrimp, and 5 lobsters from his storage. Checking the time and realizing he had been out for a while, he set off homeward, determined to bring back something special to celebrate his marriage registration. Upon arriving home, Zhang Ming parked downstairs and first carried the eggs upstairs. As he entered, he noticed his family staring intently at him, or more precisely, at the eggs he held. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their unwavering gaze, Zhang Ming chuckled. "What are you all staring at? Don't just stand there dumbfounded. There are still plenty of things to bring up from downstairs." Sun Xiaoli was the first to snap back to reality, quickly taking the eggs from his hands and exclaiming, "Oh my, son, where did you get so many eggs?" Zhang Ming hurriedly turned and descended the stairs to continue moving items, replying, "Mom, there's no need for you to worry about this. As long as we have something to eat, that's what matters. There are still plenty of things in the car." After finishing his sentence, he paid no mind to the others and proceeded down the stairs. Upon hearing that there were still many items left downstairs, everyone hastily followed suit, including Zhang Xiaoming, who insisted on accompanying him under the pretext of helping her elder brother carry things. Whether her true intention was to assist or merely to satisfy her own cravings, she alone was aware. The family quickly arrived at the ground floor, and upon seeing the items in the car, their eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. While such items might seem insignificant in the face of extreme heat, their rarity now is unmistakable. Everyone except Zhang Xiaoming fully understood this, unable to contain himself. The father exclaimed, "Son, where on earth did you procure so many rare treasures?" Zhang Ming chuckled, "Dad, let's not dwell on that. Let's move everything upstairs first." Thus, they began to energetically transport the items. As they worked, Sun Xiaoli muttered, "These things are not easy to come by these days, especially in such quantities." Once everything was brought back home, they were fortunate that the house had ample refrigerator space to accommodate all the fish and meat. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. However, Zhang Xiaoming could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed over to inspect the fruits, examining them from every angle. Observing her greedy demeanor, Zhang Ming chuckled, "Little glutton. Take whatever you desire." Sun Xiaoli shot Zhang Xiaoming a disapproving glance. "You're just concerned with food. You should help with the cleanup." Zhang Xiaoming stuck out her tongue and dashed off to indulge in the fruits. After a brief respite, Sun Xiaoli looked at the items her son had brought back and said, "Son, today marks the joyous occasion of your marriage certificate acquisition. You two sit tight. Your father and I will prepare a feast to celebrate." With that, She pulled Zhang Qinshan into the kitchen, while Zhang Ming and the others intended to assist, only to be shooed away by Sun Xiaoli, who insisted, "We don't need your help," exiled from the kitchen. Zhang Ming and Sun Jing exchanged amused glances and engaged in light conversation with Sun Lin and Zhang Xiaoming in the living room. Before long, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Zhang Xiaoming sniffed the air, her face alight with anticipation. It must be delicious. Moments later, Sun Xiaoli and Zhang Qinshan emerged bearing platters of delectable dishes. The table was laden with an array of sumptuous fare: stir-fried beef with scallions, cumin lamb, braised pork, steamed sea fish, pepper salt shrimp, garlic lobster, along with some homegrown vegetables. The family gazed at the bountiful spread, unable to suppress their salivation. Zhang Ming smiled. "Mom and Dad, you've worked hard." Sun Xiaoli waved her hand dismissively. "Today is a happy occasion. It's no trouble at all. Everyone, dig in." Yet, Zhang Ming felt something was amiss. Indeed, it was the absence of alcohol. How could one enjoy a feast without wine? Saying, "You all start eating. I'll be right back." He hurried upstairs. From the storage space, he retrieved 2 bottles of white wine, 2 bottles of red wine, and 2 bottles of soft drinks. Descending once more, he announced to everyone, "With fish and meat. We also have wine." Seeing the drinks Zhang Ming brought down, smiles brightened their faces even more. Zhang Qinshan took the white wine, stating, "Today, we must indulge in a few toasts." Zhang Ming opened the red wine and poured it for Sun Jing, Sun Lin, and his mother, also handing a soft drink to Zhang Xiaoming. The family raised their glasses in unison, toasting to this special and joyous day. After several rounds of drinks, the conversation flowed freely. Sun Xiaoli reminisced about amusing anecdotes from Zhang Ming's childhood, eliciting waves of laughter from everyone at that moment. Zhang Ming turned to Sun Jing and said, "Given the current circumstances, we cannot hold a wedding. So we'll have to wait until later to have a proper ceremony. Though we cannot celebrate with a wedding, we still need to inform your colleagues and friends. How many do you estimate?" Sun Jing pondered for a moment before responding, "Including close friends and colleagues, perhaps around 20 people. However, some friends live far away, so I can only inform them later." Zhang Ming nodded. "Understood." He continued, "I regret that you have been put in this situation, unable to have a formal wedding." Sun Jing grasped Zhang Ming's hand, reassuring him, "Don't say that. As long as our bond is strong, a wedding is merely a formality. We can always have it later." They exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting mutual understanding and affection. At that moment, Sun Xiaoli interjected, "Even if we don't hold a wedding now, we must not neglect the necessary formalities. Once we notify your colleagues, we should prepare some return gifts." Zhang Ming replied, "Mom, you are absolutely right. I will take this into consideration." Sun Jing gazed at him tenderly. "You've worked hard." Zhang Ming chuckled. "What hardship is there in this? For us, it is all worth it. As they glanced at the time, Zhang Ming turned to Sun Jing and said, "You all keep chatting. I'll go upstairs for a moment." Although Sun Jing was curious about Zhang Ming's intentions, she refrained from asking further questions, as they had developed sufficient trust and understanding between them. Zhang Ming swiftly ascended to the bedroom, his steps somewhat hurried yet resolute. Upon entering, he efficiently stowed away the existing bedding, his movements swift and practiced, as if he had meticulously planned this all along. He then retrieved a brand new set of vibrant red bedding from the storage, adorned with exquisite patterns symbolizing good fortune. He carefully spread the bedding, ensuring every corner was perfectly arranged for comfort. Next, he began tidying up the other items in the room. After his efforts, the entire space radiated a festive atmosphere. The bright red bedding resembled flames, infusing warmth and vitality into the room. The decor was simple yet elegant, reflecting the owner's love and pursuit of life. Standing in the center, Zhang Ming surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Descending the stairs, he was met by Sun Xiaoli, who remarked, "You finally made it down. It's getting late. You two have acquired your marriage certificate, making you officially husband and wife. Hurry and take Xiaojing upstairs to rest." Zhang Ming, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head, while Sun Jing's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. He stepped forward, took her hand, and said, "All right, Mom, we're heading up." They ascended the stairs and entered the room, where the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Zhang Ming broke the silence, saying, "Xiaojing, from today onward, we are truly a family." Sun Jing softly acknowledged with a gentle and they exchanged smiles. Given that Sun Jing often visited Zhang Ming's room, she was already familiar with the space, so he refrained from elaborating further. Upon entering the bedroom, Sun Jing was deeply touched by the sight before her: the freshly adorned bedding, the warm lighting, and the festive decorations enveloped her in a sense of comfort. In this sweltering heat, Zhang Ming's meticulous preparations filled her with surprise. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she turned and embraced Zhang Ming tightly. Her voice quivering as she whispered, "Thank you, Zhang Ming. I truly didn't expect this." Zhang Ming gently patted her back, soothingly responding, "Silly girl, today is our big day. Of course, we must make it special." His words brimmed with affection and care. They held each other for a moment, savoring the warmth and love they shared. Subsequently, they sat on the edge of the bed, hands intertwined, pouring out their hearts to one another about their love and hopes for the future. Sun Jing gazed deeply into Zhang Ming's eyes, her own sparkling with happiness. "Zhang Ming, I love you. I hope our future is filled with beauty and joy," she softly expressed. Zhang Ming tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze steadfast and tender. "I love you too. No matter the challenges we face in the future, I will always be by your side to protect and care for you." He made a heartfelt promise. As their eyes met, a palpable tension filled the air. Zhang Ming's gaze was fervent and passionate, while Sun Jing's carried a blend of shyness and anticipation. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, rendering the world around them insignificant. Zhang Ming leaned in slightly, and Sun Jing bit her lip, her breath quickening. He gently lifted his hand to caress her cheek, causing her to shiver slightly, as she slowly raised her hands to rest on his waist. Feeling Sun Jing's response, Zhang Ming's desire intensified. He tenderly cradled her face, his lips inching closer until they finally met hers. Sun Jing let out a soft sigh, closing her eyes and surrendering completely to the kiss. In that moment, they seemed to forget all worldly troubles, with only each other remaining in their universe. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Ming released her, their foreheads touching as they gasped for breath. Their gazes filled with longing and affection. Zhang Ming whispered in Sun Jing's ear, "Jing, you are truly beautiful." The two individuals subsequently collapsed onto the bed, Zhang Ming enveloping Sun Jing in a tight embrace. The rhythm of her heartbeat distinctly audible. Their breaths grew increasingly rapid, the warmth of their bodies melding together, igniting the deepest, most primal desires within. Sun Jing entwined her arms around Zhang Ming's neck, their bodies fitting even more closely. The room was suffused with an air of intimacy, their world reduced to the sounds of each other's gasps and heartbeats. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and eventually, tranquility enveloped them as they fell asleep in each other's arms, their faces graced with satisfied and blissful smiles, as if the entire world had transformed into something extraordinarily beautiful at that moment. A blush crept onto Sun Jing's face as she shot him a playful glare, a sight that stirred Zhang Ming's heart profoundly. After a few more passionate encounters, it was only when Sun Jing fell asleep from exhaustion that Zhang Ming relented. Holding her close and drifting into slumber himself, the following morning, Zhang Ming awoke to find Sun Jing still peacefully asleep in his arms. Captivated by her adorable visage, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, inadvertently rousing her from her slumber. The couple frolicked playfully in bed for a while before getting up to dress and head downstairs. As they descended, they encountered Zhang Qingshan and Sun Shaoli emerging from the kitchen side by side. They hurriedly approached, greeting in unison, "Mom and Dad." Zhang Qingshan and Sun Shaoli beamed in response, exclaiming, "Ah." Sun Shaoli then inquired, "Have you both freshened up? If so, hurry and come eat." Zhang Ming and Sun Jing nodded with smiles, replying, "Mom and Dad, we're all set." Zhang Qingshan urged them, "Sit down and eat." He then entered the kitchen, bringing out the dishes. Sun Shaoli followed suit, emerging with a clay pot containing a stewed old hen. "I made this chicken stew to nourish you both," she announced. Zhang Ming and Sun Jing were deeply touched, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." The family gathered around the table, beginning to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast. Zhang Ming served Sun Jing a piece of chicken, softly urging, "Eat more." She nodded with a smile. He then offered chicken legs to his younger sister and Sun Lin, saying, "You two should eat more as well." "Thank you, big brother," Zhang Xiaoming responded. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Sun Lin added. Zhang Ming also served his parents some chicken, saying, "Mom and Dad, you should eat too." Their faces blossomed with appreciative smiles as they happily began to eat. The table was filled with warmth and joyful conversation, and before long, everyone was satisfied and content. After the meal, Sun Jing volunteered to clear the table, but Sun Shaoli quickly interjected, "Xiao Jing, let me do it." Sun Jing smiled and replied, "Mom, you've worked hard cooking. Let me handle the cleanup." Chapter 64. Distributing wedding candies to colleagues. Once the kitchen was tidied, Sun Jing sat in the living room for a few minutes before preparing to head to work. Zhang Ming called out to her, "Wait a moment." He dashed upstairs, retrieving 25 small bags of packaged sunflower seeds and candies from storage, and returned downstairs carrying a bag. "Take these wedding candies to share with your colleagues," he said, handing them over. Sun Jing accepted the bag, a radiant smile lighting her face. Darling, you are so thoughtful. Zhang Ming then turned to Sun Xiaoli and Zhang Qingshan, asking, Mom and Dad, could you help me out? Please pack some of the apples and oranges we brought back yesterday. 2 apples and 2 oranges per bag. Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli exchanged glances, thinking how resourceful he was. They understood Sun Jing was going to the security bureau to distribute wedding candies, but were pleasantly surprised by his intention to include fruit. Though slightly taken aback, they nodded in agreement. Sun Lin chimed in, Brother-in-law, you're so generous, but this is great. Since we can't invite colleagues to a meal for such a joyous occasion, sharing fruit is a lovely gesture. Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli concurred, recognizing the wisdom in her words, and they began to help package the fruit. They meticulously selected the apples and oranges, placing 2 of each into red plastic bags. Tying them with lovely bows in less than half an hour, they had prepared over 20 packages. Checking the time, Zhang Ming gently told Sun Jing, since the sun hasn't come out yet, and it's not too hot outside, you should head to work now. They moved the candies and fruit downstairs, and Zhang Ming added, put everything in the car. You should drive today, although the distance to your security bureau isn't far. Carrying all this can be tiring, and we won't need the car at home during the day. Sun Jing nodded obediently, responding, all right, I'll be back early after work. Zhang Ming helped her load the items into the car. As she settled in and rolled down the window, she sweetly said, Darling, I'm off. Zhang Ming smiled and waved, replying, Go ahead. Watching Sun Jing drive slowly into the security bureau, he turned to his family, saying, You all should head back now. It's sweltering outside. In just a short time, everyone was already sweating. Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli nodded in agreement, and the family turned to walk home. Once back, Zhang Ming said to his parents, Mom and Dad, You should take a rest for a bit. He then swiftly ascended the stairs to the room where he made milk tea, carefully preparing it for everyone. He brought the milk tea downstairs, saying, Everyone, have a cup of milk tea. I've added ice, so it'll be refreshing. Zhang Qingshan accepted the tea, his face beaming with pride. Our son has grown up. He's becoming more considerate. Sun Xiaoli nodded with a smile, taking a sip and exclaiming, Delicious, cool and sweet, just to my liking. Sun Lin added, Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhang Xiaoming, seated nearby, was busy enjoying her milk tea, nodding eagerly when Zhang Ming looked her way, seeing his 2 adorable younger sisters. Zhang Ming smiled and said, I'm glad you like it. Just let me know anytime you want some. After a bit more casual conversation, Sun Xiaoli got up to prepare some fruit at tea that moment. Zhang Qingshan remarked, Zhang Ming, you and Sun Jing should cherish your life together. Zhang Ming nodded earnestly, Dad, you can rest assured. The family enjoyed some fruit, and Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli headed to the 3rd floor to check on the vegetables. Zhang Xiaoming was pulled away by Sun Lin to study. With nothing to do, Zhang Ming returned to the room he shared with Sun Jing. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he absent-mindedly picked up a book resting on the bedside table and began to flip through it. Meanwhile, Sun Jing had just parked her car at the bureau and, before she could exit, spotted her colleague Lu Fong arriving for work. Sun Jing quickly called her over, Lu Fong, come help me with something. Lu Fong hurried over, smiling, Why drive when your home is so close? Sun Jing pointed to the items in her car, her face radiant with happiness. I got my marriage certificate yesterday and brought some wedding candies for everyone. Lu Fong's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, congratulations, what a joyous occasion. She swiftly assisted in unloading the items from the car. As they made their way into the security bureau building, Lu Fong eagerly inquired, Sun Jing, who is your groom? Sun Jing, with a hint of shyness, replied, It's Zhang Ming. Lu Fong exclaimed with realization, it's him. You two are a perfect match. Upon entering the office, nearly all their colleagues had arrived. Spotting Sun Jing and Lu Fong struggling with several bags, they hurried over to assist. Once the bags were securely placed on the table, Sun Jing beamed, I got my marriage certificate yesterday, and these are wedding candies for everyone. 1 bag each. The fruit in the side bag is also for each of you. The room erupted in cheers and heartfelt congratulations. Sun Jing, congratulations. Wishing you and your beloved a lifetime of happiness together. You look radiant today. As everyone exchanged their warm wishes, they eagerly accepted the candies and fruit. Just then, a close colleague, sisterly, asked with a smile, Sun Jing, when are you planning the wedding? Sun Jing replied with a smile, Given the current circumstances, we need to postpone the wedding, but once we have a date, I'll be sure to invite everyone for a grand celebration. At that moment, the leader walked in, his face lighting up at the sight of the goodies on the table. Who has some joyous news? Sun Jing, slightly bashful, responded, Leader, I got my marriage certificate yesterday. We can't hold a wedding for now, so I brought some candies and fruit for my colleagues. The leader's smile widened. Congratulations, Sun Jing. Wishing you and your partner a lifetime of love and happiness. Sun Jing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your kind wishes, leader. The leader continued, though a grand wedding may not be possible now, happiness will always be present. When the time comes, ensure the celebration is lively and grand. As the gathering of individuals nodded in agreement, the office was imbued with a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Sun Jing presented a packet of celebratory sweets and fruits to her superior, who, upon recognizing the gesture, graciously accepted them with a smile and offered a few encouraging words to Sun Jing before returning to her duties. Once the leader departed, everyone resumed their respective tasks, diligently attending to their work. However, the delightful sweets and fruits that Sun Jing had generously brought were carefully set aside by many, who chose instead to save them for their parents and children at home. Given the oppressive heat that had withered many trees, rendering fruits both scarce and precious, observing the thoughtful actions of her colleagues, Sun Jing felt a mix of gratitude and reflection. After work, she bid farewell to her co-workers and, though somewhat fatigued, drove home with a satisfied heart. Chapter 65. Moving rooms. Zhang Ming had been eagerly awaiting Sun Jing's return home. Upon her arrival, he quickly approached her and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Are you tired today? He inquired with genuine concern. Sun Jing gently shook her head and replied, not tired, but seeing my colleagues cherish the gifts I brought makes me feel somewhat bittersweet. Zhang Ming comforted her softly. This is precisely a testament to how much they care for you and appreciate your thoughtful gesture. Don't overthink it. Let us focus on enjoying our little life together. He added, given the current circumstances. It is entirely understandable, as most people are not alone but have their families to consider. Leaning into Zhang Ming's embrace, Sun Jing nodded in agreement. The couple sat together in quiet companionship, relishing the moment of tranquility and warmth. Zhang Ming then suggested, after dinner, why don't you organize your belongings and move them to our new room? That place will be reserved for Sun Lin in the future. Sun Jing acknowledged. All right, understood. Thanks to the variety and abundance of ingredients Zhang Ming had brought home the previous night, the dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. After everyone had enjoyed their meal, Zhang Qinshan drove his pickup truck to the community to fetch water. Sun Jing began to tidy up, with Zhang Ming assisting her. They worked in perfect harmony and soon had everything nearly organized. Together, they carried their belongings upstairs and addressed Sun Lin, saying, from now on, that room will be solely for you. Make sure to arrange it according to your preferences. Sun Lin responded confidently, don't worry, brother-in-law. With that, she dashed downstairs to organize her own space. Zhang Ming and Sun Jing exchanged a smile and began to methodically sort through the items they had just moved. Working diligently for quite some time until everything was in order, exhausted, they collapsed onto the edge of the bed, panting slightly. Sun Jing remarked, at last, it's done. I wonder how Sun Lin is faring with her setup. Zhang Ming stood up, stretching lazily. Let us go downstairs and check. Upon reaching the lower level, they found that Sun Lin's room had already taken on a preliminary shape, with everything neatly arranged. Sun Lin stood by the window, wiping the glass. Sun Lin, you've done splendidly, Zhang Ming praised. Sun Lin turned, her face glistening with sweat yet bright with a radiant smile. Brother-in-law, sister, I want to make my room look beautiful, Zhang Ming advised. Take your time with these arrangements. Don't overexert yourself. Sun Lin nodded obediently. I understand, brother-in-law. I'll pace myself. Sun Jing chimed in. Indeed, Sun Lin, there's no need to rush. With the oppressive heat outside, you can focus on organizing at home. Sun Lin smiled in response. Sister, I understand. I just want to finish my room quickly. Seeing that Sun Lin comprehended, the two refrained from further discussion. Zhang Ming took Sun Jing's hand and said, it's getting late. Let us head back and rest. With that, he led the blushing Sun Jing upstairs. Sun Lin watched them with a playful smile, unable to suppress her laughter. Once inside their room, Sun Jing playfully chided. You re so carefree in front of my sister. Can't you be a bit more discreet? Zhang Ming chuckled, drawing Sun Jing into his embrace, and replied gently, what is wrong with that? We are a loving couple. Your sister will understand. After washing up, Zhang Ming eagerly pulled Sun Jing into their room and playfully pushed her onto the bed. Sun Jing gasped, oh, be gentle. Yet her face was adorned with a bashful and sweet smile. Zhang Ming gazed deeply into her enchanting eyes and, with a voice rich in affection, declared, wife, I love you. Sun Jing wrapped her delicate arms around Zhang Ming's neck, her eyes shimmering, and softly replied, I love you too. As night deepened, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly intimate and tender, with both individuals immersed in their profound love, crafting a romantic narrative uniquely their own. The following morning, Sunjing awoke gently, glancing at Zhang Ming, who was still lost in slumber. A smile of happiness and contentment unconsciously graced her lips. She carefully rose, trying not to disturb him, and tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for him. Traditionally, the family gathered for meals on the second floor, and she was uncertain if the refrigerator in this house contained any ingredients. Upon opening the refrigerator's fresh-keeping compartment, she was pleasantly surprised to find it brimming with an array of foods, fresh fruits, exquisite pastries, and sweet little cakes, as well as cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants. Opening the freezer revealed a treasure trove of chicken, fish, and various meats, showcasing a splendid variety of ingredients. Sunjing's heart swelled with joy as she swiftly planned the breakfast menu. With practiced ease, she first retrieved a few eggs, which she whisked and cooked into a golden, enticing omelet. Next, she sliced the crisp cucumbers into uniform pieces and mixed them with her carefully crafted dressing to create a refreshing cucumber salad. Subsequently, she took a piece of marbled meat from the freezer, slicing it into perfectly proportioned pieces, and stir-fried it with vibrant green bell peppers. In no time, a fragrant dish of bell pepper stir-fried meat was ready. As the delightful aromas filled the kitchen, Zhang Ming was roused from his slumber by the enticing scent. He sleepily approached the kitchen doorway and, upon seeing Sunjing bustling about, felt his lips curve into a smile filled with affection. Gently embracing her from behind, he murmured, "Darling, waking up to such a delicious breakfast prepared just for me makes me feel incredibly lucky." Sunjing smiled back, replying, "As long as you enjoy it, I am happy to do anything." Before long, the table was set with the bountiful breakfast. Sunjing said to Zhang Ming, "You should wash up first. I'll go downstairs and invite Mom, Dad, and little sister to come up for breakfast. Since you need to leave for work early, the others don't have much to do if they wake up too early." However, Zhang Ming reached out to stop her, saying, "There's no need to call Mom and Dad. I spoke with them last night and told them to sleep in a bit. Besides, you need to leave early for work, while the others don't have any pressing tasks." Sunjing acknowledged Zhang Ming's words. "All right then, Mom and Dad and little sister do deserve the extra rest. They've been quite tired lately." Zhang Ming nodded and proceeded to wash up. After finishing, he sat at the dining table, quietly enjoying breakfast alongside Sunjing. Once they had finished, Sunjing kissed Zhang Ming and said, "Honey, I'm off to work now." Zhang Ming suddenly asked, "Now that you're married, doesn't your office give you a few days off?" Sunjing's expression turned apologetic as she responded, "I heard that the government will be issuing new documents in the coming days, and we have a lot of information organization tasks at the office right now. Once this busy period passes, I'll apply for a few days off to spend quality time with you at home." Although Zhang Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, he understood the exceptional circumstances due to the intense heat outside and refrained from pressing the matter. He gently held Sunjing's hand, saying tenderly, "I understand. Work is important. Just don't stress too much and take care of your health." Sunjing leaned against Zhang Ming's shoulder, filled with gratitude, and said, "Thank you for your understanding, dear. I will take good care of myself." Zhang Ming then said, "Wait a moment. I'll grab something for you from the kitchen." He quickly walked into the kitchen, returning with some exquisite pastries and a small box of cakes, offering them to Sunjing with the words, "If you get hungry at work, you can have these to tide you over." Sunjing looked at the treats and replied, "Let us save these for Mom and Dad and little Ming." Zhang Ming smiled, "There's plenty at home. Don't worry about it. Just take them." Given Zhang Ming's insistence, Sunjing reluctantly accepted the goodies. Zhang Ming accompanied her downstairs, watching as she made her way toward the police station. Once she entered the precinct, he turned back, ready to catch a bit more sleep. Time slipped away as Zhang Ming drifted into a light slumber. Chapter 66. The God of Sleep. After leaving her home, Sunjing hurried toward the security bureau. The mere 2-minute journey left her drenched in perspiration, and only upon arriving at the office did the situation begin to improve slightly. At this juncture, most of the office personnel had gathered, but unlike usual, there was an additional presence, a little girl. Around 5 or 6 years of age, this young girl was known to Sunjing. She was the daughter of her colleague, Lu Feng, though Sunjing was unsure why the child had been brought to the office today. Curiosity piqued, Sunjing approached, crouched down, and gently inquired, "Sweetheart, why did you come to work with your mother today?" The little girl blinked her large, watery eyes and replied in a sweet, childish voice, "The kindergarten is on break now, and Dad has gone to work, so there is no one at home to take care of me." At that moment, Lu Feng walked over, her expression one of resignation, and explained, "I simply had no other option. My current job barely earns enough points for basic sustenance for our family of 3. With the child out of school, my husband has been home caring for her and hasn't been able to work. Today, He had to attend to community obligations, and I couldn't leave her home alone, so I had to bring her here. Sun Jing looked at Lu Fang with deep sympathy and comforted her. This is indeed a special circumstance, and everyone understands. However, this cannot be a long-term solution. Let us think of a way together. Lu Fang nodded anxiously. I understand, but at present, there truly is no better alternative. Just then, the supervisor entered, noticed Lu Fang's daughter, and upon learning of the situation, silently turned and exited the room. A few minutes later, the supervisor returned, personally carrying a small table and a matching stool, and said to Lu Fang, "These are for your child. Let her sit over there and read or draw to pass the time." Witnessing such kindness from the supervisor moved everyone present. Lu Fang hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much, leader. I truly appreciate your help." The supervisor smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "This is no trouble at all. We all encounter difficulties at times, and it's only right to lend a hand when we can." With the table and chair in place, the little girl sat quietly to the side, picking up a brush and diligently doodling. The others resumed their respective tasks, and the office was filled only with the sounds of keyboard clattering and occasional hushed conversations. Lu Fang's daughter quietly drew in the corner, occasionally glancing up at her busy mother, her understanding demeanor tugging at the heartstrings. Sun Jing took out a small cake prepared by Zhang Ming and approached Lu Fang's daughter, gently saying, "Sweetheart, take this and enjoy." The little girl's eyes sparkled with desire, yet she remained obediently silent, glancing shyly at her mother seated not far away. Lu Fang, noticing Sun Jing's gesture, quickly interjected, "Sun Jing, that's not acceptable. It's far too precious." Sun Jing smiled and waved her hand, saying, "This is made by Zhang Ming. He simply wanted the child to have a taste. Let her eat." Sun Jing believed these treats were crafted by Zhang Ming himself, as such pastries could not withstand the heat for long. However, Zhang Ming indeed possessed such skills, having learned them in Eagle Sauce country, where bread and pastries were commonplace. Lu Fang observed her daughter's hopeful gaze, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately nodded toward her. The little girl happily accepted the cake, cheerfully saying, "Thank you," and Sun Jing. Sun Jing gently patted the little girl's head, smiling as she said, "Good child, take your time eating." She then turned and returned to her seat to continue her work. The little girl cautiously savored the cake. Her face lit up with a blissful and contented smile. Lu Fang watched her daughter, filled with gratitude towards Sun Jing and guilt over their current circumstances. The afternoon passed in a flurry of activity, with everyone deeply engrossed in their tasks. As the workday drew to a close, Lu Fang approached Sun Jing and sincerely said, "Sun Jing, I cannot thank you enough for today." Sun Jing responded with a smile, "No need for formality. We are colleagues and friends." Zhang Ming awoke to find it nearly noon, his eyes still bleary with sleep as he descended the stairs, only to find no sign of his parents. After inquiring with his younger sister, he learned that Zhang Qinshan, Sun Xiaoli, and Sun Lin were on the third floor preparing vegetable preserves. Zhang Ming stretched widely and sauntered up to the third floor. Before fully entering the room, he was greeted by the cheerful laughter and chatter of his parents and Sun Lin. He gently pushed the door open to discover the room, filled with vegetables ready to be dried. Zhang Qinshan skillfully chopped the vegetables, his hands deftly moving as he sliced them into neat pieces. Sun Xiaoli methodically organized the cut vegetables into categories. Sun Lin carefully arranged the chopped vegetables, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The sleeping beauty has finally risen. Sun Xiaoli teased upon seeing Zhang Ming. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhang Ming scratched his head and replied with an awkward smile, "I stayed up late last night and overslept. How can I assist?" Sun Xiaoli smiled and instructed, "Just move those already chopped vegetables to the 6th floor by the window to dry. Be gentle and don't make a mess." Once he finished and returned downstairs, he found the family had already begun preparing lunch. Zhang Qingshan was slicing meat in the kitchen, Sun Xiaoli was washing vegetables, and Sun Lin was setting the table. "I'll help with the cooking," Zhang Ming announced as he entered the kitchen. Everyone readily agreed, and he donned an apron, expertly taking charge of the cooking. Before long, a spread of delectable dishes graced the table. The 5 of them gathered around, eating and chatting, laughter filling the air. After the meal, Zhang Ming and Sun Lin tidied up the dishes while Sun Xiaoli and Zhang Qinshan rested in the living room. The weather has been quite pleasant these days. The vegetable preserves should dry well, Zhang Qinshan remarked. Indeed, Sun Xiaoli concurred. After finishing up, Zhang Ming and Sun Lin joined them on the sofa. Zhang Qinshan turned to Zhang Ming and asked, "Son, how many seeds do we have left for those vegetables? The ones we planted are wilting, and your mother and I plan to replant these boxes." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ming replied, "Dad, we still have plenty of seeds. I'll bring them to you tomorrow morning." Zhang Qingshan nodded, saying, "All right, let us get started in the next couple of days." Glancing at the time, Zhang Ming said to Zhang Qingshan, "Dad, I'm heading to the community to fetch water. You stay here and rest. I might as well see what is happening outside." Zhang Qingshan nodded in agreement. "Okay, just be careful on the road." Zhang Ming grabbed a water bucket, climbed into his father's pickup truck, and sped off toward the community. Along the way, he noticed many people flushed with heat, large beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks. Their clothes soaked and clinging to their bodies. Upon reaching the community water collection point, Zhang Ming discovered a long queue had already formed, with people clutching various containers of all shapes and sizes. As they waited, complaints about the extreme heat filled the air. Among the throng of water collectors, there were noticeably more women than usual. From their conversations, he learned that the men in their households had taken on community-assigned work. Leaving these women to fetch water, listening to their discussions, Zhang Ming felt a wave of empathy wash over him. The hardships of life were starkly evident in that moment. After a long wait, it was finally Zhang Ming's turn to collect water. He efficiently filled his container and hurriedly drove away. Chapter 67. Returning to the subway station after leaving the community water collection site. Zhang Ming drove around the vicinity at a slow pace, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. Aside from the hurried individuals rushing to collect water, he also noticed another group of industrious figures. Under the guidance of community workers, some were clearing away dead trees from the streets, while others were dismantling or installing air conditioning units. Each individual was engrossed in their tasks, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding clamor and heat. Observing the sweat-drenched faces and soaked clothing of these workers weighed heavily on his heart. He knew they labored tirelessly for their families and livelihoods. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but lament the difficulties of life, while simultaneously feeling a deep respect for those striving to make a living. Parking next to the subway station, Zhang Ming entered and found another group of people. They filled every corner of the station. Some lying on the ground, others seated on benches, and a few even sleeping on the stairs. The air conditioning installed here was noticeably more effective than during his last visit, providing a much-needed respite from the heat. Most of these individuals were local residents seeking refuge from the sweltering conditions at home. Their faces bore signs of exhaustion, yet their eyes reflected a blend of resignation and resilience. They may not have voiced many complaints, quietly enduring their circumstances. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to this way of life, or maybe the presence of patrolling soldiers had increased. In any case, Zhang Ming sensed that the station felt less chaotic than during his previous visit. As he walked further, he noticed that the small rooms in the tunnel were nearly completed. He speculated that in a few days, the government would begin relocating those residing in areas with power outages into these spaces. He pondered whether order could be maintained once they moved in. However, seeing numerous soldiers patrolling the tunnel provided him with a sense of reassurance. After all, with so many soldiers maintaining order, it is unlikely that significant issues will arise. Zhang Ming returned to the vehicle, feeling considerably more at ease. He drove the car to a dimly lit, secluded spot devoid of any onlookers, then alighted and approached the pickup truck's bed, retrieving several barrels of water from the lake in his spatial storage. It was not that he was unwilling to use the bottled mineral water stored within, but rather that his family would surely hesitate to use it for washing. The water drawn directly from the lake was both drinkable and suitable for washing. And, crucially, his family would not feel as reluctant to use it. Once back in the car, Zhang Ming slowly made his way back home. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, Zhang Qingshan, Sun Xiaoli, Sun Jing, and others hurried down from upstairs. When they beheld the several barrels of water in the truck bed, they were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Qingshan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Son, how did you manage to bring back so much water today?" Zhang Ming smiled gently in response, "I exchanged some points for water from someone else today." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoli couldn't help but interject, "We still have some stored water at home. Why did you exchange for so much? With this water, along with what we collect daily, we should have enough for quite a while. You ought to be more frugal with your points." Zhang Ming patiently explained, "Mom and Dad, I understand. While points are indeed precious, the recent heat has been quite intense. It is wise to prepare extra water to avoid any shortage." Sun Lin nodded in agreement. "What my brother-in-law says is quite reasonable. Being prepared is always better, and it allows us to feel more at ease." Zhang Ming hurriedly added, "Everyone, let us not dawdle. Please help me carry the water inside. It's sweltering out here. We can discuss things once we're back inside." Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action. Sun Qishan, robust and strong, effortlessly lifted 2 barrels of water and strode towards the house. Sun Xiaoli and Sun Jing, undeterred, worked together to carry 1 barrel. moving cautiously but promptly behind him. Zhang Ming also took 2 barrels and headed upstairs. After a couple of trips, they finally managed to bring all the water indoors. Sun Qingshan plopped down into a chair, panting, "At last, it's done. It's not easy work in this scorching heat." Sun Xiaoli wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel, saying, "Indeed, but now I feel much more at ease." Zhang Ming looked at everyone with a smile, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work. Please take some time to rest." Sun Lin then poured a glass of water for each person to quench their thirst. At this moment, Sun Xiaoli turned to Zhang Ming and said, "Son, please take 2 barrels of water upstairs for your room. It will make it more convenient for you and Xiao Jing to wash up, and Xiao Jing will need water for cooking in the morning as well." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. "All right, Mom, I understand." After a brief rest, Zhang Ming stood up to fetch the water and made his way upstairs. Sun Jing intended to help but was stopped by Zhang Ming, who reasoned that being young, it would be easy for him to carry 2 barrels. Sun Xiaoli then addressed Sun Jing. "Xiao Jing, check the fridge for any meat and vegetables. Take some upstairs if anything is running low." Sun Jing quickly responded, "No need, Mom. There is still plenty stored in the fridge upstairs. It will last us a long time." Sun Xiaoli smiled and said, "That's fine. If you find it's not enough, just come and get more." Sun Jing nodded in understanding, glancing at the time, and considering that she had to wake up early for work the next day. Sun Jing turned to Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli, saying, "Mom and Dad, I have to work tomorrow, so I'll head back now." Zhang Qingshan and Sun Xiaoli promptly urged Sun Jing to return and rest, while Zhang Xiaoming chimed in, "Goodbye, sister-in-law." Sun Jing smiled as she bid farewell to everyone and turned to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching her room, she quickly washed up and entered the bedroom, where Zhang Ming embraced her from behind. He buried his head in the crook of her neck and softly asked, "Darling, did you tire yourself out today?" Sun Jing smiled and shook her head. "With you here, no matter how tiring it is, it's all worthwhile." Zhang Ming kissed her neck and became a bit more playful, and soon they found themselves on the bed. After a passionate interlude, Sun Jing lay in Zhang Ming's embrace and recounted her day at the bureau, mentioning how she had given a small cake to Lu Feng's child. "Dear, I gave the small cake you prepared to Lu Feng's daughter today. That child is quite adorable," Sun Jing said softly. Zhang Ming gently stroked her hair. "You did the right thing. If we can help, we should." He continued, "However, let us try to do this less in the future. I'd prefer to avoid situations where kindness breeds resentment." Sun Jing looked up at him, slightly puzzled, "But when I see the child, I simply cannot bear to turn away." Zhang Ming sighed. "It's not that I think you were wrong. We just need to have limits in our generosity. If one day we're unable to assist, it could lead to grievances." Sun Jing nodded thoughtfully. "I understand what you mean. I will be more mindful in the future." They fell silent for a moment, and Zhang Ming tightened his embrace, saying, "I'm only thinking of our family, not wanting unnecessary troubles to arise because of such matters." Sun Jing responded, "Yes, I understand that. I will be more considerate moving forward." While Sun Jing contemplated Zhang Ming's words, she realized the importance of moderation in their actions, especially in such sweltering weather. As she continued her thoughts, Zhang Ming playfully lunged at her again, and after another spirited round, they both succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 68. The air conditioner at the security bureau malfunctions the next morning. Sun Jing was the first to awaken once more. She tenderly gazed at Zhang Ming, who was still in slumber, then quietly rose and began to prepare for the new day in an orderly manner. By the time Zhang Ming awoke, Sun Jing had already set a steaming breakfast on the table. As he ate, he expressed his regret. "Darling, I'm sorry for tiring you out yesterday." Sun Jing playfully rolled her eyes at him. "You're the one with boundless energy." Zhang Ming chuckled, took her hand, and said earnestly, "That's only because your charm is simply irresistible." A blush crept onto Sun Jing's cheeks as she lightly pushed him away. "You're just sweet talking." After finishing breakfast, Zhang Ming accompanied Sun Jing downstairs and watched her enter the gates of the security bureau before returning upstairs to catch more sleep. This time, he fell into a particularly deep slumber, not stirring until midday. Stretching luxuriously, he got up and tidied his room. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the heat-distorted scene beyond. Waves of heat rolled in, making distant buildings appear to sway, and the asphalt road seemed on the verge of melting. Zhang Ming frowned, pondering when this sweltering weather would finally relent. With a resigned sigh, he grabbed a bottle of cola from the fridge and took a large swig, attempting to alleviate the discomfort within. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Sun Jing, informing him that the air conditioning at the bureau had broken down, leaving everyone feeling unbearably hot. Zhang Ming, upon hearing this news, began to pace anxiously, for the temperature outside was hovering around 70 degrees, making it impossible to venture out. He hastily sent Sun Jing a message, advising her to take precautions against the heat and to drink plenty of cold water. Sun Jing quickly replied, I know. Luckily the ice maker you gave me is still working. Drinking some cold water helps a lot. Hearing this, Zhang Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled deeply, his previously taut nerves finally easing. Meanwhile, at the bureau, the relentless heat had caused the air conditioning to break down under the strain, and the temperature in the office surged dramatically, leaving everyone drenched in sweat and on edge. Fortunately, they discovered that the ice maker Zhang Ming had sent earlier was still functioning. As they opened the lid of the ice maker, they were greeted by a bounty of freshly made ice cubes. Everyone eagerly filled their cups with ice and took sips of cold water, feeling much more comfortable than before. The oppressive heat somewhat alleviated. Sun Jing, sipping her ice water, silently thanked Zhang Ming at that moment. A colleague named Xiaoli remarked, Thank goodness for this ice maker. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to survive the day. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully endorsing his sentiment. However, the relief provided by the ice was merely a temporary reprieve. As the indoor temperature continued to rise gradually over time, Sun Jing and her colleagues soon found their foreheads dotted with beads of sweat once more, and their work efficiency was noticeably hampered. Everyone furrowed their brows, realizing that this situation could not persist, and they needed to devise additional effective cooling measures. Sun Jing glanced around and noticed that the windows had poor insulation, allowing sunlight to stream in unimpeded, further exacerbating the stifling heat. Thus, she and her colleagues banded together to procure some thick, dark curtains, working in unison to hang them over the windows to block the direct sunlight. After their collective efforts, the indoor temperature finally stabilized and, with the help of the ice maker, they felt considerably more comfortable. As the end of the workday approached, the supervisor entered the office and addressed everyone. Today, other departments have coordinated to bring in several air conditioning units, and they will come to install them after work. Once the new air conditioners are set up, tomorrow's work will be much more comfortable. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared on everyone's faces. Xiaoli, with a smile, addressed the leader. Leader, this is truly wonderful news. Today, we have all been thoroughly tormented by the sweltering heat, making it impossible to work effectively. The leader nodded in agreement, saying, Everyone has worked hard. Once the air conditioning is installed tonight, tomorrow will be much more bearable. That evening, as Sun Jing returned home from work, she spotted Zhang Ming waiting at the doorstep. Upon seeing Sun Jing, Zhang Ming inquired, How was your day? Did you experience any discomfort? Does your bureau have any medications for preventing heat stroke? Why aren't you working in one of the air-conditioned offices? Sun Jing smiled and replied, It was fine. Today, the leader mentioned that we managed to coordinate a few air conditioners for the bureau, and they will be installed this evening, so tomorrow should be more comfortable. The bureau has also prepared some herbal cooling medicines. Many of the air conditioners in our offices are broken, and besides, we still need to review various documents and materials. It would be inconvenient to work in another office, as those are also occupied with people and lack adequate space. Upon hearing that the air conditioning would be installed that evening, Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, saying, That's great. I have been worried about you enduring the heat all day. By the way, Mom and Dad made your favorite dishes, so wash your hands and get ready for dinner. As Sun Jing entered the house, she was greeted by a table laden with food, while Zhang Qishan, Sun Xiaoli, Sun Lin, and Zhang Xiaoming sat on the sofa, eagerly awaiting her return. Sun Jing, touched, exclaimed, Why is everyone waiting for me? Sun Xiaoli chuckled and replied, Of course, a family should dine together. Sun Jing quickly washed her hands and took a seat at the table. They chatted amiably while dining, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Zhang Qishan went to the community to fetch water, while Zhang Ming and Sun Jing kept Sun Xiaoli, Sun Lin, and Zhang Xiaoming company in the living room. About an hour later, Zhang Qishan returned driving the car. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Zhang Ming promptly said to everyone, I'll go help. You all rest here. With that, Zhang Ming hurried out, reaching downstairs where he swiftly lifted the water from the car and said to Zhang Qishan, Dad, let me carry this. You go upstairs and cool off. Hearing his son's insistence, Zhang Qishan relented, locking the car door before swiftly heading upstairs, with Zhang Ming closely following him, carrying the water. Upon returning home, Zhang Ming placed the water down, and Sun Jing quickly brought over 2 cups, handing them to Zhang Qishan and Zhang Ming, saying, Dad, Zhang Ming, please sit and rest. Zhang Qishan remarked, The line for water today was incredibly long. Zhang Ming took a sip of water and said, Dad, you've worked hard. I can take care of fetching water from now on. Sun Jing echoed, Yes, Dad, don't tire yourself out too much. Zhang Qishan replied, I'll continue fetching water. After all, I don't have much to do at home, and getting out for a walk is good exercise. Zhang Ming quickly interjected, Dad, please don't think that way. We should take turns fetching water. You shouldn't bear the burden alone. Sun Jing also chimed in, exactly, Dad, we should all contribute and share the load. Zhang Qinshan smiled and waved his hand, saying, all right, just listen to me on this matter. Seeing that Zhang Qinshan had made his point, everyone fell silent. They chatted for a while longer before each retreated to their rooms to rest. Chapter 69. Evening work. The night passed swiftly. And the following morning, Sun Jing hurriedly went to the bureau after finishing breakfast. Upon arriving at the office, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the new air conditioners had been installed, continuously blowing out refreshing and pleasant air. Other colleagues were also busily engaged in their respective tasks. Sun Jing greeted her colleagues warmly with a smile before settling down at her workstation, feeling particularly cheerful as she commenced her day's work. With this comfortable environment, everyone's work efficiency significantly improved. During the lunch break, they gathered together, happily chatting and genuinely marveling at the remarkable change brought about by the new air conditioning. The air conditioning was installed just in time. It feels like I have boundless energy to work now, exclaimed colleague Xiaoli with excitement. Sun Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us hope we can maintain this excellent state. The afternoon work continued to progress smoothly and orderly, and before they knew it, it was time to clock out. Sun Jing quickly tidied up her belongings, preparing to head home. Upon entering her building's hallway, she spotted Zhang Ming waiting at the staircase with a smile. How did work go today? Zhang Ming asked with concern. Sun Jing affectionately linked her arm with Zhang Ming's, replying, it went quite well. With the newly installed air conditioning, the office isn't as hot anymore. After the family shared dinner, Zhang Ming and Sun Jing returned upstairs to rest. The next morning, Sun Jing arrived at the office as usual, diving into her work. Not long after, the leader entered, addressing everyone. The government has issued a notice. The small rooms within the subway tunnels have been completed. Our bureau's security personnel will accompany community workers to the power cut areas for statistical work. Everyone's demeanor turned serious as they attentively listened to the leader's instructions. The leader continued, you only need to accompany the community personnel. They will handle all aspects of the statistics. Sun Jing and her colleagues nodded in understanding of the task requirements. At that moment, colleague Xiaoli, looking distressed, addressed the leader. Leader, the heat outside during the day is unbearable for conducting statistics. If we go out at night, we might struggle physically. The leader then stated, for the next few days, our work hours will shift to evenings. We will rest during the day. If there are work-related issues or you require assistance, please communicate in the mobile group. Upon hearing the leader's arrangements, everyone felt considerably reassured. Sun Jing also breathed a sigh of relief, as this adjustment would at least allow them to avoid the daytime heat and work in a relatively comfortable environment. Noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, the leader said, if you cannot return home during the day, you may rest briefly in the office. If you have a way to go home, you may do so. Just be at the community by 9 in the evening to fully support the community personnel in their statistical work. Sun Jing and her colleagues nodded in agreement, fully aware that this was a special arrangement for these unusual circumstances. During the day, everyone made an effort to rest in the office, conserving energy for the workload that awaited them in the evening. Once the leader departed, Sun Jing quickly took out her phone and called Zhang Ming. At that moment, Zhang Ming had just finished the breakfast Sun Jing had left for him and was preparing to catch a bit more sleep. When the call connected, Sun Jing spoke softly. Darling, there has been a change in our work schedule. We'll be resting during the day and going out in the evening to conduct resident surveys in the power cut areas. Zhang Ming, concerned, asked, so, are we not working during the day? Sun Jing replied, today, we don't have to work. The director said those who can go home may do so, and those who can't should rest in the office until we start our statistical work in the evening. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment before saying, then you should come home to rest. The home environment is much more comfortable than the office. Sun Jing hesitated briefly before responding, would that be too much trouble? With the temperature so high outside, it's easy to get sunburned. Zhang Ming reassured her, you needn't worry. I'll drive to pick you up, ensuring you stay out of the sun. Upon hearing this, Sun Jing felt a warm wave of affection and said, all right then, darling. Thank you for making this trip. Zhang Ming replied, I'll call you once I reach your office building. After Sun Jing acknowledged, Zhang Ming hung up. He retrieved a sun protective jacket from the closet and grabbed an umbrella before hastily heading downstairs. As he opened the hallway door, a scorching wave of heat surged toward him. Zhang Ming quickly opened the umbrella and briskly walked to the car, swiftly starting the engine and cranking the air conditioning to the maximum. He then hurried back to the hallway, closing the security door. patiently waiting for the car's interior to cool down. After a while, the car finally became significantly cooler, allowing Zhang Ming to sit inside, fasten his seatbelt, and drive toward the nearby security bureau. The sweltering air made the asphalt seem to shimmer, with heat rising and causing a slight haze to blur his vision. Upon arriving at Sun Jing's workplace, Zhang Ming immediately dialed her number. "Wife, I'm here. Please come down." After hanging up, Sun Jing addressed her colleagues, saying, "My husband is here to take me home. Is there anyone who would like a ride? I can drop you off on the way." Upon hearing this, her colleagues exchanged glances. But considering that the temperature at home was even higher than in the office, they all decided to stay and rest a little longer. At that moment, Lu Fang, feeling somewhat shy, said, "Sun Jing, could I trouble you to drop me off? I want to go home and spend time with my daughter. I want to have time to be with her tonight." Sun Jing, hearing this, smiled and replied, "No problem at all. It's just a little extra distance." "It's no trouble." Lu Fang expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Sun Jing." Sun Jing gently waved her hand, saying, "No need for such formalities among colleagues." After Sun Jing and Lu Fang exchanged greetings with everyone, they hastily made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the foot of the stairs, they immediately spotted Zhang Ming's car parked steadily in front of them. Seeing Sun Jing descend, Zhang Ming promptly grabbed an umbrella and hurried to her side, holding it high to shield her from the scorching sun. Sun Jing introduced, "This is my colleague Lu Fang. She would also like a ride home." Zhang Ming smiled at Lu Fang and replied, "No problem. I will first escort Sun Jing to the car and then come back to pick you up." Having said that, he thoughtfully held the umbrella over Sun Jing as he guided her into the car, then returned to safely escort Lu Fang into the vehicle before swiftly taking his own seat. Observing Zhang Ming's shirt drenched in sweat, Sun Jing felt a wave of compassion and gratitude, echoed by Lu Fang's appreciation beside her. After confirming Lu Fang's precise address, Zhang Ming drove steadily towards her home. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat subdued. Before long, they arrived at Lu Fang's residence, where Zhang Ming held the umbrella while leading her into the building. Lu Fang expressed her heartfelt thanks once more before ascending the stairs, and Zhang Ming then drove back to his own home. Upon returning, Sun Jing urged Zhang Ming to change into a fresh, comfortable outfit and kindly poured him a glass of water. Sitting beside him, she softly said, "Darling, you truly worked hard today." Zhang Ming smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing. After all, you are my wife." Leaning against Zhang Ming's shoulder, Sun Jing whispered, "It's wonderful to have you." Chapter 70. Statistical Situation with Tenderness. Zhang Ming said to Sun Jing, "You should rest well upstairs. After all, you have to work tonight. I'll inform my parents and prepare a delicious meal for you at noon." Sun Jing smiled warmly and nodded gently, "All right, darling. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Ming turned and descended the stairs, where he found Zhang Qinshan and Sun Shaoli on the third floor, tidying up the leftover roots in the planting boxes. Upon seeing Zhang Ming approach, they inquired, "Son, is there something you need?" Zhang Ming explained Sun Jing's night shift to his parents, to which Sun Shaoli replied, "Don't worry, son. We'll prepare a tasty meal for Xiao Jing at noon." Zhang Ming felt a swell of joy at his mother's words. Soon, he joined his parents in organizing the planting boxes on the third floor. Meanwhile, Sun Jing lay upstairs, enveloped in warmth and emotion. Yet her swirling thoughts prevented her from drifting off to sleep quickly. She reflected on Zhang Ming's thoughtful care and the love-filled home they shared, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. After an indeterminate period, Sun Jing finally succumbed to slumber. At noon, Zhang Ming ascended to call Sun Jing for lunch. Upon entering the dining room, she was met with a lavish spread of dishes that brought moisture to her eyes. "Come and taste, all made with your favorites," Sun Shaoli cheerfully beckoned. "Thank you, Mom and Dad," Sun Jing responded. The family gathered around the table, radiating warmth and harmony. In the afternoon, Sun Jing rested a little longer to replenish her energy for the evening's work. As night fell, she prepared to head to her job. Zhang Ming attentively equipped her with some heat relief medication and water for the night. Despite the presence of numerous patrolling soldiers on the streets, Zhang Ming felt a twinge of concern and said to Sun Jing, "I'll accompany you tonight. After all, we don't know what the unlit areas might be like, and I feel more at ease being with you." Sun Jing hesitated momentarily before asking, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you?" Zhang Ming firmly grasped her hand and replied, "There is no trouble at all. Being by your side makes me feel more secure." Sun Jing nodded, her eyes brimming with emotion. That evening, Zhang Ming drove Sun Jing to the designated meeting point with the community workers. Upon entering, they found the staff nearly ready. After a brief exchange, two workers joined Sun Jing. Zhang Ming casually inquired, "Which neighborhood are we surveying tonight?" Upon learning that Zhang Ming was Sun Jing's husband, the staff nodded amiably and explained, "We're heading to Xingfu Community, where a transformer has burned out, leaving the area without power. We need to assess the situation and the number of residents there." Zhang Ming responded, "I see, then let us hurry," and set off. Once outside, Zhang Ming and Sun Jing got into the car, leaving the two workers momentarily puzzled. Observing their hesitation, Zhang Ming called out, "Come on, get in. We can drive over and save time." The two workers, encouraged, quickly hopped into the vehicle. Soon, they sped toward Xingfu Community, arriving at their destination shortly thereafter. The community was shrouded in darkness, with residents anxiously waiting below. Sun Jing and the workers swiftly exited the car. One worker raised his voice, reassuring the crowd, "Please remain calm. We are here to assess the situation and will resolve the issues as swiftly as possible." Hearing this, the residents quieted slightly, and the worker continued, "We will begin the assessment according to the building numbers." The two workers sprang into action, while Sun Jing and Zhang Ming assisted in guiding the residents. "Could the residents of Building 1 please come this way to register? If there are elderly, children, or pregnant women in your household, please let us know in advance. It is crucial to report your situation accurately. Any false reporting will result in government penalties," one worker announced. Holding a registration book, the residents began to cooperate in an orderly fashion, with some even volunteering useful information. "I have an elderly person at home," an older gentleman stated. "Rest assured, we will prioritize special circumstances." The worker assured him. The statistical work progressed methodically, each passing moment bringing beads of sweat to everyone's brows. Finally, the assessment for Building 1 was completed, followed swiftly by Buildings 2 and 3. Thanks to Zhang Ming's assistance. By the time the final statistics were recorded, the clock had already struck 4 a.m., a couple of hours ahead of schedule. Sun Jing and the workers meticulously organized the data, preparing to return and hand it over to others for follow-up statistics. Subsequently, the four of them drove back to the street. After Sun Jing successfully handed over the registered data to others, it signified the completion of her evening's work. With a sigh of relief, she turned to Zhang Ming and expressed, "Darling, I truly owe you for today. Otherwise, I can only imagine how long we would have been busy." Zhang Ming smiled gently and replied, "As long as I can help you. Any hardship is worthwhile. Let us head home." Hand in hand, they exited the office area, where several individuals were still bustling about, earning points. Upon returning home, Sun Jing quickly washed up and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep almost instantly. Zhang Ming carefully covered her with a blanket and lay down beside her, taking care not to disturb her. The next day, Sun Jing awoke in the afternoon, groggily stepping out of the bedroom to find Zhang Ming busy in the kitchen. Filling her heart with warmth. "You're awake? Hurry and wash up. Mom and Dad have already had lunch. I didn't wake you up, thinking you were still asleep, so I made some food for you." Zhang Ming turned and said. After they had eaten, both Zhang Ming and Sun Jing, exhausted, returned to bed, knowing they would have to work in other neighborhoods that night. Thus, they spent the days resting whenever possible and working through the nights. And before they realized it, 4 days had passed, culminating in the completion of the community's statistical work. Both Sun Jing and Zhang Ming sighed in relief, feeling the weight of their exhaustion from the intense days of work. Given the collective effort, the leaders of the Security Bureau decided to grant everyone a day off to recuperate. Upon hearing this news, Sun Jing's joy was palpable. After all, since the onset of the heat wave, the Security Bureau staff had not taken a break, consistently manning their posts. Now, suddenly being gifted a day off was a delightful surprise. She eagerly shared this good news with Zhang Ming, who genuinely rejoiced for her. Together, they enthusiastically planned to make the most of this hard-earned day of leisure. They decided to indulge in a leisurely, restful sleep before gathering for a sumptuous family dinner. By noon, Sun Jing and Zhang Ming finally stirred from their slumber. Upon rising, the two individuals did not hasten to prepare dinner. Instead, they leisurely settled in the living room, brewed a pot of tea, and engaged in casual conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes and concerns from their recent work experiences. As evening approached, Zhang Ming proactively entered the kitchen to assist with washing and chopping vegetables, while Sun Jing skillfully took charge of the cooking. The kitchen was suffused with tantalizing aromas, and a succession of delectable dishes emerged from the stove. After the meal was prepared, they called for their parents, younger sister, and son Lin to join them for dinner. The family gathered around the table, filled with laughter and joy. Following the dinner, they all settled on the sofa to watch a heartwarming family movie. Savoring this cozy and delightful moment. Chapter 71. Arranging for residents to live in the tunnel the next day, Sun Jing intended to rise early for work. but was unexpectedly notified by the director in the work group that everyone was to report for the evening shift to assist community workers in relocating residents from the powerless neighborhoods to the underground tunnel. Upon reading the message, Sun Jing let out a resigned sigh and returned to bed, attempting to seize a few more moments of rest to rejuvenate herself. Zhang Ming, sitting nearby, gently remarked, "Since you only have work in the evenings, you might as well rest a little longer." The daytime hours passed quietly and unhurriedly. As night fell, Sun Jing prepared her belongings and set off energetically for the designated location. Upon arrival, she was greeted by a bustling scene, with community workers diligently and systematically engaged in various preparations. Sun Jing quickly joined her colleagues, attentively listening to the detailed arrangements and precautions for the relocation efforts. The director, with a grave and earnest demeanor, emphasized the significance of this relocation, urging everyone to exercise caution and diligence, leaving no room for carelessness, to ensure the safety of each resident. After the director concluded, everyone immediately immersed themselves in their demanding tasks. Sun Jing swiftly approached Zhang Ming and said, "I must start getting busy now. Just take care of yourself." Zhang Ming looked at her and inquired, "What is the specific arrangement for this relocation?" Sun Jing promptly replied, "The families with elderly, children, and pregnant women will be situated closer to the exit, while the younger individuals will be placed in the central part of the tunnel. Additionally, due to the limited space within the tunnel, each person should not bring too many belongings, and there will be designated personnel responsible for providing meals." Zhang Ming nodded thoughtfully and said, "Understood. Please take care of your safety." Sun Jing busily guided the residents toward the designated area, methodically directing, "Everyone, please do not rush. Take your personal belongings and proceed in an orderly fashion." When encountering elderly individuals who had difficulty moving, she would proactively step forward to assist them. Zhang Ming also observed numerous soldiers maintaining order and offering help. As time progressed, the relocation proceeded smoothly. However, a minor incident arose midway when a pregnant woman suddenly felt unwell, her complexion paling. Sun Jing quickly recognized the situation and called out, "Quickly, someone come. We have a pregnant woman in distress." Zhang Ming rushed over upon hearing her voice, joining others to carefully carry the pregnant woman to a nearby temporary resting area. Soon, medical personnel arrived on the scene, and after a thorough examination and urgent care, the pregnant woman's condition stabilized. Sun Jing remained by her side, holding her hand to provide comfort. After several hours of effort, the majority of the residents had been successfully relocated to the tunnel. Although somewhat crowded, the presence of numerous soldiers and security personnel ensured that order was maintained. Sun Jing and her colleagues busied themselves with upholding order, while community workers focused on tallying the numbers to ensure no one was overlooked. At that moment, a nearby community worker glanced at the list in hand and furrowed his brow, stating, "A few households are still missing. I wonder if something has happened. We need to search for them quickly." Upon hearing this, Sun Jing immediately said, "I will join you in the search." A few colleagues, realizing the situation, also followed suit. The oppressive heat outside continued to ravage, the scorching air hitting them like a wave. They searched diligently, house by house, and finally located the missing households on the top floor of a building. It turned out that these families had wanted to bring additional belongings and were still frantically packing various items. Observing their anxious and hurried demeanor elicited a mix of amusement and exasperation. At that moment, a staff member hurriedly approached and addressed the group. "You do not need to bring excessive items. The space in the tunnel is limited, and there is insufficient room to store numerous belongings. Just bring what you can use immediately. Unnecessary items can be left here, and you can return to retrieve them if needed." Upon hearing this, the families finally came to their senses and hastily began selecting items they could utilize. Subsequently, they all proceeded toward the tunnel. Along the way, everyone was breathless and drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading from their foreheads like a string of pearls, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Upon reaching the tunnel, Sun Jing and her colleagues wasted no time resting, immediately diving back into maintaining order within the tunnel. Zhang Ming also assisted inside the tunnel, and when he had a moment, he took a look at the small rooms. The interior layout of these small rooms was exceedingly simple, with the size varying according to the number of occupants in each family. Each room contained a pair of old-fashioned bunk beds and a desk reminiscent of those found in schools, with nothing else present. Observing this austere environment, Zhang Ming could not help but feel a wave of emotion. He returned to Sun Jing's side and remarked, "The conditions here are even more challenging than we anticipated. However, everyone is cooperating splendidly, without a hint of complaint."